Flower Stealing Master Chapter 1925 to Chapter 1990. As they were in a hurry, they finished their meal quickly. When they left, they bumped into the people from Baiyun Temple. Song Qingshu decided to walk with them. They chatted as they reached the foot of Mount Wudang. Unfortunately, no matter how much Song Qingshu inquired, he could not find any valuable information from the other party's words. In addition, there were many people in Baiyun Temple, so the journey could not be fast. He simply bade farewell to the other party and said, "I want to see Grandmaster and my father first, so I will bid farewell here." Stupid T did not stop him. He smiled, "If that's the case, we will meet again at the Purple Cloud Palace." Song Qingshu nodded. He gently wrapped his arm around Shenbijuan's waist and stepped forward. He didn't seem to use much strength, but in just a few steps, the two of them had disappeared into the forest. Stupid T was shocked. This person is just as the rumors say. His martial arts are unfathomable. One of the two Taoists snorted, "He is just showing off in front of the beauty." "Don't be fooled," Stupid T said, "his reputation is not for nothing. We should not be careless. With him, this mission will not be as smooth." The two Taoists looked at each other and saw the complicated look in each other's eyes. They did not say anything. After Song Qingshu went up the mountain, he did not go through the sword-dissecting stone. Even though he did not carry any weapons, it would be too troublesome to wait for the disciples to report to him. He might as well take the small path up the mountain. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly as he felt the wind in the forest and gazed at the clouds in the distance. He was clearly a Wu-Tang sect's third-generation disciple, but to be honest, this was the first time he had come to Wu-Tang Mountain ever since he came to this world. In an instant, hundreds of feelings welled up in his heart, and he could not help but be stunned. Shenbijuan was also uneasy at this time. Song Lang, when I see great hero Song, what identity should I use to greet him? Even though she had promised to marry him, they were not married yet. Moreover, everyone knew that Song Qingshu's first wife was Zhou Zhirua from the Yimei sect. Her identity was awkward. Song Qingshu was speechless. What great hero Song? When the time comes, call me eunuch. Eunuch? Shenbijuan's face turned red, but she was extremely happy inside. She had been worrying about many things on the way here, but now that she saw that he had no intention of intentionally hiding their relationship in front of her father, all of her worries vanished like smoke in thin air. But when the time comes, I'll have to pay my respects to the Grand Preceptor. Song Qingshu added. On Mount Wudang, Zhang Sanfeng was the absolute elder. Furthermore, compared to Song Yuanqiao, who was his father, Zhang Sanfeng's bearing and demeanor were much more admirable. Shenbijuan pursed her lips into a smile. I've long heard that Taoist Master Tong Wei is an immortal of the earth. To be able to see him this time is an opportunity that all the young masters and misses of Jiangnan can't even dream of. Speaking of which, I'm even basking in Song Lang's light. Zhang Sanfeng was renowned throughout the world. Moreover, he was now over 100 years old. It was unknown how many emperors he had experienced in his life. Whether it was the Song dynasty or the previous Ming dynasty, the emperors of each generation had bestowed upon him various honorific titles, such as the Loyal and Filial Immortal, the 6 ancestors of the Yulong Dragon, hidden in the immortal abode of nothingness. True immortal keeping a low profile, perfected Lord Qingxi Yuan Miao. Among the flying dragon manifestation Hongren Jieshir Xinjuan, the most popular one in the Jiangnan area was Tongwei manifestation Xinren. Song Qingshu laughed and said, "You're such a sweet talker. I'm sure Grandmaster will like such a beautiful and smart granddaughter-in-law." The two of them chatted as they made their way to the top of the mountain. Very soon, a Wudong disciple noticed them and asked, "Who are you?" Wudong Mountain is going to hold a grand ceremony soon, and we are not accepting any visitors. They saw that the man had an imposing appearance and the woman was a peerless beauty, so they thought that they were the sons of rich families and the daughters of rich families. After all, for the past few years, there had been an endless stream of rich and powerful children who came to visit Wudong in order to touch the immortal air. Song Qingshu cupped his hands and said, "Please pass the message that I'm Song Qingshu and I have something important to discuss with spiritual master Zhang." Song Qingshu? I've never heard of it. The sect leader has ordered that the mountain is sealed and no one is allowed to enter or leave. The few little Taoists waved their hands impatiently. Shen Bijuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Looks like you're not that famous after all. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Could it be that something had happened inside? Could it be that the people from the Mansion of Spirits had already taken control of the people inside? Just as he was about to rush in, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Who's making a ruckus here? Following that, a slightly chubby middle-aged Taoist walked over. His hair was slightly white, and he had a modest and refined air about him. Song Qingshu's expression became somewhat interesting, but he still bowed and said, "Father, it's me." Shen Bijuan's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected this calm and refined middle-aged Taoist to be Song Yuanqiao. Caught off guard, she couldn't help but panic when she saw her future father-in-law. She subconsciously said, "Bijuan greets father." Song Yuanqiao also recognized Song Qingshu and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "So it's Qingshu." Before he could finish speaking, he heard a beautiful young girl call him father. He couldn't help but jump in fright. "Miss, you," Shen Bijuan finally reacted and was instantly embarrassed. How could she say anything else? She instinctively hid behind Song Qingshu, her head almost touching the ground. Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. "Father, let me introduce you. This is your daughter-in-law." "Another daughter-in-law?" Song Yuanqiao's expression was a little unnatural. After all, the last daughter-in-law, Zhou Zhirua, had not brought happy memories to the Wu Dang sect. At the lion-slaying festival, Yu Daiyan and Yin Lighting had almost lost their lives to Zhou Zhirua's 9 white bone claws. He quickly dispelled those thoughts in his mind. After all, these were all things of the past. Furthermore, this person in front of him looked gentle and demure, so it didn't seem likely. But then again, Zhou Zhirua had also been gentle like this in the beginning. Seeing Song Yuanqiao standing there in a daze, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Although she is very beautiful, father, you don't have to be so stunned, right?" Song Yuanqiao's old face turned red. He subconsciously reached out and pinched his ear. "You bastard, you even dare to tease your father." With Song Qingshu's current level of martial arts, there was no way that Song Yuanqiao would be able to pinch his ear. However, for some reason, he did not dodge. The familiar yet distant pain that came from his ear reminded him of his family from his previous life, and a trace of warmth rose in his heart. Song Yuanqiao suddenly noticed that Shen Bijuan was silently crying. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "That. Bijuan, don't cry. It was my fault just now. I didn't react in time and neglected you." He thought about how a girl had come to pay her respects to her father-in-law, but he had ignored her. This must have made her feel uneasy. It was really a sin, a sin. Shen Bijuan hurriedly wiped away her tears and explained, reporting. "Great hero Song, it's not like that. It's just that when I saw you father and son fighting, I thought of my parents and felt a little sad." "Hua? Yen Alliance? Dark? Yeah. Go Muyu." Song Qingshu hurriedly gave a rough account of her past. Song Yuanqiao couldn't help but feel sympathetic. "Bijuan, from now on, you will be like a member of our family. If Qingshu bullies you, I will beat him up for you." Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. "Don't brag if you can. With your little martial arts." Although he didn't finish his sentence, the disdain in his words was clear. Song Yuanqiao knew that he was speaking the truth, but he felt a little embarrassed in front of his daughter-in-law. "You stinking brat, you've grown up, haven't you? You dare to fight back when your father hits you?" Shen Bijuan couldn't help but smile through her tears. She hurriedly stepped forward to defuse the situation. "Uncle Song, Qingshu treats me very well. He has never bullied me." Song Yuanqiao snorted. "That's more like it." Shen Bijuan's face reddened. After a moment of hesitation, she bowed and said softly, "Bijuan greets father. No need to be so courteous. We're all family. Please rise." Song Yuanqiao gestured for her to rise. After thinking for a moment, he took out a bracelet from his sleeve. "I shouldn't have given this to you, but Qingshu's mother passed away early. She said she wanted to give this bracelet to her daughter-in-law." Song Qingshu's original wife had been Zhou Zhirua, but back then, Zhou Zhirua and Song Qingshu had been hastily married at the Ame sect. No one from the Wudong sect had been there. Of course, at that time, Song Qingshu had already betrayed the Wudong sect, so they couldn't have been there. Everyone knew about Zhou Jiruo's relationship with Zhang Wuji. As her father, Song Yuanqiao actually didn't approve of this marriage. In addition, Zhou Jiruo had almost killed Yu Lianzhou and Yin Lighting at the lion-slaying festival, so the bracelet had always been with Song Yuanqiao. "Thank you, father." Shen Bijuan was overjoyed. This bracelet wasn't dark green, and the color wasn't pure. As the eldest daughter of the Shen family, she had seen many more expensive bracelets than this, but in her eyes, all of them added together couldn't compare to this one. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. If other women found out, who knew what would happen? Even if he didn't say it, it was inevitable that they would think about it. He finally understood the troubles of the rich people in the Middle East. Although the law allowed them to marry 4 wives at the same time, they had to treat all of them equally. If they bought something for one of them, they couldn't leave out the other 3. At this time, Song Yuanqiao was also vexed. Originally, after stepping down from the position of acting sect leader, he had been focusing on cultivation. But in recent years, Song Qingshu's reputation had risen. While he was comforted, he had also been collecting information about his son. Naturally, he knew about his son's philandering. "Looks like I'll have to find the jade craftsman at the foot of the mountain to make a few more bracelets in case I need them. This brat, he really doesn't let me rest easy." After chatting for a while, Song Qingshu got down to business. "By the way, did anything happen on the mountain recently?" Song Yuanqiao was confused. "No, why do you ask?" Song Qingshu did not answer. Instead, he turned around and looked at the few Taoist priests who had stopped him earlier. "Are they new here?" Song Yuanqiao replied, "He can't be considered a newcomer. He's a 4th-generation disciple that was accepted in recent years." Song Qingshu furrowed his brows. "Then how can they not know me?" He was worried that these people were from the Mansion of Spirits in disguise. Song Yuanqiao explained, "They just entered the sect 2 years ago. And as you know, ever since you made a mistake, I retreated to the second line. Your name has gradually become a taboo in the entire Wu-Tang Mountain. It's normal that they don't know about you." Song Qingshu sighed. "Father, it's all because of me that you're in trouble." If his son had not accidentally killed Mo Xinggu, Song Yuanqiao would have been the rightful sect leader of Wu-Tang. Now that he had been forced to step down, it must be because of his son. Song Yuanqiao shook his head. "Not at all. Even though you did something wrong, it's a good thing to know your mistakes. These years, you've retreated to the Qing dynasty and saved the princess in the Jin kingdom. You've done good to the people, even Master is full of praise for you." After praising his son, Song Yuanqiao could not hide the pride on his face. But when he thought of his 7th junior brother, he could not help but sigh. "Since you're back, your 7th uncle's grave is just up ahead. Remember to burn some incense and kowtow to apologize." Back then, Mo Xinggu's body had been left in the wilderness. The people of Wu-Tang had collected it and moved it back to the Wu-Tang Mountain. "I know." Song Qingshu's heart was also heavy. Even though Mo Xinggu's death had nothing to do with him, since he had inherited Song Qingshu's identity, he had to bear his responsibilities. The 3 of them quickly arrived at a pine forest. Mo Xinggu's grave was right in the middle of the forest. It looked sad and lonely. Song Qingshu sighed and walked up to burn some incense. Then, he respectfully kowtowed a few times. Even though Shen Bijuan did not know what was going on, she still followed his lead and kowtowed a few times. At this point, words were useless. Neither Song Qingshu nor Song Yuanqiao said anything. After a long time, they finally left with a heavy heart. "Oh right, why did you suddenly return to Wu-Tang Mountain?" Song Yuanqiao was the first to break the silence. Song Qingshu hurriedly recounted what had happened in Chengdu. Because he could not explain to him that he had read Gu Long's novel and knew that the Mansion of Spirits would harm Wu-Tang Mountain, he had come to take a look. So, he pretended that he had received reliable information that someone wanted to harm Wu-Tang sect during the ceremony. Song Yuanqiao knew that his influence was not to be underestimated. His information network was naturally better than that of the average martial arts sect. He did not dare to be careless. "Come with me to see Master immediately." "Oh right, who will be participating in the ceremony?" Song Qingshu asked on the way. It can't really be considered a ceremony, Song Yuanxiao replied. Master has been enjoying peace and quiet recently, so he did not invite the major martial arts sections. He only gathered the people from the various Taoist temples of Wu-Tang to be witnesses. Taoist Master Chong Su of Zhenwu Temple, Taoist Master Tian Su of Shangqing Temple, Taoist Master Ma Zhen of Jade Temple, and Taoist Master Yu Cha of White Cloud Temple have not arrived yet. The others have already arrived. Are they the only ones? Song Qingshu asked. Even though these people were all famous martial arts masters, even if they were to work together, they would not be able to deal with Wu-Tang sect. There was no need for Zhang Sanfeng to make a move. The 5 heroes of Wu-Tang would be enough to deal with them. Song Yuanxiao explained, other than these temple masters and their followers, there are also some other branches of Wu-Tang. For example, Taoist Huang Mu of the Xiandu sect, Taoist Huang Mu. Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. Taoist Huang Mu and Taoist Mu were only one word apart. Could there be some connection between them? Is there a problem with him? Song Yuanxiao was also surprised to see such a big reaction from him. The Xiandu sect is only a small branch of Wu-Tang. Back then, the 14th generation leader of the Xiandu sect, Taoist Ju Tan, was once taught a few sword techniques by your great master. From then on, his sword techniques improved greatly and he admired your great master from the bottom of his heart. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant and killed many people. He made too many enemies. In the end, all the swordsmen gathered at Mount Hang and fought him one by one. Although Taoist Ju Tan injured 18 people with his sword, he was exhausted and seriously injured in the end. So he pulled out his dagger and committed suicide. The people of the martial arts world remembered their friendship with Wu-Tang sect and did not kill the Xiandu sect after the incident. Therefore, the Xiandu sect submitted to Wu-Tang sect and became a branch of our sect. As Song Qingshu listened, he was filled with admiration. In the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Sanfeng's first appearance was the posture of the world's number 1. There was almost no description of his deeds when he was young. However, with the identity of an abandoned disciple of Shaolin Temple, in the end, he relied on one fist and one sword to defeat the huge Wu-Tang sect, keeping pace with Shaolin Temple. Although Song Yuanxiao did not say much, he could feel Zhang Sanfeng's spirit in the past. With a few words of advice, he could make a third-rate sect leader become a top master. And because of these words, the people of Jianghu did not dare to make things difficult for this sect. Where did this Taoist Huang Mu come from? Although Song Qingshu knew a little about the Golden Book world, he only knew some famous people. The whole Jianghu was so big, how could he know everything? Speaking of which, it has something to do with you, Song Yuanxiao said with a smile. Aren't you Golden Snake King? Song Yuanxiao explained, back then, Priest Huang Mu and Golden Snake Prince were good friends. Later, because of Golden Snake Prince, he was captured by the 5 Poison sect and imprisoned for more than 10 years. Later, when Yuan Qingji broke into the 5 Poison sect, he was rescued by his disciples. Song Qingshu vaguely remembered that Jia Weiner's Golden Dragon gang had been forced into a corner by Min Zihua and the others from Xiandu sect. Now that he thought about it, the martial arts of those from Xiandu sect were actually not that good. This priest Huang Mu had been imprisoned by the 5 Poison sect for more than 10 years, so his martial arts must not be that good. Now that he was reminded of Jia Weiner, and thinking about how nervous he was when he was almost discovered by Luo Liru in her room, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh that he had been too reckless in the past few years. After this, he no longer suspected this priest Huang Mu. After all, his martial arts were far inferior to that of the wooden Taoist from the Mansion of Spirits. Is there anyone else? Song Qingshu continued to ask. There are a few other sections. When your great master traveled the world, he was very helpful to the people of Taoism. Many people were indebted to him for a few pointers, so Wudong has quite a number of branches. Song Yuanxiao explained which sects had come to the mountain this time. Song Qingshu listened carefully for a long time, but in the end, he felt that this was suspicious, that was also suspicious, but no one was really suspicious. Song Qingshu personally led the way. Song Qingshu's dignified appearance was one thing, but Shen Bijuan was unbelievably beautiful. Many of the young Taoists on the mountain felt like they had been struck by lightning when they saw her, and all of them blushed and speechless. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. These young Taoists are not clean. Song Yuanxiao's face turned red. He felt that these people had brought shame to Wudong sect. Their martial arts are shallow, so of course their willpower is weaker. Find a chance to let second brother teach them a lesson. As he spoke, he glared at the juniors by the side of the road, scaring them so much that they scattered in all directions. The commotion here soon attracted the attention of the other heroes. Yu Lianzhou and the others heard the commotion and rushed over. When they recognized Song Qingshu, they could not help but be surprised and delighted. Qingshu, why are you here? Even though Song Qingshu and the Wudong sect had some discord in the past, Song Qingshu's actions in the past few years could be considered to have brought benefits to the sect. Even Zhang Sanfeng had praised him several times. Moreover, when the Wudong heroes were trapped in the Jin kingdom, they were indebted to him for saving them. Song Qingshu had Shen Bijuan greet her uncles as he explained the reason for their visit. Hearing this, their expressions changed several times and they hastily went to his master's secluded residence in the bamboo forest. The few of them quickly arrived at the small courtyard at the back of the mountain. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. There are guests in the Grand Preceptor's room? Yu Lianzhou answered, it's Priest Chong Su. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire him for being able to sense that there were other people in the room from such a far distance. This kind of power was really shocking. Song Qingshu was relieved because Zhao Man and her people almost annihilated the Wudong sect in the past. He was worried that Zhang Sanfeng would be plotted against again. However, when he heard that there was a void Chong Su in the room, he felt relieved. Even though he had a few grudges with Chong Su in the past, to be honest, there was absolutely no problem with Chong Su's character. Besides, he was also the only one among the 5 sects in the Wudong sect other than the 7 heroes who received Zhang Sanfeng's teachings. The others only received a few pointers from Zhang Sanfeng at most, but Chong Su received the complete inheritance of the Taiji sword. Even though he didn't have the name of a disciple, he had the reality of being a disciple. How could a person with such a good background do anything that would harm the Wudong sect? May I know which expert has come to visit our sect? The door of the room slowly opened. In a trance, everyone seemed to hear a celestial music playing. A Taoist with the demeanor of an immortal slowly walked out. Song Yuanxiao and the others hurriedly bowed, greetings, master. Yu Lianzhou took the opportunity to say, it's Qingshu who has returned. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng had already seen Song Qingshu. He couldn't help but laugh, returning from the real to the void, returning from the real to the simple. I was wondering which hidden expert had come. I didn't expect it to be you. Ever since we parted last time, Qingshu's power seems to have improved quite a bit. When the Wudong heroes heard this, they were both impressed and amazed. They were impressed that their master's power was so profound that he was able to sense the arrival of a top-notch expert even though they were separated by a room. They were also amazed that Song Qingshu's martial arts could actually be so highly praised by their master. It could be assumed that at that time, there were probably very few people who could be a match for him. Song Qingshu hurriedly bowed, greetings, great master. This little trick of mine is only the light of a firefly. How can it compare to the brilliance of the great master's bright moon? Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but stroke his snow-white beard. Your father is modest and dull, but you, little brat, are actually very slippery. As he was speaking, he noticed Shen Bijuan who was standing to the side. He couldn't help but say in surprise, this young lady. Song Qingshu hurriedly pulled Shen Bijuan over, greetings, great master. With so many elders present, not to mention the fact that they were facing a legendary immortal, Shen Bijuan's heart was beating wildly. She hurriedly bowed respectfully, Bijuan greets great master. Zhang Sanfeng's smile froze for a moment. He was already over 100 years old, so he could tell at a glance the relationship between the two of them. He thought back to the time when he was still in the Golden Snake Battalion. He had even officiated the wedding between him and Miss Ren of the Sun Moon sect. He didn't expect that this time, he would actually bring back a different and equally beautiful young lady. Sigh, if I had this ability when I was young, I wouldn't have kept the bronze arhat in my bosom for 100 years. Zhang Sanfeng was after all an extraordinary person. After so many years, he had already let go of these things in his early years. After a moment of shock, he reacted, young lady, please rise. He didn't seem to move at all, but Shen Bijuan suddenly felt a gentle force lifting her up. She couldn't help but feel a great sense of respect for this kind and benevolent elder. At this time, Song Qingshu saw Chong Su, who was standing next to Zhang Sanfeng. He hurriedly bowed. "This nephew greets great master Chong Su. If I have offended you in the past, please don't take it to heart." Chong Su was older than the 7 heroes of Wudong, and he could be considered a good friend of Zhang Sanfeng. That was why Zhang Sanfeng taught him martial arts, but didn't take him as a disciple. According to seniority, he was definitely worthy of this bow. Chong Su smiled. "Qingshu is too serious. I am truly ashamed to say this. Back then, when I lost to you at the summit of Mount Tai, I was still a little unconvinced after thinking about it. But after seeing your martial arts getting better and better over the years, my unconvinced feeling has long since turned into admiration. Back then, this nephew was young and frivolous. Moreover, I used a cheap trick first. It doesn't count." Song Qingshu secretly admired Chong Su. As expected, Chong Su was a very magnanimous and calm person. No wonder even the arrogant Ren Wuxing admired him so much in the original work. Chong Su smiled. "A loss is a loss. How can there be a cheap trick or not? What's more, it was only later that I found out that you didn't hesitate to ruin your own reputation in order to assassinate the Qing emperor." My heart was left with only admiration. Everyone was shocked. With Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation and status in martial arts, he didn't even need to do anything. Sending his disciples was enough to solve most things. The few times he fought, he defeated his enemies with one move. Many people in Jianghu guessed how high his martial arts level was, but they could only describe him with one word: unfathomable. Such a person actually proposed to fight with a junior. Obviously, he already regarded the other person as an opponent of the same level. How could they not be shocked? With a bitter smile, Song Qingshu said, "Tai Shifu's Taiji sword has already opened up an unprecedented martial art style. How can my 3-legged cat martial art skill break it? Moreover, Qingshu has come here this time to tell you something that concerns the survival of Wudong." Zhang Sanfeng wanted to laugh at him when he heard his flattery, but when he heard the last sentence, he suddenly became serious and asked, "What is it?" Only then did Song Qingshu roughly explain what had happened in the Mansion of Spirits. The Mansion of Spirits? Zhang Sanfeng fell into deep thought. I have never heard of this organization. Even with Zhang Sanfeng's knowledge, he had never heard of it, which meant that this organization probably didn't exist before. It should be a mysterious organization that was established in the past 2 years, Song Qingshu explained. I hope I am overthinking, but we should all be careful. Also, Song Qingshu hesitated and continued, I am actually worried that the stupid tea Taoist of the Baiyun Temple might be related to the Mansion of Spirits. The others couldn't help but whisper. Not only was stupid tea a famous person for decades, but he also had a very high status in the Wudang system. Thinking that such a person was related to the Mansion of Spirits, everyone felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Zhang Sanfeng's expression changed. Qingshu, why do you say that? Song Qingshu said, what I am going to say next is top secret information. Once it is leaked, it will cause a lot of trouble. I hope you all can keep it confidential. Of course. The warriors of Wudang and Chongsu saw that he was serious, so they all nodded. 30 years ago, Silly T joined the Island of Heroes. The Island of Heroes is controlled by Jia Sherdao. According to my information, Ghost Mountain Manor is most likely related to Jia Sherdao, Song Qingshu said. So Jia Sherdao is behind the Isle of Heroes. No wonder, no wonder. Everyone present was from the Jianghu, so they naturally knew about the Island of Heroes. The Island of Heroes had always been mysterious, and everyone had been guessing what was going on. Now that they knew that Jia Sherdao, who was extremely powerful, was behind the Island of Heroes, they suddenly understood why the Island of Heroes was so powerful. No wonder foolish T Daoist has been elusive all these years. Rumor has it that he was invited by the Isle of Heroes. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. Chongsu was filled with emotions. After all, Stupid T's martial arts was very high, and he had the backing of the Wudang sect. He could totally resist the messenger of rewarding kindness and punishing evil from the Isle of Heroes. Song Qingshu continued, not long ago, I met people from the Baiyun temple in the town at the foot of the mountain. However, I tried many times, but I couldn't find any valuable information. Xianxia, one of the four heroes, said, I've long heard that foolish Taoist sword skills are superb. Why don't we find a chance to test him and see if he has learned any new martial arts in the Island of Heroes? Yu Lianzhou, the second hero, nodded and said, it's good to test him, but this time, it's not convenient for Big Brother and I to do anything. Among the 7 heroes of the Wu Dang sect, Yu Lianzhou and Song Yuanxiao were the best. He was about to take over as the leader of the Wu Dang sect, so he naturally couldn't do anything. Song Yuanxiao, as the eldest disciple of the Wu Dang sect, represented the Purple Cloud Palace for a long time. If he accidentally lost to Foolish Tea, the Purple Cloud Palace would be humiliated. The other heroes, such as Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting, had no problem with their identities, but their martial arts were a bit weaker, so they might not be able to find anything. While they were struggling, Chongsu said, let me test him. Yu Lianzhou was overjoyed, then I'll have to trouble you, Daoist. Song Qingshu also nodded secretly. Chongsu's martial arts were also top-notch in the Jianghu. He was on par with Foolish Tea, so he was the most suitable person to test him. At this moment, a disciple came to report that the people of Baiyun Temple had arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace. Yu Lianzhou then led everyone to welcome them. Originally, Zhang Sanfeng didn't have to welcome them personally, but after hearing Song Qingshu's words, he was curious about Foolish Tea, so he followed them. The people of Baiyun Temple didn't expect Zhang Sanfeng to come personally. Foolish Tea Daoist hurriedly led all the disciples to greet Zhang Sanfeng. Song Qingshu was secretly impressed. Zhang Sanfeng really had students all over the world, no wonder he was called a legend of the martial arts world. At the same time, he also saw the chief of Shangqing Temple, Taoist Tianqiu, and the chief of Yuqing Temple, Ma Zhen. When everyone knew his identity, they were all shocked. One should know that Song Qingshu was not only famous for his top-notch martial arts in the Jianghu, he was also the king of Qi, who controlled 1,000 miles of fertile land and had 100,000 soldiers. Because of his relationship with Li Yuanji, Song Qingshu was quite polite to Ma Zhen, making Ma Zhen feel flattered. After the group of people chatted for a while, Chongsu found a chance to say to Foolish Tea, I've long heard that Senior Martial Brother's sword skills are superb. Coincidentally, I've reached a bottleneck in my sword skills. I wonder if I can spar with Senior Martial Brother, I might be able to break through the bottleneck in one go. The people of Wu Dang knew about it beforehand, so they naturally cheered. Although Tianqiu and Ma Zhen felt that Chongsu's action was a little sudden, it was reasonable. Moreover, they were all people of the Jianghu, so they were naturally happy to see 2 great sword masters spar, so they all agreed. Foolish Tea politely wanted to decline, but it was hard for him to reject such hospitality, so he finally agreed. The group of people came to the drill ground outside of the Purple Cloud Palace. Chongsu and Foolish Tea stood opposite each other. Foolish Tea smiled, please. Senior Martial Brother, be careful. Chongsu originally wanted to test his strength, so he did not decline. He slowly turned his body to the right, raised his sword with his left hand, and placed it horizontally in front of his chest. His left and right palms faced each other, as if he was hugging a ball. The rest of the people saw that even before he drew his sword, he had already accumulated his strength. Ma Zhen and Tianqiu looked at each other and could not help but admire him. They thought that it was no wonder that Chongsu's Zhenwu Temple was able to suppress them in the Jianghu. His sword skills were indeed above the 2 of them. Foolish Tea slowly drew his sword forward, forming an arc. The surrounding people could only feel a gust of cold air pressing towards them. Song Qingshu's eyebrows twitched. No wonder the people of the Jianghu praised his sword skills to be superb. It seemed that he was indeed the best in the Jianghu. Chongsu said, excuse me. As he finished, he pointed his sword at the air and tried to attack his opponent. He only used 30% of his strength in this move, the remaining 70% was ready to strike. With a flash of cold light, Foolish Tea slashed his sword towards his neck. This move was so fast that the surrounding people could not help but cheer. None of the people present were mediocre. They could tell that although this move was dangerous, it was not meant to kill. Chongsu had already seen a flaw in his opponent's side. He stabbed his sword towards the Yuanyi point on his side. Foolish Tea's sword was raised vertically. With a clang, the two swords clashed. Both of them took a step back. Xianxia felt that there was a strange force on his opponent's sword. It shook his right arm until it was slightly numb. Stupid T also let out a sound, his face was slightly surprised. Zhang Sanfeng stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he took the opportunity to ask Song Qingshu, who do you think will win this battle? Song Qingshu frowned and said, I have fought with priest Xianxia before. I know his level of martial arts. However, I don't know the level of priest Foolish T. Now that both of them have not fought much, I really can't make a judgment. Zhang Sanfeng smiled, both of their sword skills are almost the same. However, Xianxia's sword skills are more focused on defense. Now that he is testing his opponent, he has to attack first. It is inevitable that he will reveal a flaw. I'm afraid that it will be disadvantageous to him. Song Qingshu was stunned. He thought about it carefully and felt that it made a lot of sense. He could not help but admire Zhang Sanfeng. Although his martial arts skills were high, compared to Zhang Sanfeng's 100 years of experience, his eyesight and experience were still a little lacking. The conversation between the two of them was completely through telepathy. There was no need to worry that the people around them could hear them. It also did not affect the mentality of both of them. He switched the Xianxia sword to his left hand and drew 2 circles in front of him. Among the people of Baiyun Temple, the 2 young Taoists who looked at Song Qingshu with a strange gaze previously in the inn could not help but whisper, the power of the sword is continuous and protects his whole body. There is no gap at all. The Tai Chi sword created by Zhang Sanfeng is really extraordinary. The other slightly younger Taoist shook his head slightly, that may not be true. Although he used his sword to protect his front, there must be a flaw behind him. The slightly older Taoist smiled and said, if other people attack his back, his sword will move back and naturally he can protect his back. Do you think that everyone can attack his front and back at the same time like you? The young Taoist said lightly, if one's body movement is quick and agile, he can move around and attack his surroundings continuously. As the saying goes, a long defense is bound to be lost. In the end, he can still break through his defense. Cousin, your wave-like subtle steps is just right to deal with him. The older Taoist hurriedly pinched him, shush, I've already told you to call me senior brother. Don't let others hear you and expose your identity. The entire arena was spacious, and there were many people in the arena. Many of them were whispering to each other and discussing. Adding to the fact that the sound of the sword clashing was not soft, even though Zhang Sanfeng and Song Qingshu's martial arts were high, they did not pay attention to their conversation. They only saw Silly T's left hand pinching the sword formula. The sword in his right hand trembled continuously. Suddenly, he stabbed horizontally. The tip of the sword trembled rapidly. This move of his covered Xianxia's 7 major acupoints. The Tai Chi sword was originally used to defend and attack. When Silly T attacked, Xianxia had already seen 3 flaws in his body. He then pointed his long sword calmly at Silly T's left eyebrow. If Silly T continued to stab forward, his left forehead would be hit first. By the time the tip of the sword stabbed himself, it would already be too late. Who knew that before Silly T's sword move was completed, it suddenly changed into a completely different move. The sword in his hand shone brightly. Xianxia could only feel his vision blurring. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He hurriedly pulled back his sword to defend himself. A few halos appeared in front of him and his body was already hidden in the halos. The crowd applauded. The 5 heroes of Wudang looked at each other and felt ashamed. As the direct disciples of Zhang Sanfeng, their attainments in the Tai Chi sword were probably still lacking compared to Xianxia. Before one of the halos disappeared, another one appeared in front of the Void Chong Master. Even though the sword was moving at an extremely fast speed, there was no sound of the blade cutting through the air. It was obvious that the sword force had reached the state of perfection. Stupid T frowned. He could no longer see the gaps in his opponent's sword technique. He only felt as if there were thousands of swords protecting his body. He sighed in his heart. The Tai Chi sword technique really lived up to its name. He had great attainments in sword technique. He understood that his opponent's defense was flawless. However, once he attacked, there would definitely be a gap. He planned to wait for his opponent to exhaust himself. However, the fortress formed by his opponent's swords seemed to be able to move. Thousands of halos surged towards him like waves. The Void Chong master did not attack with one move at a time. Instead, he used dozens of sword techniques to form a defense and attack at the same time. Stupid T was shocked. He could not defend himself and could only take a step back. Song Qingshu nodded in his heart. After they parted on Mount Tai, his Void Chong master's sword technique had improved a lot. Each time Stupid T took a step back, the halos would take a step forward. In an instant, he had already taken 7 to 8 steps back. Even though Stupid T was reluctant to compete in the beginning, all swordsmen had their own pride. He had been famous for his sword technique for many years. How would he be willing to lose to a Void Chong master in public? He thought about the battle on Mount Tai that year. Song Qingshu broke the Tai Chi sword technique of the Void Chong master in one move. He could totally imitate it. His eyes fell on the brightest center of his opponent's halos. He raised his sword and stabbed towards it. However, when he was halfway through, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his arm. He knew that his opponent's sword wind had invaded his body. He suddenly realized, since a Void Chong master was defeated by this move, why would he continue to leave this gap for others to take advantage of? He immediately made a decision. He changed his thrusting into a horizontal slash. Suddenly, he started to run around the Void Chong master in a strange manner. Huh? What kind of Qing Gong is this? When the crowd saw him galloping like a horse, they were all confused. Only Song Qingshu understood that this was the Qing Gong from the murals on the Isle of Chivalry. Although it was not the real essence, it was still a very powerful Qing Gong. After running in this manner for who knew how many laps, suddenly, there was a loud clang. The two swords had been inserted into a nearby pillar. The swords were still trembling and emitting bursts of dragon roars. Everyone looked back and realized that Stupid T and Chong Su were already empty-handed. They knew that the swords must have clashed and they were both sent flying. Seeing that it was about time, Yu Lianzhou stepped forward to smooth things over. Senior brothers, your swordsmanship is indeed brilliant. You've really broadened our horizons. Chong Su and Fool T exchanged pleasantries. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, frowned slightly. One should know that the Tai Chi sword was the best at deflecting force. Chong Su's sword was knocked out of his hand by the opponent's force. It showed that Fool T's power was definitely above his. As for Silly T's own sword, it flew out too. It might not have been caused by the recoil, but it was probably faked. Glancing to the side, Zhang Sanfeng also looked over. The two of them exchanged glances for a moment, and it was clear that both of them were thinking of the same thing. However, since things had come to this point, it would not be good to continue probing. He could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart. Coincidentally, it was getting late. Wu Dang had prepared a banquet to entertain all the guests. The banquet was filled with light dishes. However, most of the guests were cultivators, so they did not really care about it. Only Song Qingshu suffered. He thought that after tomorrow's event, he would have to leave the mountain as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have to eat these things every day. Wouldn't his mouth be so bland? During the banquet, Song Qingshu also saw the guests from the other branches of Wu Dang. Among them, Taoist Huang Mu from Xian Du sect quickly caught his attention. Originally, he thought that as a third-rate sect like Xian Du sect, the martial arts of its disciples would not be that high. Who knew that Taoist Huang Mu's breathing and breathing technique seemed to have cultivated a very high level of Nigong? He was definitely not the weakling that he had imagined. He told this discovery to Song Yuanqiao, planning to find an opportunity to probe the other party. Song Yuanqiao shook his head and said, Taoist Huang Mu is after all a guest from afar. Right now, we do not have any evidence. If we go and make things difficult for him based on speculation, it will really damage Wu Dang sect's reputation. After pausing for a moment, he continued, let's say that even if there is something wrong with him, us martial brothers are not useless. Moreover, Master and you are here. What kind of waves can they stir up? Song Qingshu agreed. Although there were only 4 of the 7 heroes of Wu Dang left, they had been carefully trained by Zhang Sanfeng, in addition to dozens of years of bitter training. With their current level of martial arts, they were more than capable enough to become the leader of a major sect in the Jianghu. In addition, there was also Chong Su and priest Ma Zhen on the side to look after them. Even if he and Zhang Sanfeng did not make a move, it would be very difficult for the other party to stir up any big waves. After all, this time Wu Dang did not invite all the major sections. With this thought, he finally relaxed. After the meal, he took Shen Bijuan to see the scenery around Wu Dang Mountain. Thinking that this was the place where her lover grew up, Shen Bijuan was very happy. Along the way, she was very happy. However, she suddenly thought of something and her face became a bit worried. Is it not good for us to sneak out like this? Song Qingshu smiled and said, don't worry. Now they have to prepare for tomorrow's ceremony. They are very busy. Great Master is worried that you will be neglected, so he specially sent me to be your guide so that you will feel at home. Great Master is really a good person. Shen Bijuan was filled with emotion. At first, I thought that he was the kind of person who was very high and dignified. I didn't expect him to be so kind. I think of my grandparents again. Seeing her tearful appearance, Song Qingshu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. From now on, this is your home. Great Master is your grandfather, and my father is also your father. Shen Bijuan nodded. Her worry quickly turned into joy. After the two of them strolled for a while, Shen Bijuan suddenly said, show me the room you used to live in. Okay. Song Qingshu nodded. In fact, he had not been here since his transmigration. However, he had inherited the memories of his body, so he naturally knew where it was. Soon, they found his old residence. He found that the windows were bright and clean, and the bedding was neatly folded. There was no spider silk or dust at all. Thinking about how it was so clean even though he had not been back for a few years, it was obvious that Song Yuanqiao often cleaned it. His heart warmed, and he felt more and more like he belonged to this world. On the other side, in the wing that Mount Wudong prepared for guests, the two strange young Taoist priests returned to their room and closed the door. Did you find Song, his whereabouts? The young one asked. The older one snorted. After he left, he took that beautiful girl everywhere to play. Now that he has returned to his room, I don't know what the two of them are doing inside. They are really shameless. The young one frowned slightly and quickly changed the topic. With him here this time, I'm afraid we won't be able to complete our mission. The older one shook his head. That may not be true. We have a thorough plan. In that situation, no matter how high his martial arts are, it will be useless. But what if we accidentally hurt him? The young Taoist priest couldn't help but ask. The older Taoist priest was stunned. He said with some uncertainty, his martial arts are so high, he shouldn't be hurt. The young Taoist priest looked at him strangely. Just now, you said that martial arts are useless in that situation. The next morning, Song Qingshu woke up early to secretly supervise the preparations for the ceremony with Song Yuanqiao and the others. Zhang Sanfeng had the body of a half-immortal, and he had been warned yesterday, so no one would be able to hurt him. As for Song Yuanqiao and the others, although their martial arts were not weak, they were no match for a grandmaster. Therefore, he was watching over them just in case. However, everything went smoothly, and nothing unexpected happened. This made Song Qingshu think that he was worrying too much. Just before the ceremony began, a little Taoist boy suddenly came to find him with an unknown letter in his hand. For me? Song Qingshu was puzzled. He could not think of anyone who would send him a letter. He had many intelligence agencies under his command: Sang Feihong's Five Lakes Sect, He Tiesho's Brothel, Jiu's Golden Snake Camp, Ren Yingying's Qi Mansion, the Qing Kingdom's Sticky Rod Bureau, the Jin Kingdom's Washing Clothes Bureau, Liao's Secret Intelligence Bureau, and even the Sichuan Ruan clan. Each of these agencies had their own special channels of information. Yes, the messenger asked me to give it to you, the little Taoist boy replied. Song Qingshu suddenly had a bad premonition and hurriedly tore open the envelope. He had just felt that there was only the weight of a letter inside, so there was no way to set up any traps. Even if it was smeared with poison, he would not be afraid. He was already immune to poison. Song Yuanqiao and the others noticed his expression change and came over. What happened? Song Qingshu's face was ashen as he handed the letter to them. On it was written, "Your woman is in our hands." Quickly bring 10,000 taels of gold to the Xinguang temple in town to redeem her. Song Yuanqiao and the others were shocked. Did something happen to Bijuan? I'll go take a look. Song Qingshu's figure flashed and he used his lightness skill to go to his room. At the same time, he was very annoyed. He only wanted to protect the Wu-Tang clan and did not take care of the people around him. It seemed that Shen Bijuan had most likely fallen into their hands. As expected, the room was empty. The dressing table was a little messy. It was obvious that Shen Bijuan had been forcibly taken away while she was putting on her makeup. How is it? Song Yuanqiao and the rest hurriedly rushed over. Even Zhang Sanfeng had rushed over upon hearing the news. Song Qingshu said, "It seems that Bijuan is already in their hands." Song Yuanqiao angrily said, "Who dares to commit murder on Mount Wudong?" Zhang Songxi was also a bit puzzled. Miss Shen is a daughter of a noble family, and usually doesn't step out of the house. I don't think she has any enemies, so why would someone want to find her? Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "Presumably, someone thinks that I am a hindrance here and wants to use this opportunity to transfer me away from Mount Wudong." Zhang Sanfeng was horrified. Could it be that it is really as Qingshu said, that there are people who want to target our Wudang sect today? Song Qingshu hatefully said, "Although I know he is luring the tiger away from the mountain, I have no choice but to save him. Tai Shirshu, I will go down the mountain for a while. Be careful." Yu Lianzhou said solemnly, "We will accompany you." Song Qingshu hurriedly refused, "How can I do that? Second Shirshu, you are about to take over as the leader of Wudang sect. How can you let my personal affairs ruin your official business?" Seeing that he still wanted to persuade him, Song Qingshu said, "Don't worry, with my martial arts, it is more than enough to save people. Plus, with my lightness skill, it is more convenient for me to move alone." Zhang Sanfeng nodded, "That's right. With Qingshu's martial arts, I don't think anyone would be able to make things difficult for him at that time." Hearing their master say this, Yu Lianzhou and the others couldn't persuade him anymore, so they could only remind him to be careful. Song Qingshu also said to Zhang Sanfeng, "Tai Shifu, the enemy is obviously luring the tiger away from the mountain. In a moment, there will be a big change on Mount Wudong. You must remember to be careful." Zhang Sanfeng nodded, "You don't have to worry. Although our Wudang sect is not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we won't let anyone get away with it so easily." Song Qingshu thought about it and agreed, so he didn't say anything more. He immediately used his lightness skill and rushed down the mountain. Looking at his blurred back, Lighting couldn't help but sigh, Qingshu's martial arts are really unfathomable. The others all nodded in agreement. Song Yuanqiao couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, but then he remembered that his daughter-in-law's life was still uncertain, so his heart became heavy again. Meanwhile, as Song Qingshu rushed down the mountain, it could be said that he used his lightness skill to the extreme. Most of the Wudang disciples could only feel a breeze on their faces, and by the time they turned around, he had already disappeared without a trace. They didn't even notice that someone had passed by them. Along the way, there are Wudang disciples guarding the mountain, so how could it be easy for an outsider to kidnap Bijuan? I think it's most likely someone who was already on the mountain, but I don't know which of the 5 temples they are from. Song Qingshu's thoughts were like electricity, but his heart was cold. In Jianhu, it was very rare to get one's wife and child involved, because everyone knew that once they opened the door, their wife and child would not be able to escape from the hands of the other party. Now that the other party had openly attacked Shen Bijuan, once he found out who the mastermind was, he would definitely make that person regret ever being born. After running for a long time, he finally arrived at the town city god temple. The temple had been abandoned for a long time, and after searching for half a day, he couldn't find anyone. Song Qingshu's anger was growing, but he also understood that since the other party was luring him away, how could they let him save Shen Bijuan so easily? Now that he was like a headless fly, it would be too late for him to return to Wudang Mountain. Do you think that I can't find a needle in a haystack? Song Qingshu's Zhenqi sank into his dantian, and then spread it to his limbs and bones. Finally, it circulated in a unique rhythm to his chest. Bijuan, where are you? Bijuan, where are you? Bijuan, where are you? In the next instant, everyone within a radius of several dozen li raised their heads and heard the strange call in the air. All of them were confused, and many people couldn't help but rub their ears, thinking that they were hallucinating. On Wudang Mountain, the ceremony had already begun. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng was about to put the purple crown on Yu Lianzhou's head, but suddenly, Song Qingshu's voice was heard in the air. The entire purple cloud palace was in an uproar. Originally, everyone present was a great cultivator, and their state of mind was already extremely strong, so they would not have lost their composure like this. But when they heard the voice from 1,000 miles away, they could not remain calm. What kind of martial arts is this? How can his voice travel so far? That sounds like Song Qingshu's voice. I've heard that the Golden Snake King's martial arts are unparalleled. Now that I've seen him, he is indeed extraordinary. Who is this Bijuan he is talking about? At this moment, the four heroes of Wudang looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The new generation really surpasses the old one. We have been cultivating for dozens of years, but we are still far inferior to Song Qingshu. In the future, how can we act like elders in front of him? Zhang Sanfeng was experienced and knowledgeable. He had long heard that the Xiaoyao sect had a soul-searching technique that could search for the whereabouts of the enemy within 100 miles. In the past, he had thought that it was just a rumor, but he did not expect that such a magical martial art existed in the world. In the city god temple of Shanghai, Song Qingshu kept releasing sound waves to a radius of dozens of miles. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he rushed to somewhere in the west of the town. What he used was, of course, the soul-searching technique of transmitting sound. When Reninging was kidnapped in Lenin, he was at a loss as to where to look for her and the despair of looking for a needle in a haystack. It was still fresh in his memory. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to rescue Reninging. But he couldn't hope to be so lucky every time. At that time, he reflected on how to deal with such a situation in the future. After thinking for a while, he thought of the method that Li Qiushui used to search for Tianshan Tonglao in the original work, the soul-searching technique of transmitting sound. This matter had always been on his mind. Later, when he came to Xixia and met Li Qiushui, he finally succeeded in learning this magical martial art from him. The reason why this thing was magical was that it relied on internal force and martial arts to act as a radar to a certain extent. Of course, it was not as advanced as a radar, but it was completely comparable to the effect of bats using ultrasonic waves to explore the surrounding environment. There was a big problem with the soul-searching technique of transmitting sound. If the target didn't respond to the summoner's call, it would have no effect at all. In the original work, Tianshan Tonglao heard Li Qiushui's description of how he and Wu Yazi were like glue. She couldn't help but curse, and her position was exposed. When Song Qingshu used the technique, he was most worried about Shen Bijuan. At this time, she couldn't speak. Fortunately, he got a response not long after. It seemed that she was just imprisoned, and she didn't pass out or have her acupoints blocked. After roughly confirming the location from the sound wave feedback, Song Qingshu ran all the way as fast as lightning. Soon, he found Shen Bijuan's whereabouts in a residential house. He saw that she was tied to the bed. Song Qingshu hurried over and untied the rope on her hands. "Bijuan, are you all right?" Seeing the arrival of her lover, Shen Bijuan was pleasantly surprised. But soon, her beautiful face turned pale. "Be careful." Even without her reminder, Song Qingshu had already sensed the abnormality behind him. With a wave of his hand, he swept the long sword that was stabbing at him to the side. Seeing that the opponent was one of the two strange little Taoists from Baiyun Temple, Song Qingshu sneered and said, "There is indeed something wrong with you." The little Taoist priest didn't reply and immediately turned to run. Song Qingshu took a step forward and used so near, yet worlds apart to appear in front of him. At the same time, he reached out his palm and grabbed the Taoist priest's clavicle acupoint. Although his grab looked ordinary, it contained the most fundamental principles of martial arts and blended with the essence of his martial arts. In this world, there were only a handful of people who could dodge this grab. No matter how he looked at it, this little Taoist priest was definitely not one of them. Who knew that the little Taoist would suddenly lean backwards, his waist like a willow that had snapped, causing Song Qingshu's determined grab to miss. Then, the tip of Song Qingshu's toes pushed against the little Taoist's wrist, and using the recoil, he quickly disappeared outside the window on the other side. Song Qingshu was startled and subconsciously wanted to chase after him, but he was worried that he would fall into another trap. He quickly came back and grabbed Shen Bijuan's waist, bringing her with him to chase after the little Taoist priest. He was confident that his qigong was unparalleled. Even if he was carrying someone, he would still be able to catch up. That person just now was very flexible. Along the way, Shen Bijuan couldn't stop praising her. She was able to quickly learn the Shinzu scripture, which was enough to prove how flexible she was. However, the scene just now was something she couldn't do. I'm afraid that person is a woman disguised as a man. Song Qingshu replied in a low voice. How could there be a man with such good flexibility in this world? At the same time, he also understood why he felt that the other person was a bit effeminate. It was because she was a woman. To be able to make it so that even I couldn't see any flaws, this disguise skill is really not bad. Song Qingshu was secretly amazed and became even more curious about that person's identity. After chasing for a while, his expression became even more strange. It had to be known that with his current qigong, even if he was carrying a burden, there weren't many people in this world that couldn't catch up to him. However, after running for so long, he still couldn't catch up to the little Taoist priest. Of course, if it was just her qigong, then it would be fine. Even if Song Qingshu was carrying another person, he was confident that he would be able to catch up to her with his deep inner strength. However, her qigong was very special. Within a radius of a few feet, between the houses and palaces, she could truly be said to be a god. The complicated environment of the small town allowed her to be like a fish in water, and Song Qingshu was almost shaken off several times. Why does this qigong seem so similar to Dongfang Mushua's movement technique? Song Qingshu immediately rejected this thought. With Dongfang Mushua's personality, she would definitely fight 300 rounds with him. Why would she just run away without a sound? Not to mention changing her appearance. Song Qingshu, put me down and then go after her. Shen Bijuan could also see that she was a burden, so she considerately said to Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu shook his head and refused. It was my carelessness that put you in danger before. Why would I take the risk again now? Hearing his words, Shen Bijuan felt sweet in her heart, but she was still worried for her lover. But, do you really think that I don't have a way? Song Qingshu smiled and pointed at a certain place in front of the little Taoist priest. A burst of sword chi shot out. No matter how fast her qigong was, it couldn't be faster than sword chi. The little Taoist priest keenly sensed the danger and immediately changed direction, running in the other direction. After seeing her qigong, Song Qingshu naturally knew that it would be very difficult to hit her with his sword chi. However, even if he couldn't hit her, it would still affect her escape speed to a certain extent. Just like that, Song Qingshu shot the sword chi in her direction in advance. The space for the little Taoist to move and dodge became smaller and smaller. In the end, she simply stopped and turned her head to look at Song Qingshu quietly. What, you're not running anymore? Song Qingshu smiled and stopped. The little Taoist priest's gaze landed on his hand that was tightly holding Shen Bijuan. Suddenly, he unsheathed his sword and attacked. You want to compete with me in swordsmanship? Song Qingshu chuckled and casually flicked his finger. Amidst the dazzling sword shadows, he flicked the real sword. The little Taoist's body trembled, but he quickly steadied himself. Song Qingshu was worried that the situation on Wudong Mountain had changed. He didn't want to waste too much time here. He took advantage of this opening to attack. He had to restrain her as soon as possible. Who knew that a sword would suddenly appear in the opponent's left hand? The tip of the sword trembled slightly, and in a flash, it covered his left wrist, left leg, and right leg. The speed of the sword was really rare in this world, but for some reason, it seemed that each sword was holding back 30% of his strength. Song Qingshu's figure flashed and avoided the incomparably fast four swords. Instead of being shocked, he was happy, pure heart of jade maiden swordsmanship. Long is that you? The little Taoist priest was about to raise his sword again, but when he heard the way he was addressed, he stopped and couldn't help but spit out, "Who's your Long Song Qingshu laughed. If it weren't for you, who in this world would be able to use the pure heart of jade maiden swordsmanship? Other than the ancient tomb sex qigong, who in this world would be able to advance and retreat like a god? He had read the original works in his past life. Although he was very familiar with the martial arts of all the sects in this world, he often only knew the names. When he saw them, he might not be able to match them. In terms of martial arts knowledge, he was far from being as knowledgeable as Zhang Sanfeng. In fact, he might not even be as knowledgeable as Wang Yuyan. That was why he didn't recognize it. Since she had already been recognized, Xiao Longnu didn't need to deny it anymore. She tore off her disguise and revealed her beautiful face. Shen Bijuan was dumbfounded. She had always been proud of her beauty, but now that she realized that all of Song Qingshu's women were more beautiful than the last, she felt more and more pressure. Didn't you teach me the art of eternal youth and the bone-changing and bone-forging section of the Nining manual? I've been practicing it for a while and feel that my inner energy has improved. Xiao Longnu's voice was calm as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Song Qingshu finally remembered. No wonder her Qinggong was so good. The ancient tomb sect's Qinggong was already unparalleled in the martial arts world. In the original novel, Xiao Longnu was able to compete with iron palm floating on water in terms of Qinggong. It was just that her inner energy was slightly weaker, so she was slightly weaker when it came to long-distance running. Now that her inner energy had improved, her Qinggong no longer had any weaknesses. Coupled with her elusive pure heart of jade women's sword technique, even if she fought against the 5 uniques, the outcome of the battle would still be unknown. She would not be able to defeat Jinlu and Fuwang and the 3 Mongolian heroes in the original work, but in the end, they would be targeted because their qi was inferior. Right, who was that Taoist with you? Song Qingshu remembered how intimate she was with the other Taoist. Although he knew that it was most likely someone else in disguise, he still felt a little jealous. You'll know later. Xiao Longnu answered ambiguously. Song Qingshu frowned and continued to ask, then why did you capture her? Don't tell me you're jealous? Xiao Longnu blushed. Of course not, I just wanted to lure you away. Song Qingshu's heart sank. You're from the Mansion of Spirits? Xiao Longnu was also a little surprised. You know about the Mansion of Spirits? Song Qingshu no longer had any doubts. What are you planning? Are you planning to harm the Wu-Tang clan? Xiao Longnu's red lips parted slightly, but she didn't say anything in the end. No matter what the other party asked, she always responded with silence. Then I'll go take a look myself. Song Qingshu was worried that something might happen to the Wudong sect, but he had only taken 2 steps when Xiao Longnu blocked his way again. You want to stop me? Song Qingshu was a little annoyed. Xiao Longnu hesitated for a moment and said, we didn't expect you to find Miss Shen so quickly. If you go back now, it will ruin the original plan. But don't worry, your father will be fine. Meanwhile, on the other side of Mount Wudong's purple cloud palace, the flame of the oil lamp hanging in midair suddenly became smaller. In the next moment, it suddenly extinguished, leaving only a little remnant spark. The entire room suddenly became dark, and before anyone could react, the surrounding doors and windows suddenly slid down one by one. As a result, the entire hall was instantly plunged into incomparable darkness. Zhang Sanfeng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that what Qingshu said was true. Someone really wanted to cause trouble here. Sensing that the hall had suddenly become chaotic, Zhang Sanfeng shouted, everyone, don't panic. Everyone, do your job. Stay where you are and don't move. Zhang Sanfeng's 100 years of experience was very rich. He knew that when people were in darkness, they would be anxious, and it was easy for them to become crazy and chaotic. When everyone was in danger, there would definitely be people who would brandish their weapons and fists in order to protect themselves. Some of the more experienced and prudent people or those with extremely high willpower could have calmed down and adapted to the situation. However, there were so many people in the hall who could not dodge in the darkness. Other than brandishing their weapons to protect themselves, there was no other way. If this continued, it would only be a fight. Zhang Sanfeng's skills were divine. This shout of his used a Taoist method. In addition to his extremely high prestige, the chaotic hall instantly quieted down. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly heard the sound of something piercing through the air. His face couldn't help but change. This was because he could tell that this was the sound of a hidden weapon piercing through the air. Hidden weapons. Immediately after, screams could be heard one after another. It was obvious that many people had already been injured by the hidden weapons. Zhang Sanfeng was both shocked and angry. With his skills, these flying hidden weapons naturally could not hurt him. However, the young disciples in the hall were afraid that they would be in danger. If the other party came openly, with his martial arts skills and the manpower of the Wu Dang sect, he would not be afraid of anyone. However, this kind of cunning plot, one after another, really gave him a feeling that even if he had the strength, he would not be able to use it. Everyone retreat to the wall or the side of the pillar. Guard the door in front of you. As Zhang Sanfeng arranged, he used his pure yang internal energy to shoot towards the position of the oil lamp in his memory. His 100-year virgin internal energy was extremely powerful. The extreme yang energy within it was probably even more blazing than the Shaolin wood burning sword technique. When it hit the oil lamp, it was enough to reignite the wick. Unfortunately, the oil lamp only exploded with a little spark and did not ignite. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but be startled. Yu Lianzhou, who was beside him, hurriedly said, "It's most likely that the thieves secretly poured out the oil inside." Zhang Sanfeng knew that this was most likely the case. Perhaps they had carried out meticulous calculations in advance to be able to extinguish so many lamps at the same time. Since there was no way to continue to light the lamps, then as long as he broke through the door and let the light from the outside shine in. Although it was not as bright as the oil lamp, it was enough to clearly see the surrounding situation. With a thought, his whole body was already near the door. Just as he was about to use his strength to shake open the door, his expression suddenly changed. This was because he had already sensed that in the darkness, several swords were attacking his body. Although his martial arts were unfathomable, his eyes could not see anyone. Most of the martial arts he had learned was almost useless. Moreover, he did not know how many enemies there were in all directions. Even if he could control a few of them, he would inevitably be seriously injured by the others. With no other choice, he could only fly back to his original position and avoid the enemy sword formation. Why are these people able to see in the darkness? Zhang Sanfeng was puzzled. Just now, those people's sword techniques were ruthless and cautious. They had sealed all of his major acupuncture points. They were definitely not randomly stabbing him. If it were not for the fact that his martial arts had reached the point where he could use them as he pleased, he would have been injured by their hands. Yes, most of these swordsmen are blind. They have long been accustomed to the dark environment. Naturally, their martial arts are not affected in the slightest. Zhang Sanfeng was experienced and knowledgeable, so he immediately understood the crux of the matter. At this time, the sound of a sharp sword piercing into a human body could be heard from the main hall. It was followed by a series of blood-curdling screams. As expected, after hearing his voice, several people surrounded him. Zhang Sanfeng frowned. Actually, with his level of cultivation, he could see things even in the dark. However, there were still some stars or moonlight in the dark. At this moment, there was no light at all in the hall. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't go against the basic rules of this world. Since he couldn't see anything, he simply closed his eyes and silently sensed the chi of everyone around him. The three swords stabbed towards him like poisonous snakes, but he didn't seem to move at all. His hands brushed around his body as if he was weak and powerless, but they accurately hit the three swords. If there was an infrared imaging device, it would definitely be seen that Zhang Sanfeng's hands and feet were as gentle as a breeze. However, to the three assassins, it was as if they were being crushed by a mountain. They screamed and died. The other assassins were shocked. Is there a fire in the room? At this moment, another voice rang. No, it's still dark. This voice deliberately changed its voice, but Zhang Sanfeng could still hear it. Stupid T, it really is you. Stupid T scoffed and didn't speak anymore. Zhang Sanfeng originally planned to follow the voice and subdue him, but he suddenly realized, the most important thing now is to save the others in the hall. As for Stupid T, we can deal with him later. After the initial shock, he had already calmed down. He flicked his sleeves and threw a chair that he remembered from his memory towards the nearest window. He already understood that although the blind swordsmen were good at swordsmanship, their internal energy was still weak. This chair that contained his own chi would not be able to block it no matter how good their swordsmanship was. As long as the wooden planks on the window were broken, the light would pass through and the situation in the hall would be reversed. At the same time, he felt strange. He didn't know when these people installed the mechanism in the hall. Luckily, the security of the Hall of Purple Cloud was quite tight. Those thieves didn't have much time to install the metal planks. If the metal planks sealed off the entire hall, they would really be helpless. Suddenly, his face changed. This was because he realized that the chair that contained the chi seemed to have hit a spider web. Then, it was cut into pieces by the spider silk. Naturally, it didn't have any energy left to break the window. This is sword chi? Zhang Sanfeng was shocked, and immediately kicked out a few more stools. Without exception, all of them were cut into small cubes. That's not right. Someone must have used sharp iron wires or natural silk to weave something similar to a spider web in the surroundings. If someone bumped into it without knowing the reason, they would have been decapitated. Thinking of this, he quickly reminded the people of the Wudong sect not to rush out recklessly. However, the blood-curdling screams of various disciples immediately rang out from all directions. Among them were even the Shangqing Monastery's Taoist Tian Su and the Jade Pure Monastery's Taoist Ma Xin. Zhang Sanfeng was greatly alarmed. Listening to their screams, it seemed that they had met with misfortune. At the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. Those blind swordsmen's swordsmanship had their limits. After all, the Taoist Tian Su and the Taoist Ma Xin were grandmasters of a sect. If they were to rely on the wall to defend themselves, they shouldn't have met with danger so quickly. Circulating his internal energy to listen carefully, he could hear a faint sound of something piercing through the air coming from the darkness. It sounded like someone was crawling on the walls of the main hall like an ape, as if it was walking on flat ground, unceasingly attacking the Wudong disciples. This person is also blind? Zhang Sanfeng immediately denied this conjecture. Even a blind person couldn't be so precise and powerful. The other person gave off the feeling that he could see everything. However, at this moment, he didn't have the time to think about it. His body moved to intercept that mysterious person, but a long sword silently stabbed into his back. Fortunately, his internal energy was profound. Normally, his chi would circulate in all directions. Just as the other person's sword stabbed into his body, it was deflected by his internal energy. That person was startled. Missing his attack, he hurriedly retreated, planning to escape 1,000 miles away. What kind of person was Zhang Sanfeng? How could he let him come and go as he pleased? With a stretch of his arm, Zhang Sanfeng grabbed the body of the sword. Using the tail of the sparrow from the Tai Chi fist, he conveniently pulled that person into his arms. That person was greatly shocked. He hurriedly abandoned his sword and used his fists and palms to protect the front of his body, blocking Zhang Sanfeng's slap. Huh? Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. It must be known that there were only a handful of experts who could take one move from him. Even experts like the Xianming elders could be subdued by him in one move. Now, although he was affected by the darkness, his opponent was still able to defend in time. If placed in the Jianghu, he would definitely be a top expert. However, he was only slightly surprised for a moment. He reached out and grabbed his opponent's wrist. Taking advantage of the situation, he slammed his shoulder into the other person's chest. That person spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Zhang Sanfeng didn't chase after him. There was no one in this world who could survive after taking a full blow from him. No one. Tai Chi fist, it really lives up to its reputation. An intermittent voice came from the darkness. Immediately after, there was no more breath. Stupid tea? Those assassins clearly heard the voice of their companion. They were somewhat bewildered. Don't touch Zhang Sanfeng. Finish off the others first. Another person shouted. Zhang Sanfeng frowned. This couldn't go on like this. Those blind assassins, that expert in the darkness who was like a monkey or a spider, would soon finish off everyone else. At that time, this branch of Wu Dang would be broken. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Why did he have to be so obsessed with lighting the oil lamps? Weren't there so many curtains in this room? So he tore off the dry curtains and once again used his pure young inner energy to grind them. Soon, the curtains gradually began to burn. It must be known that the Shaolin wood burning saber technique used true qi as a saber. By quickly chopping a piece of dry wood 81 times, the edge of the saber would not damage the wood in the slightest. The heat emitted from the saber could actually ignite the wood to start a fire. Zhang Sanfeng originally cultivated the pure yang inner energy. At the same time, he also cultivated the 100-year virgin technique. Using his inner energy to ignite the curtains was naturally not a problem. As the fire burned, the entire hall gradually recovered its brightness. Zhang Sanfeng finally saw the situation in the hall clearly. He saw many Wu Dang disciples lying on the ground. It was obvious that they had already lost their lives. Among them were Ma Zhen and Taoist Tian Su, who had screamed earlier. As for Yu Lianzhou and the others, although their lives were not in danger, they were all injured. Zhang Sanfeng was really about to call them to set up a formation to fight against the enemy when he suddenly noticed that their expressions were strange. It turned out that a few of them had already been restrained by the people beside them. It seemed that they did not want to distract him, so they did not make a sound. The other disciples of the younger generation had also lost their ability to fight. As for the disciples of the other 4 sects, they were even more heavily injured. Taoist Huang Mu. Zhang Sanfeng finally understood who the mysterious expert who flew in the darkness was. Taoist Huang Mu glanced at Stupid T, who was lying on the ground not far away with his eyes wide open. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Stupid T prided himself on his swordsmanship. But Taoist Zhang took away his sword in one move and killed him in one move. No wonder he could not die in peace. Zhang Sanfeng said in a deep voice, "What you used just now was not the martial arts of Xiandu sect." "Who are you?" Taoist Huang Mu laughed. "Of course I am Taoist Huang Mu. It's just that after 3 days of separation, people will have to look at me in a different light. I had some other adventures." "Adventures?" Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. He was a little confused. Spirit Jade technique? Zhang Sanfeng pondered for a moment. He did not have any impression of this technique in his memory, so this technique should have been left behind 100 years ago. Does this technique allow people to see in the dark? This was also what he was most puzzled about. If he could not see in the dark, how could he subdue the people of Wu Dang in such a short time? Yellowwood Taoist shook his head. It cannot see in the dark, but it can spread out inner force like silk and weave it into a net within a certain range. It can determine the target's position by touch. Like a spider, no wonder. Zhang Sanfeng suddenly understood. So the opponent could move in the dark as if it was daytime. There is such a magical martial art in the world. As soon as his voice fell, he had already arrived at the side of Yellowwood Taoist and grabbed his clavicle point. As long as he grabbed it, no matter how magical the opponent's martial art was, he would not be able to resist. Suddenly, his expression changed and his movements seemed to freeze for a moment. Yellowwood Taoist took this opportunity to attack with his long sword, which bloomed with a dazzling light. Zhang Sanfeng took a few steps back, dissolving his attack. However, he did not have the slightest bit of joy. "You poisoned me?" Sorrowful wind softening, colorless and tasteless, it really lives up to its reputation. Yellowwood Taoist looked at a young Taoist wearing Baiyun Taoist clothes and could not help but praise. He did not hide his martial art background just now because he wanted to delay the poison. After all, Zhang Sanfeng was too famous, and they were worried that the poison would not take effect in a short time. The young Taoist also sighed. "Master Zhang is really worthy of being a half-immortal. It took you so long to be affected." Although his voice was a little cold, it had a bit of crispness. It was obviously a woman. Zhang Sanfeng sighed. "I did not expect that I would be defeated by the hands of a woman twice. I wonder if you are the Shisha's old princess or princess?" The 2 times he was defeated by the hands of a woman, the other time was naturally referring to Zhao Min's scheme to seriously injure him. The young Taoist shook his head. "Neither." Before she could finish her words, Zhang Sanfeng had already appeared by her side. His pair of hands blocked off all directions of escape. In his heart, he understood that since the poison was cast by her, then she must have the corresponding antidote on her body. As for the matter of the strong bullying the weak, it was a matter of life and death for the Wudong sect. He was not a stubborn old pedant, so naturally he did not care about such an empty reputation. Who would have guessed that she would use the Book of Changes and the 8 trigrams to evade the attack with an extremely mysterious footwork? Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but be startled, the carefree sect treading Wave's subtle steps? Although the carefree sect was mysterious, how could they hide from his 100 years of experience? But the little Taoist didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest because the other party's hand was like a heavenly punishment descending from the clouds. No matter how she dodged, it followed her like a shadow. If she was slightly careless, she would be restrained by the other party. The little Taoist priest was overwhelmed with shock in her heart. It must be known that she was also a grandmaster of a sect. Her reputation also caused many people to tremble with fear upon hearing her name. But when faced with a poisoned Zhang Sanfeng, a feeling of powerlessness actually arose in her heart. Fortunately, Taoist Huang Mu, who was not too far away, saw that something was amiss. Grabbing 2 long swords, he charged towards Zhang Sanfeng. Dual rights swordsmanship? No, it seems to be a mixture of the reverse dual rights swordsmanship, one righteous and one evil. I didn't think that you would actually be able to come up with a solution and research such an exquisite swordsmanship. The dual rights swordsmanship was originally derived from the martial arts of the Wudong sect, so Zhang Sanfeng was naturally able to see through it with a single glance. However, the swordsmanship that the other party was displaying was not an ordinary dual rights swordsmanship. In many areas, it was even the exact opposite. It would be more appropriate to call it the positive and negative dual rights swordsmanship. Taoist Huang Mu smiled proudly. Ever since I learned the Spirit Jade technique, my inner energy is high, and my entire outlook is naturally very different. Many things that I couldn't understand in the past have suddenly become clear. Thinking back to the time when I was conceited that the dual rights swordsmanship was unbreakable by anyone, and when Golden Snake Prince pointed out the flaws in it, I was still somewhat unconvinced. Afterwards, when I concentrated on my cultivation in the poisonous dragon cave, only then did I realize what a frog at the bottom of a well I was. After spending 10 years of effort, I finally researched and perfected this set of positive and negative dual rights swordsmanship. Not only have I perfected the flaws of the previous swordsmanship, but my offensive power has also risen to a new level. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head and said, "Swordsmanship is dead, but people are alive. In this world, there is no swordsmanship that is flawless." The swordsmanship in front of him was indeed breathtaking, but if he was not poisoned, it would not be difficult to break it. However, now that his inner energy was gradually fading away, his entire body's limbs were many times heavier than usual. If he wanted to break it again, it would not be so easy anymore. Taoist Huang Mu was startled. It was obvious that the other party's words had vaguely touched upon a certain threshold. In that case, please enlighten me, Master Zhang. After saying that, he brandished his swordsmanship more and more exquisitely, so much so that he even exerted 120% of his strength. On the side, the Wudong warriors saw that their master had changed from attack to defense, and his movements were much more obscure than usual. One after another, they angrily rebuked, "Taoist Huang Mu, do you still want to be so shameless? My master has been poisoned, and you are taking advantage of him while he is in such a pretentious state." At this moment, the female Taoist priest who was disguised as a man saw that although Taoist Huang Mu's attacks were fast and fierce, they were still being countered by Zhang Sanfeng one by one. She could not help but be shocked. Under the effects of the grieving wind softener, Zhang Sanfeng's inner energy must be almost depleted, yet he is still able to block Taoist Huang Mu's attacks. He is indeed worthy of being recognized as the world's #1 for the past few decades. She was worried that the situation would change if she delayed any longer, but she just happened to hear the voices of the Wudong warriors. Her mind turned and she immediately came up with a plan. She used her wave-like subtle steps to come to the side of the few people, stretched out her long sword and placed it on the neck of one of them. Suddenly, she noticed that the other person was Song Yuanqiao. She bit her lip and finally moved her sword to the side, placing it on Yu Lianzhou's neck. "Master Zhang, if you continue to resist stubbornly, I'm afraid that this beloved disciple of yours, the next leader of Wudong, will have to meet the great Emperor Zhenwu." Seeing this, Zhang Sanfeng was startled, and his hands immediately slowed down. His Taoist robe was immediately cut open by the other party's sharp sword. Seeing this scene, Yu Lianzhou almost burst into tears. "Master, don't worry about me, let's go." The little Taoist sneered, "Master Zhang, these past few years, a few of the 7 heroes of Wudong have already died. I'm sure that you, an old man, are not willing to experience the pain of sending off your son again. Don't worry, as long as you stop resisting, we will not harm a single hair on your body. We will only invite you to a certain place as a guest for a period of time. Zhang Sanfeng faintly sighed, I have already lost Suishan and the Sound Valley. I don't want to experience that kind of feeling again. With that, he dropped his hands. Song Yuanqiao, Yu Lianzhou, and the others covered their eyes with tears. They wanted nothing more than to die immediately so that they would not be a burden to their master. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng had given up resisting, Taoist Yellow would quickly seal the acupoints on his body. Then, with a sinister smile, he thrust his sword towards Zhang Sanfeng's chest. Master! Seeing this, the people of Wudong were shocked. However, their acupoints had already been sealed, so there was no way they could go forward to rescue him. In the nick of time, the little Taoist threw the sword in his hand over, which collided with Taoist Yellow Wood's sword. However, Taoist Yellow Wood's internal energy was profound, so this collision only caused his sword to deviate slightly, but it still managed to pierce through. Zhang Sanfeng looked at her in surprise. He didn't understand how she had used her disciple to threaten him just a moment ago. In the next moment, she seemed to have changed sides. I won't die yet. The little Taoist took a closer look and discovered that his wound was a bit away from his heart. Furthermore, it shouldn't have injured his lungs. Secretly rejoicing, he quickly sealed the acupuncture points near his wound and took some golden sore medicine to apply on his wound. Taoist Huang Mu snorted. Widow Hua, what do you mean by this? The people of Wudong didn't understand. What the hell was Widow Hua? At this moment, the little Taoist stood up and said in an unfriendly tone, Wandering soul, I still want to ask you what you mean. The original plan was to just restrain them. Why did you kill them? Song Yuanqiao, who was standing at the side, felt a chill in his heart. He remembered that Song Qingshu had mentioned that Wandering Soul had tried to assassinate someone in Sichuan. He didn't expect it to be Taoist Huang Mu. Thinking about this cross-dressing little Taoist's nickname, it seemed like the Mansion of Spirits really did exist. Taoist Huang Mu replied, Zhang Sanfeng's martial arts are too high. He killed Stupid T in one move. He was even able to fight me to a draw after being hit by the sorrowful wind softener. If we wait for him to recover, who among us can restrain him? Looking at Stupid T who had died with his eyes open, Taoist Huang Mu felt a lingering fear. He had always admired Stupid T's martial arts. He had also learned the martial arts of the Isle of Heroes over the years. He could be said to be a top expert in the pugilistic world. Who would have thought that such a person could not even last one move against Zhang Sanfeng? Widow Hua frowned. Zhang Sanfeng's reputation is too high. If he dies, the impact will be too great. Taoist Huang Mu snorted. What impact? No matter how famous he is just a pugilistic world person. If he dies, then so be it. Widow Hua sneered. Just a pugilistic world person? Who gave Zhenren all these titles? There are so many emperors in the Song dynasty. Which one of them didn't give him titles? Even the destroyed Ming dynasty and the Jin kingdom in the north have all given titles to Zhenren. In your words, he is just a pugilistic world person? Priest Huang Mu angrily said, You are talking nonsense, could it be that you have some other plan? Oh, I remember now. You've been living alone for a long time, but you're born charming and graceful. That Song Qingshu is a famous playboy in Jianghu who's best at deceiving women. Don't tell me you've fallen in love with him and that's why you love me and my dog? Bastard. Widow Hua's expression turned cold and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. She charged towards Taoist Huang Mu. Between the two of them, one's swordsmanship was exquisite and his internal energy was strange, while the other's movements were marvelous and his moves were graceful. When Song Yuanqiao and the others saw that an unknown little Taoist from White Cloud Monastery had such profound martial arts, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. Zhang Sanfeng, on the other hand, had exceptional foresight. With just a few glances, he was able to recognize the martial arts of that Widow Hua. Rippling subtle steps, white rainbow palm force, so it's the holy mother of the White Lotus Society. At this moment, the blind assassin who was guarding the side, as well as some people from Baiyun Monastery, couldn't help but advise when they saw the two big shots fighting. Wandering soul, Widow Hua, what are you doing? Don't ruin old Saber Honcho's plans. Taoist Huang Mu hurriedly said, hurry up and kill Zhang Sanfeng. Otherwise, when Song Qingshu returns, everything will be for naught. The other assassins looked at each other and felt that what Taoist Huang Mu said made sense. They all pounced towards Zhang Sanfeng. Widow Hua was shocked. In a flash, she had already surrounded Zhang Sanfeng to protect him. After forcing back a few assassins, she said angrily, Old Saber Honcho's order is to capture Zhang Sanfeng and threaten the Wudong heroes to cooperate. If we kill him, we'll ruin our plans. Taoist Huang Mu also roared, but Old Saber Honcho didn't expect Song Qingshu to come. If we continue with our original plan and wait for him to return, who here can stop him? When he rescues Zhang Sanfeng, we'll really ruin boss's plans. Everyone, listen up. Widow Hua is selfish. There's no need to listen to him. It's more important to kill Zhang Sanfeng first. Hearing that his words were reasonable, the assassins were more or less shaken. However, they were afraid of Zhang Sanfeng's prestige and hesitated for a moment. However, when the disciples of Baiyun Monastery saw that their master had died at Zhang Sanfeng's hands, they were all eager for revenge. They took the lead and stabbed their swords towards Zhang Sanfeng. Widow Hua's expression changed. With a wave of her sleeve, she swept the swords of the disciples of Baiyun Monastery to the side. Zhang Sanfeng was full of praise. What a good move, flowing cloud flying sleeve. Taoist Huang Mu's expression darkened. He directly attacked Widow Hua. Widow Hua has betrayed the villa. Everyone, attack together. There's no need to show mercy to her. Widow Hua secretly groaned. With her martial arts, she was actually not afraid of Taoist Huang Mu. However, now that she was facing so many assassins at the same time and had to take care of the Wudong people, she was quickly surrounded by danger. She really brought this upon herself. She thought about how she had sent people to lure Song Qingshu away. Now, she was going to suffer the consequences of her actions. Taoist Huang Mu also understood this. He decided not to directly attack Widow Hua. Instead, he attacked Zhang Sanfeng and the Wudong people. Widow Hua was instantly unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. How shameless can you be? How can you use such a shameless method? Widow Hua's voice seemed to be filled with ice. Taoist Huang Mu did not think much of it. This is not a martial arts competition. Who is talking about rules with you? Widow Hua was extremely angry, but she could not refute him. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows. In the end, in order to save the people of Wudong, Taoist Huang Mu slapped her on the shoulder. She slammed heavily into a pillar and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing how she could no longer fight back, Taoist Huang Mu finally stopped worrying. As he ordered his subordinates to put out the fire in the hall, he also ordered people to open the doors and windows. If they did not put out the fire, then so be it if the entire hall burned down, but all of them would be buried in the sea of fire. Widow Hua, why must you do this? Taoist Huang Mu arrived before Widow Hua and ripped off her mask, revealing a beautiful but rather pale face. He chuckled and said, when I first saw you earlier, I was captivated by your bright charm. It's a pity that you're a prickly one, and your martial arts are extraordinary as well, so it was difficult for me to take action. I never thought you'd take the initiative and give me this opportunity. I think I, Taoist Huang Mu, have really hit the jackpot today. Not only can I destroy the Wudong sect with a single hand in a single day, but I can also enjoy the pleasures of the world. Ha ha ha. Tui. Widow Hua was obviously the White Lotus Mother, Li Qing Luo. Right now, her expression was cold and arrogant. She was not afraid at all. You must be waiting for that cousin of yours to return. Her sword style is indeed rather troublesome, but you can tell with a single glance that she's inexperienced. You don't even have to use martial arts. I'll be able to take her down with just a few tricks. Taoist Huang Mu could not help but lick his lips. Speaking of which, that cousin of yours is ridiculously beautiful. It'll definitely be fun to play with a pair of sisters like that. Bah! Taoist Huang Mu was instantly enraged. Cultivation? What Dao? I was imprisoned in the poisonous dragon cave for more than 10 years. When I was tortured, where were the 3 pure ones and Zhenwu Great Emperor? Now you call yourselves the Wudong sect, but where were you Wudong people at that time? did you help us at all? Xianxia said angrily, you like to play around with Jinxi Langjun. It's normal for you to disappear all day. How would we know that something happened to you? Taoist Huangmu sneered, you didn't know? It's fine if you didn't hear from me for 10 days or half a month, but what about a year? It's been more than 10 years. When have you guys ever come looking for me? Sixth heroine Lighting said, every sect has their own matters to attend to. During that period of time, our fifth brother was in trouble. Later on, because of Wuji's cold poison, they had to travel all over the world. Their energy was limited, so it's normal that they didn't notice the changes in the other sections. Priest Yellow would laughed out loud, his internal energy shaking the entire hall. I know, our immortal metropolis sect is only a small sect in Jianghu, how could we enter the eyes of high-ranking sects like you? Let alone not knowing, even if you knew, would you come to save me? Fuwei escort agency was destroyed by Qingqing sect. Which righteous sect doesn't know? In the end, whether it was Shaolin or Wudong, did you interfere? Yu Lianzhou said in a deep voice, although everyone knows that Qingqing sect has been plotting for a long time, Yu Songhai used his son's death to seek revenge. It's not appropriate for other sects to interfere. The rest of the people secretly admired him. They all said that second hero Yu was calm and upright. His answer was indeed reasonable and no mistakes could be found. Bullshit. Taoist Huangmu became even angrier, it's just an excuse made by you righteous hypocrites. Today, I will completely trample all of you high and mighty people under my feet. Ha 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 ha, he originally wanted to show off and see Zhang Sanfeng's reaction before he died. But when he met his eyes, he saw that his eyes were like a god. For a moment, he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Then he was quite angry at himself for that moment of timidity. But he didn't dare to get too close. He kicked with the tip of his foot. The blade on the ground was infused with internal energy and quickly stabbed towards Zhang Sanfeng. Master! Grandmaster! Immortal Zhang, the group of people began to cry out one after another, but at this time, Li Qing Luo, who was originally the only one who still had the strength to fight, was also heavily injured and powerless. She could only watch helplessly as the sword drew closer and closer to Zhang Sanfeng, and finally stabbed into his Taoist robe. Just as it was about to stab into his Taoist robe in one go, a sudden dragon's roar rang out, and the sword instantly shattered into pieces. Priest Huangmu's countenance changed greatly, he quickly turned his head to look at the main hall's entrance. Qingshu, Song Yuanqiao and the rest of the Wudong heroes were extremely excited. A young man walked in through the door, and beside him were two women who looked like fairies descending from the heavens. They added a hint of gentleness to the austere hall. The newcomers were naturally Song Qingshu, Xiaolong Nu, and Shen Bijuan. Back in the room, Xiaolong Nu had blocked Song Qingshu's way. No matter how Song Qingshu tried to persuade her, she didn't budge at all. In the end, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. When the time comes, swords have no eyes. How can I guarantee that my father and grandmaster will be safe and sound? Xiaolong Nu shook her head, with her here, Immortal Zhang and Hero Song won't be harmed in any way. You really want to stop me? Song Qingshu said in a low voice. At this moment, he had too many questions in his heart that he wanted to know the answer to. But Xiaolong Nu had always been a cold person, and in order to keep it a secret, she didn't reveal any useful information, which made him feel more and more irritated. Xiaolong Nu answered, although I can't stop you, I can still delay you for a while. That's enough. Song Qingshu was startled. He knew that time was of the essence, so he didn't want to waste time arguing with her. His body flashed and he attacked her. A snow-white light instantly bloomed in front of Xiaolong Nu. Her two swords used the pure heart of Jade Maiden swordsmanship, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Fortunately, it was Song Qingshu. If it were anyone else, they would have already been injured by his sword. On the side, Shen Bijuan rubbed her eyes. She could only see a white shadow and a green shadow entangled together. She couldn't see the fight at all, and she couldn't even hear the sound of weapons clashing. She was a bit worried about her lover, but she quickly reacted. Not to mention that Brother Song's martial arts were very strong, this woman's expression and words seemed to have a lot of affection for him. Even if there was a chance, she wouldn't hurt Brother Song. While she was lost in thought, Song Qingshu suddenly jumped out of the fighting ring. He said gloomily, you know that I won't hurt you, but you only attack and don't defend. Isn't that a bit too shameless? His opponent's martial arts had improved rapidly, and now she was using this shameless method of fighting. It was difficult for him to subdue her in a short amount of time. Xiao Nu's lips curled up in a beautiful arc. I can't beat you, so I naturally have to think of other ways. Long time no see. You've become bad. Song Qingshu was currently gnashing his teeth. He didn't know who had led her astray. Xiao Nu smiled faintly. To deal with a bad person like you, I naturally have to be a bit bad. Song Qingshu held his breath. After a long time, he said angrily, do you think that I won't be able to do anything? Just as Xiao Nu was about to answer, she suddenly lost sight of him. Startled, she instinctively stabbed her sword at the blind spot behind her. When she turned around, she found that the other party had indeed appeared there, and she had stabbed him with her sword. Ah? Xiao Nu let out a soft cry. She didn't expect her opponent to be so easily stabbed. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She hurriedly withdrew her sword, but she suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the feeling of the tip of her sword. She looked at it, and sure enough, it was just an afterimage. It was too late for her to react. She felt a finger poke her waist, and her whole body lost all strength. She fell into his arms. You cheated. Xiao Nu's face was slightly red. It was unknown whether it was from embarrassment or anger. Hugging her soft body, Song Qingshu chuckled, it's only because you couldn't bear to hurt me that I had the chance to take advantage of you. This is called giving you a taste of your own medicine. Shameless Xiao Nu turned her face to the side. Only then did Song Qingshu stop smiling. I'm worried about the people of the Wu-Tang sect. I want to go back and take a look. I'll let you go. If you try to stop me again, I'll spank your butt. He thought for a long time, but couldn't think of anything to threaten her. He originally wanted to say that he would never treat her as a friend again, but he suddenly felt reluctant to do so. So, he changed it to a nondescript sentence. I'll tell senior sister next time. Xiao Nu's heart was beating wildly. She didn't know how to react. Suddenly, she noticed that Shin Bijuan was looking at the two of them strangely. She hurriedly said, let go of me. I said I wouldn't stop you. Song Qingshu confirmed. Xiao Nu nodded. Yes. Dopplik /w3c//DTDXHTML1 0 transistor /XHTML1 /DTD /itional DTD HTML equals //3 /1999 /XHTML head meta 8 /title 404 not font can t be found /title /head editable border equals 0 width equals 850 trtd width equals 550 height equals 560 /tdtd align equals and quite s3 /td /tr /table /body ha ha ha. Well done, well done. The heavenly empty Taoist let out a few long laughs before finally taking his last breath. Cousin. Xiao Nu cried out and hurried over to hold Li Qingluo. Sensing her weak pulse, she turned to Song Qingshu in a hurry. Brother Song, please save her. Song Qingshu snorted coldly. Aren't you asking for this? Xiao Nu explained, cousin really didn't know they were going to kill the Wu-Tang sect. She even told me before that it was fortunate that they were only keeping you under house arrest. Otherwise, in the future, she wouldn't be able to face you. The expressions of the people of Wu-Tang immediately became strange. The White Lotus mother was said to be a solitary person, and it seemed like she had a rather large daughter. Why did it sound like she had an unclear relationship with Song Qingshu? Zhang Sanfeng opened his mouth and said, Qingshu, don't blame the two of them. If it weren't for her risking her life to protect us just now, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to wait until you arrived. Yeah. Yu Lianzhou and the others also described what happened earlier. Song Qingshu said, but if it weren't for her sorrowful wind-softening technique, would Wu-Tang have suffered such a disaster? Zhang Sanfeng shook his head. That's not the case. Before the sorrowful wind-softening technique took effect, Yuan Xiao, Lianzhou, and the others had already been restrained. The main reason was because the enemy's schemes were all interconnected. It was impossible to guard against them. Zhang Sanfeng took a deep breath and continued, you saw it just now. The enemy was willing to go to any lengths. First, they calculated the lamp oil, then they set up the doors and windows, and they even specially found a group of blind assassins skilled in assassination in the dark. For insurance, there was also the heavenly empty Taoist who faked his death, cough cough. Song Qingshu hurriedly supported him. Great-Grandmaster, rest well. Don't talk anymore. Zhang Sanfeng still pointed at Li Qingluo. Go check on her later. Taoist yellow wood spirit jade technique is extraordinary. She's very heavily injured, and she was injured because she saved me. If she dies and news of this spreads to the Jianghu, then our Wu-Tang sect will have let her down. Good. Quick, help the Grand Preceptor back to his room to rest. Song Qingshu beckoned to the disciple beside him. Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting stepped forward and said, let's send Master back. After what had happened just now, they were worried that there were still people from the Mansion of Spirits in hiding. They didn't dare to let others take care of it, and it was better to take care of it themselves. As for Yu Lianzhou, Song Yuanqiao, Yu Daiyan and the others, they still needed to stay here to clean up this mess. I don't know where these blind killers came from, but their martial arts aren't weak, and they're good at fighting in the dark. Could it be that someone trained them to be blind from a young age? This is too far-sighted. Taoist Master Chong Su couldn't help but sigh as he examined the corpses of the blind assassins. Song Qingshu answered, I might know where they came from. They should be evil masters who were invited by Zhuo Lenchan to attack Mount Hua at the Temple of the King of Medicine, which almost led to the annihilation of Mount Hua. In the end, it was Ling Huchong who blinded them with the broken arrow style. After they escaped, they must have been trained by Zhuo Lenchan. He thought of the end of the smiling, the proud wanderer, where Yu Buchuan invited the people of the Five Mountain Sword sect to look at the lost Five Mountain Sword techniques in the cave of the Repent Cliff. In the end, they were almost killed by Zhuo Lenchan. Zhuo Lenchan relied on this group of blind killers to slaughter all the masters of the Five Mountain Sword sect. Could it be that the mastermind behind this is Zhuo Lenchan? Taoist Master Chong Su was shocked and angry. He always knew that Zhuo Lenchan had great ambitions, but he didn't expect him to be so bold. Song Qingshu sneered, how could he have such a big hand? To be able to organize such a big conspiracy, there must be someone more powerful behind him. Song Yuanqiao also said, I just heard Taoist Master Huang Mu mention old Saber Honcho. He must be the master behind the Mansion of Spirits, but I don't know who he is. Song Qingshu's eyes moved to Xiaolong Nu, only to see Xiaolong Nu shake her head and say, I just came here with my cousin, it's the first time I've even heard of the name old Saber Honcho. Looks like we can only wait until she wakes up. Looking at Li Qingluo, Song Qingshu was deep in thought. Xiaolong Nu was a little anxious, cousin's breath is getting weaker and weaker, hurry up and save her. Yu Lianzhou also said, Qingshu, hurry up and save her. Master also just said that we're busy dealing with things here, we can't split up. Only then did Song Qingshu walk over and check Li Qingluo's pulse. He couldn't help but be startled. That shouldn't be, she has the Dark North Divine technique to protect her, even if she's injured, it shouldn't be this serious. Xiaolong Nu answered, she was already seriously injured, plus she was agitated by Taoist Master Tian Su's words, plus she was worried about you, all these factors added together caused her injuries to worsen. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise, long time no see, I didn't expect you to be so understanding. Xiaolong Nu answered, I just didn't know much about worldly things before, it's not like I'm really stupid. Hearing her describe herself in such a serious manner, Song Qingshu didn't know what to say for a moment. Feeling that Li Qingluo's pulse was indeed getting weaker, Song Qingshu didn't waste any more time. He helped her up and sat behind her to help her heal, protect me. Now that he wasn't sure if there were still people from the Mansion of Spirits on the mountain, Song Qingshu didn't dare to be careless. Okay. Xiaolong Nu unsheathed her sword and stood to the side. She had always been cold and elegant, and now, with the cold gleaming sword in her hand, she stood there with an even more unapproachable aura. Because he was often injured, he also often healed others. Song Qingshu was now very familiar with using his inner force to heal others. With the addition of the solitary sun finger, which was a divine tool for healing internal injuries, Li Qingluo's injuries stabilized after about an hour. Help her back to the house to rest. After a period of rest, her injuries will slowly heal, Song Qingshu said as he stood up. Xiao Longnu nodded and wanted to help her cousin up, but it was very inconvenient to hold a sword with both hands. Song Qingshu saw her troubled expression and said, "Let me do it." As he spoke, he carried Li Qingluo and walked towards their house. Perhaps because she was being carried, Li Qingluo groaned and slowly woke up. Seeing Song Qingshu holding her, she asked weakly, "You saved me?" Song Qingshu replied indifferently, "Yellowwood Daoist, Heavenly Oasis Daoist, and Stupid Tea are all dead. Now, I can only find out about the Mansion of Spirits from you. Of course, I can't let you die." "You don't mean what you say." Li Qingluo pursed her lips and smiled. Suddenly, she noticed Xiao Longnu and Shen Bijuan at the side and hurriedly returned to her usual cold and ruthless expression. Xiao Longnu looked at her in surprise. She thought to herself, "My cousin is usually serious in speech and manner. Why is she suddenly showing such a girlish attitude today? Was it because she was injured and weak?" She was also from a large clan in Jiangnan. Shen Bijuan had once coincidentally caught a glimpse of Li Qingluo from afar, but she hadn't seen her at the time. Although she did not know who the White Lotus Mother was, she could still recognize her as the madam from the Wang family of Gusu. She had heard that soon after she married into the Wang family, the old master had passed away a long time ago due to his sickly body. Afterwards, she lived in seclusion in Montua Villa all year round. Because she was far too beautiful, there had been plenty of discussions and speculations about her in the circle of madams and young ladies behind her back. However, she had always been an upright person, so she had never heard of any true scandals about her. But looking at it now, it seemed like she had something going on with Song Lang. Thinking of that, Shen Bijuan felt strange. "Who is the old saber honcho of the Mansion of Spirits?" Song Qingshu asked directly. Li Qingluo shook her head. "No one knows who the old saber honcho is." Song Qingshu frowned. "How is that possible? You've never seen him before he gave you this mission?" Li Qingluo answered, "He never shows himself. He talks to us from behind a wall or a screen every time. We only know he's a man." "So mysterious?" Song Qingshu thought of the old saber honcho in Lu Xiaofeng, who was the wooden Taoist of Wudong sect, but the one in this world clearly wasn't. Could it be Jia Sherdao? "Why did you guys join this Mansion of Spirits?" Song Qingshu asked with some dissatisfaction. Li Qingluo slowly answered, "Because the Mansion of Spirits only has one purpose, and that is to slay dragons." "Slay dragons?" Song Qingshu was stunned. "To kill Zhao Guo?" Li Qingluo nodded. "Yes. Back then, my aunts and uncles were very kind to me. They were killed unjustly. Other than Qin Hui and Ma Qiwan, Zhao Guo was the real mastermind behind the scenes. How could I let him continue to be the emperor? So someone contacted me, and we hit it off." Song Qingshu recalled the scene of Xiao Longnu entering the Linen Imperial Palace alone to assassinate Zhao Guo, and he could not help but feel a headache. "Since it was to kill Zhao Guo, why did you come to deal with the Wu-Tang clan?" Li Qingluo replied weakly, "It's mainly because old Saber Honcho said that this is a plot to assassinate Zhao Guo." "You believe me just like that?" Song Qingshu was so angry that he laughed. He couldn't help but pinch her hard. Only Li Qingluo's face reddened, she bit her lip and snorted, "Why wouldn't I believe it? That dog emperor's body has been damaged by himself. These years he has been praying to God and Buddha all day long, and Jinren Zhang is a famous longevity star, so when old Saber Honcho invited Jinren Zhang to Jiangnan as a guest, I reckon he was planning to use this as a pretext to lure Zhao Guo into a trap. I just didn't expect that they were actually planning to exterminate the entire Wudong sect. If I knew about this from the beginning, I definitely wouldn't have gotten involved." Song Qingshu snorted coldly and said, "Who knows if you guys would be so eager for revenge that you're blinded by greed." Li Qingluo's face turned cold. "When have I ever explained my actions to anyone? Only you are the exception. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Let me down." Xiao Longnu hurriedly persuaded, "Biaojia, don't be agitated, lest you aggravate your injuries again. Song Dage, I have always been with Biaojia, I can testify for her." "Alright, for the time being what you said is true," Song Qingshu pondered for a moment. "Then why would old Saber Honcho lie to you?" Don't tell me he knows about our relationship? Maybe I asked old Saber Honcho whether or not he would harm Zhang and the others, and aroused his vigilance, so he purposely weaved a lie. Li Qingluo replied. Suddenly she realized something, her face instantly blushed. She hastily spat, "Pei. What relationship do I have with you? It's just that for the sake of Biaomei, we can barely be considered friends." Only now did Song Qingshu realize that there were other people next to them. He embarrassedly said, "Who said we have no relationship? I am also your daughter's savior. Furthermore, I have also saved your mother and father." Seeing the two of them trying to cover up, Shen Bijuan secretly sighed, but she still pretended that she did not see anything. Xiaolong Nu was also involved in the situation, so she did not think too much about it. Li Qingluo coughed twice and continued, "I know about the matter of you saving them. Not long ago I went to Beating Drum Mountain and met them, otherwise where did I get my grieving paralyzing wind from?" Song Qingshu secretly nodded his head. "It seems that old Saber Honcho needs you to provide him with the grieving paralyzing wind, that's why he pulled you into the situation." Li Qingluo immediately became slightly displeased. "Are you saying my martial arts are not good enough?" By now, they had already returned to their residence. He placed her on the bed. "I'm just stating the facts. I can see that Taoist Huang Mu, Silly T, and the others' martial arts are not weak. Old Saber Honcho might not care about your martial arts. The reason why he tricked you into joining them must be because the grieving paralyzing wind you possess is something they need for their plan this time. If you say so, then so be it." Li Qingluo snorted. She was the mighty White Lotus Mother. In the Jianghu, she was also someone who struck fear in their hearts. In the end, her martial arts were looked down upon. She obviously felt rather uncomfortable. "Oh right, from what you said earlier, it seems that the Mansion of Spirits is specially looking for powerful people like you who have a deep grudge against Zhao Guo. I wonder who else is in the Mansion of Spirits?" Song Qingshu asked. Li Qingluo shook her head. "The people in the Mansion of Spirits have always been in one-way contact. They do not know about other people in parallel. This time, Taoist Huang Mu and Silly T only found out because they participated in the same mission." Song Qingshu frowned. "Then there are no clues at all?" "It's not that there aren't any." Li Qingluo gestured to Xiaolong Nu to find a pillow for her back. She sat up against the headboard and answered, "I've investigated privately. The people in the Mansion of Spirits all hide their identities. They all use nicknames. For example, Taoist Huang Mu's nickname is Wandering Soul. Silly T's nickname is Soul Seducer." Song Qingshu thought that these nicknames were quite fitting. Taoist Huang Mu's martial arts meant that he could appear and disappear unpredictably. In addition, he escaped from the poisonous dragon cave. He really was like a wandering soul. As for Silly T, he was famous for his magical sword. Once his sword was drawn, it really was soul-seducing. It was a pity that he encountered Zhang Sanfeng, a demi-immortal. Previously, Wan Xingzhu was almost assassinated by Wandering Soul. Now that Wandering Soul died in Wudang, it could be considered as solving a problem for her. "Then what's your nickname?" Song Qingshu asked curiously. I. The usually cold and arrogant Li Qingluo suddenly became bashful. This time even the usually cold Xiaolong Nu could not help but laugh. "Cousin's nickname is Widow Flower." "Widow Flower?" Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. Finally, he also laughed. "That's quite fitting. Widow naturally lived up to her name." As for Flower, with his relationship with Li Qingluo, it was obvious that she could not be a chaste woman. He did not know why she gave herself this nickname. "What are you laughing at?" Li Qingluo was instantly annoyed. She really could not keep her face. Song Qingshu smiled and changed the topic. "Longer, what's your nickname?" Xiaolong Nu shook her head. "I did not join the Mansion of Spirits." Song Qingshu couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Can't you have something healthy in your head? Am I that kind of person? Our age gap is so big. Even if your mother is willing, I won't." Li Qingluo realized that she was wrong. But when she heard his words, she couldn't help but be angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? My mother is very powerful. She is young and looks like my sister. How dare you say she is ugly?" Song Qingshu was speechless. When did I say she is ugly? I just said that I have moral integrity and won't do such a shameful thing. You have moral integrity? Li Qingluo sneered. Even Xiaolong knew, who had always been aloof from worldly affairs, curled her lips. Song Qingshu was finally annoyed. Don't talk nonsense. Are you going to do it or not? Yes, of course. Li Qingluo smiled slightly. There is a ready-made donkey. Why don't I take it? After all, she was seriously injured. It was impossible for her to continue walking. She couldn't let the delicate Xiaolong Nu carry her. Feeling the weight on his body, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "You should lose some weight. You are still so heavy when you are injured." He held her thighs with both hands and felt the soft fullness on his back. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They were all grown where they should be. If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Li Qingluo pinched him hard secretly. You win. Song Qingshu gasped. He had to carry her on his back. Have you ever bullied Yu Yan? Li Qingluo was carried by him. She leaned her head against his neck and whispered in his ear. Of course not. Song Qingshu was speechless. Do you think I am Yin Zhonghe or Tian Buguang? Li Qingluo snorted. You are even more abominable than those people. They only steal their bodies, but you steal their hearts. Song Qingshu replied, I didn't see your heart stolen by me either. Li Qingluo blushed and changed the topic. This time I went to Beating Drum Mountain to see Yu Yan. Why does she always talk about you? You know, she used to talk about her cousin the most. Song Qingshu was proud. This is called personal charm. Compared with Morong Fu, ordinary people know that I am much better. Li Qingluo's expression turned cold. I am not joking with you. I know your licentious personality the best. You are not allowed to provoke Yu Yan. Okay. I know my limits. Song Qingshu also sighed inwardly. You can't have your cake and eat it too, no matter which world you are in. It's good that you know your limits. Otherwise, I'll make you practice the Bixia swordplay. As Li Qingluo spoke, her eyes swept over his lower abdomen. The two of them used to chat about the martial arts world when they were hanging out, so naturally they knew the secret of the Bixia swordplay. Li Qingluo glanced at his lower abdomen. They used to talk about Wulin when they were together, so they knew the secret of Bixia swordsmanship. Li Qingluo snorted. The man who abandoned his wife and daughter is not my father. Only Yu Yan is kind-hearted. She accompanied him and said she wanted to cure him. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't say anything. It was difficult for an upright official to solve a family dispute. Oh, where's your martial aunt? You mean Heavenly Mountain Tonglao? Li Qingluo answered. My mother deliberately showed her affection in front of her every day. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao was angry but couldn't do anything about it. After a while, she couldn't stand it anymore and left without saying goodbye. I don't know where she went. Thinking of the little girl who suddenly became beautiful, Song Qingshu felt very complicated. Oi. Don't tell me you have ill intentions towards martial aunt? You're a beast. Noticing his expression, Li Qingluo was furious. Song Qingshu was extremely gloomy. What nonsense are you saying? You're the mighty White Lotus Mother. Can't you have some normal things in your head? Li Qingluo's face heated up. She thought to herself, after spending so much time with this bastard, she really did seem to have become a little improper. The two girls on the side saw them argue again. Xiaolong Nu could not help but ask, what are you arguing about? Shun Bijuan also tried to persuade him. Brother Song, Sister Li is still heavily injured after all. You should go easy on her. Song Qingshu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Just now, the two of them had purposely lowered their voices, and Li Qingluo was practically whispering into his ear. They did not know what the two of them were talking about, and only heard their own angry voices at the end. It's nothing. Song Qingshu knew it would be a mess if he tried to explain, so he just ran down the mountain faster. Xiaolongnu's lightness kung fu was superb. She could climb over mountains as if they were flat ground. Shun Bijuan originally didn't know martial arts, but Song Qingshu had taught her the Shinzu scripture and guided the flow of Xinqi in her body at night. Now she had some Xianxia and her legs were more agile than normal people. With Xiao Longnu's help, she was able to keep up. The group descended the mountain. The horses that Yu Cha and the others had brought were left at the foot of the mountain. They took them for themselves. It would be a waste if they did not take them. Li Qingluo was heavily injured, so she had to share a horse with someone else. However, she refused to ride with Song Qingshu. In the end, Xiao Longnu shared a horse with her. As for Shen Bijuan, she had already learned how to ride a horse under Song Qingshu's guidance. When the sky was almost dark, they finally reached the riverside. They were lucky and met a merchant ship. Song Qingshu paid a lot of gold and easily got 3 good rooms. Li Qingluo needed someone to take care of her and Xiao Longnu was used to sleeping on ropes so she did not worry about the bed being crowded. As for Shen Bijuan, Song Qingshu had wanted to share a room with her but Shen Bijuan did not agree. She could not bring herself to do that in front of the other 2 girls. Song Qingshu could only sigh. 3 monks really didn't have water to eat. However, he couldn't bear to go against Shen Bijuan's wishes, so he could only choose 3 rooms. After dinner, Song Qingshu found a chance to go to Li Qingluo and Shen Bijuan's room. "Oh yes, where is Miss Xue who brought you to find Lord Yu's orphan?" "After we found our brothers, Miss Xue came back to Linen with us. But she could not find you for a long time so she went back to her hometown to continue mourning for her father." Xiao Longnu was surprised. "Why did you only ask now? I thought you would ask before." Li Qingluo saw through the reason. "It's because you are worried that the crown princess will be jealous." Song Qingshu's face heated up. Indeed, he had such thoughts. After all, he and Shen Bijuan had just become inseparable, and now he had introduced her to 2 beautiful confidants at Mount Wudong. He was worried that she would not be able to take it if he brought a 3rd rival in such a short time. Alright, Longer, your ancient tomb sex Qinggong is famous in the martial world. Go to Bijuan and teach her how to practice Qinggong for me. I'll stay here and heal your cousin, Song Qingshu said. Okay. Xiao Longnu nodded and quickly left. Although the martial arts of the various sects weren't taught to outsiders, she owed Song Qingshu a great favor. Moreover, she still needed to help her cousin heal, so teaching Shen Bijuan some lightness arts wasn't a big deal. Seeing Song Qingshu close the door, Li Qingluo blushed. "Why did you close the door?" Li Qingluo reddened. "They're still next door." Song Qingshu was taken aback. "What does me healing you have to do with them being next door?" Suddenly, he returned to his senses. "So that's what you're thinking about. Since you're so kind, I can only oblige." Li Qingluo was embarrassed. "What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't your martial arts best for healing people?" She knew Song Qingshu very well, so she obviously knew that his true chi of joy was best for healing internal injuries. However, apart from the people closest to him, he really could not use this martial art. Seeing how the beautiful woman who had always been bright and charming had become slightly paler and weaker after being heavily injured, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. "Yeah, I'll heal you right now." Li Qingluo's eyes shone as she bit her lip gently. "Hurry up. Don't let them find out when they come back." This was exactly what Song Qingshu liked about Li Qingluo. So what if there were other people around, but when it was just the 2 of them, she would never be bashful or pretentious. She would change from her usual coldness and become extremely proactive and passionate. The charm of a mature woman was fully unleashed on her. Song Qingshu was the most relaxed when he was with her. As compared to other women, Li Qingluo never needed him to consider the issue of responsibility. All he needed to do was unleash and collide in the most primitive way between a man and a woman. Compared to those who were still young and had yet to fully mature, Song Qingshu had to be careful every time, afraid of hurting them. However, this was not a problem when he was with Li Qingluo. He could completely unleash his wildest side, and she could endure it with her endless passion and mature gentleness. When he was with other women, he had to consider the unavoidable problem of pregnancy, which was why he would often need to refine his vitality into qi. However, he did not have to when he was with Li Qingluo. He could completely unleash his passion as much as he wanted in her body. She was the mighty White Lotus Mother. She had plenty of experience in the Jianghu, and she was a mature woman who had experienced it all. She had plenty of contraceptive methods. With all these factors added together, every time he was with Li Qingluo, he would be able to spend a period of perfect happiness. It was the same for Li Qingluo. Song Qingshu's handsomeness, youth, strength, kung fu, no matter what kind of kung fu it was, it made her extremely infatuated with it. Those who were familiar with her all knew that she had always been a strong and ruthless person. Only in front of a stronger man like Song Qingshu could she understand what was called the joy of being a woman. She was an extremely mature woman. Since she parted with Song Qingshu last time, it had been a long time. Now that they met again, it was really like dry wood meeting a raging fire, or cold water dripping into oil. Especially when she thought that her cousin and her cousin were just next door, she had no choice but to suppress her voice. But this was the way of the world. The more she suppressed it, the stronger the feeling would be, causing her to be even more sensitive and aroused than before. When Xiaolong Nu and the others returned to the room, they saw that Li Qingluo's face was flushed and her forehead was covered in sweat. They were worried that her internal injuries had relapsed. Li Qingluo hurriedly replied that it was because the other party used his internal energy to help her circulate, so it was a bit hot. Xiaolong Nu nodded in confusion and didn't think too much about it. When Song Qingshu and Shen Bijuan returned to the room, he asked her about the progress of her qigong. Shen Bijuan roughly explained the progress to him. Seeing that he was somewhat absent-minded, she couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Song, you should quickly go back and rest. Look at how tired you are." Song Qingshu was puzzled. "How am I tired?" Shen Bijuan sighed. "Miss Long is pure and flawless. Naturally, you wouldn't be able to smell the smell in the room just now. Do you think I'm not familiar with it?" During this time, she and Song Qingshu had been like glue. She couldn't be more familiar with this kind of ambiguous atmosphere. Song Qingshu blushed. "I hope Bijuan can keep this matter a secret. After all, it will damage her reputation and the Wang family's reputation." Shen Bijuan faintly sighed. "Don't worry, I'm not someone who doesn't know what's important. I won't even tell Miss Long." Song Qingshu felt guilty. "Bijuan, are you regretting following a womanizer like me?" Shen Bijuan shook her head. "In this world, the more capable a man is, the more women he will have. Although I'm a bit disappointed, this is what I expected from the beginning. When I was at my most desperate, it was Brother Song who appeared and saved me from the abyss. At that time, your entire body seemed to be emitting a rainbow light. I knew that I would never fall in love with another man in this life." Song Qingshu was filled with emotion when he heard this. He pulled her into his arms. "I don't know how many lifetimes of good fortune I've accumulated to have Bijuan like this." Shen Bijuan pursed her lips and smiled. "Although I don't mind Brother Song being a womanizer, you're covered in the scent of other women. Is it really okay to hug me like this?" Song Qingshu felt very awkward. "Then I'll go take a shower first. I'll come back to you later." Shen Bijuan put a finger on his mouth. "Brother Song, after you shower, you should rest well. You've been running around everywhere today and used up a lot of your energy. You were tired just now." Song Qingshu patted his chest and said, "I'm in good health." "It's not like you don't know." Shen Bijuan blushed. "No matter how good your body is, it's still made of flesh. Besides, I've been reading history books since I was a child. How could I imitate Daji and ruin her lover's body for her own pleasure? Brother Song, rest well. We still have a lot of time in the future." Song Qingshu was very happy. "All right, since Bijuan has said that, how could I accuse you of being unfaithful? Hee, we still have a lot of time in the future." Shen Bijuan was puzzled at first when she heard him mumble that word. Then she realized what he meant and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She didn't mean it that way at all. The group traveled down the river. Along the way, Song Qingshu would occasionally fool around in Li Qingluo's room. If he missed Li Qingluo, he would use the excuse of teaching her lightness kung fu to send Xiaolong Nu away. They really lived like gods on the way. Li Qingluo also gradually recovered with his help. Time always flew when one was happy. The group quickly arrived at Linen. Li Qingluo finally couldn't help but ask him how he planned to investigate the Mansion of Spirits. Song Qingshu replied that Taoist Huang Mu's lightness kung fu is strange and he hasn't been in contact with anyone for many years. If I pretend to be him, it won't be easy to be suspected. Li Qingluo nodded. With that strange kung fu of Taoist Huang Mu, normal people really can't pretend to be him. It's really a good idea for you to pretend to be him. It just so happens that we have to report to old Saber Honcho about the completion of the mission. You can come with me. Okay. Song Qingshu was getting more and more curious about this old Saber Honcho's identity. Li Qingluo suddenly sighed, I'm afraid I won't be able to avenge little aunt and little uncle's death in this lifetime. She was very clear about Song Qingshu's kung fu. If he really went all out, no matter how mysterious old Saber Honcho was, it would be difficult for him to escape. Xiaolong Nu, who had been listening quietly to the side, suddenly said, Thank you. Despite Song Qingshu's explanation, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was definitely because of them. Song Qingshu nodded slightly and then began to change his clothes. As for the mask of Taoist Huang Mu, he had already prepared it on Mount Wudong. All that was left was to prepare clothes and so on. After the boat arrived in Linen, Li Qingluo first went to an agreed place to leave a signal, and then after confirming that no one was following her, she met up with Song Qingshu and went to a nearby clothing store to buy suitable clothes with him. As for Shen Bijuan, she stayed in an inn with Xiaolongnu for the time being. After Song Qingshu finished changing his clothes, the two returned to the place where the signal was left. Li Qingluo looked carefully for a while and said, Old Saber Honcho wants to see us. Song Qingshu nodded and asked her about the internal password communication in Mansion of Spirits along the way. Very soon, they arrived at the agreed place. There was a carriage at the agreed place. Li Qingluo hinted at Song Qingshu and came to the carriage. The coachman handed them 2 pieces of black cloth. Song Qingshu imitated Li Qingluo and tied the black cloth over his eyes and got on the carriage. Very soon, they felt the carriage start to move. Song Qingshu said using secret voice sending, since it's to keep it a secret, why not prepare a pot of knockout drug? Let people drink it and fall asleep. When they wake up, they won't know where they are. What can a small piece of black cloth do? It can be taken off at any time. Li Qingluo replied, those low-level people do that. People like us in the inner circle, which one of us isn't an overlord? We are only cooperating with old Saber Honcho, not his subordinates. How can they use this kind of method to deal with us, not to mention, seeing that she wanted to say something but stopped, Song Qingshu asked curiously, not to mention what? Li Qingluo replied, not to mention that I am a woman after all. How would I dare to drink something like that? Who knows what will happen when the time comes? Song Qingshu smiled knowingly. Not only are you a woman, but you're also a beautiful woman. Once you faint, no one will care whether you're the White Lotus Mother who strikes fear into the hearts of the people of the Jianghu. Li Qingluo blushed and said, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Let's think about how to deal with old Saber Honcho later. While they were chatting, the carriage had gradually slowed down. Feeling the vibration of the carriage, Song Qingshu said, we should be entering a house. You are familiar with Linen. Do you know where we are? Although his eyes were covered with a black cloth, he could roughly remember the way by deliberately feeling the direction of each turn. Unfortunately, Lin-En was so big that he had only been in Lin-En for a short time, so he was really not familiar with the streets and alleys of Lin-En. Li Qingluo shook her head and said, I can only tell that it is roughly in the north of the city, but not the specific location. In fact, even if I know it, it is useless. This place must be a temporary stronghold that will be abandoned after one use. No one has ever seen the headquarters of the Mansion of Spirits. Song Qingshu nodded to show that he understood, but he felt strange at the same time. The Linen Imperial Palace was in the area of Phoenix Mountain in the south of the city, and most of the officials and nobles lived in the south of the city, while the north of the city was almost inhabited by civilians. That was how the upper and lower city of Hangzhou came into being. The south was the upper city, and the north was the lower city. He had guessed that the mastermind was Jia Sherdao, and he thought that the stronghold would be in the south of the city. But on second thought, it was normal for the other party to deliberately meet in a place far away from the headquarters in order to avoid any relationship. Here we are. Please get off. The coachman's voice came from outside. Song Qingshu and Li Qingluo took off the black cloth in front of their eyes and walked out of the carriage. They found that the whole carriage was in a secret room, and they could not see the outside at all. Naturally, they could not tell where they were. Why are only you two back? Where is Soul Reaping? At this time, a mysterious voice suddenly came from behind a wall. This voice was deliberately changed, so it should not be his original voice. Song Qingshu had a headache. He had originally planned to see if he should restrain old Saber Honcho according to the situation, but the other party did not even want to fight him. There was a wall between them, and who knew what traps there were on the other side. If he broke through the wall directly, what if the other party had another trap and escaped? Wouldn't that alert the enemy? Li Qingluo did not expect the other party to be so cautious this time. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "Soul reaping died in the hands of Zhang Sanfeng." Oh. Old Saber Honcho's tone was not surprised at all. Zhang Sanfeng is recognized as the world's #1, so it is not a shame to die in his hands. By the way, has the Wu-Tang clan been controlled this time? It has been controlled. Li Qingluo repeated the lines she had rehearsed before to the other party. I did not expect Heavenly Oasis to also die, but this is not surprising. Wu-Tang clan is not some small sect, even if they were well prepared, their losses would certainly be great. Old Saber Honcho pondered for a moment. Zhang Sanfeng is dead, what about the heroes of Wu-Tang? Li Qingluo replied, Yu Daiyan and Zhang Songxi are dead, and the rest of the heroes of Wu-Tang are seriously injured. They are already under our control. Old Saber Honcho grunted. That's good too, pay special attention to that Song Qingshu Yuanqiao. His martial arts is fine, but the key is that he has a troublesome son. Don't touch him for the time being, lest it causes Song Qingshu to go crazy. That would not end well. Li Qingluo could not help but glance at Song Qingshu. After exchanging glances with each other, she secretly admired him. She did not expect that this brat's reputation would be so great that even old Saber Honcho would be afraid of him. May I ask, old Saber Honcho, why is this mission different from what you told me at the beginning? Li Qingluo was worried that old Saber Honcho would continue to interrogate her and reveal some flaws, so she simply asked a question of her own. Old Saber Honcho replied, I just did not want to distract you. At the beginning, my plan was to control them as much as I could, but just in case, I arranged for Wandering Souls and Heavenly Oasis as my hidden pawns. As it turns out, it is fortunate that I arranged these two hidden pawns, or else your mission this time would have failed on the verge of success. Li Qingluo laughed coldly. It seems that I have been kept in the dark from the beginning. The reason why you need me is most likely because I have a way to obtain the sorrowful wind softener. Old Saber Honcho was silent for a long time before replying, that's right, Zhang Sanfeng's martial arts are divine. If not for the sorrowful wind softener, no matter how meticulous our plan was, we would not have been able to take down Wu-Tang clan. But Widow Hua, why should you mind it? After all, this is beneficial to your final revenge. Zhang Sanfeng is respected by the people of the world, he is publicly acknowledged as an earth immortal. Once the news of his death is exposed, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. I don't understand why we need to deal with Zhang Sanfeng first in order to kill Zhao Guo. Li Qingluo began to probe for information. Old Saber Honcho replied, I didn't tell you before because I didn't want the news to leak out. Now that the time is ripe, I can reveal a thing or two to you. He paused for a moment before continuing, the current emperor's health has always been poor. All these years, he has been seeking to become an immortal and seek the Tao, trying to prolong his life. Unfortunately, Zhang Sanfeng always finds an excuse to decline. If we can control Wu-Tang clan and find someone to pretend to be Zhang Sanfeng, we can easily get close to Zhao Guo. At that time, the guards around him will definitely be the weakest. Hearing his words, Li Qingluo and Song Qingshu's hearts were in turmoil. No wonder they wanted to deal with Zhang Sanfeng, who was thousands of miles away. So this was their plan. At this time, Li Qingluo also raised her doubts, but Zhang Sanfeng is probably not that easy to impersonate. Not to mention his unfathomable martial arts, just in terms of appearance, how can he hide from Zhao Guo and the people around him? Old Saber Honcho answered, of course we have to choose someone who's good at disguise. The world is so big, and the Ruan family is the best at disguise. Unfortunately, the Ruan family is Han, anyway, we can't use them. There was another excellent candidate, but I don't know where he went recently. Like a stone sinking into the sea, we can't find any news of him. Song Qingshu thought to himself. From his tone, it seemed that the Ruan family was Han Xingzhou's people, which further proved that he was Jia Sherdao. Also, who was the excellent candidate he mentioned? Could it be Azu? Now that Azu was in the Liao Palace, it was no wonder he couldn't find her. Then what should we do? Li Qingluo frowned. Old Saber Honcho answered, you don't have to worry about that. I'll think of a way to solve it. Widow Hua, I still have something to ask Wandering Soul. Go back first, I'll send someone to inform you if there's anything else. Li Qingluo looked worriedly at Song Qingshu. Noticing that he gave her a reassuring look, she nodded and left the room. Someone outside naturally took her back to the carriage and left. Song Qingshu was secretly on guard. Did the other party notice something when he asked him to stay alone? But he was bold and skilled, so he wasn't afraid. If something really went wrong, he'd just break through the wall and capture the other party. Did Widow Hua hide anything just now? After a while, old Saber Honcho's voice came from behind the wall again. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that compared to Li Qingluo, this wandering soul was old Saber Honcho's confidant. She didn't hide anything. It's just that after the Wu-Tang incident, she's been a little depressed. She also repeatedly confirmed that the people from Wu-Tang Mountain wouldn't be hurt this time. Old Saber Honcho sneered. Women are like this, afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. How can they accomplish anything great? Song Qingshu remained silent. Wandering souls had always been gloomy, so it was always right to speak less. Old Saber Honcho suddenly said, but in the Jianghu, this woman has always been known for her vicious and merciless methods. Why would she have such misgivings toward Wudong people? Oh, rumor has it that Song Qingshu is a famous playboy in Jianghu. He is good at seducing women from thousands of miles away. Could it be that Widow Hua has also been seduced by him? Song Qingshu was sweating like a waterfall. Was his reputation that bad? I don't think that's possible. It's too unbelievable. From behind the wall came old Saber Honcho's muttering voice, presumably it is because Song Qingshu saved that you families miss. The other party's voice was very low. If not for Song Qingshu's divine power, he might not have heard it through the wall. Hearing that he had dispelled his doubts, Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief. But soon he heard the other party's question, right, how is the matter I told you to do? Song Qingshu's heart was in his throat. He carefully answered, I've already killed that Ruan family woman. He secretly rejoiced that he had personally experienced this matter. Otherwise, how would he know what that Taoist Huangmu had gone to do? Your martial arts are most suitable for assassination. No matter how tight the guards around Madame Ruan are, it would be difficult to stop you without a targeted arrangement. I'm not surprised that you completed the task unexpectedly. I'm asking about another matter. How is your investigation going? Old Saber Honcho's voice came again. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. At that time in the Purple Cloud Palace, the situation was critical. He could only use a heavy hand. Taoist Huangmu's heart was pierced by thousands of swords and he died on the spot. Song Qingshu had no time to interrogate him. The people in the Mansion of Spirits were independent. Li Qingluo couldn't possibly know what Taoist Huangmu's task was. Just when he didn't know how to respond, he heard old Saber Honcho say, it seems that the investigation didn't go well. Speaking of which, you can't be blamed. That Jia guy used all his intelligence to investigate for so long, but he didn't find anything. It would be strange if you found it so easily. Song Qingshu's heart moved. Listening to what he said, it seemed that he wasn't Jia Sherdao. Then all the previous speculations about him would have to be overturned. But you still have to do what you should. You still have to do your best to investigate. After all, this time Jia Gai gave us a lot of help. If it weren't for his group of blind swordsmen, it would be really difficult to control the Wu-Tang sect. Old Saber Honcho laughed. Okay. Song Qingshu was a man of few words, but he was calculating quickly in his mind. It seemed that those blind swordsmen were indeed Jia Sherdao's men. They should have found this group of masters who had been blinded by Ling Huchao through Zhuo connections, which was in line with his previous speculation. Then, the thing that Jia Sherdao used all his intelligence to investigate was obvious. Obviously, it was his son, Jia Baoyu. Back then, Jia Baoyu was assassinated and died silently on the Isle of Heroes. Then, his body was turned into powder. Qin Haodong pretended to be Jia Baoyu and went back to Linen. But not long after, he disappeared outside Linen. After that, he couldn't split himself and it was impossible for him to pretend to be Jia Baoyu again. So, naturally, they lost track of Jia Baoyu. There was no Jia Baoyu in this world. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't find a person who didn't exist at all. Okay, you go. Someone will contact you later. Old Saber Honcho's voice came from behind again. It seemed that he was about to leave. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was hesitating whether he should go forward to restrain him, he suddenly heard the sound of a mechanism coming from behind the wall. Obviously, there was another mechanism behind the wall. At this point, Song Qingshu could only give up. After all, he didn't know what was going on behind the wall. Breaking through the wall probably wouldn't be able to catch old Saber Honcho. Instead, it would alert the enemy. When he came out of the house, another coachman handed him a black cloth. Song Qingshu quietly got on the carriage. The carriage finally stopped after half an hour. The coachman outside was nowhere to be found. Song Qingshu tore off the black cloth. After confirming that there was no one watching nearby, he ran back according to his memory. With his lightness skill, he quickly found the previous house. It was already empty. After looking around, he finally found the secret room behind the wall. There was another mechanism in the secret room. It was connected to a secret passage. Finally, he found that the exit of the secret passage was in the courtyard of a family dozens of feet away. As for that old Saber Honcho, there was no trace of him. It's like a secret agent. Song Qingshu had a headache. Wanting to find out the secret of the Mansion of Spirits would be much more difficult than he had imagined. Returning to the inn where they had agreed to meet, Li Qingluo and the others were already waiting for him. Seeing him return, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I thought you had fought with old Saber Honcho. Song Qingshu shook his head. He roughly told them what happened after she left. Li Qingluo was the leader of both the Free and Unfettered sect and the White Lotus school. She could be considered a top-notch expert in the entire Jianghu, yet old Saber Honcho did not intend to use her. This proved that either he did not lack people like her, or, with Li Qingluo's martial arts, she was not qualified to participate in the final event. Either way, it proved how terrifying the hidden forces of the Mansion of Spirits were. However, this was not what troubled Song Qingshu, but where to go next. Xiao Longnu naturally had to return to the Yu residence. Yu Fei had been rehabilitated, his orphan had been found, and the imperial court had returned the Yu residence to the Yu clan. Although Xiao Longnu liked to be alone, it was still her home now. Li Qingluo accompanied her. After all, she and the Yu clan were relatives. This time, the Yu clan had put in a lot of effort to find her. Perhaps because they were dissatisfied with Song Qingshu, the two girls left without any hesitation, not giving him the slightest chance to stop them. Song Qingshu, where are we going next? Shen Bijuan asked. This question truly stumped Song Qingshu. If he were alone, this question would be very simple. He would simply return to the Prince of Qi's residence. After being separated from Reninging for so long, he still missed her. However, there was also Shen Bijuan. After being separated for so long, they finally met again. In the end, he brought a woman with him. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed like a scumbag. Why am I so hesitant now? Song Qingshu immediately comforted himself. He was not a scumbag. He just did not want to hurt the two girls, so he hesitated. Let's go, let's return to the Qi residence. Song Qingshu finally made up his mind. He could not be like Yu the Great and not enter. Will elder sister Ren be unhappy to see me? Shen Bijuan bit her lips, her eyes filled with worry. Song Qingshu was originally having a headache about how to tell her about Ren Yingying. He did not expect her to bring it up. How did you know that Yingying is in the Qi residence? Shen Bijuan pursed her lips into a smile. The marriage between the Golden Snake King and the Saintess of the Sun Moon God sect is a wonderful story. Last time, when you saved Miss Ren all over the city, it caused a stir in the boudoir circles of Jiangnan. Although she was smiling, there was a hint of bitterness in her eyes. After all, she was once a proud woman, an unattainable goddess in the hearts of all men. She never thought that one day she would encounter such a thing. Song Qingshu smiled sheepishly. Don't worry, Bijuan. Ying is a very good person. She won't make things difficult for you. You two will become good friends soon. Ren Ying's most famous characteristic was her grace and magnanimity. In the original work, even when Ling Huchong treated Yu Lingshan badly, she still helped to take care of him without any complaints. In this aspect, there really weren't many women who could compare to her. Of course, Ren Ying was not a saint. In the bottom of her heart, she would definitely be jealous. However, the more she was like this, the more people would feel pity for her. The two of them walked towards the Prince of Qi's residence. Originally, Song Qingshu wanted to take her out to relax. Who knew that Shen Bijuan would constantly ask about some of Ren Ying's daily hobbies, causing Song Qingshu's heart to ache. Bijuan, you really don't need to be so careful. You also don't need to deliberately curry favor with anyone. You just need to be yourself. You should know that although I am a playboy, my standards are very high. On the whole, the ladies by my side are extremely kind-hearted. They don't fight for a man's favor in the palace and use all sorts of unscrupulous methods. I was being too sensitive. Shen Bijuan was startled. Finally, a heartfelt smile appeared on her face. It's mainly because of the environment I grew up in. The people I interact with are all the young ladies and madams of the great clans. I'm used to hearing about the messy affairs of their clans. It's hard not to worry. Song Qingshu laughed. Don't worry. My clan is different from those clans. When the time comes, your stage will be very large. There's no need to waste energy on low-level matters like fighting for a man's favor. Shen Bijuan grunted. After following him for so long, she vaguely knew what her lover's ambitions were. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little fascinated. It wasn't long before the two of them arrived at the Prince of Qi's residence. Hearing that he had returned, Ren Ying was pleasantly surprised. However, when she saw Shen Bijuan at the side, her entire body stiffened. However, she quickly recovered and softly asked, Brother Song, who is this lady? Song Qingshu laughed and said to Shen Bijuan, how is it? I wasn't wrong, right? That's definitely her reaction. She's clearly a bit unhappy, but she swallows it down and presents her best and most gentle side to others. Ren Ying couldn't help but blush. Brother Song. Shen Bijuan also pursed her lips into a smile. Stepping forward, she bowed. Bijuan greets elder sister Ying. At the same time, she sighed inwardly. In the past, when her bosom friends talked about the women of Jianghu, they would all look down on them. They felt that they spent all day brandishing swords and spears, that they were unsightly, unseemly, and unpresentable. In addition, they were not presentable. However, the woman in front of her was like a white jade immortal. Her entire body was elegant and peerless. In all of Jiangnan, there weren't many women who could compare to her. What was even more astonishing was the graceful and composed temperament that she exuded. She was even more noble than a real princess. Ren Ying hadn't expected that the other party would be so humble. It must be known that within the same clan, older sister and younger sister were not necessarily addressed according to age. Oftentimes, it was a matter of status. She hurriedly helped Shen Bijuan up. Bijuan, quickly get up. We don't have this kind of thing here. At the same time that Shen Bijuan was looking at her, she was also looking at Shen Bijuan. She was secretly shocked by the beauty of the woman in front of her. At the same time, she understood what the book meant when it said that the lotus in the clear water was naturally carved. Shen Bijuan didn't wear any jewelry, nor did she have any makeup on her face. To her, jewelry and makeup were all unnecessary. No matter how precious the jewelry was, it couldn't take away her radiance. No matter how noble the makeup was, it couldn't make her more beautiful. No matter who it was, as long as they looked at her, they would never be able to forget her. Women were naturally jealous. If they met a beautiful woman, they would inevitably think that the other party was pretentious. However, at this moment, Ren Ying didn't have any such thoughts. Shen Bijuan's every movement exuded an elegant and graceful charm. As a woman herself, she couldn't help but admire her. Suddenly, she wanted to bite Song Qingshu ruthlessly. This bastard was a playboy, so be it. Every time he found an ordinary girl, she would feel a sense of superiority, but he would find some fairy-like girls at the drop of a hat, making her feel a lot of pressure. Bijuan, why does this name sound so familiar? Ren Yingying suddenly exclaimed. She was in charge of the Prince of Qi's intelligence network. Naturally, she knew the name of the missing crown princess. Song Qingshu sighed. It's just as you think. Her surname is Shen. Knowing that she was Shen Bijuan, Ren Yingying's slight unhappiness was instantly replaced by sympathy. She hurriedly consoled, Bijuan, I heard about what happened to your clan. Please restrain your grief. In the future, this will be your home. We are all your family. N. Sensing the sincerity in his voice, Shen Bijuan's eyes immediately reddened. Seeing the two women snuggling together, the air gradually filled with sorrow. Song Qingshu wanted to break this atmosphere. There are too many people here. Let's go inside first. Shen Bijuan let out a low cry and subconsciously hid behind Song Qingshu. Ren Yingying, on the other hand, was calm and collected. She was the saintess of the Sun Moon sect and had seen all kinds of big scenes. Song Qingshu stood there and saw that the man had many wounds. He didn't know if it was his blood or someone else's. Judging from his short and weak breathing, he was obviously badly injured. I request to see the King of Qi. That person finally managed to catch his breath with great difficulty. Seeing the three people before him, he stammered out. Song Qingshu didn't answer. He came back secretly and didn't want to expose his identity. Ren Yingying walked up and asked, Who are you? Why do you want to see King Qi? Seeing the beautiful and graceful woman in front of him dressed in expensive silk clothing, the man's expression became one of pleasant surprise. Even his speech became much smoother. Is this the Princess of Qi? I am Luo Ryuan, an officer of the front department. It was said that King Qi had many female friends, but there was only one in the King Qi's mansion in Linen. After all, it wasn't a secret that Ren Yingying was in Linen. Hearing him call her the Princess of Qi, Ren Yingying's face reddened, and she subconsciously felt a bit more happy. She even found him to be a bit more pleasing to the eye. However, she quickly came to her senses and glanced worriedly at Shen Bijuan. Seeing that Shen Bijuan didn't reveal any displeasure, she inwardly sighed in relief. General Luo, how did you end up like this? Ren Yingying was responsible for the intelligence work of the King of Qi's mansion, so she had a general understanding of the people in the court. Luo Ryuan was a high-ranking officer in the front palace department, and he seemed to be close to Jia Sherdao. Luo Ryuan smiled bitterly. It's a long story. Ahem, this is not the place to talk. Let's go inside. Seeing that he was seriously injured, Ren Yingying hurriedly asked the servants to help him into the hall and called for a doctor. No, don't call for a doctor. Luo Ryuan stopped her. Ren Yingying frowned. But you're so injured. Luo Ryuan drank a few mouthfuls of the hot tea that was brought over. His spirit was much better. It's nothing, I can still hold on. The main thing is that it's easy for the news to be leaked if we hire a doctor. Ren Yingying was surprised. What news? We just went to assassinate Jia Sherdao and failed. I was the only one who escaped. People are after me, Luo Ryuan answered bitterly. Originally, he was just accidentally involved in some kind of vendetta. Who knew that it would be such a big case? The three people in the room were all shocked. Song Qingshu's reaction was still the fastest. He came behind him and transferred a stream of vital energy into his body while examining his injuries. Fortunately, they are all external injuries and did not injure his internal organs. Come, apply some medicine for General Luo and bandage his wounds. Sensing the vigorous internal energy that Song Qingshu transmitted over, Luo Ryuan's entire body trembled. This is? Although he knew of the Prince of Qi, he had never seen Song Qingshu with his own eyes, so he could not recognize him. Ren Yingying smiled. This is the King Qi you've been talking about. Luo Ryuan was shocked. Ignoring his injuries, he rolled off the chair and knelt on the ground. Please save my brothers, King Qi. On the side, Shen Bijuan's beautiful eyes released waves of light. She could see the respect and hope in General Luo's eyes. It was as if her lover was his savior. Originally, she had been a bit hesitant when she ran into the beauties of her lover. She didn't know if her decision was right or wrong, but now she understood that her lover was a great hero. Nothing else was important. A man should live like this. For some reason, ancestor Gaozu of Han's words suddenly appeared in Shinbijuan's mind. But she immediately spat it out. Pay, what a bad omen. With my current status, I definitely can't be Empress Liu. At most, I can be considered Lady Qi. Thinking of Lady Qi's miserable fate, she cursed herself for thinking so much nonsense. While her imagination was running wild, Song Qingshu had already helped Luo Ryuan up. General Luo, please get up. What happened? Luo Ryuan told him what had happened. It turned out that Han Xingzhou had been killed by Jia Shidao in the Yujin Garden, which caused a lot of people to be angry and dissatisfied. Unfortunately, Jia Shidao had taken Han Xingzhou's power. In addition, Zhao Go had acquiesced to it in order to make peace with the Jin kingdom. Those people could only suppress their dissatisfaction and anger. But Han Xingzhou had been the most powerful man in the past. Even if the monkeys scattered when the tree fell, he still had a group of loyal subordinates. Seeing that the emperor didn't punish Jia Shidao, and that Jia Shidao's power was growing day by day, those people decided to take revenge themselves. Luo Ryuan, Yang Ming, Zhang Xing, and the others planned to kill Jia Shidao in the same way that Jia Shidao had killed Han Xingzhou. Hua Yu, another officer of the Front Palace Department, didn't get along with Han Xingzhou, but he despised what Jia Shidao had done even more. He was also a firm supporter of the Northern Expedition. Jia Shidao's policies had ruined the efforts of countless righteous people, so he joined the operation even though he wasn't a member of the Han Party. After careful planning and preparation, a group of people set up an ambush on the path that Jia Shidao had to pass on his way to the court. They thought that it would be foolproof, but it turned out that Jia Shidao's seemingly ordinary servants were all top-notch masters. They didn't get rid of Jia Shidao in the time they had planned. Then, they attracted the patrolling soldiers of the Imperial City Department and the Royal Guards. Instead of being ambushed, they were surrounded. In the end, all his brothers were killed, and Yang Ming, Zhang Xing, and Hua Yu were captured. Only he managed to escape. You guys are really like the chivalrous heroes of the Preqing dynasty. After listening to the ins and outs of the whole matter, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It should be known that the saying "the tea cools down when the person is gone" was true. No matter how good Han Xingzhou was to these people when he was alive, he was already dead. Therefore, Han Xingzhou's subordinates could only helplessly accept this ending. After all, they all had families, so who would avenge their former master just because of a moment of passion? It had been a long time since the Preqing and Chu Han eras, and people like Yu Rang, Nie Gai, Tianheng, and 500 warriors had almost disappeared. It was precisely because of this that Luo Ryuan and the others were so valuable. Are Yang Ming and the others locked up in the heavenly prison? Asked Song Qingshu. Luo Ryuan nodded and said, assassinating a superior is a capital crime. Jia Shidao did the same thing and got promoted, but we were killed by him. This world is so unfair. I hope that King Qi can save them for the sake of your friendship with Minister Han. Originally, we didn't deserve to die, but we couldn't kill Jia Shidao. I really don't want to give up. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, don't worry. Brother Han died too suddenly, and I didn't have time to save him. I still feel bad about it. Now that I know that you want to avenge him, how can I just stand by and do nothing? I will definitely save them. Thank you, King Qi. From now on, we will do anything for King Qi, even if we have to die 10,000 deaths. Luo Ryuan didn't have much hope for this trip. He only came here because he had nowhere else to go. He didn't expect that there would be a light at the end of the tunnel. General Luo, have a good rest. Leave the rest to us. Ren Yingying asked someone to help Luo Ryuan get bandaged and applied medicine. Then she said to Song Qingshu with a worried face, Qingshu, if you don't pay attention to this, you will have a falling out with Jia Shidao. Is it really worth it at this critical moment? Song Qingshu replied in a deep voice, first of all, I do want to do something for my friend, Han Xingzhou. Second, I appreciate the loyalty of these people. Not to mention that they are high-ranking officers in the important departments of the Yamen, and they may be of great use in the future. Even if they are ordinary people, I will still save them. Recommended a book, Xiaoming's Martial God of Medicine, which was also serialized on Zongheng. It was fat and ready to be slaughtered. Seeing that he was thinking, Ren Yingying didn't say anything else. How are you going to save them? Let's get this done quickly. These people have just been arrested, and although Jia Sherdao hates them to the core, he still wants to maintain his reputation even though he's a whore. He'll definitely pretend to ask Xiao Go for instructions on how to deal with them. It'll take a lot of time for him to go back and forth and wait for the death penalty to be passed down. During this time, the defense forces probably haven't been set up properly. I'll take advantage of this time to rescue them, and then immediately send them out of Linen City before Jia Sherdao can react, Song Qingshu answered. Are we taking action tonight? Ren Yingying nodded slightly. This was to obtain the greatest benefit with the smallest price. If he was fast enough, he might not even need to pay any price. She believed that with her lover's martial arts, it was possible for him to achieve this step. Song Qingshu grunted, I'll sneak into the dungeon after nightfall. Before that, make some arrangements to send Luo Ryuan out of the city as soon as possible. Arrange for him to go to the Golden Snake camp first. Okay. Ren Yingying had been in Prince Chi's mansion for a long time, so it was no problem for her to send a person out of the city. Luo Ryuan is fine. After all, he hasn't been caught, so he's a small target. But after you save those people, the court will definitely be alerted. Even if they leave Linen, the navy along the river will definitely be more strict. They will also set up checkpoints everywhere. It will be even more difficult to send them away. Song Qingshu answered in a low voice, by then, the cities in the north will definitely have arrest warrants everywhere. The west along the river and the east will also be strictly controlled. However, the south is the heart of the court. They can't cover everything in a hurry, so the south will be relatively empty. I will take them directly to Shanin, and then go to the sea through the nearby estuary to the north to the territory of the Golden Snake camp. In this way, we can bypass the navy near Linen. In addition, Song Qingshu paused and looked at Shen Bijuan with pity. In addition, take her to the Shen garden to pay respects to her parents. Shen Bijuan was stunned. She didn't expect that he was still thinking about her at this time. Her eyes were soon covered with a layer of mist, and it took her a lot of effort to stop herself from crying. Ren Yingying said softly, then I will also arrange a trip to Mount Ning for you later. You should rest well and conserve your energy for the night. Suddenly noticing that the other party was staring at her, she couldn't help but blush. Why are you looking at me so strangely? Song Qingshu asked doubtfully, aren't you angry at all? Ren Yingying was confused. Why should I be angry? Song Qingshu sighed and said, are you angry that I'm leaving you right after we've just reunited, and it's to send another woman off? Ren Yingying said, what nonsense are you talking about? You just wanted to save people. Sister Bijuan's life is so pitiful, and I'm not a cold-hearted person. How could I be angry at her? Don't make fun of her. Sister Yingying. Shen Bijuan was really impressed by Ren Yingying's temperament. She suddenly realized that compared to Ren Yingying, she was really insignificant. She was still struggling with love, but Ren Yingying's heart was filled with love. Song Qingshu was also moved to tears, and he couldn't help but embrace Ren Yingying in his arms, wantonly kissing her smooth cheeks. Ren Yingying was so embarrassed that she quickly pushed him away. What are you doing? Hurry up and go rest. Don't affect the night. I'll go arrange for someone to send Luo Ryuan away. She had always been very thin-skinned. Now that Song Qingshu was being so intimate in front of others, she didn't know what to do. She simply said that and hurriedly left. Sister Yingying is really a good person. Shen Bijuan secretly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and sighed. Song Qingshu smiled and said, I told you before not to worry, but you didn't believe me. Now you can relax, right? Shen Bijuan nodded. I also want to learn from Sister Yingying. She ran away as if she was escaping. Song Qingshu was baffled. Where are you going? What are you going to learn from Yingying? Shen Bijuan's voice came from afar. Go rest first. I'm going to take a stroll around the residence. Song Qingshu smiled helplessly and returned to his room to rest. In the middle of the night, Song Qingshu quietly left the Prince of Qi's residence. His figure merged with the darkness of the night as he hurried in the direction of the heavenly prison. He was already very familiar with the heavenly prison. Adding on the fact that his martial arts were getting better and better, it wasn't difficult for him to sneak in silently. He quickly found the people that Luo Ryuan had described. At this moment, they were covered in blood and were sleeping in a pile of straw on the ground. Yang Ming, Zhang Xing, Huayu? Song Qingshu called them a few times, but none of them woke up. From their barely audible breathing, Song Qingshu could tell that the three of them had been heavily injured and their bodies were extremely weak. He took out a few 9 revolutions bear snake pills and fed them to the three of them. Then, he circulated his internal energy to dissolve the pill's effects. The 9 revolutions bear snake pill was the carefree sex best panacea. Now that Song Qingshu was the supreme of the Vulture Palace, he naturally didn't lack such panacea. With the nourishment of the 9 revolutions bear snake pill, the three of them woke up one by one. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to say, "Generals, I was specially entrusted by Luo Ryuan to save you." Huayu and the other two looked at each other. How should we address this hero? Song Qingshu knew that the most important thing when interacting with others was sincerity. Moreover, he had to win their hearts, and it wouldn't take long before he told them his identity. Thus, he didn't hide anything from them. "I am Song Qingshu." Today, Luo Ryuan hid in the King of Qi's residence after being heavily injured. As he continued to use his internal energy to treat the three of them, he roughly explained what had happened. "Greetings, King of Qi. We are truly unable to repay your kindness in saving our lives." After learning his identity, the three of them no longer had any doubts. Everyone knew that Han Xingzhou and Song Qingshu were on good terms. Right now, only he had the ability and the courage to save them. "Everyone, please rise," Song Qingshu said hurriedly. "Let me get you out of here first. We can discuss the rest in detail later." "All right." The three of them had been prepared to die, but they didn't expect that there would be a light at the end of the tunnel. Their survival instincts made them excited. Just as they were about to lead them out, Song Qingshu suddenly raised his hand. "Someone's coming. I'll hide first." With that, his figure flashed, disappearing into the shadows. Although his martial arts were high, he had only intended to silently save the three of them. He didn't expect that he would have to fight his way out of the imperial prison. Eh? Hiding in the shadows. Song Qingshu found it strange. He had originally thought that the newcomer was a patrolling soldier or a prison guard who had accidentally passed by. However, the newcomer's footsteps were light and graceful. Even in Jianghu, he would be a first-rate expert. How could an ordinary soldier or prison guard have such skills? Soon, a black-clothed man arrived at the three's cell. He said to them, "Do you want to live or die?" The three of them looked at each other. At this moment, they had the same doubts as Song Qingshu. They didn't know who this person was and didn't dare to act rashly. Immediately, they feigned civility and said, "Who wants to die? However, we have committed a crime punishable by death. How can we live?" "Wrong." The black-cloaked man cut them off resolutely, his voice full of arrogance. "As long as you agree to join the Mansion of Spirits, you can live." Mansion of Spirits? Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the dark, felt his heart skip a beat. Previously, he had let old Saber Honcho slip away, and he had thought that the clues in Mansion of Spirits had been cut off. He had never expected that he would once again find a clue here. It was really like a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. The three people in the cell were also confused. Huayu asked, "What is Mansion of Spirits?" The black-robed man replied, "Mansion of Spirits, as the name suggests, everyone inside is a spirit. No matter how big of a crime you committed outside, as long as you enter Mansion of Spirits, you will obtain a new identity, and all your previous debts and grudges will naturally be written off." Zhang Xing sneered. "How arrogant. We have committed a capital offense. If the imperial court wants to kill us, can you protect us?" The man in black said proudly, "Of course we can protect you. There is no one in this world that our Mansion of Spirits cannot protect. As long as you agree, I can guarantee your safety." "Why? You are already dead. Even if you are cheated, there is no loss. If it is true, you can escape. I don't know why you are still hesitating." Seeing the three of them looking at each other, the man in black didn't know that Song Qingshu had been here before. The three people in front of him didn't want to have anything to do with Mansion of Spirits. Zhang Xing was about to refuse, but Yang Ming, who had always been calm, quickly interrupted him. What you said is too unbelievable. We need to think about it. The man in black frowned. What do you have to think about? Why, you also cooperated. We know that there is no free lunch in this world. You made this Mansion of Spirits so mysterious and spent so much effort to save us. In the future, you will definitely need us to repay you. The man in black nodded. His eyes showed approval. Yes, we will need you to repay us in the future. But this is also in the future. Why not get through this crisis first? Hua Yu shook his head. In this world, death is not the scariest thing. There are many things that make people wish they were dead. So, we need to think about it. Seeing that his words were reasonable, the man in black didn't worry. All right, you can think about it. However, I can only give you 1 day. I will come back tomorrow to ask you again. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait for the court's order of execution. At this time, a sound came from the corridor in the distance. The black-clothed man quickly said, I can't stay here for long. Think about it carefully. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, he quickly left. Song Qingshu flashed out of the shadows and said to the three people in the cell, wait a moment, I'll go check on this person's situation, then come back to save you. The three people in the cell did not object. After all, although they were sentenced to death, they would not be killed in a day or two. When Song Qingshu came out of the prison, he quickly found the traces of the black-clothed man and carefully followed him. The black-clothed man's qigong was absolutely first class in Jianghu, and he was extremely cautious, almost to the point of looking back 3 times with every step. However, Song Qingshu's qigong was so good that it was completely beyond his imagination, so he did not notice that he had an extra tail. The black-clothed man deliberately made a few big circles, and finally, after making sure that no one was following him, he sped up and rushed in a certain direction. Song Qingshu had been following him until he saw him enter a magnificent mansion. King Yi's mansion? This was far beyond Song Qingshu's expectation. He had always thought that the mastermind behind the Spirit Mountain Manor was Jia Sherdao, but now it seemed that King Yi had become the biggest suspect. In order to confirm his guess, Song Qingshu also sneaked into the mansion, far behind the black-clothed man, and avoided many patrolling guards and hidden guards along the way. Song Qingshu secretly frowned, thinking that this black-clothed man could not be here to assassinate King Yi, could he? After the troubles in Sichuan and Wutang Mountain, this was very much in line with the Spirit Mountain Manor style. Watching the black-clothed man enter a room that looked like a study, Song Qingshu did not have to deliberately get close to him. With his current skills, if he listened carefully, no movement within a radius of dozens of feet could be hidden from him. Why are you back so soon? A young voice sounded, full of arrogance and indifference of a superior. Song Qingshu was stunned, because he had already recognized the owner of the voice. When the imperial court officially conferred him the title of King Qi, King Yi came to congratulate him in person. In addition, the two of them had met several times in the imperial court, so it was natural that Song Qingshu recognized the voice. Is Old Sword Honcho really King Yi? Song Qingshu couldn't help but be confused for a moment. Master, those people said that they need to think about it. The black-clothed man's voice sounded, and he roughly told him what had just happened in the prison. They want to live, but they don't want to pay the price. Hee, how can there be such a good thing in the world? King Yi sneered in the room. When I saw them assassinate Jia Sherdao, I quite admired their courage. Now it seems that they are just indecisive people. Please forgive me for speaking out of turn. Although these people have some skills, they assassinated Jia Sherdao. If we sell them and the Jia family finds out, I'm afraid. The black-cloaked man hesitated for a while and said. King Yi snorted and said, can't we just not let them know? Although we are working closely together now, if there is a chance, I'm afraid we will be swallowed by Jia Sherdao. So, it is better to have a few chess pieces in advance just in case. After all, these people are the backbone officers of the 3 offices, and they have a lot of connections in the army. However, their identities prevent them from fully using the potential of these connections. In the future, with my support, we can use them to control the 3 offices of the Imperial Army to a certain extent. What's more, these people have a deep hatred for Jia Sherdao, so we don't have to worry about them being recruited by Jia Sherdao in the future. The black-cloaked man couldn't help but sigh and said, "Master, you are really far-sighted. I can only see the immediate benefits. Don't flatter me." Although King Yi said so, his tone was full of pride. By the way, how is the contact with the faceless man? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. According to Li Qingluo, the faceless man and the general were the 2 most mysterious and supreme people in the Mansion of Spirits. He didn't expect that this time, he not only learned the true identity of old Saber Hancho, but also could hear the news of the most mysterious faceless man. According to the news from the channel, the faceless man has replied and said that he will appear at the scheduled place on time. "We don't need to worry about anything else," the black-cloaked man replied. "You really don't want us to arrange it?" Princey said to himself, if he doesn't come or if he's late, all the plans will fall short of success. The black-cloaked man asked tentatively, "Why is this faceless man so arrogant? He didn't give face to Master several times. I don't know where he gets his confidence from." Hearing the black-cloaked man's question, Song Qingshu was overjoyed. He wished the black-cloaked man would ask more questions like this so that he might have a chance to find out who the faceless man was. Unfortunately, Princey did not give him the chance. He reprimanded him with some displeasure. "You've been with me for so long, yet you still don't know the rules. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Next time you test me like this, whether it's intentional or not, the result will be the same. I deserve to die, I deserve to die." Although he could not see, he could still imagine the cold sweat on the black-cloaked man's face. Song Qingshu, who was outside, secretly lamented that it was a pity. Judging from the information he had received, perhaps only Princey knew the identity of the faceless man. But his identity was sensitive, and he couldn't capture him for interrogation. Of course, there was another reason. He didn't want to alert the enemy too early. After all, at present, the conspiracy of the Mansion of Spirits was likely to be beneficial to him. After listening for a while, Song Qingshu saw that he could not get any more valuable information, so he quietly left Prince Yi's mansion and headed in the direction of the prison. Now that Hua Yu and the others were being targeted by the Mansion of Spirits, he had to rescue them as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. For a few moments, Song Qingshu somewhat admired Prince Yi. Not only did great minds think alike on the issue of Hua Yu and others, but more importantly, he actually made such a big move in the Mansion of Spirits. In fact, it was very normal. Now that the position of Crown Prince was taken, if nothing happened, the throne would have nothing to do with him, so he could only make changes himself. Now the biggest question is, what is the plan of the Mansion of Spirits? Song Qingshu could vaguely guess from what happened on Wutang Mountain, but he had no clue who the faceless man and the general were. Back in the prison, Hua Yu and others had been waiting for him. Seeing him return, they were all excited. "Follow me." Song Qingshu opened the cell door with Sword Qi and removed the shackles on their feet. Will this implicate Prince Qi? Hua Yu was a little hesitant. After all, breaking into the prison was a serious crime. Not to mention that he was just a prince, even the crown prince would not be able to bear the consequences. Breaking into the prison openly will certainly implicate me, but it will be fine as long as I don't let anyone recognize me. At that time, who would know that it was me who robbed it? Song Qingshu couldn't help but think that Han Xingzhou was such a kind person. He was about to die, but he was still worried about others. No wonder he still chose to join the operation to assassinate Jia Sherdao, even though he didn't get along with Han Xingzhou. Hearing this, Hua Yu was finally relieved, but Yang Ming asked, "What happened to the Mansion of Spirits just now? They seem very mysterious and powerful. If we trick them like this, will they join forces with the imperial court to hunt us down? If we implicate the King of Qi?" Song Qingshu replied with a smile, "The Mansion of Spirits is just an organization with wild ambitions. It is fated that it cannot show itself in the light of day. I am not even afraid of the imperial court, so why would I be afraid of a mere Mansion of Spirits?" That's true. The 3 of them thought about it and agreed. They used to be high-ranking officers in the army, so they naturally knew that there were many gangs and organizations in the Jianghu, but in the face of the power of the government, they were nothing. By the way, Song Qingshu suddenly remembered something. Your families, the three of them answered, we are not reckless people. Of course, we prepared an escape route for our families in the beginning. Fortunately, we are all single, and there aren't many people in our families, so it is easy to move them. Seeing that they had already arranged for their families, Song Qingshu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, Song Qingshu had done something like this many times, and he didn't have enough security for Huayu and the other two, so he didn't disturb the guards until the three of them were taken out of the prison. Of course, after another hour, the guard on duty would discover that the sleeping acupoint of the guard on duty had been struck. At that time, it would be impossible to hide it. However, this hour was more than enough. After leaving the prison, Song Qingshu didn't bring Huayu and the other two back to the King of Qi's residence. Instead, he directly jumped over the city walls and left. The city walls of linen were tall, the moat was wide, and there were soldiers patrolling at all times. Ordinary Jianghu experts really couldn't cross over. Even Song Qingshu had to make several trips to bring the three of them out of the city. Ren Yingying had long been waiting outside the city. Seeing him arrive, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. You were 2 hours late. I thought something had happened. If not for the fact that I didn't hear the sounds of fighting, I would have entered the city to investigate. I've made you worry. I just happened to run into an unexpected situation. Song Qingshu roughly explained what happened at Mansion of Spirits. Old Saber Honcho is actually Prince Yi? Ren Yingying was also extremely surprised. Song Qingshu nodded, I'll tell you the details later. We have to hurry and send them away. Ren Yingying also understood the gravity of the situation and didn't ask any more questions. She led the three of them towards the carriage. Greetings, Princess. Huayu and the other two simultaneously bowed to Ren Yingying. Although the imperial court hadn't officially conferred the title of Princess of Qi, even if it did, it would definitely be between the two princesses. The princess's wedding had yet to be held. Moreover, there was a beautiful and mysterious woman in the King of Qi's residence for a long time. Over time, the officials of Linen began to refer to her as Princess of Qi. Huayu and the other two had long heard of Princess of Qi's heavenly beauty. The woman in front of them was even more beautiful than all the women they had seen before combined. Moreover, she had a calm and noble air about her. As a result, they didn't hesitate to guess her identity. However, their voices soon came to an abrupt halt, because when they opened the curtain of the carriage, they discovered that there was a devastatingly beautiful woman sitting in the carriage. At first glance, the three of them felt somewhat ashamed of their inferiority, as if the terrifying beauty of the other party made them not dare to look at her directly. They then turned their heads to look at Ren Yingying. For a moment, they were unable to determine who was superior. For a moment, they really did not know who was the legendary fairy-like Princess of Qi. Song Qingshu patted their shoulders and said, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get in the carriage. We have to hurry before the people in the imperial prison can react. Huayu and the other two finally got in the carriage. However, they all sat in a corner and didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. You weren't even afraid of assassinating Jia Sherdao in the midst of thousands of soldiers. Why are you so nervous now? They laughed awkwardly, and Zhang Xing was the first to speak. Of course we weren't afraid of killing the enemy, but we didn't know where to put our hands when we were so close to a woman. Furthermore, the two princesses are so beautiful. Ren Yingying and Shen Bijuan blushed when they heard how the two princesses addressed them. They didn't know how to react. Song Qingshu smiled and changed the topic to dispel the awkwardness. By the way, Yingying, has General Luo made arrangements? Ren Yingying nodded and said, I sent him out of the city during the day. At that time, Linen City wasn't under martial law, so it wasn't difficult. Even if the imperial court issued a warrant for his arrest, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up with him. Huayu and the other two stood up and bowed. My lord, princess, there's nothing we can do to repay you for saving our lives. We can only do our best to repay you. We have plenty of cows and horses at home. There's no need to trouble the generals. Ren Yingying pursed her lips and smiled. The generals are talented and are destined to be famous figures on the battlefield. If we really asked you to be our cows and horses, wouldn't we be blind? She smiled and made a joke, which didn't annoy Huayu and the others. Instead, it brought them closer. After talking with the three of them, Song Qingshu gradually understood the changes in the imperial court. After Han Chuanzhou was killed, the Han faction's forces were like a group of dragons without a leader, and they were severely suppressed. Jing Tan, who was a minister, had always been Han Xingzhou's ally. After Han Xingzhou's death, Jia Sherdao found an excuse to impeach him and demoted him to another place. Another minister, Wu Qian, was even worse. When the news of Wu Shi's treason came, the entire Wu family was confiscated. If it weren't for many people who vouched for him, his entire family would have been killed. It turned out that Wu Shi hadn't betrayed the Han faction, and the court restored the Wu family. However, the Wu family had already been destroyed by Jia Sherdao. The entire Wu family was either killed or exiled. In the end, the rebellion was symbolically restored, and it was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. Speaking of this, Huayu and the others were filled with righteous indignation. As soldiers, they were full of sympathy and anger for the Wu family, which had been wronged for generations. This was another important reason why they had tried to assassinate Jia Sherdao. Xianxia and Shuiji were now in charge of the executive office, and the two of them had always been close to Jia Sherdao. In the Privy Council, Zhao Kuwei, the Privy Council member, Qiao Ming, and Zhao Rushu were also Jia Sherdao's people. In the third bureau, Chen Ziqiang was originally pro-Han, but now he was replaced by Lin Ruhai, Jia Sherdao's relative by marriage. In addition, Jia Sherdao had been promoted to be the Minister of State of the Pingzhang Army, so it could be said that he had military, political, and financial power. Pingzhang Military Minister, Pingzhang Military Minister. People who didn't know better would think the latter sounded more prestigious, but there was a huge difference in their power. The latter could only intervene in the important affairs of the country, while the former could manage all the affairs of the country. Therefore, Jia Sherdao was even more powerful than Han Xingzhou at his peak. Song Qingshu's expression was a bit solemn. Jia Sherdao's development was a bit like that of a big boss. Zhao Go was a person who valued power, so how could he allow someone to be so powerful? Unknowingly, the carriage had already arrived at the ferry. The group of people alighted from the carriage and boarded the prepared boat. Ren Yingying stopped at the shore and said, "I will not accompany you all. I still need to return to the Linen Bureau to take charge and make a corresponding response to the court's reaction." Song Qingshu nodded and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I have to say, I'm going back to see you." A faint blush appeared on Ren Yingying's white, jade-like cheeks. "I'm still looking at you. Don't hold me back. Business is more important." Song Qingshu knew she was shy. "Okay, I'll come back as soon as I can." Ren Yingying waved her hand and said, "You don't have to come back as soon as possible. Stay with Sister Bijuan in Shanin for a while. I'm sure she wants to spend more time with her deceased parents." Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, "What more can I ask for with a wife like this?" Ren Yingying couldn't stand his enthusiasm anymore. She was worried that he would do something too intimate in front of so many people, so she quickly pulled her hand back and left. Song Qingshu knew that the heavenly prison must have noticed something was wrong. He didn't dare to delay, so he jumped on the boat and started the journey south. Because speed was the priority this time, Ren Yingying didn't prepare a big boat. Instead, she prepared a fast boat. They arrived near Shanin in about one night. Later, the court issued a wanted order, and all the states and counties started to investigate passers-by. They didn't know that they had already left the encirclement. When they arrived at Shanin, Ren Yingying had already arranged for people to meet them. Song Qingshu sent the three of them to the boat. They would go out to sea from the east and then go north by sea. He told them to go to the Golden Snake Battalion's territory to recover first and wait for him to summon them in the future. He still needed them to fulfill their ambitions. Huayu and the other two were already disappointed with the court after the previous incident. Plus, Song Qingshu and Jia Sherdao were enemies, so they naturally agreed. After Huayu and the other two left, Song Qingshu took Shen Bijuan to the Shen Garden. Ever since the murder that night, the once lively Shen Garden had been abandoned. It was overgrown with weeds, and there was a sense of ruin everywhere. Along the way, Shen Bijuan told Song Qingshu what every place used to look like and the beautiful memories she had when she was a child. When they arrived in front of a dozen graves in the backyard, she couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. She knelt in front of her parents' graves and cried sadly. Xianxia was, after all, a high-ranking official of the imperial court. Although the imperial court had not been able to find out who the murderer was, they did not slack off in collecting the corpses of the Xin family. They even built graves for them and buried the entire Xin family properly. Song Qingshu knew that any kind of comfort would be useless at this time, so he just stood there quietly and accompanied her. Xin Bijuan cried until she finally fainted. Song Qingshu secretly sighed and held her in his arms. He didn't try to wake her up. Fainting was the body's mechanism to protect itself. It was better to let her have a good sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Xin Bijuan finally woke up. Seeing that she was in her lover's arms, her cold heart finally had a trace of warmth. "Brother Song, I want to stay here for a while longer to properly observe the mourning for my parents. I can't even see them one last time. Just thinking about it makes me feel unfilial." Before Song Qingshu could reply, Xin Bijuan continued, "Brother Song, it's fine for me to stay here alone. You don't need to stay with me. I know you have many things on your hands right now, so don't delay them because of me." Song Qingshu's brows furrowed. "How can I do that? How can I be at ease leaving you here alone?" Not to mention that Xin Bijuan was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city, she was just a normal girl. It was not safe for her to stay in this desolate and uninhabited Xin garden. Especially since the murderer of the Xin garden had not been found yet. Who knew if the murderer would come to the Xin garden again to take a look? What would happen if he saw Xin Bijuan then? Xin Bijuan said, "Brother Song, didn't you teach me martial arts? I'm not as weak as before." Song Qingshu shook his head and said, "The time you've spent learning martial arts is too short. Right now, you're just a bit stronger than a normal person. Not to mention the experts of the Jianghu, even if you met a second or third class person, you wouldn't be able to handle them." Xin Bijuan's brows were filled with worry. She bit her lips and had a tearful appearance, "But I really want to stay here with my parents." Seeing her delicate and pitiful appearance, Song Qingshu secretly sighed at this demoness. It was likely that no man in this world would have the heart to refuse a woman like this. He was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. "Be quiet, someone has come to the Xin garden." Xin Bijuan's face paled and she said in a small voice, "Has the murderer come?" Her mind was thinking of revenge, and her first thought was of the murderer who had bathed the Xin garden in blood. Song Qingshu was not sure. He quietly led Xin Bijuan to the direction of the commotion and quickly came to a wall in the Xin garden. He saw a middle-aged man in blue standing motionlessly in front of the wall. After a long time, he sighed. "This is..." Xin Bijuan looked at the lines of graceful writing on the wall. "The world is thin, and human feelings are evil. The rain sends the dusk, and the flowers fall easily. The dawn wind dries, and the tear stains remain. I wish to write on my heart, but I speak alone. Difficult, 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 people are separated, and today is not yesterday. The sick soul is often like a swing. The horn sounds cold, the night wanes. Afraid that someone will ask, I swallow my tears and pretend to be happy. Hide, hide, hide." Song Qingshu answered, "The last time Lu Yu went to Xin garden, he accidentally saw his former wife Tang Wan and her current husband visiting the garden. In a moment of sadness, he wrote the poem Phoenix on a hairpin, red and mellow hands. This phoenix on a hairpin, the world is fickle must be Tang Wan's response to Lu Yu's letter." As someone from Mountain Yin, Xin Bijuan naturally knew about the past between Lu Yu and Tang Wan. She couldn't help sighing, two people who love each other deeply can't be together. They really are not fated to be together. Song Qingshu did not agree. In the end, it was because of Mother Lu's opposition. Then one of them married again, and the other took a new wife. If it were me, even if the entire world opposed it, I would still marry the one I love. The words of the parents are very important. Xin Bijuan didn't agree at first, but when she thought of her lover's abilities, she couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. "Big brother Song, there aren't many people in this world that can compare to your boldness. King Chi's lecture is correct. I was too weak and did not know how to fight back, causing Wan'er to marry someone else." The two did not deliberately conceal their conversation, so it startled the man in blue. He turned around and saw it was Lu Yu. Brother Wu Guan is a filial son. It is easy for me to say this. I hope Brother Lu does not take offense. Song Qingshu bowed. Lu Yu shook his head. King Qi is right. If I had insisted, we would not have ended up like this. Song Qingshu advised, Brother Wu Guan, the two of you are actually living quite well now. The young lady from the Wang family that you married is of good character and good family background. Miss Tang's marriage to the royal prince of Beihai is also a very good choice. Most importantly, the royal prince of Beihai treats her very well. I'm sure Brother Wu Guan can see that. In history, Tang Wan's later husband, Zhao Shicheng, was very good to Tang Wan. After meeting Lu Yu in the Shen garden, he deliberately left to give the two some time to be alone. He loved Tang Wan for the rest of his life. Because Tang Wan's meeting at the Shen garden brought back sad memories, she died not long after. Zhao Shicheng was heartbroken and did not marry again. Compared to Lu Yu, his love was deeper and more admirable. Correct. Lu Yu grimaced. I will not hide it from King Qi. If Zhao Shicheng did not treat her well, while I would feel pity, I would not feel so much pain. Seeing the two of them in perfect harmony, I feel like my heart is being cut by a knife. I know that this is a very despicable way of thinking, but I cannot help it, Song Qingshu said. Brother Lu is clearly a man of integrity to speak so frankly. There is no saint in this world. As a man, it is normal to have such thoughts. Lu Yu sighed. King Qi does not need to comfort me. Every time I have this thought, I hate myself even more. At this time, he suddenly noticed Shen Bijuan behind Song Qingshu and made a sound of surprise. This is not, Shen Bijuan bowed. Greetings, Uncle Lu. The Lu and Shen families were both in Xianxia City. Lu Yu and Tang Wan often went to the Shen gardens to play, so the two families could be said to be old friends. Lu Yu was also a generation older, so he normally addressed Shen Bijuan as uncle. Recognizing Shen Bijuan, Lu Yu looked in shock at Song Qingshu. King Qi, what is going on? Seeing him act like he had kidnapped the crown princess, Song Qingshu grimaced. This matter is a long story. Let's find a place to sit down and slowly chat. Okay. This Lu prepared a small boat with some wine and food on it. Let's go up and chat. Xianxia City was filled with small bridges and flowing water. Not only was rowing a boat extremely pleasant for cultivation, it was also extremely secretive. There was no need to worry about outsiders eavesdropping or seeing anything. After the three of them boarded the ship, Song Qingshu told them the ins and outs of the whole matter while drinking and chatting. After hearing the whole story, Lu Yu sighed. Miss Shen, you must have suffered a lot. Shen Bijuan was even more open-minded. In hindsight, I don't feel that it was difficult. Being able to meet Brother Song was the greatest fortune of my life. As an experienced person, how could Lu Yu not see the adoration in her eyes? Especially when he noticed the intimacy between the two of them, he guessed that the two of them had already decided to marry each other. He couldn't help but look worriedly at Song Qingshu. But her identity? Shen Bijuan was the future crown princess. For someone as loyal and patriotic as him, the situation in front of him was hard to accept. Song Qingshu explained, the imperial court has long since ceased to recognize her as the crown princess. The people in the imperial city even wish for her to die. He then roughly described how the imperial city department had tried to assassinate her in Liao. Shuiyi's people are so daring. Lu Yu stood up angrily. However, he came from a large family and understood the rules of the game of the imperial family. He quickly realized that this was most likely incited by the people in the imperial palace. He sat down dejectedly. This is too disappointing. Song Qingshu's tone was a little sarcastic. Even two emperors, countless princesses, concubines, and noble ladies were trapped in the empire, yet they didn't try to save them, let alone a future crown princess whose title has yet to be confirmed. Lu Yu's expression changed. Finally, he let out a long sigh. It's a pity that Minister Han's northern expedition failed. More than a decade of preparation was destroyed in a single day. He was a staunch advocate of war. Otherwise, Song Qingshu would not have said so much to him. Right, Minister Han was unjustly killed. Many of his subordinates were implicated. How is the Lu family? Song Qingshu asked. Lu Yu smiled bitterly. Of course we can't escape. Everyone in the Lu family who holds a position in the imperial court has been removed. There are only a few scattered people who hold small positions. Now the Lu family has started to close their doors and guard themselves. No one will be promoted for a short period of time. They aren't even allowed to leave Shanin for fear that others will use this as a pretext. Song Qingshu was slightly surprised. Compared to the Wu family and the Chen family who were destroyed, the Lu family basically didn't suffer much damage. They only lost their positions and didn't lose any members of the family. If someone promoted them in the future, they could instantly recover to their peak or even surpass it. Lu Yu cupped his hands. Speaking of which, this is all thanks to King Qi. Thanks to me? Song Qingshu was somewhat astonished. Lu Yu replied, Misrun of the Qi household came forward and made a lot of connections. In addition, we are related by marriage to the Gusu Wang family. Our Lu family was able to escape calamity. So that's how it is. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Ren Yingying really did a lot of things in linen. Lu Yu suddenly asked curiously, that's right, why did the Prince of Qi come to Shanin this time? Song Qingshu pointed to the beauty beside him. Bijuan wants to come back to pay respects to her parents. You also know that something like that happened in the Shen garden. Shen Bijuan sadly shed tears. When I came back, I saw that my parents' grave was left unattended. I was even sadder and decided to build a hut next to the Shen garden to observe mourning. Song Qingshu held her soft little hand. But I really don't feel at ease leaving you here alone. First, your identity is sensitive. If someone with ulterior motives discovers you, it is likely to bring about a fatal disaster. Second, you are so beautiful. There is no one in the Shen garden. What if you attract some lawless people? Lu Yu said, if the Prince of Qi trusts you, you can let Miss Shen temporarily stay in the Lu residence. Now that the Lu family has closed their doors, I presume that Miss Shen's information will not be leaked. It will be enough to guarantee her safety. This? Song Qingshu sank into deep thought. Shen Bijuan timely opened her mouth and said, Brother Song, let me stay. I really want to spend more time with my parents. Song Qingshu finally nodded. That's fine. Right, Brother Wu Guan, my relationship with your matriarch is not very good. Can we hide this matter from the other people in the Lu residence? At the Lu residence, he had ruthlessly slapped that old woman's face. He couldn't implicate Bijuan because of this. Lu Yu nodded. Yes. When the time comes, arrange for Miss Shen to live in a courtyard in the inner residence. Oh, let Qingyaojia live with her. Qingyaojia? Thinking of that extremely bashful young woman who would blush at the slightest provocation, Song Qingshu felt his heart heat up. He hurriedly restrained his thoughts and dispelled those erotic images in his mind. We're not far from the Lu mansion. Why don't we talk after we enter the mansion? Lu Yu stood at the bow of the boat and gazed into the distance. The few of them had been chatting on the boat for a long time. The boat was moving with the current, and they could vaguely see the walls of the Lu manor. All right. There were many people in the Lu mansion that Song Qingshu wanted to see. It would be good for him to personally make arrangements for Shen Bijuan. The three of them did not enter from the main entrance, but found a side entrance and entered a side courtyard of the Lu residence. He saw a beautiful woman dressed as a young married woman playing on a swing in the courtyard. Her hair was like fog, and her cheeks were as white as snow. However, there was a trace of worry lingering between her brows. Yaojia, look who has arrived. Lu Yu called out with a smile. Surprisingly, that beautiful young woman was Qingyaojia. Qingyaojia suspiciously turned her head around. When she saw Song Qingshu's appearance, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. She had never expected that just a moment ago she would see him in person. Her expression was bashful and her pretty face was like a rose petal. Sister Chung. Shen Bijuan was very happy to see her. The two of them had lived in Shanin City and were considered close friends in the past. Now that they had returned to the Shen garden, things had changed. How could she not be happy to see her old friend? By Bijuan? Qingyaojia saw that it was Shen Bijuan who was behind Song Qingshu. She couldn't help but blush. How could Lu Yu bring her to see Song Qingshu? Of course, he was talking about Shin Bijuan. Bijuan, where have you been these days? Is everything okay? Seeing Qing Yaojiao's evasive eyes and her guilty conscience deliberately not looking at him, Song Qingshu smiled knowingly. Hearing her sweet and coquettish voice, he suddenly remembered how she had panted in his arms. For a moment, he felt his whole body heat up. Song Qingshu felt that this was not very kind, so he quickly calmed down and asked, "That's right, how come I don't see Guanyin?" Hearing him ask directly, Qing Yaojia couldn't avoid it. She lowered her head and softly replied, after he was dismissed, he was a bit depressed. He planned to wander the Jianghu. He said he wanted to practice his swordsmanship. So it's like that. Song Qingshu was startled. He remembered that he had taught Lu Guanyin the Bixia swordsmanship. Presumably, he had been frustrated in the officialdom and had focused his energy on martial arts. In addition, because of his health, he had a beautiful woman at home that he couldn't touch. No one would be able to endure that kind of torment. He might as well use this as an excuse to go out and hide for a period of time. Lu Yu took this opportunity to explain his background. Miss Shen is temporarily staying at the Lu residence. The fewer people who know about it, the better. I am a man and it is not convenient for me to take care of her. After thinking about it, only you are the most suitable person in the residence. Qing Yaojia hastily replied, I happen to be very lonely. Bijuan is my good friend. Moreover, Brother Song has done us a great favor. Naturally, we will not shirk from this small favor. Song Qingshu smiled and said, Thank you very much, madam. Qing Yaojia's face became even redder. She pursed her lips and said, No need to thank me. Lu Yu smiled and said, Prince Qi, it is already late. Why don't you stay at the residence for the night? I was just thinking of having a good drink with you. I will accept your invitation. To be able to drink and chat with such a great writer whose name would be passed down through the ages was definitely a great fortune. Lu Yu did not want to stay at his nephew's place for long and quickly left. Song Qingshu naturally did not want to stay in front of Lu Yu. After entrusting Shin Bijuan to Qing Yaojia, he left with Lu Yu. Not long after leaving the courtyard, Song Qingshu suddenly thought of two acquaintances. He said, Brother Wu Guan, I plan to pay a visit to Lu Wushuang and Qingying. They are definitely trustworthy people. It will be more convenient to have them look after Bijuan. Lu Yu replied, There is no need to go. They are not at the residence. If they are not at the residence, then where did they go? Song Qingshu was somewhat puzzled. From Lu Yu's tone, it seemed that the two women had not been away for a short time. Lu Yu explained, It seems that Peach Blossom Island's Island Master Huang's daughter is about to give birth. Island Master Huang has to go out for a period of time, so he sent someone to summon his disciple, Qingying, back to Peach Blossom Island to help. Wu Shuang has nothing to do, so she went with her cousin. Huang Rong. Song Qingshu's heart stirred. He did not know how she was right now. After giving birth, would she experience danger like in the original work? However, it should not be. Currently, she was not in Xiangyang. Peach Blossom Island was under the protection of Huang Yaoshi, Qingying, and the others. Since he had come to Shanin, should he go to Peach Blossom Island to see her? Her child must be very cute. He did not know who it would look like. Song Qingshu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, he ultimately gave up on this tempting idea. After all, he had important matters to attend to and could not afford to waste time. He needed to investigate the Spirit Mountain Village's plan as soon as possible so that he could make targeted arrangements. There was also the impending threat of the Mongolians. Both of these factors made it hard for him to breathe. After drinking and chatting with Lu Yu for half the night, Song Qingshu's admiration for Lu Yu grew. This person was not only the great scholar in his memory, but he was also a strategist. He had the ability to govern the country. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely be able to get Lu Yu to work for him. After returning to his room, Song Qingshu, who was pretending to be drunk, opened his eyes and quietly snuck towards Shin Bijuan's courtyard. The two of them would be parting tomorrow morning. He still had many things to tell her. The reason he pretended to be drunk was to hide it from the Lu clan. After all, that courtyard was the residence of their young madam. If others found out, it would not look good. Brother Song, why are you here? Shen Bijuan was surprised by Song Qingshu's arrival. Sister Qing is next door. It won't be good if she finds out. Actually, it doesn't matter if she finds out. Song Qingshu hesitated. He didn't know if he should tell her about his relationship with Qing Yaojia or not. However, in the end, he didn't. After all, Qing Yaojia had a family. If he told her, it would inevitably affect her reputation. I'll be laughed at. Shen Bijuan hurriedly pushed him away. After all, she was still a young girl and the person next door was her good friend. She was really shy. Song Qingshu gently hugged her and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to do anything. I just want to entrust you with some things. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning." He really didn't have any evil intentions when he came to find Shen Bijuan. She had just paid respects to her parents and was in extreme sorrow. Moreover, her mind was always thinking about observing filial piety. If he came to be intimate with her at this time, he would be worse than a beast. Hearing his words, Shen Bijuan realized that she was thinking too much. She blushed and said, "Brother Song, don't worry and go do your things. I'll stay here to observe filial piety for my parents. When you're done, come find me." Song Qingshu held her tightly in his arms and softly said to her, "Most of the people in the Lu family are on our side. Lu Guining, Qing Yaojia, and Lu Yu are all trustworthy. If you have any problems, you can look for them. There is also ninth young mistress Lu Wushuang and cousin young mistress Qingying. However, they are not in the Fu right now. In addition, you have to be careful of the old madam of the Lu Fu. That woman and I don't get along well." Song Qingshu held her tightly in his arms and softly said to her, "Most of the people in the Lu family are our own people." After staying in the room for more than half an hour, Song Qingshu was finally pushed out of the room by Shen Bijuan. "Am I that scary?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. When he passed by Qing Yaojia's room, his heart moved. After hesitating for a moment, he finally gently knocked on the door. Who is it?" Qing Yaojia's soft voice came from inside. He could hear the panic in her voice. "It's me," Song Qingshu said in a low voice. The room fell into silence. After a long time, Miss Qing replied in a low voice, "My husband is out. It's not convenient for me to receive guests." Song Qingshu. "Long time no see, this young woman has become quite arrogant." It was late at night, and the courtyard soon fell into silence. After a long time, Miss Qing noticed that there was no movement outside. She thought that the other party had left angrily. She subconsciously bit her lip and got up to open the door a little. She wanted to see what was happening outside. Who knew that the moment the door opened a little, a figure would rush in. Qing Yaojia was so scared that she almost shouted for help. It wasn't until she saw the person's appearance that she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. "You. Why did you come in?" Qing Yaojia seemed to be a bit angry, but her voice was still very soft. "You opened the door for me," Song Qingshu said with a smile. Qing Yaojia blushed. "Guining is not at home. You should go out." Song Qingshu was immediately amused. "From your tone, it seems that I can only come in if he is at home?" "No, it's not like that." Qing Yaojia also realized that it was inappropriate to say this, but she couldn't think of a way to explain it. Song Qingshu sat on the bed and said, "If you really didn't want me to come in, why did you get up and open the door?" Qing Yaojia lowered her head and her face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. Seeing her embarrassed appearance, Song Qingshu couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He patted the bed and said, "Quickly sleep in. It's cold at night. Don't catch a cold." At this time, Qing Yaojia was wearing a set of white pajamas. Obviously, she had just gotten out of bed. Qing Yaojia also felt a little cold. She hugged her arms and shook her head. "No. You want to bully me." Song Qingshu was immediately amused. "How come we have become so estranged after not seeing each other for so long?" Qing Yaojia softly snorted. In the end, she couldn't stand the cold and crawled back into bed. However, she immediately sensed the movement in the bed and couldn't help but angrily say, "Why are you so shameless?" Smelling the fragrant smell in the bed, Song Qingshu hugged her soft body and whispered in her ear, "It's because I caused Madam to catch a cold, so I have to warm her up." Qing Yaojia moaned. Being held in the man's arms, her whole body involuntarily became soft. You stink. You reek of alcohol. Song Qingshu chuckled, I just drank with Luyu for half the night. I'm going to take off my stinky clothes now. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly tried to stop him. Who knew that he was too fast? Her outstretched hand suddenly touched his hot body and she was so scared that she withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Song Qingshu held her in his arms and felt her body become softer and softer. He couldn't help but say, why are you so shy today? Xianxia turned her face away and didn't dare to look at his hot eyes. She replied in a low voice, Bijuan is still next door. Song Qingshu laughed, don't worry. She won't know about us unless you are willing to tell her. If she knows, I won't be able to be a human. Xianxia pouted coquettishly. She felt the pressure from the man's body and her eyes were about to seep water. Be quiet. Don't disturb her. Song Qingshu buried his head in her neck and said in a low, muffled voice, as long as you can bear it, she won't hear it. Xianxia's whole body had long been moved. She stretched out her snow-white arms and hugged the man tightly. She gave her most gentle side and completely accepted him. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia's incomparably delicate voice rang out in the room, it's been so long, but I still haven't gotten pregnant. I always feel very sorry for Guining. Song Qingshu was startled. Only then did he remember that the reason the two of them were together was because of Lu Guining's somewhat absurd deal. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Don't worry, you will get pregnant soon. Xianxia looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked somewhat lazily, why do you say that? Because before, I refined all of your essence into qi. Of course you can't get pregnant, Song Qingshu explained. Ah? Xianxia asked for a long time before she understood what he meant. Her small face suddenly turned red. Why? Why did you do that? Song Qingshu replied seriously, if I let you get pregnant as soon as I came, how could I come to find Madam openly? You are really a big bad guy. Xianxia suddenly pouted, but her heart rippled when she heard this. At this time, she was extremely emotional. She couldn't help but whisper, actually, as long as you want, even, you can come to find me. Song Qingshu was overjoyed when he heard this. But you clearly didn't want to let me in just now. Miss Qing let out a soft cry and shyly buried her head in his chest. You clearly know that I didn't really want to refuse you. Song Qingshu's fingers slid across the fair skin on her back. He could not help but sigh. But if I come to you after you are pregnant, I will feel that I have let Guining down. Xianxia gently bit his shoulder with her pearly white teeth, you're treating me like this, aren't you letting him down? Song Qingshu's smile froze. Why do I feel that there is something wrong with what you are saying? You are making it sound like Shiman Qing and Pan Jinlian. Stop. What happened between us was obviously agreed by Guining. Miss Qing softly snorted. If he didn't agree, I wouldn't be fooling around with you like this. Hearing her coquettishly say all this, Song Qingshu felt a fire rising in his lower abdomen. He could not help but turn over and press down on top of her. Miss Qing blushed and stretched out her small hand to stop him. She finished what she had just said. You also know about Guining's current condition. He also told me that he doesn't mind what happened between us. But as his wife, I still have to help him carry on the family line. So you don't need to refine your essence into qi anymore. Song Qingshu looked at her limpid eyes and softly said, don't worry, I won't. Miss Qing still did not let go. She continued, Guining's life has been too bitter. Now he can only focus his energy on building a career. In the future, I hope that you will look at me and help him. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. You are really a good wife. It is really Guining's blessing to be able to marry you. I'm not. Xianxia's face turned red and she muttered, if I were, why would I? Song Qingshu shook his head and said seriously, this is not your fault. What happened to Guining has nothing to do with you. On the contrary, you have done a lot for him. If it were not for you, I am afraid he would have been a cripple now. He would not have had the opportunity to practice peerless martial arts, let alone enter the court. Xianxia bit her lips and her eyes became misty. You always use so many fallacies to comfort me. Song Qingshu smiled. Because what I said is the truth. Sweetheart, Xianxia softly said. She finally let go of his little hand. Obviously, she had let go of her body and mind. Who would have thought that Song Qingshu would not move? Instead, he moved closer to her and whispered something in her ear. Xianxia's eyes became more and more blurred. You scoundrel, every time you humiliate me like this. Guanning used to hate me like this. Guanning is a modest gentleman and I am a stinking rascal. How can we be the same? Song Qingshu laughed. Seeing that she was still hesitant, Song Qingshu added, according to the doctor, it is easier to get pregnant this way. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. In the end, she still leaned over. Her snow-white skin seemed to be stained with rose juice. Early the next morning, Song Qingshu bid farewell to Shenbijuan. Miss Qing stood at the side, dignified and refined. She was incomparably gentle, looking like a well-behaved young madam. It was as if nothing had happened. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh that women were natural actors. Even Miss Chang's temperament could play the role without any flaws. Of course, he would not be so bored as to expose her. After saying goodbye to the two women, he rushed to Linen. Along the way, there were wanted posters of Luo Ryuan, Hua Yu, and the others everywhere. Song Qingshu rejoiced. Fortunately, he had acted quickly enough to send them out ahead of time. After traveling for about a day, he finally returned to Linen and entered the Qi Prince's mansion. Because he did not want to divulge information, he did not let the gatekeeper announce his arrival. Instead, he used his peerless qinggong to enter the rear courtyard. In the pavilion in the middle of the pond, he saw a peerlessly beautiful figure leaning against a pillar. She looked delicate and timid. Song Qingshu's heart was filled with pity. He rushed over and picked her up. He spun her around a few times and said, "Ying, you have lost weight during this time." Ren Ying was startled by someone suddenly hugging her. When she heard her lover's familiar voice, she breathed a sigh of relief. Pleasantly surprised, she said, "Why did you come back so quickly? Didn't I tell you to accompany Shen Mimi?" Looking at her from such a close distance, he saw that her skin was so white that it was almost transparent. There was a faint blush on her skin. Song Qingshu said with distress, "Your own health is not good. Why do you always worry about others?" Ren Ying pursed her lips and smiled. "How am I not in good health? I am obviously very good." However, Song Qingshu could see the loneliness behind her smile. He hurriedly comforted her. "I know you don't want me to worry. Last time you used the great art of blood ignition, you lost a lot of your lifespan. I have been looking for a way to make up for it. I came back in a hurry a few days ago and did not have the time to tell you. Now that I have the time, I can teach you a set of methods." Ren Ying shook her head. "A person's lifespan is determined by the heavens. Brother Song, why do you need to waste so much energy on me?" She was the holy nun of the Sun Moon sect. She was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. She was extremely knowledgeable and had never heard of a method to make up for one's lifespan. She was worried that this matter would take up too much of her lover's energy. Thus, she did not want him to do useless things. "You're just too smart, and smart people tend to get stuck in a dead end." Song Qingshu roughly guessed what she was thinking when he saw her expression. "Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who will be deceived by a quack doctor. This time, I'm sure you'll trust the person I'm consulting after listening to him." "Who is it?" Ren Ying was also curious when she heard him being so serious. "Of course it's my grand ancestral master. When it comes to prolonging life, I'm afraid no one is more qualified than him." Song Qingshu smiled. Last time, during his trip to Wudong, apart from the matter of the Mansion of Spirits, Song Qingshu also wanted to ask Zhang Sanfeng for advice. He did not have much hope at first. Who knew that Zhang Sanfeng was so knowledgeable and knew about the great art of blood ignition? Then, he taught him a set of methods to preserve health. Its spiritual master Zhang? Hearing Zhang Sanfeng's name, Ren Ying's brows revealed a hint of joy. One must know that Zhang Sanfeng was the world's publicly recognized Earth Immortal. He had lived for more than 100 years but still had the energy of a man in his prime. Everyone said that he practiced immortal methods to achieve immortality. This rootless tree secret art is a summary of the old man's own body nurturing method. Song Qingshu slowly repeated an incantation to her. Rootless tree, yellow flowers, grown in the central Wuji village. The daughter of the owner, the husband of the West, matched to enter the bridal chamber as husband and wife. Grandmother Huang advises to drink Tigu wine and get drunk every day. This immortal prescription, soul-returning serum, brings the dead back to life, is the king of medicine. Ren Yingying originally listened attentively, but the more she listened, the redder her face became. In the end, she could not help but spit out, Master Zhang is a man of virtue and prestige. How could he do such a thing? It's obvious that you're using his name to make me learn these messy things. Song Qingshu cried out an injustice. This is really his old man's painstaking effort. Don't just stop at the literal meaning, I'll explain it to you one by one. Ren Yingying snorted, I want to see how glib your tongue is. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly and started to recall the explanation that Zhang Sanfeng gave him. Yellow is the center, the color of Wu Ji. Wu Ji is the active yang soil, Ji is the quieting soil, Wu Ji is the center, they are the true faith, also known as the true meaning. The color of the flower is yellow, the true spirit is in the center position. However, the true spirit is neutral, it cannot be without the same temperament. The daughter of the master has a wooden nature, the son of the West has a golden passion. One nature and one love, they are suited to be husband and wife. When they enter the secret place of the nuptial chamber, they will be advised by Grandma Huang to drink the sweet dew and calm the fire. Those who are not in harmony will be in harmony, and those who are in harmony will be in harmony. The sweet wine is not the distilled water of the world, nor is it a tangible thing in the body's blood. It is a mixture of yin and yang, dense and harmonious qi. It contains the essence of zheni, and when it passes through, it becomes the water of zheni. It tastes fragrant and sweet. The ancients called it jade liquid, nectar, and sweet wine, all to describe the harmonious qi. Those who advise to drink, do not rush, but must adjust the rush. Cultivation is about the harmony of yin and yang, always in harmony. When you look at something from afar, it is not there. When you look at the body, it is not there. When you look at the heart, it is not there. When you look at the heart, it is not there. You do not know and do not know. Following the rules of the emperor, you will drink the sweet dew every day and enter a drunken state. This intoxication is the prescription of the celestial, it is the juice of the soul. It can revive the dead and bring back the living. It is the great king of medicine. Central, Wu Ji, Grandma Huang, these are the different names of zheni. Using the combination of yin and yang, it is the center. Using the movement of yin and yang, it is Wu Ji. Using the harmony of yin and yang, it is Grandma Huang. Using actions, it is zheni. Using calmness to decide, it is zheni. Therefore, one thing has several names. In short, it is zheni. Ren Yingying was intelligent, and after his detailed explanation, she immediately understood that she had misunderstood him. She could not help but exclaim, Zhenren Zhang is indeed a celestial being. His words are profound and profound. Do you understand now? Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Because he wasn't an ancient person, he wasn't familiar with the ancient language. He didn't really understand these profound and obscure words even after listening to them. Ren Yingying nodded. Although I didn't fully comprehend it, I understood about 70 to 80% of it. If I carefully comprehend it, I should be able to comprehend its true meaning in the future. Song Qingshu was overjoyed. He hugged her and kissed her. My Yingying is really smart. This time, he was really embarrassed to say that he didn't understand. Ren Yingying blushed and pushed him away. Don't do this in broad daylight. Song Qingshu chuckled and then took out a pill formula. It's hard to make up for the lost lifespan just by cultivating according to this formula. Great Master has specially written a formula for you. You should be able to completely recover your vitality after a few years of recuperation according to the formula. Zhang Sanfeng was a master of Taoism. It should be known that Taoism was famous for alchemy. However, Song Qingshu who came from the future knew what alchemy was all about. Many emperors died from heavy metal poisoning after eating these elixirs. Therefore, when Zhang Sanfeng gave him the formula, he was a little worried. In the end, he was scolded by Zhang Sanfeng. Only then did he understand that this formula was not the traditional alchemy method, but a pure method of recuperation. Song Qingshu later realized that he had worried too much. If this formula really contained elixirs like those in history, how could Zhang Sanfeng live so long and have such a youthful complexion? Originally, he planned to go to Dongting Lake to find the poison hand king of medicine. In the original work, Chang Yechen was overdosed by Zhang Wuji when he was a child, which led to a great loss of lifespan. Later, after Zhang Wuji became a master of medicine, he specially found Chang Yechen and taught him the method of recuperation and medicine. Who knew that Chang Yechen did not take it seriously and did not recuperate according to what he was told? As a result, he died suddenly at the age of 40. This at least proved that the miracle doctors in this world had the ability to prolong life. Of the 4 miracle doctors, Hu Qingniu, Shui Muhua, and Ping Yizhi were all dead. Only the poison hand king of medicine was left. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu did not have the time to visit him in person. Fortunately, he actually obtained the method of longevity from Zhang Sanfeng. Looking at the prescription in her hand, Ren Yingying, who had always been shy, suddenly couldn't help but throw herself into Song Qingshu's arms. She hugged him tightly and said with a choked voice, "Song, thank you. Thank you for doing so much for me." It was human nature to want to live. Which girl would want to die at such a young age? Before, Ren Yingying had tried her best to restrain herself from thinking in this direction. She had already made up her mind that she must cherish the few moments she had left with her lover. Now that things had taken a turn for the better, how could she not be happy? Song Qingshu hugged the soft beauty in his arms and said emotionally, "Compared to what you have done for me, what I have done is nothing. You can finally relax now." Ren Yingying shook her head. "No, I am not happy because I have lived for a few more years. I am happy because I can be with you for a few more years." Hugging the soft and exquisite body, smelling the delicate fragrance on the beauty's body, and listening to the girl's sincere confession, even the most stone-hearted person would be melted. Song Qingshu could not help but hug her even tighter. He could not help but kiss her red lips. Ren Yingying moaned, her whole body seemingly melting in his embrace. Just like that, the two of them kissed passionately. There was not a trace of lust mixed in, only the most sincere feelings. Cough, cough. At this moment, a strange cough suddenly came from not far away. Ren Yingying instantly woke up and pushed her lover away. Then, she turned around. Although her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, a trace of red could be seen on her neck through her hair. It could be seen how embarrassed she was right now. Song Qingshu looked up and saw a bright and beautiful young woman standing next to the rockery by the pool. Although she only had light makeup on her face, she was still intelligent and dandy, elegant and natural. She had a unique temperament that surpassed all other beauties. "I am truly sorry to disturb the two of you. The main thing is that this servant has an important matter to discuss with the King of Qi. I hope that younger sister Ren will not take offense." The young woman bowed, her voice gentle and pleasant, making it impossible for others to feel angry. "You can talk to him yourself. I will return to my room first." Ren Yingying's face had always been tender. Now that she had been caught being intimate with her lover, she had long been embarrassed. She hastily lifted the hem of her skirt and ran away. Song Qingshu could not help but shake his head. "We are obviously married. Why is she so shy? It's as if she was caught having an affair with the first wife." The beautiful woman's face reddened. Young master is still so fond of taking advantage of others. This servant does not have the fortune to be young master's first wife. Song Qingshu invited her to sit at the small table in the pavilion. He could not help but sigh, "We have not seen each other for so many days. Madam is still so beautiful and moving." The beautiful woman before him was naturally the former #1 beauty in the world, Qin Yuan. Some time ago, he had sent her to help He Taizhou establish brothels in various major cities, using them to build a secret intelligence network. He then went to the Western Xia. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since they last met. If it was in the past, Qin Yuan would have exchanged greetings with him. Who knew that this time, she would suddenly fall to her knees, tears flowing down her flawless cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. "I hope that young master can save Aku." Song Qingshu was shocked and quickly helped her up. "What are you doing, madam? Please get up." I won't get up until you agree. Qin Yuanyuan shook her head. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, not to mention the fact that Aku is my friend, I won't leave him to die just because of our friendship. Quickly get up and tell me what happened to Aku. Hearing the word friendship from him, Qin Yuanyuan thought of some beautiful images in her mind. She couldn't help but blush. After standing up, she answered, since Minister Han was killed, the ministers on Minister Han's side have been implicated. Aku was recommended to the palace by Minister Han, so he couldn't escape. Now that Jia Sherdao is so powerful, the status of Princess Jia in the palace is getting higher and higher. Not long ago, Aku was put into the cold palace, Song Qingshu said, Jiao go put Aku in the cold palace? That doesn't make sense. Even if she isn't favored, he still has to consider her father, Qin Yuanyuan smiled bitterly. Her father is being beaten by the Manchurian court. It's only a matter of time before he dies. Jiao Ge won't care anymore. Song Qingshu remembered that he had heard about the situation of the 3 border defenses. Dongfang Muxue had almost suppressed the 3 border defenses. But he was also curious. Would Jiao Ge just let Jia Sherdao's family be so powerful? He even gave concubine Jia a position in the harem, and even put concubine Jia's former enemy, Aku, in the cold palace? No, there's definitely something wrong. Although Song Qingshu didn't receive a royal education, he had been an emperor in these countries several times, so he understood the mentality of an emperor. He wouldn't let the situation be so unbalanced, whether it was the court or the harem. The only explanation was that if you wanted to take something, you had to give it away first. Jiao Ge was probably going to attack Jia Sherdao. Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. This was what he wanted to see. When the southern Song court was in turmoil, they wouldn't be able to care about the situation in the north. That way, they could mobilize the power of the Jin kingdom and the Qin kingdom to help Xianxia fight against the coming Mongolia. But on the other hand, he was worried that the 2 sides would end too quickly. If that happened, it would be disadvantageous to the situation. It would be best if the 2 sides were stuck in a quagmire and kept fighting. Master, master? Qin Yuanyuan's voice roused him from his chaotic thoughts. Seeing that he was a little absent-minded, she couldn't help but look worried, as if she was about to cry. Yes, for men, what they care about is power. How could women like us be in the scope of your concern? Song Qingshu smiled. Madam, I am not like other men in this world. I love not only the throne, but I also love beauties. Qin Yuanyuan's heart skipped a beat as she thought of something. She lightly spat, young master is really greedy. Seeing the mature and plump curves wrapped in her dress, Song Qingshu subconsciously held her in his arms and couldn't help sighing, tut-tut, it seems that madam has been practicing the Shinzu scripture that I taught you. Your body is getting softer and softer, and every part of you is getting more and more plump. Qin Yuanyuan was so scared that she pushed him away and looked around. When she found that no one was looking, she heaved a sigh of relief. Gongzi, it's broad daylight. It's better to be careful with your words and actions. Song Qingshu was startled. Long time no see. Madam and I have become estranged. Qin Yuanyuan sighed. If young master wants, you can come to find me at night. I will serve young master. However, young master should be aware of my reputation. If others were to see me, it would affect the world's view of young master. Moreover, it would affect your relationship with your female friends. Song Qingshu was startled and could not help but lament, Madam is right, I was too impetuous. Qin Yuanyuan was different from ordinary women. She had experienced too many trials and tribulations. Now, she was extremely mature and could consider all aspects. Thinking of her purpose, Song Qingshu asked, by the way, Aku is in the cold palace now. Will she be in danger? Qin Yuanyuan replied, I have been through it. I know best what kind of disaster this beauty will bring. When Minister Han was here, Aku was superior to Jia Fei. Now that Jia Fei is in power, a woman's jealousy will make her want to take revenge. It is normal for a concubine to die in the cold palace. Even without this, she is a young girl. She will never be able to make a name for herself if she stays in the cold palace. I can't bear to see her suffer, so I rushed back after I got the news. I happen to know that young master is also back, so I want to ask young master to save her. Well, I will go to the palace tonight. I will act according to the situation. Aku was originally a secret chess piece that Song Qingshu had placed in the palace. To be honest, he was not very willing to give up this chess piece so quickly. Of course, he was not heartless enough to let Aku stay in the palace and take risks. If he really found out that she was in a dangerous situation, he would also save her. Hearing him agree, Jin Yuanyuan could not help but be overjoyed. She knew the other party's ability the best. It should be known that when she and Aku were in the palace, he could do such a thing to them without anyone knowing. Noticing that Jin Yuanyuan's cheeks suddenly blushed and her entire face was tender and beautiful, especially when she unconsciously licked her lips. It was extremely charming. Song Qingshu secretly called her a vixen and hurriedly gathered his thoughts to ask about business. By the way, how is the layout of the brothel between you and Itaizhou? Most of the major cities in the Jiangnan area have been set up. Next, we plan to go to the area between the two lakes. Miss He's ability to control her subordinates is really amazing. Her martial arts are high, and she is also skilled in using poison. Even the local tyrants do not dare to provoke her. We can save ourselves a lot of trouble. When talking about this matter, Jin Yuanyuan was full of praise. Song Qingshu could not help but say, if it were not for Madame's guidance, she might not have been able to do it. Jin Yuanyuan's expression darkened. I was influenced by what I saw and heard in the past, so I more or less remember some of it. However, she quickly adjusted her emotions and asked curiously, by the way, young master, why do you only want us to expand our business within the borders of the Song dynasty? Don't the other countries need it? Let's go to one country at a time. Naturally, it was not convenient for Song Qingshu to tell her that he could now use the intelligence of the Qing dynasty's sticking stick office, the Jin Kingdom's washing clothes brothel, Liao's secret service, and Shisha's class 1 hall. Naturally, there was no need for him to send more people. Only the Southern Song dynasty's intelligence network was somewhat empty, so he set up this hidden chess piece in case he needed it in the future. When night fell, Song Qingshu quietly snuck into the imperial palace. He was already familiar with the Southern Song dynasty's imperial palace. Soon, he arrived at the cold palace. Suddenly, he heard the ruthless voice of an old nanny, little bitch, you and your mother are both vixens who bring disaster to the country and the people. Let's see how you will seduce men in the future after I scrape your face. Song Qingshu was shocked and hurriedly rushed over. He saw Aku's face covered in tears. She was pressed against the wall by several eunuchs. An old nanny was holding a pair of scissors in front of her. A green-clothed girl was pressed against the wall. Her face was pale and her eyes were closed, as if she had accepted her fate. She didn't struggle, didn't speak, but her tears flowed uncontrollably. Who else could it be but Aku? This young lady is really pretty. Even I can't bear to look at her. A eunuch laughed. Another eunuch mocked, you don't even have a penis down there. Do you still know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex? The eunuch's face turned red. You speak as if you have one. The old nanny holding the scissors was instantly angered. You really are a vixen. Even a ballless eunuch is head over heels for you. Let's see if this nanny doesn't cut your slutty face. As she spoke, she took the scissors and started to cut the other party's delicate and fair face. Ah! No matter how much Aku accepted her fate, she couldn't help but scream in fear. However, the pain she imagined did not come. Instead, she heard a few louder screams. She opened her eyes in confusion and found that those hateful eunuchs and nannies were lying on the ground. She did not know if they were dead or alive. She turned around and suddenly saw a familiar yet strange face. Am I dreaming? Aku subconsciously rubbed her eyes. She didn't know how many times she had seen this person in front of her in her dreams. But every time she wanted to grab him and hug him, she found that it was all for naught. Seeing the young girl's limpid eyes filled with fear and unease, Song Qingshu felt extremely apologetic in his heart. Aku, it's my fault for coming late. I've made you suffer too much, and you've suffered too much. Brother Song, is it really you? Hearing his voice, Aku's body trembled. She couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. Do you know how many times I thought I was hugging you? But when I woke up, I found that it was just a dream. Mother isn't here either. I don't even have a single person to talk to in the entire palace. Everyone envies me and is jealous of me. But they don't know that these things aren't what I want. The entire palace looks grand and majestic, but in my eyes, it's just a tomb. A tomb that I can never get out of. Everyone wants to harm me. They all want me dead. Not long ago, Minister Han was killed. They finally found a chance. The girl in his arms kept trembling. Hearing her recount the fear she had experienced during this period of time, Song Qingshu sighed. He did not know what to say to comfort her, so he could only listen quietly. At the same time, he stroked her waterfall-like hair from time to time and slowly transferred his true qi into her body to prevent her from fainting due to her emotional agitation. The girl's tears flowed uncontrollably from the very beginning. Song Qingshu could clearly feel that a large patch of his chest was already wet. He couldn't help but laugh. "Aku, are you made of water? Why do you have so many tears?" Aku giggled and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "You're so annoying. You're still making fun of me at this time." Seeing that her eyes were no longer as lifeless as before and had regained their former vigor, Song Qingshu finally felt relieved. "Aku, it's all in the past. I'll get you out immediately. From now on, you don't have to be afraid anymore." "Really?" Aku was very surprised, but she immediately thought of her identity and couldn't help but look gloomy. "Although I've been banished to the cold palace, I'm still the imperial concubine of the southern Song dynasty. If you take me away, I'm afraid it'll be bad for you." Song Qingshu gently looked at her bright eyes. "Do you know what the most powerful weapon in Jianghu is?" Aku didn't understand why he suddenly asked such an irrelevant question. But she still answered, "Peacock plume? Torrential pear blossom needle?" Or. She used to be half a person in Jianghu, so she could naturally name a lot of famous weapons. Song Qingshu shook his head. "Although these weapons are powerful, they're not the most powerful." "Then what's the most powerful?" Aku asked curiously. Song Qingshu reached out and wiped the crystal tears on her cheeks. "Of course it's the tears of a woman, especially the tears of a beautiful woman like you." Aku finally reacted. She couldn't help but coquettishly say, "Big brother Song." Song Qingshu finally put away his smile and sternly said, "That's right, at the beginning I did consider the impact of taking you away, but seeing your look of despair just now, I finally understood that no bullshit impact is more important than making you happy. Although I'm not the kind of person who would give up the country for a woman, I also don't need to rely on a woman to accomplish great things. So from now on, you're free. I'll take you out of the imperial palace. In the future, if you want to go back to Pingxi Wangfu, if you want to follow your mother, if you want to roam Jianghu, it's up to you." Aku shook her head. Although her voice was small, it was very firm. "No, I won't go anywhere. I want to stay by Big Brother Song's side." Song Qingshu was startled. Seeing the deep affection in the young girl's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He thought, "It's impossible for the two of us to be together." But he couldn't say these words out loud. First, he was worried that it would hurt her newly lit hope. Second, he couldn't tell her about his relationship with Qin Yuanyuan. "Let's go. I'll take you out first." Song Qingshu avoided her earnest gaze. With one hand holding her slender waist, he flew out of the imperial palace. Feeling that slender waist, that astonishing softness and elasticity, caused Song Qingshu's heart to sway. He subconsciously began to compare her to Qin Yuanyuan. One was youthful and charming, the other mature and full. Most importantly, their appearances were somewhat similar. It was really, Song Qingshu nearly had a nosebleed from thinking about it. Extinguishing the indescribable images in his mind, he cursed inwardly, "Beast," and hastily restrained his thoughts. Suddenly, his complexion changed. His speeding figure came to a halt. Looking at the figure hidden in the black robe, he inwardly complained, "How did I run into this guy again? The Prince of Qi is truly in a refined mood, coming to the imperial palace in the middle of the night. I wonder which imperial consort you plan on taking away this time." A hoarse voice faintly came from the black robe. Song Qingshu sighed, "Senior, it is already so late at night, yet you are not sleeping and wandering around. It is truly not in accordance with the way of health." The person standing in front of him, one with nature, was naturally Huang Chang. When one is old, one naturally sleeps less, Huang Chang indifferently said. Shortly after, he changed the topic. Since we are acquaintances, leave the person behind and you can go. Aku unconsciously leaned against Song Qingshu, her small hands tightly grasping his clothes. Clearly, she was very afraid of being taken back. Song Qingshu gently patted her body, comforting her. Afterwards, he asked Huang Chang, "What if I don't leave the person behind?" Huang Chang's voice grew cold. "Then I'm afraid that both of you will have to stay behind." Song Qingshu smiled faintly, his tone revealing a faint trace of arrogance. "With my Qing Gong, even if I bring someone with me, you may not be able to keep me behind." "What if I am included?" Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind. "I don't know if you guys have noticed, but in the latest version of the Zongheng app, you can now comment on chapters. That is, if you long press on a certain paragraph, you can comment on that paragraph. It is similar to the bullet screen on a video website. When I read books, I like to read chapters, especially when I see something interesting or funny, or when I want to complain. I have the urge to share it with others. Sometimes, I feel that chapters are better than the main text. Perhaps there are still very few people who know that Zongheng has added this function, so I want to inform everyone that you are welcome to comment on chapters." Song Qingshu's expression changed. He hadn't even sensed the man's presence before he spoke. It was obvious how powerful he was. Turning around, Song Qingshu saw a shiny bald head. He was startled. Since when did the Shaolin Temple have such a master? He had dealt with the Shaolin Temple many times. Whether it was the Southern Shaolin Temple or the Northern Shaolin Temple, in terms of martial arts, there were only one and a half that he thought highly of. One was the Sweeping Monk, and the other was the 13 Ultimate Divine Monk, Xianxia. However, Xianxia had been crippled by him. This man wasn't nameless. Who is this master? Song Qingshu's gaze fell on the big gourd on his waist. His expression became very strange. He had thought that with such a high level of martial arts, he must be an eminent monk. But did eminent monks also need to drink? I used to have a Buddhist name, but it's been too long since I've forgotten. Well, the proudest thing in my life was when I defeated Wang in a drinking contest. You can call me the drinking monk, the old monk muttered as if he were reminiscing. The drinking monk. Song Qingshu was familiar with the plot of the Golden Book. How could he not know this famous person? However, in the original work, he only existed in legends. Today, he had appeared in front of him. "It seems that you've heard of my name?" Noticing the other's reaction, the drinking monk was a little surprised. After all, he had always been in Jianghu. There were very few people who knew him. To be able to defeat the world's #1, Wang Chongyang, and to be able to create the 9-yang divine skill, how could I not have heard of such a person? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Today was really a day where he couldn't even drink cold water. He had actually encountered 2 great grandmasters at the same time. He was afraid that today would be difficult. "Brother Song." Hearing the conversation between the two, Aku could tell that these two were very, very skilled. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel afraid. "Don't be afraid." Song Qingshu held her little hand and comforted her in a low voice. At this time, Huang Chang spoke. "It seems like the two of you are in love with each other. If this was any other time, I would give you my sincere blessings. However, this woman is the Song Emperor's concubine. I cannot let you take her away." "What if I insist?" Song Qingshu said coldly. Huang Chang shook his head. "You are so young, but your martial arts are so high that I have never seen anyone like you before. Even though I cannot stop you by myself, if the two of us work together, do you think you can leave safely?" Song Qingshu was silent. No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't think that he could escape with a delicate girl whose martial arts skills were negligible when facing the joint attack of 2 great grandmasters. "The two of you are seniors who have made a name for yourselves decades ago. Fighting me is already considered bullying the weak. Now, the two of you are working together. Don't you think it's too much?" Song Qingshu mocked the two of them with his words as he tried to think of a way to escape. Huang Chang sighed. "I remember telling you before that I believe in the indifference of the heavens and earth, treating all living things as straw dogs. How can the common moral standards of the secular world bind me?" The drunkard monk also laughed. These years, I have heard of the Prince of Cheese deeds. It can be said that he is invincible throughout the world. I have known such a person for a long time. How can I treat him as a junior? Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. The people of the five uniques, whether it was Huang Yaoshi or Ouyang Feng, generally respected their statuses. They disdained bullying the weak or joining forces against enemies. In the end, these two fellows were impervious to the rules of Jianghu. Since that is the case. Before Song Qingshu could finish his sentence, he suddenly grabbed Aku and shot to the side. Huang Chang harumphed, as if he had been prepared for this. With a wave of his hands, his wide sleeves created two invisible walls of air in front of him. Sensing that the air in front of him had become as viscous as a swamp, Song Qingshu's sword chi shot out, cutting through the thick curtain of air. However, in this short period of time, the drunkard monk had already appeared in front of him. A palm of extreme yang energy covered the sky and covered the earth. Ha! Get back! The opponent's palm strike did not contain any fancy moves. However, the timing was perfect. It was the moment when Song Qingshu's old energy was exhausted and he had not yet recovered. It was reasonable to say that for a martial artist of Song Qingshu's level, this kind of opening could be said to be almost non-existent. Other experts would not be able to seize this opening. However, two martial grandmasters had attacked at the same time, forcibly creating this opening. Unable to dodge, Song Qingshu could only raise his palm to meet the attack. With a loud bang, Song Qingshu was forced back to his original position. Feeling the remnant yang energy in his arm, he could not help but secretly click his tongue. The peak of 9 yang energy is indeed worthy of its reputation. In the blink of an eye, he had fought with two peerless experts of the present age. Even with his peerless martial arts, at this moment, he felt his blood churning. Huang Chang did not attack again. Instead, he opened his mouth and said, "If the two of us join forces, no one in the world can escape." Song Qingshu was silent. He knew that Huang Chang was speaking the truth. In a battle of life and death, 1 against 2, although he could at least take one person down with him, he would most likely die. More importantly, there was no need to fight to the death with these two. If they were fighting while running, he might be able to escape with his peerless Qinggong, but if he wanted to take Aku with him, it would be beyond his ability. Aku bit her lips and said in a small voice, "Brother Song, you go first. I don't mind staying in the palace and living a luxurious life." Before Song Qingshu had time to reply, Huang Chang spoke again, "Actually, you don't have to feel embarrassed. I have another choice for you." "Oh?" Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows, "What choice?" "As long as you agree to one of our conditions, I will make the decision to give you the imperial concubine." Huang Chang did not immediately say it. Instead, he deliberately left him hanging. Hearing his words, Aku could not help but feel embarrassed. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh, "You are not the emperor, how can you give the imperial concubine away? And even if you were the emperor, you would not have the right to give the imperial concubine away. The imperial concubine was not the concubine of an ordinary noble family. Those concubines could be given away as they pleased. For example, Su Dongba had given a pregnant concubine to a friend. But the imperial concubine was completely different. Even if the emperor was willing to give it away, he could not. This was because it represented the face of the imperial family and the dignity of the country. Huang Chang calmly said, "Although I am not the emperor, I can make this decision for the emperor. As long as you do not arrogantly announce her identity as the imperial concubine, the imperial family will not pursue any responsibility." "Oh?" Hearing him say this, Song Qingshu somewhat believed him. "Tell me, what are your conditions?" "Protect the emperor with us," Huang Chang responded. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. Did I hear wrongly? Aside from the fact that the palace is heavily guarded, there are countless imperial guards, and there are many experts in the front of the palace hall. There are also imperial weapons. These people would be considered top-notch experts even if they were placed in Jianghu. Even with the two of you, who are at the level of great grandmaster, protecting him, who in the world can harm the emperor? Dojo monk said, "Ji Sun's worry is not Xuanyu, but the inside of the wall." Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Jia Sherdao and the Mansion of Spirits? I don't know if you guys have noticed, but in the latest version of the Zongheng app, you can now comment on chapters. It means that you can long press on a certain paragraph and comment on that paragraph. It's just like the bullet screen on a video website. When I read books, I like to read chapters, especially when I see something interesting, funny, or I want to complain about it. Sometimes, I feel like the chapters are better than the main text. Perhaps only a few people know that Zongheng has added this function, so I want to let everyone know that you are welcome to comment on chapters. Huang Chang continued, if I stay in the palace, I can protect the emperor by myself. But soon, the emperor will have to travel lightly. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of him by myself. Song Qingshu looked at the drunkard monk and said, isn't it enough for the two of you to work together? Huang Chang shook his head and said, the situation this time is extremely dangerous. I haven't been in a good state of mind, so to be safe, I'm inviting you. This matter is very important to the emperor. As long as you do it well, I'll give you a concubine. Aka's expression darkened when she heard his words. She could finally understand her mother's pain. So what if she was the most beautiful woman in the world? So what if she was famous? In the end, she was just a man's plaything. She could be given to someone else at any time. Looking at the man's determined side profile, Aka bit her lip and thought, luckily, Brother Song isn't that kind of person. Song Qingshu understood something else from Huang Chang's words. It looked like Zhao Guo's trip this time wasn't a simple one. He had been wondering why Zhao Guo could tolerate Jia Shidao monopolizing power, but now it looked like he couldn't sit still any longer. He planned to take out the entire Jia clan during this trip. But with Jia Shidao's power, if he really wanted to make a move, it would be like a thunderbolt. No wonder even Huang Chang and the drunkard monk weren't confident. Zhao Guo's move was too risky. Where does the emperor plan to go, and for how long? Song Qingshu asked in a low voice. Huang Chang's entire face was hidden in the cloak, but his joy could still be felt. Oh, you've decided to join? Tell me about it first. I need to see if I have time. Song Qingshu still had to deal with the Mongolians going south. If Zhao Guo took too long, he wouldn't be interested in accompanying him. He would leave even if he had to pay a certain price. But if this operation didn't take too long, he could consider it. Zhao Guo was a firm believer in surrendering, and letting him continue to be the emperor would make the border much safer. As for Jia Shidao, he was currently in favor of peace, mostly because he wanted to oppose Han Xingzhou. Historically, he was a believer in war. Who knew if he would start a northern expedition to divert the attention of the country after he ascended to power? Of course, Song Qingshu wasn't a selfless saint, so he wouldn't really work for Zhao Guo. It would be best if Zhao Guo's people and Jia Shidao's people fought each other to the death, and then he would reap the benefits. Huang Shang replied, it won't be long before His Majesty announces to the world that he is going to Mount Wudong to confer the title of Zhang Sanfeng. Under the pretense of finding a way to prolong his life, he will dispel the suspicions of those ambitious people. At his level, there were many things that he felt it was beneath him to hide. Moreover, the other party was his potential ally, and no matter how he looked at it, they would not betray him. Song Qingshu cursed silently. He heard that Zhao Guo's body was about to fail. He probably really wanted to find a way to prolong his life on this trip. I can't let him know that Grand Master has already taught me the rootless tree incantation. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if he sends someone to ask for it. As for dispelling the suspicions of those ambitious people, he scoffed at it. Whether it was the Spirit Mountain Manor or Jia Shidao, they would all be able to see through Zhao Guo's intentions. However, the bait this time was too tempting. Not many people would be able to resist the temptation. At the same time, he finally understood why the Spirit Mountain Manor had tried so hard to deal with the Wudong clan. Zhang Sanfeng, the #1 person in the world, was too much of a variable. If he helped Zhao Guo, the Spirit Mountain Manor's plan would probably fail. That was why they had to make arrangements in Wudong in advance, so it would be easier to catch Zhao Guo in one fell swoop. Huang Chang continued, during this period of time, the emperor's guards will be unprecedentedly weak, so we will need you and us to protect the emperor. Don't worry, the emperor's subordinates will deal with ordinary experts. There will be no need for you to act. Only if a great grandmaster comes will we need you to act. That sounds dangerous. Song Qingshu thought about it. If it were other masters, he would be able to deal with them. But the Grandmaster level people were all legendary figures. If he wasn't careful, he might actually be in danger. The drunken monk said, "Don't worry. At our level, we rarely fight to the death. Even if we do fight, no one will be able to do anything to the other. When the time comes, you just need to help keep one of the Grandmasters occupied. We will take care of the rest." Song Qingshu froze. Are there so many Grandmasters in the world? Isn't it enough to have you two guards? The drunken monk answered, "There are only a few Grandmasters in the world. They are mostly old and live in seclusion in the mountains, not caring about the world. But there is no guarantee that someone won't find a way to invite them. We are just being careful." Song Qingshu snickered. Then how many Grandmasters do we have in this group? He did not mind probing Zhao Guo's trump card first. Huang Shang looked at him quietly and extended 3 fingers. So there is no one else. Song Qingshu was a bit disappointed. But thinking about it, it was normal. Grandmasters weren't cabbages. Looking at the world, could there even be 10? They had 3 of them at once. After taking out some people who definitely wouldn't come out, they should be able to deal with it. I've told you everything I need to say. What do you think? Huang Shang asked. Song Qingshu nodded. Okay, I'll join. This time, the southern Song court was full of undercurrents. He had been worrying about how to ensure that things would develop in his favor. Now, this was a good opportunity. Personally participating would make it easier for him to guide the direction. Okay. Go back and prepare. If anything happens, we will let you know in advance, Huang Shang said. I'll go back first? Song Qingshu frowned and pointed at Aku in his arms. What about her? Huang Shang was expressionless. The imperial concubine will naturally stay in the palace. When we return from Mount Wudang, we will fulfill our promise and give her to you. Thinking of the people in the palace, Aku's face paled. But she didn't say anything in the end. Song Qingshu shook his head. No, I have to take her away today. The drunkard chuckled. In the world, the principle is that you give the goods when you give the money. You haven't even fulfilled your promise and you want to be paid first. How can that be? When I found her, Song Qingshu said lightly, a few eunuchs and palace maids were about to scratch her face. Do you think I can leave her here? The drunkard and Huang Shang looked at each other and then said, Don't worry. From now on, we will take care of her. Song Qingshu sneered, What kind of big shots are you? How could you keep protecting a little girl? As long as you aren't careful, she might suffer a fate worse than death. How are you going to compensate her then? This? The drunken monk hesitated. The others' words did make sense. Their main focus was on Zhao Guo, and they could not guard this imperial concubine 24 hours a day. Furthermore, there were differences between men and women, and they could not watch over her at all times. Huang Shang said, We will send more people. Before the mission is completed, we can't let you take her away. What if I insist on taking her away today? Song Qingshu stood there, his arrogance soaring to the heavens. Huang Chang fell silent. After a long time, he said, Young man, don't be too arrogant. On the other side, the drunkard monk took a step forward, faintly coordinating with Huang Chang to cut off Song Qingshu's path of retreat. Song Qingshu replied, If I'm not arrogant when I'm young, do I have to wait until I'm old to be arrogant? What joy would there be in life like that? Huang Chang harumphed. I know that you must be extremely arrogant for your martial arts to reach such a level at such a young age. However, I still have to warn you that you are no match for me and Brother Drunkard working together. Song Qingshu indifferently said, Not necessarily. Huang Chang was an expert in the Tao of nature and hadn't gotten angry in a long time. When he heard Qin Lai's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Such arrogance. Aku hurriedly pulled on Song Qingshu's sleeve. Brother Song, you really don't have to take such a big risk for me. I'll just wait in the palace for you to pick me up. Song Qingshu shook his head. Don't worry, I can get you out of here today. Humph. Huang Chang couldn't take it anymore. His entire body transformed into a black shadow. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Song Qingshu. His 5 jade-like fingers had already enveloped all of Song Qingshu's vital acupuncture points. Song Qingshu gently pushed Aku to the side to prevent her from being caught in the crossfire. Then, a wave of sword chi soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had already exchanged several blows with Huang Chang. On the other side, the drunkard monk shook his head. I didn't think that a wise man like me would have to join forces with someone else to bully a junior in my old age. Even though he said this, he didn't hesitate in his actions. He could see that with Song Qingshu's strength, Huang Chang alone wouldn't be able to take him down, so he could only step forward to help. Song Qingshu had originally been able to deal with Huang Chang with ease, but after the drunkard monk joined the battle, the situation immediately changed. Whether it was Huang Chang or the drunkard monk, by the time they became famous, not to mention Song Qingshu, even his father might not have been born. Although Song Qingshu had many fortuitous encounters, he was still too young to start practicing martial arts. Whether it was experience, martial arts, or even combat experience, he was far inferior to the two. Of course, Song Qingshu also had his own strengths. He had all kinds of enviable fortuitous encounters and divine skills, as well as the knowledge of 2 lives. His understanding of martial arts had formed a school of its own. Coupled with the tempering of several life and death situations, he was able to compete with these legendary figures at such a young age in just a few years. In the middle of the battle, Song Qingshu's brows furrowed even tighter. He originally thought that even if he couldn't win against the two, he should still be able to hold on for a long time. Who knew that the martial arts of the two would complement each other so well? Huang Chang's 9 yin qi was extremely cold and yin, while the drunkard monk's 9 yang qi was extremely hard and yang. Taking on both of their moves at the same time made him feel like he was in a world of ice and fire. This kind of extreme heat and extreme cold would even make steel brittle, not to mention human flesh and blood. If it weren't for the fact that Song Qingshu's martial arts had already reached a balance of yin and yang, he would have been restrained by the Xianxia. At that time, no matter how high his martial arts were, he wouldn't be able to use it. However, even with his strong resistance, he was still extremely uncomfortable from the alternating hot and cold Xianxia. While Song Qingshu was feeling uncomfortable, Huang Chang and the drunkard monk were also feeling the same. Any one of them stood at the top of the entire Jianghu, no, the entire world's martial arts. Any one of them could easily destroy a large sect in Jianghu, let alone the 2 of them working together. Originally, the 2 of them were confident that they would win if they fought 2 against 1, but the opponent's movement technique was too fast as lightning, making it impossible for the 2 of them to truly combine their attacks. With their experience, they naturally recognized the opponent's movement technique. It was the top-notch lightness skill, traceless treading on the sand, combined with the carefree sect's famous wave-like subtle steps, as well as the shadow of the 9 yin manual's flipping snake. If it was just one of these, it wouldn't be a problem for the 2 great grandmasters. But the opponent had combined several of the world's top-notch lightness skills, mixed with a strange lightness skill that even the 2 of them couldn't recognize, making it very difficult for them to hit the opponent despite their strength. What kind of skill is this? How can you ignore gravity and move horizontally in the air? The drunkard monk couldn't help but be astonished as he repeatedly hit the air with his confident attacks. I once observed the clouds in the sky, and I seemed to understand something. Song Qingshu didn't tell him the truth. In fact, these characteristics came from the lightness skills of the Taishan Sutra on the Island of Knighthood. However, what happened on the Island of Knighthood had too many implications, and if word got out, Jia Shidao might think that Song Qingshu had killed Jia Baoyu. If that happened, many of Jia Shidao's plans wouldn't be able to be carried out, so he just lied. However, it wasn't completely nonsense. After all, he had seen the lines of the horses galloping above the clouds in the Taishan Sutra on the Island of Knighthood, and he had gained a lot of inspiration. Kid, you really are a genius. The drunkard monk couldn't help but compliment him. No, genius is not enough to describe you. We were far inferior to you when we were your age, and in our knowledge, we have never seen a monster like you. Song Qingshu smiled and said, if that's the case, how about we stop fighting? It's not that easy. The drunkard monk laughed and said, Huang Chang and I worked together today, and we still couldn't take you down. If people in Jianghu knew about this, I would lose face. Try this. He stopped and quickly made hand seals with both hands, leaving only a series of afterimages. Huang Chang nodded to himself. Song Qingshu's movements were too strange, and it would be difficult to hit him with ordinary martial arts. In that case, it would be better to use a full-range attack so that he wouldn't be able to dodge. He took the opportunity to stall Song Qingshu until the drunkard monk finished making the hand seals, and then he flashed to the side. Om Ma and I Padme Hum, an invisible sound wave spread out, with the drunkard monk at the center. The surrounding tiles moved like waves in the sea, and the scattered leaves in the sky were instantly turned to dust. This was a full-range attack. Even if Song Qingshu's qigong was high, unless he teleported dozens of feet away, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Song Qingshu only felt a surge of emotions in his heart. He knew that the other party's mantra had already caused him slight internal injuries. Suddenly, he glanced at Aku in the distance. Although she was far enough away, she was still affected by the aftermath of the damning mantra. She instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell powerlessly to the ground. Aku! Song Qingshu's figure flashed and he was already at her side. He hugged her and felt the sound wave that seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. He couldn't help but turn cold. Do you think you're the only one who can use sound waves? He opened his mouth and a golden sound wave formed in front of him. Floating matters, the boat in the sea of bitterness, drifting back and forth is not free. If you are willing to turn back, you are on the shore. Don't wait for the storm to destroy the boat. The drunkard monk spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that his damning mantra had been broken. Song Qingshu was startled. The other's attainments in sound wave technique shouldn't have been broken so easily. He seemed to have suddenly stopped. Huang Chang stepped forward and stood between the two of them to prevent Song Qingshu from following up with another attack. At the same time, he exclaimed, "This is the carefree sex soul-searching sound transmission technique. I didn't expect you to use it to such an extent." Song Qingshu ignored him and cupped his hands at the drunkard monk. "Thank you for showing mercy just now." If the drunkard monk hadn't deliberately shown mercy, Aku would have been dead by now. The drunkard monk shook his head. "I was too excited just now and didn't notice that this lady was still nearby. She was seriously injured. How could I make the same mistake again?" At this time, he had already caught his breath. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he asked curiously, "Compared to the carefree sex soul-searching sound transmission technique, I'm more curious about the poem you just said. Where did it come from?" It should be known that the sound wave technique was easy to learn but hard to master. As long as one's internal energy was strong enough, one could use methods like the lion's roar to hurt the enemy. However, the enemy that could be used to deal with was usually far weaker than one's internal energy. Against an expert of the same level, the crude lion's roar would not have much effect. At this time, a better method was needed. High-level sound wave technique couldn't reach its maximum power by just shouting a few words. The shouted words often had to conform to a specific rhythm. Only in this way could the internal energy promote each other and amplify the power to the extreme. After thousands of years of practice, the Buddhists discovered the 6 words Great Brightness mantra, which was most suitable for their internal energy. Adding one word would be too much and subtracting one word would be too little. The Taoists' 9 words incantation was the same. After thousands of years of exploration by countless talented people, the Buddhists and Taoists concluded these 2 methods. In the end, Song Qingshu, at such a young age, was able to display the powerful spirit of speech. Moreover, each word was like a pearl, faintly exuding an immortal aura. How could he not be surprised and curious? Because the drunkard monk had shown mercy to Aku, Song Qingshu had a good impression of him. Hearing this, he replied, "This is an incantation my great-grandmaster taught me." Immortal Zhang. The drunkard monk's eyes showed fascination. It seems that he is still ahead of us. On the other side, Huang Chang remained silent. Evidently, he agreed with his judgment. Song Qingshu had no time to waste here. He could feel that Aka's body was getting colder and colder. He knew that he had to save her as soon as possible. So he stretched out his hand and drew a line in front of him. There seemed to be many transparent sword chi appearing and disappearing within a 3-foot radius, and it seemed to be expanding. The drunkard monk had a look of admiration on his face. Is this the 10,000 returning swords that shocked the world during the Golden Snake meeting? It is indeed extraordinary. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, although Senior held back and injured me, I have to save someone, so I have to offend you. At this time, Huang Chang opened his mouth and said, forget it, take her away. Song Qingshu was stunned. You want us to leave? Although the drunkard monk was injured, this injury was nothing to the powerful regenerative ability of the 9-yang divine skill. On the other hand, Aka's injury was very troublesome. He had to finish the battle quickly. If they really fought, it would be disadvantageous to him. He could not understand why Huang Chang had suddenly changed his attitude. Huang Chang sighed. We wanted to invite you to help us. If we fought with you first, no matter who won or lost, someone would definitely be seriously injured. Wouldn't that be a loss of combat strength for nothing? Moreover, the imperial concubine is seriously injured. If we do not quickly save her, I fear that she will die. So take her away. However, I hope that Prince Qi will remember his promise. Otherwise, the two of us will not let this matter rest. Prince Qi will not be able to establish a foothold in Jiangnan in the future. Many thanks. Song Qingshu cupped his hands. Song Mao will naturally keep his promise. He had already planned to enter the game and naturally would not go back on his word. Seeing the two move aside, he no longer hesitated. Holding Aka's increasingly limp body, he jumped out of the imperial palace and disappeared into the darkness. Watching his disappearing figure, the drunkard monk sighed. When I heard you speak of him before, I did not believe that a young man could reach this level. Seeing him today, I find that you still underestimated him. Huang Chang coldly snorted. He was originally the most outstanding youth in the last few decades. It is a pity that he is obsessed with women. I fear that in the future, he will have no fate with the heavenly path. The drunkard monk laughed. I don't think so. You and I do not get close to women. Even now, we have not touched the threshold of the heavenly path. Perhaps he has found a different path and will surpass us. Huang Chang calmly said, how is that possible? Everyone else is diligent, afraid that love will affect their cultivation. What about him? He is addicted to wine and women, and he doesn't seem to be working hard. Instead, he has achieved more than everyone else, and all the benefits have been taken by him. How is that possible? You have not dabbled in Buddhist martial arts, so it is not strange that you cannot see it. When I fought with him just now, I vaguely felt that the path of his Xianxia had some traces of the Tantric sect. It is said that the Tantric sect has a happy Zen method that requires a partner to cultivate together. Therefore, the more he likes women, the higher his martial arts will be. The drunkard monk was a transcendent existence in Buddhism. He had traveled the world and naturally knew some of the secrets of the Tantric sect. Happy Zen method? Huang Chang was very knowledgeable and quickly remembered the rumors about this method. His expression changed. Is it that evil method? No, no. The drunkard monk shook his head. The Buddhist and Taoist sects have dabbled in the dual cultivation method. It is a great Tao that harmonizes yin and yang. How can it be seen as evil as the secular people think? Huang Chang sneered. But as far as I know, in the past, the people who cultivated the happy Zen method of the Tantric sect all died of Qigong deviation. Moreover, they all committed many evil deeds and raped women. The drunkard monk's 9-yang Xianxia circulated a few times and his internal injuries had recovered. His entire body was glowing again. He laughed and said, but have you ever heard such rumors about him? Even the imperial concubine seemed to be willing to follow him. Huang Chang was silent for a long time. Then he said, although there are rumors in Jianghu that he is greedy and lustful and has many women around him, I have never heard of him doing anything excessive. The drunkard monk said, at such a young age, his martial arts have reached such a high level. He also has a powerful force under his command. He is also handsome and confident. If I were a woman, I wouldn't be able to help but like him. Naturally, he doesn't need to learn from the Tantric sect seniors and use such despicable methods. There was a hint of a smile in Huang Chang's voice. Listening to your envious tone, don't let a junior cause your Tao heart to become unstable. The drunkard monk chuckled. Speaking of unstable Tao heart, I feel that your attitude towards him is a bit strange. Could it be that your beautiful female disciple has an ambiguous relationship with him that makes you feel like a cabbage that you've painstakingly raised has been taken away by a pig? Huang Chang coldly snorted. That guy flirts with women everywhere. He is not a good match. I have to remind Ing Luo again. He turned around and left. Clearly, he was not in a good mood. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu carried Aku out of the palace. As he transferred his Xianxia into her body, he comforted her. Aku, don't be afraid, I will cure you. Aku's little face was a little pale, but at this moment, her eyes were like crescent moons and her face was full of smiles. With brother Song here, I am not afraid at all. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and turned to think about how to treat her injury. Her injury was already considered serious for an ordinary person. If he was not careful, he would not be able to save her. Fortunately, he was best at treating internal injuries, so it should not be a problem to save her life. After all, he had treated this kind of injury several times. Suddenly, there was a cold and soft touch on his cheek. Song Qingshu was startled and looked at the girl in his arms in amazement. Aka's pale face had a trace of crimson. Her eyes were somewhat evasive as she shyly said, Brother Song, thank you. Thank you for taking such a big risk to save me. Silly girl, it is my duty to save you. Furthermore, I have accepted your mother's request. How could I leave you alone in that terrifying palace? Song Qingshu replied. At the same time, his heart was filled with worry. How could he explain to her that it was impossible between the two of them? In short, thank you. These years, although I have lived a luxurious life, my heart has always been unhappy. I am like a canary in a cage. Today, I have finally escaped from the cage. I have an unprecedented sense of freedom. It is as if the air is sweet. Aku murmured, and at the same time, she took a deep breath and her face revealed an intoxicated expression. Song Qingshu felt pity for her. He thought that she was just a little girl. Her parents' reputation had brought her endless troubles. She was originally a lively girl, but she had to live in seclusion in the depths of the palace and fight with those twisted souls in the harem. The girl's slender waist could not bear to be held, and her body was as soft as cotton. Although her small chest was a little more mature than her mother's, it was full of youthful temptation. Now that she was in his arms, although separated by clothes, he could still feel her softness and elasticity. Even though Song Qingshu was used to seeing wind and rain, he still felt a little thirsty. After cursing himself, Song Qingshu hurriedly collected his thoughts and said, Aku, actually, your mother and I. He was about to explain the relationship between him and Qin Yuanyuan so that he could cut off some of the young girl's thoughts as soon as possible. However, as soon as he started to speak, he was stunned to find that her eyes were tightly shut. Her eyelashes were trembling slightly, and the corners of her lips were slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile. It was obvious that she was weak after being seriously injured. Now that she had relaxed, she had unknowingly fallen asleep. Shaking his head, Song Qingshu increased his speed and flew toward the king of Qi Manor. Within the Prince of Qi's residence, Ren Yingying was currently accompanying Qin Yuanyuan in conversation. However, Ren Yingying could tell that Qin Yuanyuan was somewhat absent-minded, frequently glancing towards the door. Clearly, she was rather anxious. Sister Yuanyuan, don't worry. Big Brother Song's martial arts are unparalleled. He will definitely be able to bring little sister Aku back. Ren Yingying consoled her softly. Qin Yuanyuan sighed. Young master's martial arts are indeed very high, but there is also an unfathomable almighty in the imperial palace. Coupled with Aku's sensitive identity, we may not be able to bring her back as we wish. Why is madam so unconfident in me? At this moment, a clear and bright voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Hearing Song Qingshu's voice, Qin Yuanyuan could not help but be overjoyed. Turning her head, the smile on her face immediately froze. Young master, what happened to Aku? Song Qingshu replied, 2 grandmasters have appeared in the imperial palace. She was not careful and was struck by the shockwaves of their battle. She suffered some injuries. Qin Yuanyuan's entire body immediately went limp. In a trembling voice, she asked, shockwaves from a battle between 2 grandmasters? Wouldn't Aku be? Having received the Shunzu scripture from Song Qingshu, she could already be considered half a member of the Jianghu. Thus, she was very clear on the level of experts. What kind of people were grandmasters? If Aku was injured by the shockwaves, how could she still be alive? Noticing her expression, Song Qingshu knew that she had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, "Don't worry. Although her injuries are not light, I can heal her. Let's go back to the room first and then prepare some hot water." Ren Yingying ordered the maids to prepare the hot water as she comforted Qin Yuanyuan. "Sister Yuanyuan, Brother Song's martial arts are profound. Whether it is the Nine Yin Manual, the Scripture of God, or the solitary Yang Finger, all of them have the ability to bring back the dead. If he says he can save her, then he can." Only then did Qin Yuanyuan relax. "I was too worried and confused." The two of them hurriedly followed Song Qingshu to the bedroom that had been prepared. At this time, because of the commotion, Aku had already woken up. She was in Song Qingshu's arms and didn't notice anyone else. Looking at his handsome face and thinking of how he had risked his life to save her in the palace, she was so excited that she couldn't help but kiss him again. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and spread his hands to look at the two women. This. Aku is seriously injured, and her mind is a little muddled. She might do something shocking, but it has nothing to do with me." He really felt wronged. He had always been able to keep his distance from Aku, but who knew that he would do something like this in front of Qin Yuanyuan? He thought, "It's over, it's over. Qin Yuanyuan must be thinking of me as a pervert, a beast, no, worse than a beast," but to his surprise, Qin Yuanyuan didn't have any reaction. She just sat on the edge of the bed and held Aku's little hand. "Aku, how do you feel now? Does it hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Only then did Aku realize that there was someone else in the room. She blushed and said, "No, it doesn't hurt." In fact, she was seriously injured, but at this moment, her heart was filled with the joy of freedom and the excitement of being with Song Qingshu, so she ignored the pain in her body. Seeing the embarrassed look on Song Qingshu's face, Ren Yingying couldn't help but remind him, "Let's save her first. Don't think too much." Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly, then calmed himself down and began to treat Aku's injury. Although he knew many martial arts, when it came to treating internal injuries in a normal way, none of them was better than the single Yang Finger. He had used it many times before and had already improved it. Coupled with his endless internal force, he didn't have to be like Reverend Eating, who couldn't fight for a long time after saving a person. He kept pressing the major acupoints all over Aku's body with his fingers. Soon, hot air rose from both of them. Ren Yingying took Qin Yuanyuan's hand and said, "Let's go out first so that we won't disturb them." Although she was worried, Qin Yuanyuan was more afraid of affecting the treatment. She nodded and reluctantly left the room. She and Ren Yingying stayed in the next room. About 2 hours later, the door to the room finally opened. Qin Yuanyuan and Jian Shaotian rushed in and saw Song Qingshu getting down from the bed with a tired look on his face. Her injuries have healed. She should be fine after resting for a few days and not moving around. Although he didn't consume as much energy as Reverend Eating when he used the single Yang Finger, it was not easy to take a person from the hands of the Grim Reaper. In addition, he had fought with the two great masters in the first half of the night. At this moment, he was extremely tired and just wanted to have a good sleep. With Ren Yingying's help, Song Qingshu walked to the door and suddenly turned to Qin Yuanyuan and said, "By the way, she just used her true qi to heal her. Her body is cold and hot, and she's sweating all over. Can you help her change her clothes and take a bath so that she won't catch a cold? She's very weak now, and if she catches a cold, it might be very serious." Qin Yuanyuan hurriedly knelt down and bowed to him. "Young master, we, mother and daughter, will always remember your great kindness. We'll definitely repay you in our next lives." Song Qingshu hurriedly helped her up. "We're all friends. Why do you have to be so polite? Get up quickly. You're making me feel uneasy." Ren Yingying, who was standing on the side, teased, "Sister Yuanyuan, he certainly doesn't want to have an illusory next life. He still has a chance in this life, doesn't he?" Qin Yuanyuan blushed and said timidly, I'm regarded as a disaster by everyone. I dare not tarnish young master's reputation." Ren Yingying was stunned. "I'm talking about your daughter. Why are you talking about yourself?" Noticing her strange expression, Qin Yuanyuan immediately realized that she had said something wrong in a panic. She was used to being calm, so she blushed for the first time. Song Qingshu saw that something was wrong, so he immediately pulled Ren Yingying away. "Help me back to rest. Also, madam, don't take too long to let Aku catch a cold." Seeing them leave, Qin Yuanyuan was relieved. She came to the bedside and saw that her daughter had fallen asleep. She wanted to help her up, but she suddenly blushed and couldn't help but spit. It turned out that Aku's body was already soaked in sweat. Her gauze-like dress clung tightly to her skin, making her slim and graceful body almost faintly discernible. Did he run away so fast? Qin Yuanyuan snorted, but she was not angry. If it was before, she would have misunderstood, but now that she had learned martial arts, she naturally knew that using true qi was the easiest way to make people sweat. Moreover, when they were waiting, Ren Yingying also described the process of saving people with one yang finger to her. She knew that the person being saved was like being in a world of ice and snow, and the next moment, it was like being put on a stove. Seeing that her daughter was soaked in sweat, Qin Yuanyuan could roughly guess how much true qi Song Qingshu had used in the whole process. She sighed and began to help her daughter bathe and change clothes. After taking off her daughter's clothes, Qin Yuanyuan looked at her milky skin and blushed. She thought that this little girl was even more delicate than she was when she was young. If it was before, it would have been difficult for her to do this alone. She would have needed the help of maids. But now that she had learned the Shinzu scripture, although she was not a martial arts master, her physique and strength were much stronger than before. In addition, Aku was delicate and light, so she could handle it alone. She helped Aku to the bathtub and helped her wipe her body. Suddenly, she heard Aku murmuring unconsciously, "Brother Song, Brother Song." Qin Yuanyuan was stunned. She didn't expect this little girl to be so deeply in love. She couldn't help but curse, "The little bastard surnamed Song is really good at stealing hearts." However, she also knew that she could not blame anyone for this. With Song Qingshu's character and appearance, coupled with his current status and reputation, as well as his martial arts that could give women an incomparable sense of security, his charm was truly lethal to women. Not to mention ordinary girls, even a woman like her, who had experienced countless hardships and thought that her heart was as still water, was moved by him. Qin Yuanyuan's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at her daughter guiltily. Seeing that she was still unconscious, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, thinking of the complicated relationship in the future, her beautiful brows were smeared with a faint layer of sorrow. At this moment, Song Qingshu was soaking in the bathtub. Ren Yingying knelt behind him and gently massaged him. He couldn't help but sigh, "This is really a celestial life. If only I could be with you like this every day." Ren Yingying curled her lips and unconsciously tightened her grip. "I can't wait to be with you every day, but can you do it?" Song Qingshu sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly smiled apologetically. "I thought Yingying wouldn't be jealous. I was a little disappointed in my heart. After all, only people who love deeply will be jealous. If you don't care, you can naturally be magnanimous." "Bah." Ren Yingying directly pushed him away. "Who loves you deeply? Shameless." Looking at her shy appearance, Song Qingshu was very happy in his heart. What he liked the most was Ren Yingying's arrogance. She obviously liked him very much, but she was unwilling to admit it. Moreover, she was often very thin-skinned and would shyly refuse many things. But the more she refused, the more he liked to tease her. "You've been tired for the whole day. Come down and take a bath together." Song Qingshu patted the bathtub and invited her with anticipation. "I don't want to." As expected, Ren Yingying refused straightforwardly. "But if you go to take a bath after I'm done, I'll be asleep by the time you come back." Song Qingshu pretended to be wronged. Ren Yingying's little face blushed and she lightly snorted. "Didn't you say that you were very tired? It's just the right time to sleep." Song Qingshu was speechless for a moment. He also knew that it was probably impossible to use words to make her accompany him to take a bath together. His eyes turned, and he came up with a plan. "You don't say, I'm a little sleepy." As he spoke, he closed his eyes and lay in the bathtub. His voice became softer and softer as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. "It seems that you're really tired." Ren Yingying felt a little sorry for him. She walked over and gently wiped the water stains on his face. Xianxia, get up and sleep on the bed. It's easy to catch a cold if you sleep here. Xianxia mumbled an N, and Ren Yingying went over to help him up. Unexpectedly, his body suddenly became incomparably heavy. She slipped and fell into the water. Just as she was about to get up, she was hugged by the man's strong arms. She wanted to say something, but just as she was about to open her mouth, her red lips were kissed. She struggled a few times, but it was a pity that it was useless. Her body soon softened under the man's skillful flirting. I still remember the first time we met. We hugged each other in the bathtub like this. Xianxia kissed her earlobe and said with some emotion. The first time we met was on Blackwood Cliff. At that time, you were with Dongfeng. Ren Yingying spat and rolled her eyes at him with some dissatisfaction. At that time, I felt that you were very annoying. I remember now. At that time, I hugged you from behind like this. Xianxia laughed. At that time, I even said that I was going to take off your clothes, but it was a pity that I was interrupted. I didn't think that it would take so long for it to come true. You. Ren Yingying gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes full of anger. You're clearly a good person, but your mouth is very bad. At that time, I really wanted to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Now you can fulfill your wish from back then. Scratch me 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and I won't even bat an eyelid. Xianxia said with a smile. Ren Yingying was startled. How? Use your. Xianxia smiled wickedly and whispered in her ear. Ren Yingying's face instantly turned red, and she pushed him away. Pervert. Xianxia roared with laughter and pulled her back into his embrace. His tenderness quickly caused her eyes to become misty, and her entire body to become tender and soft. You're too tired today, you should rest early. Ren Yingying maintained the last bit of rationality she had left to stop him. Xianxia smiled slightly. It's not like you don't know what kind of martial arts I practice. With you by my side, I'll be able to recover faster. Then let's get up and go to sleep first. Under the candlelight, Ren Yingying's bashful appearance was truly beautiful. Xianxia laughed and said, how can the bed be better than the water? Then, he pulled her into his arms as she let out a tender cry. Early the next morning, Xianxia went to the garden to practice and happened to meet Qin Yuan, who was helping Ke to take a walk in the garden. Seeing him, the girl couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. She called out sweetly, Brother Song. The girl's soft voice really made people feel comfortable as if they had eaten ginseng fruit. Xianxia took back his genuine qi and asked with a smile, how do you feel today? Except for a little weakness, everything else is fine. My body doesn't hurt anymore. The girl replied softly. Seeing her daughter's eyes curved like a crescent moon, Qin Yuan couldn't help sighing secretly and then asked, hey, why didn't I see Miss Ren? Xianxia replied, she's a little tired. Let her sleep a little longer. Ren Yingying's appearance last night appeared in his mind. It was really memorable. As an experienced person, Qin Yuan could naturally guess what kind of fierce battle had happened last night from his expression. She couldn't help but say, it's not like I don't know your character. You're like an insatiable wolf. Miss Ren's vitality has been damaged, and her body is weak now. Don't torture her too much. After spending some time with Ren Yingying, she had a good impression of this kind and generous girl. Xianxia said awkwardly, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I just got a formula to prolong life, and I taught her to practice it last night. Qin Yuan couldn't help thinking of the scene when he taught her to practice Shinzu scripture, and her heart couldn't help beating wildly. Ke suddenly said, Mother, what are you talking about? What do you mean by, Brother Song is like an insatiable wolf? I don't understand. Qin Yuan's cheeks suddenly turned red. It turned out that when they were talking just now, she had unconsciously forgotten that there was someone next to her. As a result, she accidentally revealed the degree of intimacy between them. She hurriedly found a few reasons to avoid it. Qin Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her daughter had been raised in a greenhouse since she was a child, so she had no experience and was not smart. Otherwise, she would really be ashamed. After talking for a while, Qin Yuan felt a little guilty and planned to send her daughter away. Go back to your room and have a rest first. I have something to say to Prince Song. Aku pouted. Is there anything I can't hear? Jin Yuanyuan was a little annoyed. She glared at her and said, I told you to go back to your room, so go back to your room. The adults are talking about business. What are you doing here? Aku was a little dissatisfied. How can I still be a child? Besides, Brother Song is only a few years older than me. At this time, Song Qingshu laughed. Aku, Madam has been worried about you every day. Don't make her angry. You should go back and rest first. Big Brother will take you to breakfast later. Alright, I'll wait for you. Aku's eyes lit up, and she happily followed the servant girl into her room. Jin Yuanyuan was speechless. I really have to give it to you. As her mother, my words are not as effective as your words. It's true that a grown girl can't be kept at home. Hearing her last sentence, Song Qingshu's heart thumped, and he hurriedly explained, Madam, please understand, there really is nothing between me and Aku, I only treat her as a younger sister. Jin Yuanyuan sighed, but in Aku's heart, she doesn't just treat you as an older brother. Song Qingshu was silent. How could he not know what Aku was thinking? But what could he do about this? Jin Yuanyuan quietly looked at him. Her usual flirtatious expression was replaced with seriousness. How do you plan to treat Aku in the future? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Naturally, I will deliberately distance myself from her. A young girl's heart is fickle. In the future, when she meets someone she truly loves, it will be fine. Jin Yuanyuan shook her head and gave a long sigh. After knowing you, how can there be a man in this world that can move her heart? Song Qingshu still wanted to say something, but Jin Yuanyuan put a finger on his lips. You don't need to deliberately distance yourself from her. If you do that, when she finally becomes happy, I'm afraid she will instantly become heartbroken. She has suffered too much over the years. I don't want to see her sad appearance again. Song Qingshu had a headache. Then, what can I do? Jin Yuanyuan bit her lips, obviously hesitating whether to say something or not. After a long while, she finally said, you just need to treat her well in the future. Treat her well. Song Qingshu silently said this sentence. Why did it sound wrong the more he listened? What does Madam mean by this? Jin Yuanyuan angrily rolled her eyes at him. You really don't know how to be obedient after getting the benefits. Naturally, I will entrust her to you. You also know that her father is in a precarious situation and is destined to be defeated. I also can't protect her. Only by letting her follow you, her peerless appearance will not bring disaster and misfortune to her. Moreover, she originally likes you. This is the best of both worlds. Song Qingshu was stunned. How can this be? Jin Yuanyuan turned around and looked at the flowers in the distance. Why can't I? Song Qingshu was a little angry. Between me and you, with that kind of relationship, how can I have anything to do with her? How can there be a mother like you? Jin Yuanyuan turned her head back. A trace of a mischievous look appeared on her face. You don't need to have such a big reaction. You don't think that I deliberately tested you like last time, do you? Only then did Song Qingshu remember that a long time ago, Jin Yuanyuan had also made such a proposal to him, and in the end, she scolded him. Whether it was a test or not, what I said just now is the truth in my heart. Do you really not look forward to it? Jin Yuanyuan's eyes suddenly became a little blurred, and at that moment, it seemed as if the temptation of the world's most beautiful woman was displayed again. What a vixen! Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. It would be a lie to say that I don't look forward to it. In this world, there is no man who can resist such a temptation. But it is one thing to think in the heart, and another to do it. Although I don't think that I am a good person, I also don't think that I am a beast. Why do you think that this kind of thing is a beast? Jin Yuanyuan sighed faintly. Back then, I saw too many things that were even more beastly than this in Qinhuai River. Those princes and ministers were righteous in front of others, but each of them was more despicable than the last. In order to satisfy some of their hobbies, those pleasure boats on Qinhuai River would often train twin sisters, making mother and daughter serve each other. It was also common. Song Qingshu listened with his mouth agape. These ancient people really didn't know how to evaluate them. Even the future Dongguan was not so open, right? Since you know these dirty things, why did you still make such a proposal? Song Qingshu said impatiently. Qin Yuanyuan was stunned at first, then she blushed and said angrily, "You wish. You think that I want to be with Aku? I said that Aku should follow you, I didn't say that I want him to. You really scared me." Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help laughing, "But this won't do, I really can't get over it." Qin Yuanyuan sighed, "Back then, I was influenced by what I saw and heard in Qinhui River, so I got used to these things. What's more, you are different from those men, and Aku really likes you. I also know that you will definitely treat her well, so I made such a proposal." Song Qingshu still shook his head and said, "Forget it. I think it's good like this. I can talk to you from time to time. If I'm with Aku, I'm afraid I can only give up you." Qin Yuanyuan bit her lip and said, "Do you really want me to say it so clearly? At that time, if you really come to find me, could it be that I can still refuse you? As long as it's not too many times, don't let Aku know." Song Qingshu was really confused. At first, he thought she meant it, but then she denied it. Now listening to her tone, it seemed that she just couldn't put down her pride to say it so clearly, so she hinted that he could, since he had mastered the divine skill. Song Qingshu's breathing and heartbeat could be said to be extremely calm, but now it was beating wildly involuntarily. Some beautiful scenes involuntarily appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a little thirsty. "Madam means," Qin Yuanyuan had turned around, and her expression couldn't be seen clearly. However, from her rapid breathing and heaving chest, it could be seen that she was also restless at this time. Song Qingshu finally calmed down and said in a deep voice, "Madam's kindness, Song Mao really doesn't know how to repay it, but this kind of thing is too shocking. I can't agree." Hearing his words, Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help but be a little annoyed. I've already said it so shamelessly, and you're still making excuses. Are you still a man? Or do you despise us from the bottom of your heart? Madam and Aku are so beautiful. How can I despise you? Madam, don't be angry. Listen to me slowly." Song Qingshu sighed and walked to the edge of the pool. He looked at the white clouds in the distant sky and slowly answered, "Now I have mastered martial arts, and my cultivation has reached an unprecedented level. I have faintly touched the threshold of heaven's way. I have a kind of foresight for major crises in advance, which is what you call a whim. It's different from the whims of you ordinary people. If people of our cultivation base have a whims, there must be a reason for it. It's a very serious warning." Song Qingshu paused and said, "Your proposal is indeed very tempting." "No, it's very, very tempting. No man in this world would want to refuse it, and I'm no exception. But at the same time, I can faintly sense a trace of the laws of the heavenly Tao. If I really dare to accept such a suggestion, then there will absolutely be an extremely tragic consequence." Qin Yuanyuan was puzzled and said, "With your martial arts, you can be said to be invincible in the world. Moreover, you are a tyrant of a region. I really can't imagine what could hurt you." Song Qingshu smiled, an inexplicable look in his eyes. "Maybe not in this world, but what about outside?" As he spoke, he pointed to the sky, and his expression became even more solemn. "I can faintly sense an indescribable existence. As long as I make a certain choice, it will completely erase me. At that time, it might even cause the destruction of this world." Qin Yuanyuan was confused. "Is there really such a terrifying existence?" Song Qingshu sighed. "Your realm is too low. Naturally, you can't understand this feeling. Then why didn't that indescribable existence care about so many filthy things on the Qinhui River in the past?" Qin Yuanyuan was a little annoyed. "At that time, I saw many sisters suffer with my own eyes, but I didn't see anyone send down divine punishment to erase those beasts. I can't figure that out either." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Maybe, because they are not the main characters." Qin Yuanyuan's voice became cold. First Young. "Master Song, if you are unwilling, you don't have to use such an absurd reason to prevaricate. It was my own wishful thinking. Just pretend that nothing happened today." After saying that, she ignored the other party's urging and left without looking back. Why does no one believe the truth? Song Qingshu also let out a long sigh. "Do you think I don't want to? I also want to, but what can I do?" Remembering his promise, Song Qingshu went to find Aku for breakfast. Qin Yuanyuan stood at the side with a dark expression the whole time. Later, when she heard that Ren Yingying had woken up, Qin Yuanyuan left with Aku to visit and thank Ren Yingying. Being ignored the whole time, Song Qingshu was also depressed. But soon, something distracted his attention. It turned out that during the morning court meeting, Zhao Guo had already announced that he was going to Wudong. On the surface, the reason was, of course, to worship the heavens. Because the central plains had fallen, Mount Tai was no longer under the control of the southern Song dynasty. Of course, even if it was under the control of the southern Song dynasty, with the various humiliations over the past few decades, Zhao Guo did not have the face to follow the example of the Qin dynasty and the Han dynasty to worship the heavens at Mount Tai. One must know that after the alliance of Tanyuan, his ancestor Song Zhenzong felt that it was a merit and risked the world's condemnation to go to Mount Tai to perform a pilgrimage. In the end, he was scolded. Not just the Song dynasty, even in the later dynasties, even if there were really talented people, no one ever went to Mount Tai to perform a pilgrimage. It was because of Song Zhenzong's pilgrimage that lowered the overall standard. The other rulers were ashamed to be associated with him. Although Zhao Guo was not to the extent that he looked down on Song Zhenzong, he knew himself better than this ancestor. He did not even think about going to Mount Tai to perform a pilgrimage. Luckily, Mount Wudong had become more and more famous in the past 100 years. Plus, there was a half-celestial body in charge. Over the years, it attracted people like ducks. So this time, the worship to heaven naturally became Mount Wudong. The officials naturally did not believe Zhao Guo's nonsense that he was seeking fortune for the country. They all secretly guessed that his body was getting weaker and he planned to find Zhang Sanfeng to find a way to prolong his life. Previously, he had summoned Zhang Sanfeng several times, but Zhang Sanfeng had avoided him. So this time, the emperor personally went to show his sincerity. Of course, in the eyes of an insider like Song Qingshu, he understood the real purpose of Zhao Guo's trip. He found Ren Yingying and told her about what happened during this period of time as well as the information he had obtained. Ren Yingying could not help but look worried. Even people like Huang Chang and the drunken monk feel that they have no confidence in this trip and need to pull you into it. It looks like this trip is very dangerous. You better not take the risk. Don't worry. Don't you know my martial arts? Plus, even if the situation is really bad, with my Qin Gong, who in this world can stop me? Song Qingshu said with a smile. Ren Yingying thought that he was right and did not try to persuade him anymore. Qin Yuanyuan, who was at the side, finally knew how much risk he had taken to save Aku. She could not help but look apologetic. It's all because of me and Aku that young master has to take the risk. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Don't take it to heart, madam. I had originally wanted to participate, and this is a good opportunity. Qin Yuanyuan was startled. She had experienced too many storms and seen too many people in her life. No matter who it was, in order to get on her good side, they would boast about everything they had done. She was not like Song Qingshu, who had clearly done 10 things but was not willing to take any credit. She had even been angry with him just now. She had really misunderstood him. Young master is really a gentleman. Song Qingshu was speechless. He could not help but smile at Ren Yingying. I didn't think that there would still be people who would think that I am a gentleman. Ren Yingying thought about how he had played dirty tricks on her last night and could not help but blush. Sister Yuanyuan, he is a bad person. How is he a gentleman? Qin Yuanyuan shook her head. Although Prince Song's behavior is a little unruly, he is different from those sanctimonious men. In this world, there is no man who is more gentleman than him. It was not convenient for her to tell Ren Yingying what had just happened, so she could only vaguely sigh. After these twists and turns, Qin Yuanyuan began to admire Song Qingshu more and more. Looking at Aku beside her, she became even more determined in her heart. At this time, a maid suddenly came to report that the Prime Minister's residence had sent an invitation, asking Song Qingshu to come to the residence for a chat that night. Looking at the gilded invitation in his hand, Song Qingshu was a little surprised. It's from Jiao Sherdao. Ren Yingying frowned and said, how did he know that you came back secretly? Song Qingshu threw the invitation on the table and said with a smile, I made such a big noise in the palace last night. It's hard to hide it from someone who wants to, not to mention that Jia Shidao's intelligence network is so powerful. So, should I go or not? Ren Yingying was a little worried. You've always been good friends with Han Yuezhou, and he knows that. I'm afraid it's a hangmen banquet this time. Of course I'm going. Why not? Song Qingshu said meaningfully, I'm going to see what he's up to. Besides, Jia Shidao is not Xianxia, and I'm not Lu Bang at the hangmen banquet. In the evening, the Jia residence's horse carriage came to pick up Song Qingshu and bring him to the residence. Song Qingshu was skilled and bold. After he instructed Ren Yingying and the other women with a few words, he calmly got into the horse carriage. However, as soon as he got into the carriage, he smelled a strong rose fragrance. When he saw the situation in the carriage, he couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that a young woman in splendid clothes was already sitting in the carriage. She was covered in colorful embroidery, like a fairy. She had a pair of phoenix eyes, 2 curved eyebrows, a slim figure, and a coquettish body. She was really beautiful, and her smile could be smelled before it even opened. I'm Wang Shifeng. Nice to meet you, Prince Qi. The young woman stood up and bowed to him. When she spoke, she smiled sweetly, which instantly increased the intimacy between them. Standing at the door, Song Qingshu touched his nose and said, It's second young mistress. It seems that I accidentally got into the wrong carriage. He had entered the Jia's mansion as Jia Baoyu, so he naturally recognized the young woman in front of him. Seeing that he recognized her, Wang Shifeng smiled sweetly and made an inviting gesture. Of course you got into the right carriage, Prince Ji. Please come in. Song Qingshu looked at her with a faint smile and said, I wonder if you're here on behalf of the Jia family or the Wang family? All this time, he had been thinking about a problem. Although the 4 great clans had a close relationship with each other, they were not the same clan after all. They must have their own plans. He wondered if there was a chance to drive a wedge between these clans so that he could reap the benefits. Covering her mouth, Wang Shifeng smiled and said, Since Prince Qi addresses me as second young mistress, I am naturally representing the Jia family. This time, I have specially come to invite Prince Qi to my residence for the banquet. Oh? Song. Qingshu raised his eyebrows. Prime Minister Jia actually sent Madam to pick me up. This is really surprising. Wang Shifeng invited him to sit down. The carriage had already been padded with a Persian carpet, and the surroundings were also covered with soft fur mats, so the vibration of the entire carriage was minimized. There was a small table in the middle of the carriage. Wang Shifeng poured him a cup of tea and replied, Young master is the Prime Minister's honored guest. Naturally, he had to send someone to receive you to show his sincerity. Originally, he had planned to send my humble husband, but something happened to my humble husband, so I took his place. I see. Of course, Song Qingshu did not believe her nonsense. His eyes fell on the snow-white wrist that was inadvertently exposed when she served the tea. He wondered what Jia Shidao, that old fox, was up to. Did he hear of his reputation and plan to use his beauty against him? But it was a bit expensive to send his nephew's wife. May I know who else is here today? Song Qingshu took the opportunity to ask. Wang Shifeng replied, Today, Prince Qi is the only honored guest. The others are all family members. Oh? Song Qingshu was a bit surprised. For a moment, he did not know why Jia Shidao had invited him alone. Along the way, Wang Shifeng quietly led the conversation. She did not touch on any sensitive information, but just chatted casually about everything. She did not seem abrupt, nor did she seem overly enthusiastic. Unknowingly, she had drawn the two of them closer. Song Qingshu had to admit that Wang Shifeng was as smooth as she was rumored to be. She was good at building good diplomatic relationships. Although he could see through her little tricks, she was indeed very beautiful, and it was hard to dislike her. I wonder if there is a person named Jia Rue in the Jia family. Looking at the beautiful young woman in front of him, Song Qingshu thought of a scene he had read in the novel Dream of the Red Chamber. When Jia Rue, a collateral member of the Jia family, saw Wang Shifeng for the first time, he was overwhelmed by her beauty and wanted to seduce this beautiful sister-in-law many times. However, Wang Shifeng was too powerful. On the one hand, she pretended to be courteous with him, but on the other hand, she schemed to punish him several times, causing him to lose his life. This woman is really cruel. Looking at Wang Shifeng's beautiful cheeks, Song Qingshu secretly felt a chill in his heart. He secretly reminded himself not to be careless. After a short while, the carriage stopped. Wang Shifeng smiled and said, "Prince Qi, we are here." Song Qingshu nodded his head. After exiting the carriage, he casually lifted the curtain and said, "Madam, please." Wang Shifeng was startled. Her gaze fell on the curtain, and she became somewhat absent-minded. However, she quickly recovered her smile and said, "Prince Qi is really making this concubine suffer." Song Qingshu did not think much of it. In his previous life, most men knew how to do such things. He replied, "It is nothing." The smile on Wang Shifeng's face became even wider. No wonder so many madams and young ladies in the world regard young master as their dream lover. Today, I finally know why. Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. He looked at her and asked, "Does this include madam?" Along the way, he had been hinted at by her in various ways. Finally, he found an opportunity to counterattack. Wang Shifeng had always been generous and decent, but his words made her heart skip a beat. She blushed and said, "Prince Qi, you must be joking." At this time, the two had already entered the gate of the Jia's mansion. There were servants of the Jia's mansion everywhere, so Song Qingshu could not continue to tease her. The two kept walking inside. After a short while, Jia Sherdao personally led a group of people to welcome them. He said with a smile, "Prince Qi, your presence really brings light to my humble dwelling." "Prime Minister Jia, you are too kind." Although he knew that Jia Sherdao was hiding a dagger in his smile, Song Qingshu had to admit that he enjoyed Jia Sherdao's attitude. No wonder Jia Sherdao could do so much, and all his subordinates were so loyal to him. His ability to treat people and things was far better than Song Qingshu's. Jia Sherdao smiled and made a gesture of invitation. He said, "Prince Qi, please." "Prime Minister Jia, please." Song Qingshu entered the hall with him and suddenly found a middle-aged woman in luxurious clothes sitting in the hall. Although she was old, she was dignified. It could be seen that she must have been an outstanding beauty when she was young. At this time, Jia Sherdao said, "Prince Qi, let me introduce you. This is my sister, who has now been appointed as the imperial concubine by the emperor in the palace." "Greetings, imperial concubine." Song Qingshu bowed. In fact, when he had entered the palace pretending to be Jia Baoyu, he had already met Jia Sherdao once. However, this relationship was naturally difficult to say, so he could only pretend that it was the first time they had met. "I have long heard of your name, Prince Qi. Today, I finally get to meet you. You are indeed as handsome and dignified as the rumors say," Jia Sherdao said with a smile. In fact, in the palace before, when Xiao Longnu made a scene in the palace, they had also met face to face, but it was the first time that they had such a close conversation like this. "You are graceful and dignified. You really have the demeanor of a mother." Song Qingshu also knew how to say such beautiful words. He knew that she cared most about the position of empress, so he naturally catered to her. As expected, Jia Sherdao quickly smiled, and the gloominess between her eyebrows completely disappeared. Jia Sherdao took the opportunity to say, "This time, I actually invited Prince Qi here for one thing." Seeing Jia Fei here, Song Qingshu had already guessed what was going on, but he still pretended to be ignorant and said, "You're too kind, Prime Minister Jia. Please tell me what you want." Jia Sherdao said, "My sister came back to visit her family, so I invited Prince Qi to my house to talk and solve the misunderstanding between the two of you." Song Qingshu smiled and said, "How could there be any misunderstanding between me and the imperial concubine?" Jia Sherdao stroked his beard and said with approval in his eyes, "I misspoke. There is no misunderstanding between you two." Jia Fei also said, "Sister Wu and I used to fight in the palace, but I didn't know that Prince Qi was Sister Wu's friend, so I always offended you. I hope Prince Qi won't take it to heart." "You're too kind, imperial concubine." "Neither I nor Sister Wu took it to heart." Song Qingshu thought to himself, Jia Sherdao is really well informed. He got the news as soon as I rescued Ah Ko last night. I wonder if he knows about the deal I made with Huang Chang. The fight in the palace was so big that it couldn't be hidden from people who wanted to know. However, only the three of them knew about the deal, so no one would tell others. So, Song Qingshu guessed that Jia Sherdao didn't know about it. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of another thing. Huang Chang's existence in the palace wasn't a secret, but he didn't know if Jia Sherdao and King Yi knew about the drinking monk. However, no matter whether he knew or not, he was able to take Aku away from Huang Chang's hands safely. His strength was enough to impress Jia Sherdao and her brother. That must be why they wanted to recruit him. Since Prince Qi said so, I guess the past is the past. Jia Sherdao couldn't help but sigh. He said with a double meaning, Prince Qi, I really admire you and envy you. I don't know how you did it. Song Qingshu knew that he was talking about the matter of him taking the imperial consort out of the palace and the fact that the imperial palace did not pursue the matter. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Prime Minister Jia, you are flattering me. Prime Minister Jia's ability to govern the country, to be below one and above tens of thousands of people, is truly admirable. Jia Sherdao laughed and said, how could I compare to the king of Qi? Drunk, lying on a beautiful woman's lap, and sober, holding a killing sword. How cool. Concubine Wu being taken out of the palace was a serious matter, and the attitude of the palace was ambiguous. Even though Jia Sherdao knew about it, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He didn't want to complicate matters at such a critical moment. Thus, the two sides tacitly did not expose this matter. Instead, they started to flatter each other. After a while, Jia Fei said, Xian, don't leave the guests here. The banquet is ready. Jia Sherdao finally came back to his senses. Yes, yes, yes. King of Qi, please. Then he led Song Qingshu to a seat, pointed to the people on the side, and said, King of Qi, today is a family banquet, and they are all brothers and nephews. Just treat it as if you are at home. Family banquet? Song Qingshu smiled faintly. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to be here. Why not? I happen to have something I want to ask of you, King of Qi. Jia Sherdao pulled Song Qingshu to sit down. Oh? Song Qingshu was curious about what Jia Sherdao was up to. Jia Sherdao didn't rush to say what he wanted. Instead, he pointed to a group of people standing on the side and said, This is Jia Lian, the son of my eldest brother's family. This is Jia Rong, the grandson of my cousin Marquis Ning's family. This is my daughter Tan Chun, the daughter of my eldest brother's family. This is Ying Chun, the daughter of Marquis Ning's family. Song Qingshu glanced at the people in front of him. In fact, he had seen these people when he entered the Jia mansion as Jia Baoyu, so he could vaguely remember their names. However, he didn't understand why Jia Sherdao was introducing a bunch of people to him. After the introductions, Jia Sherdao said what he wanted to say. These people grew up in an environment of luxury, and now they are all very weak. I originally wanted to hire some martial arts masters to train them, but they are all used to being pampered and can't bear hardship. Also, because of their identities, those martial arts masters wouldn't dare to discipline them strictly. By chance, they had heard of the King of Qi's deeds. Each and every one of them was filled with admiration, one after another begging me to take you as my master. I believed that only the King of Qi would be able to intimidate these people. As a result, I thickened my old face to beg the King of Qi. Seeing his eagerness, Song Qingshu fell into deep thought. Jia Sherdao had a lot of masters under his command, so how could he lack martial arts masters? These old foxes in the court, of course, said everything they did after careful consideration. On the surface, Jia Sherdao was asking him to be the master of his children, but in fact, he was taking the opportunity to offer an olive branch to draw him to his side. From the perspective of others, although he was close to Han Xingzhou, there was no fundamental conflict of interest between him and Jia Sherdao, so it was reasonable that Jia Sherdao wanted to draw him to his side. However, Song Qingshu knew that his ambition was to conquer the world, and Jia Sherdao's huge and terrifying plan meant that the two of them couldn't be together. It's mainly because my time is limited, and I'm often away from Linen. It's inevitable that I'll delay the studies of these young masters and young ladies, Song Qingshu answered ambiguously. At this time, Jia Fei said with a smile, with King Qi's ability, these little brats can benefit so much with just a few words. I'm afraid that it's more than 10 years of teaching by ordinary martial arts masters. Song Qingshu laughed and said, You're exaggerating. You're exaggerating. Jia Sherdao also took the opportunity to say, Of course I know that King Qi is very busy, and I don't dare to expect to teach them often. 1 or 2 words of advice from time to time is enough for them to learn for a long time. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to accept it. His opponent was very interested in him, so there was no need for Song Qingshu to publicly reject him. He could also take the opportunity to infiltrate the Jia's mansion and see if he could find any useful information. The only thing he had to worry about was how others would understand his attitude, such as the other people in the court, such as Zhao Guo. However, he had already agreed to Huan Cheng's proposal, so they should know what was going on. While he was thinking, Jia Sherdao had already summoned his children and nephews. Come and greet your master. Yes. A group of young masters and young ladies came over and bowed. Greetings, master. Song Qingshu could see in the eyes of Jia Lian, Jia Rong, and the others that they were not interested in learning martial arts, and they had to follow Jia Sherdao's orders to become his disciple. On the contrary, the eyes of Ying Chun, Shi Chuan, and Tan Chun were full of expectation and enthusiasm. A group of carefree girls. Although the girls were pretty, they were still a long way from being stunning. Song Qingshu wouldn't have any ideas about Jia Sherdao's daughters. However, being surrounded by a group of girls who admired him, feeling their youthful energy, and smelling their youthful fragrance, it felt pretty good. Jia Sherdao sighed and said, "It's a pity that I don't know where my poor son is." Your son? Of course, Song Qingshu knew about Jia Baoyu's situation, but he couldn't tell him. Yeah, my son disappeared for no reason a while ago. I sent a lot of people to look for him, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. They didn't find any news at all, Jia Sherdao said as he looked at Song Qingshu strangely. Does King Qi know where my son is? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm. Oh, I didn't know about that. Is this guy suspecting me? Jia Sherdao stared at him for a long time before he sighed. It's normal that Prince Qi doesn't know about it. We can only find out that my son's disappearance might have something to do with Mongolia. Prince Qi has always been close to the Ruyang mansion. I wonder if you can help me ask around when we meet. Song Qingshu nodded. No problem. I have some influence in Jianghu. I can ask them to help you. At the same time, he complained to himself, what the hell? Jia Baoyu must have drunk Mangpo soup and been reincarnated. Where can I find him? Jia Sherdao asked me to be the master of the Jia Mansion's people, and he wants me to help him find Jia Baoyu's whereabouts. He doesn't give me any benefits. Does he think I'm a good Samaritan? At this time, Jia Sherdao called out, what are you waiting for? Come and propose a toast to your master. Yes. The young masters and ladies mentioned before all came to propose a toast. To Song Qingshu's surprise, they didn't come to propose a toast alone. Most of them came in groups of families. For example, Jia Lian came with his wife, Wang Shifeng, which made it difficult for him to refuse. Wang Shifeng smiled faintly and took the wine cup from Song Qingshu's fair wrist. A line popped up in Song Qingshu's mind for no reason. If uncle has the heart, drink this cup of wine from me. Pooh, pooh, pooh. It's not auspicious. Song Qingshu secretly spat a few times, thinking, he is Pan Jinlian, and I don't want to be Shi Minqing. When Jia Rong came over to propose a toast and saw his pale face, Song Qingshu's expression couldn't help but be a little strange. This was because he thought of the time when he went to the Jia residence to look for the missing Ying Ying. He accidentally discovered that this fellow was going to be rude to Li Wan who lived in the Ju residence. In the end, when he saved her, he also crippled his kidney meridian, causing him to no longer be able to have sex, so as to prevent him from causing any more dirty things. Back then, in order to deal with the aftermath, Song Qingshu had purposely used the soul transfer technique to brainwash him. Now, Jia Rong really did not recognize him as the person from that night. After drinking his toast, Song Qingshu looked to his side in disappointment. He did not see Qin Keqing's figure, but even though he was disappointed, he was too embarrassed to ask about the person in the room in front of so many people. Following that, a few young ladies of the Jia residence came over to propose a toast. Naturally, the wine made by the young ladies was much sweeter than the previous wine. The people of the Jia residence seemed to be intentionally trying to get him drunk, taking turns to do it. Song Qingshu wanted to see what Jia Sherdao wanted to do, so he didn't refuse. When they were almost drunk, Song Qingshu pretended to be drunk. Jia Sherdao glanced at him and said, King Qi is drunk. Come on, help King Chi to the guest room to rest. Make some soup to sober him up. Take him back to the King Chi's mansion when he's sober up. Soon, a maidservant came to help Song Qingshu up and brought him to a side room to serve him to sleep. What on earth is this guy planning to do? After the maidservant left, Song Qingshu sat up on the bed, feeling a little confused. If he's trying to win me over, it would have been enough to make those young masters and young ladies worship me as their teacher. Why did he ask me to stay in the Jia residence? At this time, in the study of the Jia residence, Jia Shidao's confidant, Liao Yingzhong, looked at his master in front of him with confusion. Isn't this a little inappropriate? The young ladies are inexperienced and in love. Song Qingshu is a famous playboy. Isn't it inviting a wolf into the house by letting him be the instructor? If the young ladies fall for him by accident, what will happen then? Jia Shidao laughed and said, if that happens, I'll wake up laughing even in my dreams. She's only a daughter, and she's able to win over the great King Qi. Why not? Liao Yingzhong frowned and said, but he has many lovers. Why would he fall for you just because of the young ladies? Jia Shidao looked at the night outside the window and said calmly, don't worry. I didn't expect to win him over so easily. If I could win him over with women, I would have other ways. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu was thinking about Jia Shidao's intentions in the room. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside the door. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly lay back down on the bed. The person was obviously a little hesitant. She stood at the door for a long time without knocking or speaking. She even seemed to want to go back several times. Song Qingshu felt strange. The person's steps were soft, but her breathing was irregular. Obviously, she didn't know martial arts. She was most likely a woman. After a long time, the person seemed to have finally made up her mind. She pushed the door open and walked slowly to the bed. Although she didn't open her eyes, Song Qingshu could still feel that the person was standing in front of the bed, quietly looking at him. He was very curious about the person's identity. He wanted to open his eyes to see, but he was afraid of being exposed too early. Song Qingshu could only guess in his mind, huh? Although she is a woman, she doesn't smell like perfume. There is only a faint fragrance. Who is she? While he was hesitating, he suddenly heard a soft female voice, which sounded a little sad. Don't pretend. With your martial arts skills, you won't be drunk so easily. Song Qingshu was stunned. He opened his eyes and looked at the young woman in plain clothes. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect it to be Madame. The woman in front of him was elegant and dignified. It was Li Wan, the young lady of the Ronghua mansion. Because her husband died early, she usually lived alone at home and didn't go out. She didn't even see men, let alone other men's dormitories. Who else did you think it was? Li Wan rolled her eyes at him, and there was a touch of charm in her eyes. Although it disappeared in a flash, Song Qingshu still saw it. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In this world, the most difficult thing to resist was not the deliberate seduction of those coquettish women, but the trace of charm inadvertently revealed by chastity. Why is Madame looking for me? Although there were some ripples in his heart, Song Qingshu didn't think that Li Wan, who had always been dignified, would have any ulterior motives. Li Wan sighed. Isn't it because I want to ask you about my sister who disappeared when she was young? At that time, you clearly said that you would tell us after the incident. In the end, we couldn't even find your shadow. Song Qingshu was also a little embarrassed. Back then, in order to get her father, the chancellor of the directorate, Li Shouzhong, to mobilize public opinion in Jianshan Academy and redress Yufei's case, he had indeed made such a promise. In the end, he had been too busy running around and had forgotten about this matter. And the last time I saw you in the Jia residence, you also said that you would tell me after you finished your matter. In the end, I waited for a whole night, but you didn't come back. When Li Wan said this, her fair cheeks blushed. Obviously, this kind of thing was difficult for her, who had always scrupulously abided by the virtue of a woman. Song Qingshu was stunned. He finally remembered what she said. At that time, he knocked out Jia Rong in Li Wan's room. He originally said that he would tell her after he finished his matter, but in the end, he was in a hurry to save Ren Yingying, so he couldn't come back in time. I broke my promise. I will tell you now, your sister." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Li Wan was shocked and anxiously walked around, looking for a place to hide. Song Qingshu was amused. "What are you afraid of?" Li Wan's face turned red. "I am a person who lives alone, and I came to your room in the middle of the night. This residence is full of gossipers. If this gets out, I don't want to live anymore. Please remember the domain name of this book. Com Wonderful Bookhouse Mobile Version. Com." Although he didn't agree with it, the rules of the world were like this. Song Qingshu couldn't change the view of the world by himself. Seeing Li Wan was about to cry, he pointed to the screen in the distance and said, "Why don't you hide behind that?" Li Wan looked at him gratefully, then lifted her skirt and quickly hid behind the screen. Almost at the same time, a beautiful figure pushed open the door and walked in. "Hey, if I knew that the door wasn't locked, I wouldn't have knocked for so long." The voice was soft and soft. Song Qingshu's heart shook, and he couldn't help but look towards the source of the voice. He saw a woman dressed as a young madam standing at the door. She was as beautiful as Li Qingluo, as graceful as Shen Bijuan, and her small waist made people want to hug her tenderly. "Everyone says that you are drunk, but I see that His Highness's gaze is like a god right now." "It doesn't look like he is drunk at all," the young woman said softly. Li Wan, who was behind the screen, was startled. She had already recognized the voice of the newcomer. She thought to herself, didn't she say that she was not feeling well, so she didn't attend the banquet tonight? Why did she suddenly appear here? Song Qingshu laughed, "Nonsense, when I saw young madam, my gaze clearly became intoxicated." This delicate and graceful woman in front of him was naturally Ningguo Fu's wrong young madam, Qin Keqing. Qin Keqing's jade cheeks turned slightly red. "This concubine is the young madam of Ningguo Manor. I hope that your highness can conduct yourself with dignity." Li Wan, who was behind the screen, secretly spat. She thought that since she knew that she was the young madam of the Ningguo Fu, why did she come to a man's room in the middle of the night? The Rong and Ning mansions were right next to each other. She had heard many rumors about this beautiful young madam in the mansion. She, who had always been clean, naturally didn't like this beautiful young madam Rong. However, she suddenly remembered that she had also come to a man's room in the middle of the night. It seemed that she was in no position to despise the other party. Thinking of this, Li Wan couldn't help but frown and was in a trance for a moment. Song Qingshu was also a little confused. Why is madam acting so distant today? Qin Keqing glared at him fiercely, "You still have the nerve to say that." She sat down on a small stool beside the table and pressed down on the hem of her skirt. Her every movement was elegant and prideful. "You hid it from me so well." Qin Keqing bit her red lips, a pair of naturally affectionate eyes carefully examining the other's face. "If I hadn't accidentally seen your appearance today, I wouldn't have known that you are that renowned King Qi." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "It's really important. I didn't tell madam before because I had no other choice." He became acquainted with Qin Keqing when Jia Sherdao fought for the military power in Sichuan. Before the competition in front of the palace, he used Qin Keqing to use up Wu Tianda's energy. In the end, it was seen through by Han Xingzhou, and he had Song Qingshu pretend to be Wu Tianda to attend the banquet. As a result, the two of them had a relationship. Later, when Song Qingshu broke into the Jia mansion to save Reningying, and when Liao spied on the Song Kingdom's diplomatic mission, the two of them met a few more times. However, although Qin Keqing knew Song Qingshu's true appearance, she didn't know his true identity. Song Qingshu was worried that Jia Sherdao would find out, so he deliberately didn't say anything. Qin Keqing suddenly said with a strange expression, "Tonight, everyone in the Jia residence treats you as a distinguished guest, but if they knew what you did to the people of the Jia residence, I wonder if they would still treat you so warmly?" Li Wan, who was behind the screen, was shocked. She wondered if she knew that her husband was injured by Song Qingshu. Back then, Jia Rong broke into her bedroom at night. Fortunately, Song Qingshu saved her and saved her chastity. Therefore, although she was a member of the Jia mansion, she subconsciously stood on Song Qingshu's side. Song Qingshu knew that Qin Keqing was talking about Jia Zhen. Back then, when he broke into the Jia mansion at night and saved Luo Bing kicked Jia Zhen, who had intended to touch her, until she was disabled. "Has madam always hated me?" Song Qingshu sighed. A hint of confusion flashed in Xianxia's eyes. She shook her head lightly. I don't know either. Logically speaking, I should hate you for hurting that person. But because that person was injured, I was able to break free from that absurd relationship. Now, I can sleep more comfortably every day. I don't have nightmares like before. Li Wan, who was behind the screen, was confused. What were they talking about? From their tone, they seemed to be very familiar with each other. Could it be that the two of them? Li Wan immediately shook her head. After all, the two of them had no relationship at all. She really couldn't imagine what they had. Song Qingshu understood what Xianxia meant. Although there was a certain amount of love between her and Jia Zhen was her father-in-law after all. This relationship was not tolerated by the secular world. As a result, she had to bear enormous psychological pressure. Later on, Jia Zhen was disabled by Luo Bing. As a result, he didn't have the face to pester her. Xianxia also took this opportunity to be free. However, when he thought about how her husband, Jia Rong, was crippled by him, Song Qingshu felt a little awkward. Fortunately, they were husband and wife in name, so he didn't have to worry about her being too sad. May I know why young madam is here this time? Seeing the worried expression on the beautiful woman's face, Song Qingshu decided to change the topic. Xianxia's red lips opened slightly, but her face suddenly turned red. She couldn't continue. Song Qingshu was confused. Could it be that she had some other reason for coming this time? Just as Xianxia was stuttering, there was suddenly movement outside the door. Greetings to second young madam. No need to be so polite. Give me your hangover soup. Coincidentally, the Prime Minister sent me over to take a look at His Highness's situation. A burst of laughter rang out. Song Qingshu thought that as expected of someone who laughs before speaking, this Wang Shifeng was really unique. Xianxia's expression changed slightly and she immediately stood up from the stool. This loud mouth, I don't want her to see me here. There were many gossipers in the Rong and Ning residences. Wang Shifeng had always been shrewd and was famous for not keeping a lid on her mouth. If she were to see me, it was impossible to guarantee that the people of the two residences would know about tonight's matter by daybreak. After Xianxia finished speaking, she didn't wait for Song Qingshu's reaction and quickly hid behind the large screen. Hey, Song Qingshu wanted to call out to her, but it was already too late. A low cry came from behind the screen. Xianxia frantically rushed behind the screen and suddenly realized that there was someone hiding there. She was so shocked that she almost cried out. Li Wan also didn't expect that she would suddenly barge in. Caught off guard, she jumped in fright. Luckily, she knew that Wang Shifeng was about to come in, so she covered her mouth in the nick of time. Xianxia also recognized the other person's identity at this time. Her expression instantly became extremely strange as she asked with her eyes, "Why are you here as well? Aren't you here as well?" Li Wan bit her lips and turned her face away. Xianxia's gaze became more and more playful. Li Wan couldn't stand her teasing gaze and directly shrunk behind the screen, increasing the distance between them. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse Mobile Version. At this moment, Wang Shifeng had already walked in, a fragrant wind carrying a bowl of hangover soup. Seeing Song Qingshu seated on the bed, she was momentarily startled before smiling. So the Prince of Qi has already woken up. Come, drink a bowl of soup to sober up. Song Qingshu waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your kindness, madam, but I feel much better after resting for a while. I don't need to drink soup anymore." God knew if Jia Sherdao had added anything to the soup. Although he was now immune to all poisons, he didn't need to take that risk. Wang Shifeng didn't insist. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect King Qi to become my husband's master. When we meet in the future, should I call him King Qi or master?" Song Qingshu replied, "The title of master is too strong. Besides, I'm teaching Jia Lian and the others. It has nothing to do with madam. We can call each other whatever you want." "That won't do," Wang Shifeng said with a smile. As the saying goes, a married woman follows her husband. Since King Qi is my husband's master, he is naturally my master. But master, it sounds too old to call King Qi. How about calling him sir? Madam, you don't have to be so polite. We all know that it's just a saying. I don't have much time to teach the young masters and young ladies, Xianxia replied. That won't do. We still have to be polite. Sir, please accept a bow from me. As Wang Shifeng spoke, she respectfully knelt on the ground to pay her respects. Song Qingshu jumped in fright and hastily reached out to help her up. All he could touch was the incomparably smooth skin on her arm. Both of them were startled. Wang Shifeng's gaze fell on his hand, and a smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Her eyes were full of charm. Sir, how is this disciple's aptitude? The two women behind the screen looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Usually, although Wang Shifeng was good at singing and dancing, they had never heard of any rumors of her not being a woman. Why did it seem like she was deliberately seducing people today? Even Song Qingshu had to admit that although Wang Shifeng was often associated with snobbery, scheming, shrewdness, and so on, from a woman's point of view, she was really a top-notch woman. She was voluptuous and graceful, and had a kind of faintly discernible charm. She was indeed a woman from the Wang family. Of the four great clans, the Jia, Shi, Wang, and Shui clans, the Wang clan had the most daughters. The other great clans basically all married women from the Wang clan. Song Qingshu had met a few of them before. Naturally, there was no need to mention Wang Yuyan. Lu Yu's second wife was also a young miss of the Wang clan. There was also Wang Shifeng. All of them were outstanding beauties. Son. I wonder what kind of aptitude Madam is referring to. Feeling all of Wang Shifeng's teasing, Song Qingshu was not a virgin who had never been through a storm. Naturally, he would not be led by the nose by her. Wang Shifeng pursed her lips and smiled. Of course it's the aptitude of the body. Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and whispered, if it's aptitude for martial arts, it can only be said to be extremely mediocre. But if it's from a woman's point of view, Madam's aptitude is truly top-notch. Even though Wang Shifeng had always been bold, now that a man's breath was so close to her neck, she found it difficult to control herself. She subconsciously shifted back and said with some panic, it seems that I have no fate to learn teacher's profound martial arts. Song Qingshu stopped before going too far and stood up straight. But when Madam returns, you must have second young master learn from me. Why? Seeing that he seemed to be implying something, Wang Shifeng asked curiously. During the banquet, I saw that second young master Lian's footsteps were weak and his eyes were dark. He had already lost a lot of vitality. Song Qingshu paused, then continued in a low voice, as I said earlier, Madam's body is special. Ordinary men cannot withstand more than a few blows from Madam. Second young master Lian is no exception. Then I'll have to trouble you, sir. Wang Shifeng's cheeks were red. She couldn't be clearer about what happened between them. She originally thought that it was because of her husband's womanizing. She didn't expect the problem to be with her. But when she thought about how she was discussing such a private topic with a strange man, she felt a little uncomfortable. She quickly changed the topic and said, by the way, I heard that the Prime Minister asked you to help find second young Master Bao. Do you have any clues? Seeing that she was deliberately changing the topic, Song Qingshu secretly sneered, thinking that the main topic had finally come. On the one hand, she wanted to use her beauty to obtain information, but on the other hand, she didn't want to spend money. This second young mistress was really shrewd. The Prime Minister used so many resources, but still couldn't find him. How could I have any clues in such a short time? Song Qingshu answered as he thought about whether Wang Shifeng came at Jia Shidao's request or on her own. If it was the former, it would be understandable, but if it was the latter, things would be interesting. Why would she care so much about Jia Baoyu's whereabouts? Mr. must be joking. Leaving aside the fact that Mr. is a Wangya who is above tens of thousands of people, the Golden Snake camp under your command is even more capable and talented. Perhaps they are even more useful than Prime Minister's official power, Wang Shifeng said. As she spoke, she revealed a worried expression. My poor second Uncle Bao. Everyone has been holding him in their mouths ever since he was young. Now that he's gone missing for so long, I wonder how much suffering he's going through. Song Qingshu looked at her carefully and said playfully, Madam, as far as I know, the Prime Minister had 2 sons. The eldest son died young. As he spoke, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the screen. Li Wan, who was behind him, heard this and looked gloomy. After a pause, he continued, now that the second son is missing, if he doesn't believe it, then everything in the Ronghua mansion will be inherited by second master Lian. Madam, shouldn't you pray that second master Bao will never come back? Jia Lian was the legitimate son of Jia Shi, Jia Shidao's brother. They lived in the Ronghua mansion and were closer to each other than the cousins in the Ninghua mansion. Wang Shifeng was so scared that her face turned pale. Sir, don't say that. How would I dare to think like that? I and my wife pray day and night for second master Bao to come back safely. Hearing her explanation, Song Qingshu fell into deep thought. When he was on the Island of Heroes, he saw Jiao Baoyu die at the hands of the mysterious man in black. However, because he pretended to be Jiao Baoyu, no one knew about Jiao Baoyu's death except for that mysterious man. However, Song Qingshu had gotten rid of Jiao Baoyu's body. That mysterious man must have been suspicious when he saw Jiao Baoyu return to the Jia mansion. Maybe he thought the one he killed was fake. Song Qingshu had been thinking about who the mastermind was. After thinking about it, the most suspicious person should be someone from the Island of Heroes. After all, the crime happened on the Island of Heroes, so it was impossible for outsiders to get in. Among the people from the Isle of Heroes, the most suspicious were the people from the Jia residence. Jia Lian was the one who benefited the most from Jiao Baoyu's death, so she had always been a suspect. Tonight, Wang Shifeng's probing had deepened his suspicions. Sir, please find the whereabouts of second master Bao. My wife and I will reward you generously. Wang Shifeng looked at him with a pleading look. Song Qingshu chuckled. Forgive me for being straightforward, but I'm afraid you and your wife can't offer me anything that interests me. Wang Shifeng bit her lip. If you can really find second master Bao to prove our innocence, we can agree to any of your requests. Any requests? Song Qingshu looked at her playfully. Feeling his gaze, Wang Shifeng blushed. She stuck out her full chest, bit her lip, and nodded. Anything? Please remember the domain name of this book. Com Wonderful Bookhouse Mobile Version. Com Looking at the beautiful and flirtatious young married woman, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. No matter how forceful a woman was, in front of absolute power and influence, she could not be forceful or forceful. Of course, Song Qingshu did not really want to do anything to her. Compared to her beauty, he was more interested in the Wang family behind her. Could he use this opportunity to break the close alliance between the Jia and Wang family? Song Qingshu didn't say anything, but Wang Shifeng felt uneasy in her heart, especially when he looked at her. It made her feel like she wasn't wearing any clothes. It is not convenient for concubine to stay here for long. I will have to trouble Mr. Wang Shifeng was worried that something would happen if she continued to stay here and quickly stood up to leave. If it was another time, Song Qingshu might have had the mood to keep her and tease her, but there were two women in the room now. He clearly remembered the lesson of the 3 monks not having water to drink, so he naturally wouldn't keep her. Hearing Wang Shifeng leave, the two women came out from behind the screen. Qin Keqing looked towards the door. She left? Song Qingshu waved his hand and a gust of wind closed the door. I can't help but look. She has already gone far. The two women breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but immediately realized the awkward situation in the room. Why is Auntie here too? The corners of Qin Keqing's mouth curled into a smile. Auntie sounded very old, but actually, their ages were not that different. It was all because Jia Zhu and Jia Baoyu's seniority was higher. Although her husband, Jia Rong, was even older than Jia Baoyu, he had to call him uncle. Li Wan blushed, but she was not satisfied with being in a defensive position. Isn't Keqing here too? Qin Keqing pursed her lips and smiled. I met Qi Wang by chance in the past. This time I came to see if it was him. Now that I have confirmed it is him, I will leave first. Finishing, she turned and walked out with a fragrant wind. Seeing this, Li Wan pulled her back. Hey, don't go. It was fine before, but now that she was seen by others, if she stayed alone with Song Qingshu, it would be unavoidable for her to be in a bad situation. I still have things to do at home. Aunt, do you plan to come with me? Qin Keqing looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Li Wan was somewhat hesitant. It must be known that it was not easy for her to meet with Song Qingshu. She did not know when she would be able to meet him again. Firstly, the other party was always elusive. Secondly, as someone who lived in seclusion, it was naturally inconvenient for her to pay a visit to the Prince of Qi's residence. Ever since the early death of her husband, the young and widowed Gu Shijio had already lost interest in anything in the world, except for the news she heard from Song Qingshu about her sister who had gone missing when she was young. Thinking of her parents sighing and moaning all day long, Li Wan felt that she should do something for them. Seeing Li Wan's hesitation, Qin Keqing took out a handkerchief to wipe away the fine sweat on her forehead. Look at how Auntie is sweating from fright. I am not the kind of person who talks nonsense. Besides, I know your character. I know that you definitely have something to ask the Prince of Qi. A sweet fragrance assaulted Li Wan's nostrils. No wonder everyone in the residence said that young Mistress Rong was dissolute and graceful. With such a fragrant handkerchief, one look was enough to tell that she was a restless person. Ever since she began living alone, she rarely used cosmetics. Her other personal items were simple and elegant. She definitely did not have such a gaudy and rich item. It was just that she subconsciously disliked it. However, hearing Qin Keqing's words, she felt somewhat grateful. Many thanks for Keqing's understanding. I really do have something to ask the Prince of Qi. Qin Keqing returned the handkerchief to her sleeve. With a charming smile, she said, then the two of you take your time to chat. I will not disturb the two of you. Finished speaking, she did not wait for the two of them to urge her to stay. She floated away. As she left, she even considerately closed the door for the two of them. This action immediately caused Li Wan to blush. Song Qingshu helped her out of this predicament, saying, the two of us are as clear as the moon. There is no need for foreign to take it to heart. Only then did Li Wan gradually calm down. In a gentle voice, she said, I hope that the Prince of Qi can inform me of my elder sister's whereabouts. Song Qingshu nodded his head. This was what he had originally promised, so he couldn't go back on his word. Your sister's current name is Li Macho. She has a nickname in Jianghu, Scarlet Serpent Deity. Scarlet Serpent Fairy? Li Wan repeated the name twice and asked in confusion, why is there such a strange nickname? Song Qingshu explained, Fairy? Naturally, it's because your sister is just like Madam, with outstanding beauty. That's why people call her Fairy. Hearing his praise, Li Wan blushed and bit her lips subconsciously, not knowing how to respond. Seeing her shy and nervous look, Song Qingshu suddenly thought of her identity. He couldn't help but sigh that he was used to having a glib tongue. He often said whatever came to his mind without checking if it was appropriate. Coughing lightly, Song Qingshu continued, Qi Lian, on the other hand, refers to her vicious and merciless nature. When she first entered the martial world, she met a man with the surname Liu. After hearing the whole story, Li Wan non showed a trace of anger. That guy with the surname Liu is really a piece of trash. Heartless and fickle, a scumbag indeed. Song Qingshu was a bit absent-minded for a moment, thinking that he must be a scumbag in many people's eyes. The only thing he could do was not to disappoint those beauties. But my sister's later actions were too extreme. Li Macho had caused a bloody storm in the martial world. Li Wan, who couldn't even bear to step on an ant, naturally found it hard to agree. Song Qingshu also agreed with her view. Maybe she received too little love when she was young, causing her character to easily go to extremes. Li Wan sighed, it's all because my family didn't take good care of her, causing my sister to suffer so much just now. When I go back, I'll definitely ask my father to send someone to bring her back, so that she won't wander the martial world and be found by her enemies. She should be on the Blackwood Cliff in Pingding Province now. Ordinary people really can't go up there. I'll write you a letter. Song Qingshu had arranged for Li Macho to stay in the Sun Moon sect. Although it wasn't the appointed time yet, how could he not let her family meet? Moreover, it was good to let her family's affection warm up her extreme character. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Li Wan bowed gracefully. Although she was the daughter of an official, she had heard of such a famous place as the Sun Moon sect's main altar. She knew that if it wasn't for the other party, even if her family knew where she was, they wouldn't have been able to get her. Song Qingshu wrote a note in a flamboyant manner and handed it to her. When you see your sister, remember to tell her not to forget our previous agreement. When she's free, she still has to go back to the Blackwood Cliff. Li Wan took the note, somewhat surprised. Is Prince of Qi very familiar with my sister? Song Qingshu smiled slightly. You can say that we're friends. Li Wan's expression became strange. Prince of Qi really knows people all over the world. Not only do you know my sister, but even the two young mistresses of the Jia residence are familiar with you. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect madam to also know how to make fun of me. However, there's something I said wrongly. I'm not familiar with the two young mistresses of the Jia residence, but with the three of them. Madam, don't forget yourself. Li Wan suddenly felt her whole body heat up. She originally wanted to leave, but another impulse in her heart persuaded her to stay. I wonder how Prince of Qi got to know Feng Lotzi and Keqing? Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Usually, Li Wan was indifferent to everything. When she heard Song Qingshu's joke, she would probably change her face and leave. Song Qingshu didn't expect her to be so abnormal today. Please remember the domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Song Qingshu did not directly answer but said, I believe that madam does not want others to know the scene of us meeting? There was nothing to hide about the scene of him meeting Wang Shifeng, but the scene of him meeting Qin Keqing could not be told to outsiders. Thinking of the other's seductiveness that night, Song Qingshu suddenly felt disappointed. Sure enough, 3 monks had no water to drink. It would have been better if she had stayed. Li Wan understood and said apologetically, I asked too abruptly. Hearing him mention it, she could not help but think of the scene of Jia Rong barging into her room that night. If the other party had not saved her, her innocence would have been taken by Jia Rong. For some reason, her mind suddenly began to think of the scene of Jia Rong bullying her that night if Song Qingshu had not appeared. Why would I think of that disgusting thief? If I really had no other choice, I might as well. Li Wan suddenly raised her head and looked at the man not far away. His eyebrows were like swords, his lips were hot and dry, and his throat was slightly moving. What is madam saying? Song Qingshu looked at her strangely. He didn't know what she was muttering just now, and the way she looked at him was a little strange. Song Qingshu knew himself. No matter how charming he was, it was impossible for this usually loyal widow to have that kind of thought. Therefore, he thought that his judgment was wrong. No. Nothing. Li Wan suddenly woke up, and her tone suddenly became a little flustered. What on earth was she thinking in her mind? The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. She hurriedly said, Thank you, Your Highness. I will go back first. Finishing, without waiting for the other party to respond, Li Wan turned around and left. But just as she took a step, she suddenly felt her feet soften and she involuntarily fell down. Falling on flat ground? Song Qingshu was confused, but he felt that Li Wan's personality was not the kind of person who would use such a method. His movements were very fast. Even though there were so many thoughts in his mind, he was still fast enough to support her. Madam, be careful. Li Wan was shy and embarrassed. Thank you, Xianxia. As she spoke, she reached out to push him away and struggled to stand up. Song Qingshu loosened his hand. Although he had some problems, he was not an impetuous person. Li Wan had lived in seclusion for many years, and her reputation for chastity was well known. He did not want to damage her reputation because of him. Li Wan walked a few steps and suddenly stopped. She bit her red lips tightly, and her usually fair skin was abnormally red. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. Why did some unbearable images keep appearing in her mind? At first, it was the wedding night with her husband, but after all these years, her husband's face had become a little blurry. Later, her husband's face suddenly turned into Song Qingshu's. Why are you thinking about all this nonsense? Li Wan, oh Li Wan, could it be that you've been a widow for so long that you can't resist your body's desire? Li Wan could already feel the softness between her legs, and her pretty face was getting redder and redder. Is madam really all right? Do you want me to call someone to send you back? Song Qingshu always felt that the woman in front of him was a little strange. Her breathing was short and her face was flushed. Why was this situation somewhat familiar? But he quickly shook his head. How could this be possible? No, don't. The heat surging in her body made her voice tremble. The only trace of reason she had told herself that if other people in the Fu saw the two of them together, especially in her current state, her reputation would probably be ruined. Then let me help you out. Seeing that she seemed to be unable to stand, Song Qingshu was worried that she would fall and went over to support her arm. Feeling his touch, Li Wan's body trembled and she hurriedly shrank back. No, no need. Can Wanya pour me a glass of water? I will be fine after a rest. Okay. Seeing that she wanted to avoid contact with him, Song Qingshu did not insist. He walked to the table and poured a glass of water for her. But is Madam sick? Thank you. Looking at him gratefully, Li Wan took the water and drank a few mouthfuls. I don't know, it seems a little hot. As she spoke, she unbuttoned the outer robe, revealing the pure white lining inside. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. Song Qingshu turned his head. In fact, the clothing of this era was very conservative. Even if she completely took off her outer robe, she was not as bold as those girls in the summer in his previous life. But after staying in this world for so many years, he had already gradually integrated into it. He subconsciously began to follow some of the etiquette of this world. If Madam does not mind, can I take your pulse? Song Qingshu always felt that everything was not right, but in his mind he could not help but think of Li Wan's undergarments. He thought that her temperament was really plain and simple, even her undergarments were of this style. And Li Wan sweetly snorted. She did not refuse and reached out her hand. Song Qingshu's finger just touched her skin. He was shocked. Why is it so hot? At this time, he did not care so much. He turned his head and began to observe her eyes, breath, pulse, and so on. Finally, his face became more and more serious. Am I very sick? Li Wan was shocked by her own voice as soon as she spoke. She never thought that she would speak in such a coquettish tone. Wasn't that what the vixen from the Ningguo mansion usually did? You are not sick, but... Song Qingshu paused and smiled bitterly. But Madam's symptoms seemed to be caused by an aphrodisiac. At this moment, he was really f***ked. He couldn't understand what was going on. If it was Qin Keqing, he would accept it without hesitation and use his own body to detoxify the poison. But now, the person in front of him was Li Wan, who usually kept to herself. This was a bit difficult. Ah? Li Wan exclaimed. But why am I poisoned? Song Qingshu thought for a moment and asked, did you come this time on your own, or did Jia Sherdao send you? Of course it was on my own. Li Wan blushed. She thought that her father-in-law would never allow a widowed daughter-in-law to go to another man's room in the middle of the night. Song Qingshu was even more confused. He thought that it was all part of Jia Sherdao's plan. Although he was a bit surprised that Jia Sherdao was willing to spend so much, everything was reasonable. However, Li Wan denied it, and it was not a lie. Did you eat or drink anything during this time? Song Qingshu continued to ask. The only thing I drank was the water you just gave me, Li Wan answered in a low voice. Her calm eyes were now full of tears. That doesn't count. Song Qingshu was a bit speechless. Why doesn't it count? Li Wan bit her lips so hard that it seemed to be bleeding. Song Qingshu was annoyed. I only gave you the water after you started to show symptoms. Think again. Did anything strange happen just now? Li Wan felt very hot. She tucked the hair that was scattered on her cheeks behind her ears. I just saw a few young madams running into your room. Does that count? Of course not. Song Qingshu's face darkened. How could she still be in the mood to joke at a time like this? There's really nothing else. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. I hid behind the screen with Keqing. After Feng Lotzi left, we came out. Keqing even wiped my sweat. But her handkerchief smelled really good. Li Wan's eyes became more and more blurred, and her voice became more and more unclear. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Com handkerchief? Song Qingshu's heart was moved. Thinking about how Qin Keqing had wiped Li Wan's sweat before leaving, he had felt that it was a bit strange. In his mind, words like Lily kept popping up. However, thinking that this era should not be so open, he could only guess that the two women had a good relationship, resulting in such intimate actions. From the current situation, that handkerchief was most likely not simple. Just what is that smell? Song Qingshu asked. I also do not know. At this moment, Li Wan had already unknowingly taken off her coat. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, as if she had just climbed out of the water. Her entire body was hot, and a faint fragrance wafted from her body. When smelling it, Song Qingshu's nose, it increased the temptation. At this moment, when Li Wan smelled Song Qingshu's body, how could it not be the same? She had lived alone for a long time. Countless times, in the dead of night, she found it difficult to sleep. Occasionally, she would yearn for a man's masculine love. However, she had always been strict in her upbringing, and her personality was even more reserved. Once this kind of thought appeared, it would be extinguished by her reason. Unfortunately, how could the desires of human relationships be so easily controlled by reason? This was like controlling a flood. Although it could temporarily control the flow of the water, there would eventually be a day when it would completely erupt. Moreover, it would be even more violent than before. Of course, with the education that Li Wan had received since childhood, if there were no other opportunities, she would most likely be able to control it. However, this time, she did not know the origins of the aphrodisiac. Its effects were too violent, finally breaking through her heart's defenses. Prince Ji Li Wan's entire body completely softened, collapsing into Song Qingshu's embrace like cotton. At this moment, her heart was filled with desire. However, her husband had passed away not long after their marriage. Unlike other women, she did not understand the pleasures of the boudoir. In addition, she was naturally reserved. As a result, she only tightly hugged the man beside her. Only in this way could she feel exceptionally comfortable. As for what to do next, she seemed to have forgotten. In his embrace was a beautiful woman whose entire body was boiling hot. Because her clothes were soaked in sweat, holding her was practically no different from directly touching her skin. Song Qingshu could not help but feel somewhat parched. Especially when he thought of her usually dignified and refined appearance. Now, he only needed to let nature take its course and he would be able to obtain this pure and chaste beautiful widow. That kind of strong impact was something that almost no man in the world could endure. However, Song Qingshu had been through a lot and pushed her away with extraordinary willpower. "Madam, wake up." It was a pity that Li Wan had already lost her mind. Feeling that she had left something that made her comfortable, she did not know where she got the strength to hug him again. "This is killing me." Song Qingshu's entire body trembled. It would have been fine if she had only hugged him, but at this moment, her entire body was like a beautiful snake, constantly twisting in his arms, as if this could slightly alleviate the pain in her body. Song Qingshu was a normal man. Naturally, he was stimulated by her. He knew that if this went on, even if Lu Xiaohui was still alive, his reputation would be ruined. He hurriedly said, "Madam, I am sorry." He immediately helped her to sit up, but her body was already weak at this time. Her whole body was as soft as cotton. In desperation, Song Qingshu could only hold her in his arms from behind to fix her. Then, his hands moved up and down, quickly hitting dozens of vital acupoints on her body. This was not the first time that Song Qingshu had encountered such a thing. Naturally, he had already figured out a set of detoxification methods. While helping Li Wan to dredge the unbalanced yin and yang qi in her body, he was full of regrets. Why do I have to be proficient in yin and yang qi? Can't I use my body to detoxify her like those stories I read before? It's good for her and good for me. Of course, these thoughts could only be thought. Today, Song Qingshu's vision and bearing were already different from ordinary people. Naturally, he disdained taking advantage of others. After being busy for more than half an hour, the agitation in Li Wan's body was finally calmed down. Noticing the other party's slightly trembling body, Song Qingshu knew that she had woken up. He couldn't help but apologize. "Just now, Madam lost your mind. I couldn't ask Madam for permission first. I could only act first and report later. I hope Madam can forgive me." Li Wan was silent for a long time, then she sighed faintly. "How can I blame you? It's my own immorality. I did such an immoral thing." As she spoke, she thought that everything that she had held on to all these years was destroyed. She couldn't help but feel sad. She began to cry. Song Qingshu said with a bitter smile, "Madam, nothing happened between us. Why do you blame yourself so much? It's not that I didn't have any consciousness just now. Prince Ji is naturally a gentleman." Li Wan bit her lip. "It's just that you and I are intimate, and our bodies are. Although we didn't really do the thing between husband and wife, what's the difference?" "There's a big difference." Song Qingshu was speechless. He thought to himself, what is this and what is this? But in my heart, I have already done the wrong thing. I have let down my husband and shamed my family. The more Li Wan spoke, the sadder she became. She even wanted to die. In fact, Song Qingshu also understood that she was born in the southern Song dynasty, a country where etiquette prevailed. She had received the orthodox education of a woman in the boudoir since she was a child. Although what they did just now was not a big deal in the future, in this world, it was indeed a hindrance to her innocence. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Madam, do you really think there's no difference?" Li Wan said sadly, "Although it's not exactly the same, but it's almost the same. Since Madam thinks it's almost the same, why don't we continue what we were doing just now? Madam, you can completely take advantage of me this time. You should know that I have been restraining myself from just now." Song Qingshu said with a smile. Li Wan was stunned at first, then she said angrily, "This. How can this be?" Song Qingshu laughed, "It seems that Madam still knows there is a big difference. Since it's like this, why do we have to be stuck in a dead knot like just now? If you don't say anything about what happened between us, if I don't say anything, who will know? Moreover, there is nothing going on between us." Li Wan was startled. Only now did she understand that he said those words to deliberately enlighten her. After this interruption, her heavy heart suddenly loosened. She couldn't help but sigh, "It's me who didn't know how to react. Thank you, Xianxia, for your guidance." Suddenly, she felt something strange behind her waist. She subconsciously twisted her body, then her small face suddenly turned red. She wasn't really an inexperienced girl, so how could she not understand what was going on? "Xianxia, can you let go of concubine now?" Only then did Song Qingshu realize that he was still holding her in his arms. He smiled embarrassedly. "Sorry, I was too preoccupied with talking to you just now." As he spoke, he let go of her and took a few steps back, putting some distance between them. However, Li Wan was very apologetic, "It's my fault. I've troubled Xianxia." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. His current situation was indeed a bit troublesome. Li Wan originally thought that her heart was as calm as still water. Who knew that her heart was beating so fast? Now? She didn't dare to stay in the room any longer. She hurriedly said, "Xianxia's great kindness will be engraved in my heart, concubine will take her leave." Looking at her figure running out in a panic, Song Qingshu was very depressed. She should at least express that she would be a cow or a horse in her next life. What was the use of just engraving it in her heart? Li Wan opened the door in a panic. Suddenly, her whole body froze. Then, she couldn't help but tremble. She looked at the person at the door, "Gong, gong. Thank you to riding a pig to watch a play, singing wall as the female lead, ELL 1450, book friend 547233999, time flow, Xiaoyu Krisovi, and other book friends for their tips and support. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Song Qingshu was stunned. He had been so focused on Li Wan that he didn't notice someone was outside. He looked over and saw a middle-aged man with a dignified aura standing outside. It was none other than Jia Sherdao. "Why are you here?" Jia Sherdao was surprised to see Li Wan's face. Obviously, he hadn't expected to see her here. Jia Sherdao quickly glanced around the room. Seeing that there were no other women, he quickly regained his seriousness and snorted, "Why are you here?" Li Wan couldn't say anything. She was a widow in the middle of the night in a young man's bedroom, and she was sweating all over. Who would believe her if she said she was here just to ask about her sister? Jia Sherdao glanced at her and noticed that his daughter-in-law's hair was messy, her clothes were messy, and her pale face was flushed. Jia Sherdao's face immediately darkened. Song Qingshu couldn't bear to see Li Wan so embarrassed, so he smiled and broke the awkward atmosphere in the room. "Prime Minister, why are you here so late at night?" Jia Sherdao walked in slowly and said to Li Wan, "Come in and close the door." Li Wan had always been a little afraid of this eunuch, and she felt guilty at this moment, so she didn't dare to oppose him. She closed the door and stood aside. Her fingers hidden in her sleeves kept twisting the belt of her dress. She was very nervous. Jia Sherdao looked at Song Qingshu and said, "I treated my lord like an honored guest, but my lord bullied my daughter-in-law. That's not very nice." Li Wan hurriedly explained, "Sir, we didn't." "Shut up. You have no right to speak here," Jia Sherdao interrupted her and said coldly. Li Wan bit her lips and felt so wronged that she was about to cry. Song Qingshu frowned and said, "Prime Minister, why are you so angry at the young lady?" "Oh, I didn't expect you to care about her so soon. I've heard that the King of Qi is surrounded by a group of women wherever he goes." "You really live up to your reputation," Jia Sherdao said in a deep voice. He couldn't hide his anger. Song Qingshu shrugged. "I can't help it. That's how charming I am." Li Wan was so anxious that she was about to cry. She thought to herself, "Why don't you explain the relationship between the two of us? Won't it make it more clear that there's something going on between the two of us?" Jia Sherdao was surprised by his reaction. "If what happened tonight spreads, I'm afraid King Qi's reputation will be ruined." Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "In that case, wouldn't the Jia clan be humiliated as well?" Jia Sherdao snorted and said, "We're just victims, and the world won't blame us too much. But the Lord is different. He's young and promising, and he has a bright future ahead of him. He also has a good reputation in the south of the Yangtze River. I'm afraid he'll become a pervert that everyone will curse." Song Qingshu narrowed his eyes. "Prime Minister Jia, are you threatening me?" "I wouldn't dare." "I'm just telling the truth," Jia Sherdao said indifferently. Song Qingshu asked, "What is Prime Minister Jia planning to do?" "I don't want to do anything. This is the end of it. You can go now." Jia Sherdao waved his hand, signaling him to leave. "You're just going to let it go?" Song Qingshu was startled. He didn't expect that he would raise it up high and then put it down gently in the end. However, he immediately realized that the other party didn't use this matter to threaten him, but this matter had always been in his hands, as if it was a weakness that could be used against him. In this way, no matter what he did in the future, he wouldn't do anything against Jia Sherdao. Song Qingshu didn't do anything. Even if he did, he wouldn't let Jia Sherdao pinch his nose like this. "Prime Minister Jia, you weren't very smart tonight." Jia Sherdao frowned and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Song Qingshu thought quickly and quickly organized what had happened that night. First, Prime Minister Jia asked everyone in the house to drink with me, so that they could keep me in the backyard after they got me drunk. Then, they asked young Mistress Rong of the Ningguo house to come over. Young Mistress Rong is more beautiful than a flower, and she is naturally charming. I don't think many drunk men can resist her charm, not to mention that she had a powerful aphrodisiac with her. "Ah!" Li Wan exclaimed. She obviously thought of the towel that Qin Keqing had used to wipe her sweat. Song Qingshu gave her a comforting look and continued, "Unfortunately, she didn't expect young Mistress Xu to be in the room. In a moment of desperation, she had an idea and drugged young Mistress Xu, so that she could complete the task for her. If he hadn't experienced Qin Keqing's gentle trap as Wu Tianda, he wouldn't have known that young Mistress Rong, who was beautiful in the eyes of others, was actually a high-level social butterfly in Jia Sherdao's hands. She was used to seduce people at the most critical moment. Song Qingshu didn't look down on Qin Keqing because of this, especially when he thought of her background. Instead, he felt sorry for her. She had been set up since her mother's generation, and he didn't expect that she still couldn't escape her fate. Deep down, she must hate the people in the Jia house, so when she saw Li Wan, she asked her to replace him. She had always seduced Jia Sherdao, and this time, she would let Jia Sherdao have a taste of what it felt like to be seduced by his own daughter-in-law. Song Qingshu finally looked at Jia Sherdao and said, "In the end, when he thought it was about time, Prime Minister Jia showed up at the right time to catch me in the act. Since then, he has firmly grasped my weakness." Unfortunately, Prime Minister Jia didn't expect that it was his eldest son's daughter-in-law in the room, so he accidentally exposed himself when he opened the door. Li Wan looked at her eunuch in disbelief and said, "Really? Is that true?" Jia Sherdao didn't pay attention to her. He only looked at Song Qingshu and said, King Qi is really imaginative. Song Qingshu smiled and said, Prime Minister Jia, we are all smart people. Do you really have to pretend to be ignorant? Jia Sherdao fell silent. After a long time, he said, as far as I know, although King Qi and Han Jiefu are close, they are not life and death friends. From now on, as long as we let go of the past, the Song family can absolutely be on the same level as Jia Sherdao and Wang Shui, and become the fifth big family. Song Qingshu smiled and said, that sounds like a good suggestion. Jia Sherdao pointed at Li Wan and asked, what do you think of her, Your Highness? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and said, the young lady is chaste and indifferent, elegant and dignified. She is indeed a lady from a famous family. Hearing his praise, Li Wan bit her lip. She was a little happy, but at the same time, she was more afraid. After all, it wasn't a good thing to be praised by another man in front of her eunuch. It's rare that Your Highness has a good impression of her. Jia Sherdao nodded and said, Wanner has had a hard time these years. She is still so young, and I don't want her to live like this for the rest of her life. Your Highness, you can come to the house to see her more often. Eunuch. Li Wan was very angry, and her little face was as red as rouge. Although Jia Sherdao's words were vague, everyone could understand that he was trying to match the two of them. No, it wasn't appropriate to say that they were a match. It was more like he was giving her to another man as a bargaining chip. Although Li Wan had a good impression of Song Qingshu, such a thing was against the principles she had held on to all these years. How could she accept the education she had received since she was a child? Jia Sherdao didn't respond to her. Obviously, in his eyes, Li Wan was a member of the Jia family and had no right to decide her own fate. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Prime Minister Jia is really willing to pay a lot. It was no wonder that he sighed like that. Although Jia Sherdao had sent someone to seduce him, it was the young lady of the Ningguo mansion, who had a different relationship with him. Now, he had sent his son's wife, which was surprising and shocking. My lord is not an ordinary person. This is the only way to show my sincerity. Jia Sherdao was a little angry that the person in the room had been changed. But on second thought, Li Wan was a widow now, and her family didn't have much power. It was useless to keep her in the house, so it was better to use her to do something else. Li Wan's heart sank when she heard that. She had worked so hard for the Jia family for so many years, but in the end, she would end up like this. Then wouldn't his previous persistence be a joke? She even thought of the time when Jia Rong broke into her room at night. If Song Qingshu hadn't saved her, the Jia family would have covered it up for the sake of the big picture. After all, Jia Rong was the only child of the Ningguo mansion, so he wouldn't be punished. At this time, Song Qingshu smiled and said, since you are so sincere, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse again. I will often come to your house to teach martial arts to the young masters and young ladies, and I will also visit the young lady. Hearing his words, Li Wan was so ashamed and angry that she wished there was a hole in the ground to hide in. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at him, but she didn't know why, but thinking about seeing him from time to time in the future, her cold heart gradually felt a trace of warmth. Jia Sherdao didn't expect him to agree so quickly. He had thought that Li Wan would try to bargain with him. After all, although Li Wan's identity was special, she might be like his own daughter if he thought about it. She might not be a very tempting bargaining chip. He didn't expect Li Wan to agree so quickly, which made him a little confused. Song Qingshu cupped his hands and said, I have disturbed you for a long time today. Now that I have sobered up, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Alright, I'll send someone to escort Prince. Jia Sherdao didn't stop him. First of all, he had achieved his goal. Second of all, he knew that if Song Qingshu really wanted to leave, no one in the world could stop him. There's no need. Song Qingshu waved his hand and quickly disappeared into the dark night, leaving behind only a graceful silhouette. After he left, Li Wan felt more and more uncomfortable, but she didn't know what to say. Jia Sherdao said, go back and rest. Don't think about anything else. Yes. Li Wan bowed and tried her best not to let her tears fall. She was at a loss at this moment. Should she take some time to go back to her parents' home and tell her father about this? However, a married woman had to obey her husband. She had already married into the Jia family. What could her father do? However, she didn't know that the reason why she was so conflicted was that she liked Song Qingshu a lot. After what had happened, she liked him even more. So, although Jia Shidao's proposal was ridiculous, it wasn't that hard to accept. If Jia Shidao had proposed another man she hated, she wouldn't have hesitated at all. She would have fought with her life. After Li Wan left, Jia Shidao's confidant, Liao Yingzhong, walked in and said, "Prime Minister, I don't know what happened. Mistress Xu got involved. I'll go find Mistress Rong and ask her." "No need." Jia Shidao waved his hand and said, "I think Keqing has a grudge against the Jia family, so she took the opportunity to get back at them." "That's not necessary." Liao Yingzhong was shocked, so he proposed to teach Qin Keqing a lesson. "Forget it." Jia Shidao shook his head and said, "It's been so many years. It's normal for her to have a grudge. It's good to let her vent. Plus, Wan didn't really lose anything. I didn't expect this Song guy to be a gentleman." He had sharp eyes, so he could see that although Li Wan's clothes were messy, she hadn't really lost her virginity. Liao Yingzhong looked in the direction where Song Qingshu had disappeared and frowned. Song Qingshu agreed so quickly. "I feel like there's something wrong." Jia Shidao felt the same way. "I'm not sure either. But I didn't expect him to join us so easily. But the Wu-Tang clan's operation is imminent. If Song is involved, I'm afraid there will be changes," Liao Yingzhong said worriedly. "Why don't we organize some masters and find a chance to kill him first?" "Nonsense." Jia Shidao snorted. "Song Qingshu's kung fu is unfathomable. If we want to kill him, we have to use the power we prepared to use against Zhao Go. But wouldn't that expose everything? Besides, Song Qingshu's lightness skills are the best in the world. We might not be able to kill him even if we use that power." "Prime Minister, you're so wise. I almost messed up the plan." Liao Yingzhong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "But we can't rely on Mistress Xu to stall him, can we?" Jia Shidao stroked his beard and looked at the moon outside the window. He said confidently, "Don't worry. I have another plan." When Song Qingshu returned to Prince Qi's mansion, Ku had just recovered from his serious injuries and had fallen asleep. Qin Yuanyuan had been waiting in the hall with Ren Yingying. When she saw Song Qingshu come in, Qin Yuanyuan stood up and smiled. "He's back. Yingying, you should be relieved." Ren Yingying blushed. "Sister Yuanyuan, weren't you worried too? Young master just saved Ku. He's our benefactor. It's normal for me to worry about him." Qin Yuanyuan had been through a lot, after all. She wasn't shy like a little girl. She said goodbye and went back to her room. After Qin Yuanyuan left, Ren Yingying came to Song Qingshu anxiously. She circled around him and looked him up and down. "Brother Song, the Jias didn't do anything to you, did they?" "Don't worry. It's fine." Song Qingshu rubbed her hair. "It's cold at night. You're not in good health. You should rest early." Ren Yingying looked at him bitterly. "How can I rest if I don't see you come back safely? What happened at the Jia's mansion? Why are you so late? Let's go back to our room." Song Qingshu took her hand and walked into the room. There were too many people in the hall. It was hard to guarantee that someone with ulterior motives wouldn't spy on them. Back in the room, he quickly freshened up and put his arms around Ren Yingying to bed in the name of warming her body. Then he told her what had happened. "He invited you to be a teacher? Jia Shidao is trying to rope you in." Ren Yingying snuggled in his arms. She couldn't help but blink. "But he probably doesn't think he can rope you in." "Of course not. You can't imagine what happened next." Then Song Qingshu slowly told her what happened next. Ren Yingying suddenly asked, "Is young Mistress Xu very beautiful?" Song Qingshu nodded subconsciously, "Although her appearance is not as beautiful as you, Yingying, she is elegant and dignified. She has a special charm." Ren Yingying was a little annoyed, but when she heard that he didn't forget to praise her at this time, she couldn't help but laugh. "If you praise her, just praise her. Why mention me? Is this what you call a strong desire to survive?" Song Qingshu chuckled and whispered into her ear, "That's because my Yingying is really beautiful." Ren Yingying's body suddenly trembled. She bit her lips and said, "You were so anxious with other women that you came to find me." Song Qingshu said sternly, "I am obviously the reincarnation of Lu Xiaohui. Even after experiencing that kind of temptation, I am still calm. Even if I am anxious, I still come back to find my wife. It's fine if you don't praise me, but why are you blaming me?" Ren Yingying said softly, "You always have so many fallacies." Song Qingshu hugged her soft body, "My good Yingying, I am really going to explode. Please have pity on me." Ren Yingying was held in his arms and felt the special masculine aura. Her eyes were a little watery, only this time. "Don't do it again. If you are aroused by other women in the future, don't come to me." "Okay." Seeing her shy look, Song Qingshu couldn't bear it anymore. He directly turned over and got into the quilt. "Oh, you are so annoying. Be gentle." The next morning, when Song Qingshu was still lingering in the land of tenderness, a maid came to report outside the door, "Master, there is a guest outside asking to see you." She said, "No." Song Qingshu was a little annoyed that his mood was disturbed. He directly waved his hand impatiently. "Yes." The maid was shocked. She rarely saw the master lose his temper like this. She hurriedly left. "Why are you being so fierce all of a sudden? You scared me." Ren Yingying, who was lying under the blanket, looked at her lover with a reproachful expression. No one knew what Song Qingshu was busy with. His mouth was a little muffled as he said, "The beauties of the 6 palaces are colorless. From now on, the emperor will not attend morning court. He is busy now. Even the heavenly emperor will not see him." Ren Yingying's eyes were sparkling as if water was about to drip out. "You tormented me for so long last night, and when I woke up this morning, you... What if the person looking for you has something important to say?" "Nothing is more important than the current situation," Song Qingshu said gruffly. After an unknown period of time, a cold snort suddenly came from outside the door. "Surnamed Song, you deliberately avoided meeting me, what do you mean?" Song Qingshu poked his head out from under the blanket, wondering why it was her. Ren Yingying was so embarrassed that she gave him a kick, kicking him out of the blanket. "It's all your fault." Seeing that she was as shy as a quail, hiding under the covers and refusing to show her face again, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly as he got up and put on his clothes. After leaving the door, he saw a woman wearing a light yellow-green gown standing by the rockery outside the door. She was graceful and beautiful, but her usually pale cheeks were now filled with anger. "So it is Miss Yang." Before him was naturally the yellow-robed woman. Song Qingshu waved his hand, indicating for the guards who had chased after her to withdraw. "I dare not accept your praise. The Prince of Qi is truly arrogant," the yellow-robed woman said coldly. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "I didn't know it was you. If I knew that Miss had come, I would have welcomed you with open arms. Why would I avoid meeting you?" The yellow-robed woman sneered. "Is that so? But the Prince of Qi has been back for so long, but I don't see him thinking of me." Song Qingshu felt a little guilty. "In fact, I have only been back for about 2 days." "But you have done a lot of things," the yellow-robed woman said as she counted with her fingers. "You broke into the palace to steal the imperial concubine, fought with my master, and visited Jia Shidao's house. What do you mean by steal?" "That's receiving." Song Qingshu was sweating profusely. He wasn't surprised that the yellow-robed woman knew about this. Her master was Huang Chang, and she had a high status, so she was naturally more well-informed than ordinary people. The yellow-robed woman snorted. "Whether you snatch it or not has nothing to do with me. First, young Master Song is a romantic and elegant man, with beauties everywhere. I don't have the leisure to care about your romantic affairs. I came here this time to ask for your help. I don't know what it is, but as long as it is within my power, I will not hesitate." Song Qingshu thought to himself, "Since you are asking for my help, why are you talking to me like this?" The yellow-robed woman said lightly, "Don't agree so quickly. Otherwise, you will regret it later." Song Qingshu said seriously, "You have helped me a lot before, so I should return the favor." The yellow-robed woman's face softened a little. "I just got the news that the leader of the Red Coat Army, Yang Aner, was killed by boatman Chu Qing on his way back to find his sworn brother, Xia Quan." "What?" Song Qingshu was shocked. He remembered that he had seen Yang Aner not long ago. How is that possible? He is so powerful. How could he be killed by a boatman? He had seen Yang Einer fight with Xiao Zhao. Although Yang Einer's iron spear wasn't as good as Yang Miaozhen's, he was still one of the top masters in the Jianghu. How could he be killed so easily? That is the truth. The yellow-robed woman frowned. I heard that Chu Qing killed Yang Einer because he wanted a reward from the Jin kingdom. Song Qingshu was startled. The Jin kingdom was his power. If Yang Einer was killed because of the Jin kingdom, then it would be troublesome. Fortunately, the yellow-robed woman continued, but I don't think it is possible. Yang Einer had guards by his side. A mere boatman would not be able to kill him even if he had evil intentions. After Yang Einer's death, Xia Quan immediately sent troops to annex the Red Coat Army. I suspect that this was all part of his plot. The Red Coat Army was annexed? Song Qingshu's shock was no less than hearing about Yang Einer's death. One must know that the Red Coat Army and the Golden Snake Camp used to be two powers. Although the Red Coat Army's power had declined in the past 2 years, it was still a force to be reckoned with. How could it be destroyed just like that? The yellow-robed woman shook her head and explained, actually, that is not accurate. After Yang Einer's death, the Red Coat Army under his command immediately fell into discord. Apart from Yang Einer, Yang Miaozhen had the highest prestige in the Red Coat Army. However, she was a woman after all. In addition, Yang Einer had a son who refused to accept Yang Miaozhen's succession and set up his own faction. Many of those who were loyal to Yang Einer followed him. In addition, another general under Yang Einer, Li Quan, also set up his own faction. This caused the Red Coat Army to split into 3 factions. In the previous war with the Jin Kingdom, the Red Coat Army had already suffered many losses. Now that they were split up, their strength was even weaker. Yang Yu's faction was quickly annexed by Xia Quan. What does this Xia Quan do? Song Qingshu had heard of him a few times before. However, he had been paying attention to the matters of the imperial court and did not know much about the powers of the Green Forest. The yellow-robed woman slowly walked to the pavilion by the pond and sat down. She then said, in fact, the Red Coat Army didn't just refer to Yang Einer and Yang Miaozhen's troops. It was a collective name for all the volunteer armies in the Central Plains. During the Jingkong campaign, the Central Plains fell into the hands of the foreign tribes. Faced with the cruelty of the Jin people, the people organized many volunteer armies in response to the imperial court's northern expedition. These people wore red coats and were collectively known as the Red Coat Army. Unfortunately, Lord Yu was killed unjustly, and the expedition to the north came to an end. The Revolutionary Army of the Central Plains was also suppressed by the Jin Kingdom. In the end, after a great wave of elimination, there were only 3 groups left: E City's Yang Einer and Yang Miaozhen's siblings, Wei Province's Li Quan. Later, it was said that Li Quan had long heard of Yang Miaozhen's beauty, and in order to pursue her, he and Yang Einer merged into one. The remaining group was Lu Erzu's branch. Xia Quan was a general under Lu Erzu. After Lu Erzu died in battle, he took over the branch. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. This Li Quan is a wonderful man. Thinking of Yang Miaozhen's unforgettable long legs, Song Qingshu understood Li Quan's actions very well. I'm talking about serious matters. The yellow-robed woman rolled her eyes at him. She was obviously dissatisfied with his strange focus. Xia Quan annexed the branch of Yang Einer's son. Li Quan's attitude is unclear now. Yang Miaozhen only leads a few thousand remnant troops. They can be destroyed by Xia Quan at any time. Song Qingshu made a sound of surprise. Their fight is a matter of the Lulan people. Why are you so worried? The yellow-robed woman looked at him quietly. After a long time, she said, have you forgotten what my surname is? Yang. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have understood something. That's right, Yang from the Yang family general. A hint of pride flashed across the yellow-robed woman's face. Obviously, she was more satisfied with this surname than her original surname, Zhao. Back then, I had a special identity and was fostered in the Yang mansion of Tianbua. Since the founding of the Song dynasty, the Yang family has always been a loyal family. Even now, even though we have declined, we still haven't forgotten to be loyal to the country. When the Central Plains fell into enemy hands, the old matriarch was heartbroken. She sent the only remaining descendants of the Yang family north to the Central Plains and set up a volunteer army behind the Jin Kingdom in response to the imperial court's plan to conquer the Central Plains. Unfortunately, the imperial court gave up the northern expedition, leaving the descendants of the Yang family alone outside. Song Qingshu was shocked. Yang and Yang Miao are really from the Tianbui Yang residence? That's right, the yellow-robed woman nodded. Now that Yang and has been harmed by a scoundrel, only Miaozhen is left. I must find a way to save her. Song Qingshu was originally full of admiration for the Yang family generals, and now hearing about the past, he was even more impressed. The Tianbui Yang mansion is indeed full of loyal people, so this time you invited me to save Yang Miaozhen? Yes. At the same time, the yellow-robed woman looked at him expectantly. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, "You should have heard from your master that I will be going to Wudong Mountain next, and I am afraid that I will not be able to split up." The yellow-robed woman nodded. "I know, but with your martial arts, plus the power of the Golden Snake Battalion, it should not take you long to save Yang Miaozhen, and then you will be able to rush to Wudong Mountain. I have already consulted my master about this matter, and he said that the Tianbui Yang mansion should not end up in such a state." Song Qingshu fell into a dilemma. His time was very tight, and the danger of the Western Xia dynasty and Mongolia was imminent, waiting for him to deal with the Southern Song dynasty. If he went and Yang Miaozhen accidentally delayed, causing the situation in the Southern Song dynasty to get out of control, then it would be really, okay, I will go save her. Although reason told him that it was not wise to do so, he really could not be indifferent after hearing about the past of the Yang family generals. In many cases, making a decision could not simply consider the gains and losses. When he came to this world, he was able to work for Yu Fei. How could he sit back and watch the disaster of the Yang family? "Thank you, Brother Song." The yellow-robed woman was overjoyed. She lifted the hem of her skirt and was about to bow. She did not have much hope, but now that he was moved, how could she not be surprised? She even changed the way she addressed him. Seeing that she was about to bow to him, Song Qingshu hurriedly helped her up and said in a deep voice, "The Yang family has never betrayed the country, and the people of the country will not betray the Yang family." Seeing his solemn expression, the yellow-robed woman thought that she had really misunderstood him. Although he was a bit greedy and lustful, he was really an impassioned hero in his bones for vindicating Lord Yu and saving the orphan of the Yang family. "Wait a minute, I will first tell the people in the mansion, and then I will set off immediately," Song Qingshu said as he hurried back. "Now?" The yellow-robed woman was a little surprised. She thought that she would have to ask him several times, so she was not prepared. "I am pressed for time and I must seize every minute and second," Song Qingshu said quickly, and then returned to the room to tell Reninging about it. Seeing him enter the room from a distance, the yellow-robed woman stamped her feet, wondering if she should go home and pack her luggage. She had not even brought her personal clothes. If she returned now, what would she do if he came out later and did not see her? Just as she was hesitating, she saw Song Qingshu walk out. She could not help but be surprised. "You have already told me so quickly?" Song Qingshu nodded his head. "Ying is a rare good woman in the world. How could she stop me in this kind of matter?" As for Qin Yuan and Aku, although they were also somewhat reluctant, they did not have anything to say about this kind of matter. After selecting a few good horses from the mansion, Song Qingshu called for the yellow-robed woman to set off. After leaving the Prince of Qi's mansion, the yellow-robed woman hesitated for a while before finally saying, "Can you wait for me to return to the academy?" "Return for what?" Song Qingshu was startled. "I need to bring some luggage," the yellow-robed woman said somewhat embarrassedly. "What luggage do you need?" "I didn't bring anything." Song Qingshu spread out his hands, indicating that they were empty. "You are a man, how can it be the same?" the yellow-robed woman said angrily. Song Qingshu seemed to understand and laughed. "Oh, I remember now. You women can't wait to bathe 3 times a day, so you must bring a lot of personal clothes. There is no need to waste time going back. When the time comes, you can buy them on the road. This brother has money." The yellow-robed woman could not help but smile. "Your current tone is like a typical nouveau riche." "What's wrong with being nouveau riche? At least it proves that I have money." Song Qingshu did not mind. Suddenly, he looked at her with a strange expression. "However, there is one thing that needs to be said. Although this brother has money, I will not waste it. Every time you go out, you bring a large group of maids to play the flute and zither and scatter flower petals. I cannot afford it. Finished speaking, as if afraid of being beaten, he laughed and urged his horse to leave first. You. The yellow-robed woman's face reddened. Although she usually pretended to be indifferent, she was still a young girl. In addition, her martial arts were high and her status was high. In the past, it was inevitable that she liked to show off. Now that he had exposed her, she was somewhat embarrassed. The two rode north. On the way, Song Qingshu suddenly asked, if the Red Coat Army and the Yang family have such a relationship, why did the imperial court do nothing? As far as I know, the Huaidong Commissioner Lu Gu is stationed in Chuzhou with 30,000 soldiers. Why is Xiaquan so fearless? The yellow-shirt woman's eyes flashed with anger. It's okay if you don't mention Lu Gu. I get angry when you mention him. What's wrong? Song Qingshu remembered that Yang and was also dissatisfied with Lu Gu. It all has to do with the conflict between Han Xianzhou and Jia Shidao. The yellow-shirt woman sighed and told him everything. Originally, Han Xingzhou wholeheartedly focused on the northern expedition and naturally valued the Central Plains Volunteer Army. He sent his trusted aide, Su Shiji, to be the Huaidong commanding officer to appease and rope in these volunteer army and even provided them with money, provisions, and weapons. But later, Han Xingzhou fell from power, and Su Shiji naturally could not continue in this position. Lu Gu of the Jia faction succeeded him. He changed his previous policy of appeasing the volunteer army. The emperor doesn't care? Song Qingshu was confused. The yellow-shirt woman sneered, you know that our emperor is a surrender party. He is worried that the existence of the Red Coat Army will anger the Jin kingdom and get him into trouble. Plus, there are many scum in the Red Coat Army. Some of the generals accepted money and supplies from the imperial court and secretly sold them to the enemy. The officials complained about this and it became the straw that broke the camel's back, which made the emperor want to kill them. Song Qingshu vaguely remembered that the Red Coat Army was an uprising in the beginning. But later on, some of the leaders changed. They started to control the army and tried to gain support from the Jin kingdom, the Song dynasty, and the Mongols. They focused on expanding their power and didn't listen to the commands of the Song dynasty. Of course, the reason for this was not only because of human greed, but also because of the various discriminatory policies of the southern Song dynasty. For example, the volunteer army was called the Northern Army. They didn't allow the Northern Army to enter the southern Song dynasty's territory and embezzled food and supplies. When the Northern Army and the Southern Army had a dispute, the officers would definitely side with the Southern Army. Plus, the Song dynasty had always been wary of military generals. The yellow-robed woman spoke again, according to the analysis of our intelligence, Xiaquan's annexation of the Red Coat Army was most likely supported by this Lu Gu. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, had a look of approval on his face. This Lu Gu's methods are quite clever. He made the two tigers fight each other and then reaped the benefits. But now that we're involved, we naturally can't let him get what he wants. The yellow-robed woman secretly clenched her fists, thinking that she must rescue the Yang family this time. The two of them traveled for several hours and finally rested in a small town. The yellow-robed woman said, wait for me at the tea house up ahead. I'll be right back. Where are you going? Song Qingshu wondered. There was no mobile phone in this world. What if they got separated? He was pressed for time and could not afford to waste any time. The yellow-clothed woman blushed. I'll be back soon. Song Qingshu asked, go to the bathroom? No. The yellow-robed woman spat. Oh, then I'll go with you in case we get separated later. Song Qingshu followed her. I'm going to buy clothes. The yellow-robed woman could not help but roll her eyes at him. Oh, then let's go together. Song Qingshu said with a smile. When he saw her stuttering before, he thought it was something serious. As for his own clothes, he could just ask the waiter to buy them for him. He didn't need to choose them himself like a woman. How can we go together? The yellow-robed woman was extremely embarrassed. Why can't we go together? Besides, I said I'll pay for you. In his previous world, accompanying a woman to buy clothes was a normal thing. Not to mention accompanying such a beautiful woman to go shopping. In the end, the yellow-robed woman could not change his mind. When they arrived at the clothing store, she could not help but complain, "If I didn't know that you don't care about etiquette, I would definitely think that you're a lecher. I'm not going in. I'm waiting for you at the door." "What kind of lecher is that?" Song Qingshu naturally knew that in this era, the barriers between men and women were very obvious. A store that sold women's goods would not sell men's goods. Men would not set foot in such a place. In addition, clothing stores were different from the future. Most of the time, they only sold cloth or satin. Customers would buy them and make their own clothes. Of course, there were ready-made clothes, but they were relatively rare. The yellow-robed woman could not be bothered with him. She began to choose in the store. Now, there was no time to buy cloth to make clothes. Naturally, she could only buy ready-made clothes. When the boss saw a fairy-like girl with an outstanding temperament, he knew that a big customer had come. He hurriedly greeted her warmly. Song Qingshu leaned against the door and felt a bit bored. He asked, "Oh right, I finally know what the next line of the poem you told me last time means." The yellow-robed woman who was choosing clothes paused. A trace of red flashed across her cheeks. "What poem?" "The spring grass will be green next year. The next line is whether the prince's grandson returns or not." Song Qingshu had a faint smile on his face. "I didn't expect you to be so eager for me to return." The room fell into silence. After a long time, the yellow-robed woman said, "I don't remember telling you any poems." "How could that be?" "At that time, we were seeing each other off in the palace." Song Qingshu wanted to say more, but the yellow-robed woman had already quickly walked out with a bundle. "I said there's no such thing." With that, she ran away without looking back. He was about to chase after her when he was pulled back by the store's boss. Hey, hey, hey. You haven't paid yet." Song Qingshu was speechless. He could only throw a piece of silver to him. "Keep the change." With that, he hurriedly chased after her. The store's boss took out a small scale and weighed the silver. After confirming it again and again, he couldn't help but curl his lips. "Not much, not little. Just right. Don't even need the change. Pa, pretending to be rich. Serves that fairy-like girl right for running away." Song Qingshu naturally didn't know that the boss was ridiculing him behind his back. Right now, he was sitting in a restaurant, admiring the yellow-clothed girl's bright red cheeks up close. "Normally, your skin is too pale, without any color. You look healthier like this." "It's none of your business." The yellow-robed woman picked up the teacup to hide the panic in her heart. She secretly regretted that she had been possessed to leave him a poem. It was really embarrassing. Song Qingshu held his chin and quietly looked at her profile. Her face was as white as the first snow. The soft lines seemed to be outlined by a stroke of a pen. Usually, she was indifferent and cold. It was rare to see her reveal a bashful appearance. It was truly pleasing to the eye. "Have you seen enough?" Feeling his gaze, the yellow-robed woman felt as if it was real. She suddenly felt uncomfortable. "Of course not," Song Qingshu said confidently. "The ancients said that beauty is a feast for the eyes. I finally understand what kind of experience it is." "You." The yellow-robed woman suddenly sighed. "No wonder you have so many female friends around you. There really aren't many girls in the world who can resist your pestering." Song Qingshu was startled. He smiled bitterly and said, "In all honesty, I was clearly only thinking of you." "Then what about now?" The yellow-robed woman's clear-as-water eyes looked at him. Song Qingshu suddenly fell into silence. He was aroused by her words. At this time, many people appeared in his mind. For example, he would pass by Yangzhou on his way north. He hesitated whether or not he should go see Zhou Jirua first. After all, the two of them had been separated for a long time. The yellow-robed woman also gradually calmed down. "The poem I told you last time was only out of friendship. You don't need to think too much about it." Song Qingshu knew that she was saying this to cut off the thread of love and deliberately alienate the relationship between the two of them. In fact, at this time, as long as he used some tricks and increased his favorability, It wasn't impossible to win her heart. But now he was entangled in love debts. There were many female friends that he couldn't see once or twice a year. Did he really have to go and harm new girls? I understand. Song Qingshu put away his teasing thoughts and drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. Seeing his suddenly lonely appearance, the yellow-robed woman lightly bit her lips. For a moment, she couldn't bear to see him like this. Was she too heartless? At this time, there was a sudden noise from not far away. A group of people dressed like merchants came in and drank and chatted. Have you heard? There's a fight in Yangzhou soon. Yangzhou? Song Qingshu suddenly turned his head. What was going on? Why didn't he receive any news? The yellow-robed woman was also shocked. She also looked in the direction of the noise. Isn't Yangzhou the Prince of Qi's territory? Who dares to touch the Emperor's territory? I heard that it's Xia Quan of the Red Coat Army. This Xia Quan is incredible. Ever since Yang and was killed, he suddenly rose to power and swallowed up most of Yang and Er's forces. Now, he is the strongest branch of the Red Coat Army. Aren't the Golden Snake Army and the Red Coat Army on good terms? Why did they suddenly start fighting? I don't know about that. But isn't it normal for them to fight over territory? Yangzhou is a famous affluent place in the world. Who wouldn't be envious? I don't know if our great Song can take advantage of this situation to return north and recover Yangzhou. Forget it. Don't you know what's going on in the imperial court? Shu, be careful with your words. Hearing the discussions of those people, the yellow-robed woman looked worriedly at Song Qingshu. Brother Song, should we ask them about the specifics? Song Qingshu shook his head. No need. They are only passing merchants. Their knowledge is limited. Even if we ask them, we won't be able to get any concrete information. Then what should we do now? The yellow-robed woman asked. Let's go. Song Qingshu stood up and walked out. The yellow-robed woman hurriedly followed. Where are we going? The largest brothel in the city. The yellow-robed woman stayed outside the brothel. Who knew how many young masters had come to strike up a conversation with her? They all thought that she was a girl from the brothel. One after another, they all ran over and expressed that they would redeem her regardless of the price. This scoundrel. If I had known earlier, I would have gone in with him. The yellow-robed woman's face was frighteningly dark. Just now, Song Qingshu had walked straight in. She hesitated for a long time but still decided to wait for him outside. As a lady, how could she go to this kind of place? However, she quickly regretted it. Standing in front of the brothel like this was even more eye-catching. After chasing away another lecher, she could only run to the opposite side and find a shady place to wait. She was extremely angry. This scoundrel, why did he come to this kind of place at this time? She wasn't an idiot. She didn't think that after hearing the news of Yangzhou being attacked, Song Qingshu would still have the mood to come to this kind of place to seek pleasure. Of course, even if he didn't hear the news of Yangzhou being attacked, with so many women by his side, he shouldn't have come to this kind of place. Moreover, he had her accompanying him. She didn't think that there was anyone in this brothel who had more charm than her. Bah, what are you all thinking about? The yellow-robed woman angrily stomped her feet. She continued to look towards the door of the brothel. Finally, she saw Song Qingshu come out. How is it? Is there any news? The yellow-robed woman walked forward and asked with some concern. Although she didn't know that Song Qingshu had specially built an information network of brothels in the southern Song dynasty, with her intelligence, she could more or less guess that he went in to inquire about information. This kind of place was the place where the flow of information was the fastest. Song Qingshu nodded and explained, Xia Quan has annexed Yangyu's branch of the Red Coat Army. His power has greatly increased. This morning, he suddenly began to mobilize his troops to attack Yangzhou. Is there anything happening in Yangzhou? The yellow-robed woman asked anxiously. Suddenly, her heart was startled. Why was she so nervous? Yangzhou had nothing to do with her. Could it be that she was nervous for him? Thinking of this, her heart madly jumped a few times. Yangzhou is a large city. How could it fall so easily? Song Qingshu's face revealed a worried expression. However, compared to Xia Quan, I am more worried about Lu Gu's 30,000 troops in Chuzhou. The yellow-robed woman didn't understand. She said, Lu Gu dealing with the Red Coat Army is one thing, but right now, you are the Prince of Qi conferred by the imperial court. Could it be that he dares to risk universal condemnation and openly attack your territory? Wouldn't that be lightly starting a war? How could he bear this responsibility? Naturally, he wouldn't dare to openly attack Yangzhou. However, Song Qingshu snorted coldly. He can help Xia Quan in secret. I have received information that not only did he secretly provide Xia Quan with money, rations, and armor, he also had his troops stationed near Yangzhou. Nominally, it is to help Yangzhou. However, in reality, it is to obstruct Yangzhou's mobilization of troops. Moreover, because his troops are covetously watching from the side, Yangzhou's originally few troops will have to be divided to guard against him. This will cause the pressure of resisting Xia Quan to increase. Previously, when they recovered Li Keqiu's territory and influence, they obtained about 38,000 elite troops. Afterwards, Zhou Zhirua slowly expanded the recruitment. Their number was about 50 to 60,000. Because they followed Song Qingshu's policy of quality over quantity, the number of troops in Yangzhou was maintained at this number. A large portion of the troops had to be divided to defend the other prefectures. Currently, in Yangzhou, the field troops that Zhou Zhirua could mobilize were at most about 20 to 30,000. According to intelligence, Xia Quan had about 40 to 50,000 troops under his command, while Lu Gu had 30,000. Although they might not be as elite as the troops under Yangzhou's command, the advantage in numbers was still quite obvious. But who gave him the courage? The yellow-shirt woman was very confused. Even if Lu Gu helped Xia Quan conquer Yangzhou, what good would it do him? When will he face the imperial court's interrogation and the Golden Snake Camp's revenge? Of course it's our Pingzhang military minister, Master Jia. Song Qingshu had been confused before. With Jia Shidou's shrewdness, why would he think of using a few women to tie him down? Now that he thought about it, it was just a way for him to numb himself. The main event was still in Yangzhou. That way, he could naturally lead him here. Naturally, he had no time to worry about Wudong's affairs. He always felt that 2,000 words per chapter was too little. In the future, he would gather the daily updates into one chapter. As for the word count, it was really hard to say. Let's leave it to fate. What a good move to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Song Qingshu had to admit that this was not a conspiracy but an open plan. Even if you knew his intentions, you had no choice but to jump into the trap. Why don't we go to Yangzhou first? Your name is known to the world. With you there, the morale of Yangzhou will be greatly boosted. Xia Quan and the others might retreat. The yellow-shirt woman suggested. Song Qingshu shook his head. There is no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. If we don't get rid of this hidden danger, they will use the same trick again in the future. I will have to leave with my nose pinched. But Xia Quan has many soldiers and food under his command. He also has Lu Gu as his backer. How can we get rid of him in a short time? The yellow-shirt woman did not doubt Song Qingshu's ability. Whether it was breaking the Qing dynasty or killing Li Keqiu, he had displayed excellent military leadership. Xia Quan was definitely not his match. But the key problem was time. The emperor was about to go to Wudong Mountain. After Song Qingshu killed Xia Quan, the flowers would probably wither. Xia Quan looks powerful now, but he is actually in danger. He only needs one fuse to completely collapse. Song Qingshu paused and then said, "Let's go find Yang Miaozhen." Not going to Yangzhou? What if? The yellow-shirt woman was worried. Song Qingshu looked in the direction of Yangzhou and said lightly, "I believe in Jirua's ability. She can definitely defend Yangzhou for me." At this time, in Yangzhou, a woman as elegant as a fairy was methodically dispatching troops. Her ice-cold appearance carried a dignified bearing. Her aura shocked the soldiers in the room. "Mistress, we are outnumbered. We should defend and wait for the 9th princess reinforcements. When the time comes, the enemy's encirclement will naturally collapse." A general stepped forward and said. The woman was naturally Zhou Zhirua. She was clearly very satisfied with the other calling her mistress. Xia Quan's army is just a motley crew. Right now, all the factions have just united and have not been completely absorbed. We need to take advantage of this time to attack them before they can stabilize their footing. As for Lu Gu, he clearly does not dare to openly attack Yangzhou. Before he can react, we must first defeat Xia Quan. Otherwise, when both sides surround us, although we can defend Yangzhou, the other prefectures and counties will be easily broken by them. During this period of time, Zhou Zhihua had been very skillful in managing Yangzhou. She had already built up enough prestige. Everyone saw that what she said was indeed reasonable, so they no longer had any objections to her decision. Although Yangzhou's soldiers were few, they were all elites. Even if they were outnumbered, they still had the confidence to launch a surprise attack on Emir Xia Quan. As for Song Qingshu and the yellow-robed woman, they were heading north. Fortunately, the yellow-robed woman had scouted for information beforehand and finally found Yang Miaozhen's group deep in the mountains. It was a pity that Yang Miaozhen was not in the headquarters. At first, her subordinates were tight-lipped, but after learning of Song Qingshu's identity, her subordinates revealed a joyful expression and finally replied, "The fourth lady has arrived at Mount Machi." Flag polishing mountain? What's she doing there? Song Qingshu didn't understand. Shouldn't Yang Miaozhen be thinking about revenge now? Why did she run to Mount Machi, which was completely unrelated? The subordinate side, the first master was killed, and the Red Coat army fell apart. Then, that dog Xia Quan took advantage of the situation and invaded. Now, the fourth lady only has a few thousand defeated soldiers under her command. In order not to be annexed by Xia Quan and to avenge the first master, she had no choice but to seek help from Li Quan. This trip to Mount Machi is to meet with Li Quan and agree to that bastard's conditions. Seeing him gnash his teeth, Song Qingshu doubtfully asked, "What conditions?" "Of course it's to marry him." The subordinate said hatefully, "When Li Quan came to ally with the first master, I knew he didn't have any good intentions. Now that the first master's corpse hasn't even turned cold, he has already gathered troops to establish his own independence and use this to threaten the fourth lady." There weren't many women in the Red Coat army, and there was only one who was as beautiful as Yang Miaozhen. Thus, the entire army viewed her as a goddess. Now that they knew she had no choice but to give herself to another man, how could these people not be filled with righteous indignation? The yellow-robed girl was instantly enraged. Who does Li Quan think he is? How is he qualified to receive Sister Yang's favor? However, Song Qingshu felt that Li Quan's timing was very good. He took advantage of Yang Miaozhen's desire for revenge, and at the same time threatened her when she was at her weakest. If there were no other changes, he would most likely be able to win the beauty's heart. After marrying her, he would then be able to take over the Yang siblings' former power. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. However, admiration was one thing, and agreement was another. Thinking of the few times he had fought with Yang Miaozhen in the past, he did not want to see her end up like this. Moreover, there was also the relationship between the Tianbui Yang residents. "Let's go to Mount Machi, we must stop her from doing such a stupid thing." The yellow-robed girl had been raised in the Tianbui Yang residence, and had deep feelings for the Yang family. Naturally, she did not want to see Yang Miaozhen compromise and marry a man she did not love. "Can you stop her if you go to Mount Machi? The fourth lady's power shakes the world, and she has her own thoughts and decisions. Since she has made such a decision, she must have considered the whole situation. She wants to use Li Quan's power to take revenge. If you stop her, can you take revenge for her? Xia Quan has tens of thousands of troops under his command, how can you take revenge for her?" Song Qingshu said lightly. The yellow-robed girl's martial arts were very high in Jianghu, but martial arts masters were not very useful on the battlefield. There were enemies on all sides, and the movement and dodging skills that they had learned in their lives were meaningless. They were not as powerful as a group of strictly trained ordinary soldiers who worked together to cover each other. Of course, martial arts masters were not completely useless. They could be used as special forces, and when their martial arts reached the highest level, it was not impossible for them to take the head of a general in a crowd of 10,000. The yellow-robed girl also understood this, but she still could not accept it. "But we can't just watch her jump into the fire pit. I didn't say we won't save her. It's just that we are not going to Mount Machi, but to Yi City," Song Qingshu said as he beckoned the yellow-robed girl to go on their way. "Why are we going to Yi City?" The yellow-robed girl asked in confusion. To find Zhang Lin. Hiya Song Qingshu casually replied and urged his horse to run northeast. The yellow-robed girl was full of doubts and hurriedly chased after him. Who is Zhang Lin? A general under Li Quan, Song Qingshu answered. Why are you looking for him? You'll know when we get there. The two of them galloped, and after 2 hours, Song Qingshu suddenly stopped. No, this is too slow. At this speed, when Yang Miaozhen and Li Quan were at Mount Machi, what was done. What was the point of everything? This is already the fastest speed. Looking at the horse that was already panting, the yellow-robed girl could not help but feel pity for it. Next, I will directly use Qinggong to rush to E-City. You will go north from here to Mount Machi. Don't say too much, and don't stop them from getting married. But you must delay the entire process and keep Li Quan's energy there. Song Qingshu said. His current Qinggong speed had already surpassed that of a horse. Furthermore, a horse had to take a roundabout route to travel, but Qinggong could travel in a straight line as much as possible. Naturally, his speed was much faster. The reason why he still rode a horse most of the time was that it was too tiring to travel with Qinggong. Secondly, it was a problem of stamina. It should be known that riding a horse could bring a few more horses and recover the strength of the previous horse. However, it was not the same for humans. Unless one's inner strength was endless, and the recovery was always greater than the inner strength used when running, it was destined that one would not be able to use Qinggong to travel long distances. This was also the reason why many martial arts masters in Jianghu could sprint for dozens of miles, but would choose to ride a horse or take a boat for a journey of hundreds of miles. For example, when Xiaofeng mistakenly thought that Xiao Yuanshan was a great villain, he madly chased him for less than 30 miles before both parties came to a tacit understanding. As for when Zhou Badong chased Qiu Qianren for tens of thousands of miles from Jiangnan all the way to the western region, he was not rushing at high speed. Instead, he had sprinted for a certain distance, and both parties tacitly stopped to rest, eat, drink, and go to the bathroom before continuing on their journey. Therefore, although they had rushed for tens of thousands of miles, they had still spent a considerable amount of time. However, now that Song Qingshu's martial arts had reached a high level, his inner strength was endless. In addition, he was originally an expert in Qinggong. As long as he did not use Eminent Skyline, a martial art that consumed a large amount of inner strength, he could theoretically continue to travel. However, there was a limit to a person's energy, and he would eventually tire out. It was just that in terms of rushing at high speed, he could already last much longer than other top experts. Although the yellow-robed girl boasted that her Qinggong was very good, compared to the man in front of her, there was still a large gap. She knew that if she insisted on rushing with him, she would only become a burden. She could not always let him hug her and fly together, could she? Thinking of that scene, the yellow-robed girl could not help but blush. What nonsense was she thinking about? What's wrong with you? Seeing that the yellow-robed girl was silent and revealed a strange expression, Song Qingshu could not help but ask. No, nothing. The yellow-robed girl's heart jumped, and she hurriedly said, Okay, I'll wait for you at Mount Polishing Flag. Song Qingshu was startled. Looking at her back, he thought to himself, why did he have a feeling that he was running away? However, since time was pressing, he also used his Qinggong and began to hurry on his journey. The journey was as fast as lightning, and they finally arrived at Yidu at dawn the next day. As a general under Li Quan's command, Zhang Lin controlled nearly 3,000 people. However, he was born in the Lulan forest after all. The defense of his residence could not be compared to that of the imperial palace. Even the guards of many gangs in Jianghu were much tighter than his. With Song Qingshu's martial arts, it did not take much effort to sneak into Zhang Lin's bedroom. After all, Zhang Lin had lived a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. In his sleep, he was alarmed and quickly opened his eyes. Who is it? Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions. Song Qingshu poured a cup of tea on the table and drank it. He was exhausted from the journey. Zhang Lin subconsciously wanted to grab the knife next to his pillow. Song Qingshu casually flicked his finger as he drank the tea. The knife in Zhang Lin's hand flew to the wall. Seeing that the waste knife that was half stuck in the wall was still trembling, Zhang Lin subconsciously swallowed his saliva. If that flick from the other party had landed on his body, may I know your name? Zhang Lin did not shout for help. He knew that with the other party's martial arts, it would be a piece of cake to take his life. Song Qingshu drank a few cups of tea and felt comfortable all over. This time, he revealed his background. So it is Prince Qi who has come. My apologies, my apologies. Zhang Lin thought that it was no wonder that he had such high martial arts at such a young age. May I know what business Prince Qi has with you? It is no big deal. I just want you to join the Golden Snake Battalion. What does General Zhang think? Song Qingshu leisurely asked. Zhang Lin was speechless. Was this not a big deal? He hurriedly replied, Prince Qi, General Li Quan has placed me in an important position. It is not good for me to switch sides. Important position? Song Qingshu looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. A few months ago, Li Quan's brother, Li Fu, used his brother's power to ask you for a few salt pans. You did not give them to him. He became angry and said that he would teach you a lesson sooner or later. Is this true? Zhang Lin's expression changed and he fell into silence. Song Qingshu continued, Zhang Fu has no ability. He only relies on his brother's protection. He is very greedy and vulgar. He orders passing merchants to use the Li family's carriages and ships. At the same time, he has to pay half of the taxes. From time to time, he sends troops in disguise to rob merchant caravans. So, the merchants would rather take a detour through the Jin Kingdom or the Golden Snake Battalion's territory. Without merchants to rob, he has his eyes on the salt mines in your hands. Even if you ask him to extract salt, he is not satisfied and insists on the ownership of those mines. Am I right? Zhang Lin smiled bitterly. Prince Qi's intelligence network is really powerful. He even knows these things clearly. Song Qingshu smiled. It was impossible for him to barge into the north without a plan. Along the way, he had mobilized various intelligence networks and already had a clear understanding of the internal situation of the various forces. You are one of the strongest generals under Li Quan, but Zhang Fu actually dares to bully you. Is he really that bold? Is it really not Li Quan's intention? This time, Zhang Lin's expression really changed. At first, he only secretly cursed Li Quan for being vulgar. He did not think of this. Now that Song Qingshu reminded him, he suddenly realized that this might be, no, Li Quan was definitely slowly usurping his authority. It should be known that he was not a direct descendant of Li Quan. He was originally a local officer of the Jin Kingdom. At that time, when the Revolutionary Army rose, he took advantage of the situation and gathered a team to seek refuge with Li Quan. Because he was not a direct descendant, the two sides had always been in a state of harmony. This time, when he went to Mount Flag Grinding to meet with Yang Miaozhen, he was not even brought along. Seeing his expression, Song Qingshu continued, you and Li Fu have become enemies. Li Quan also views you as a thorn in his side. If you continue to stay in his hands, what do you think your fate will be? Zhang Lin broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly kowtowed to the ground. This subordinate is willing to seek refuge with the Golden Snake Battalion. I hope that Prince Qi will accept me. Song Qingshu was startled. He did not think that it would be so easy to persuade him. He originally had to put in a lot of effort. However, on second thought, in history, this fellow was also forced by Li Quan and his brother to seek refuge with the Mongols. Now that he had personally invited him, it was a wise move for him to seek refuge with him. Good. After joining the Golden Snake Battalion, you can keep your salt mines for yourself. I will also not have any designs on them. In the future, your stage will be very big. You will not be limited to this one mu of land like you are now. Song Qingshu helped him up. He still had to show the proper attitude. My lord is indeed not an ordinary person. Zhang Lin was overjoyed. He was originally worried that the other party would be like Zhang Fu and covet the salt mines. It should be known that in this era, salt mines and gold mines were no different. He did not expect that the other party did not even care about it. As expected, he was worthy of being a ruler of the world. How can this subordinate be of service to my lord? Zhang Lin hurriedly asked. He was eager to show his value by changing his allegiance. Now that Li Quan has brought his main force to Flag Grinding Mountain, you should take the opportunity to lead your men to attack his headquarters. At the same time, you should control the families of his soldiers. This was the purpose of Song Qingshu's visit. Zhang Lin was somewhat hesitant. But Li Quan has more than 10,000 men. If he returns, my men will not be a match. Song Qingshu indifferently said, with me around, he will not be able to return. On the Flag Grinding Mountain, in the tent of the commander of the Red Coat Army, a tall and slender lady was pacing back and forth. Even though she was dressed in military attire, her two straight long legs attracted the gazes of most of the men in the tent. Li Quan, that brat, got lucky. The group of people swallowed their saliva and secretly cursed. However, they did not dare to say what they were thinking. It must be known that even though their female leader was as beautiful as a peach, her way of doing things was very fierce. If she was not fierce, she would not be able to control these generals. If she knew what they were thinking, she would definitely give them a good beating. Ying Luo, what plan do you have? Dragging things on like this is not a solution. Yang Miaozhen looked at the yellow-clothed lady and said, Sister, just wait patiently. You will know in a while. The yellow-clothed lady was naturally the yellow-robed lady. She was rushing towards Flag Grinding Mountain. Because Yang Miaozhen was leading the troops, her speed could not match up to her. Thus, even though the other party had left first, she was still able to catch up. After finding Yang Miaozhen, she naturally followed Song Qingshu's instructions and delayed the marriage between her and Li Quan. Both of them were from the Yang family and knew each other before, so it was easier to communicate. Previously, you also said to wait for a while, but how long do we have to wait? Yang Miaozhen was somewhat impatient. The other generals in the tent all shrunk their necks. This tigress, even though she was beautiful, she was still a tigress. She had just lost a brother and the Red Coat Army had suffered heavy losses. During this period of time, it was as if she had eaten gunpowder. No one dared to provoke her at this time. The yellow-robed lady was in a difficult position. She did not know what Song Qingshu wanted to do, nor did she know when he would return. He only told her to wait. But facing Yang Miaozhen's questioning, she needed an explanation. Helplessly, she could only say, waiting for someone. Waiting for who? Yang Miaozhen asked. The yellow-robed woman looked at the other people in the tent with an awkward expression. Yang Miaozhen waved her hand and said, it doesn't matter. We're all on the same side. After going through so many hardships, those who were still willing to follow her were naturally trustworthy people. The yellow-robed lady then said, Song Qingshu. Golden Snake King. Hearing this name, the tent was filled with gasps of surprise as everyone discussed. Yang Miaozhen frowned, Golden Snake Camp is also involved? The yellow-robed woman hurriedly explained, no, I privately asked him for help. Although he is a somewhat frivolous person, when he heard that you and your sister are descendants of the Yang family's generals, he volunteered to help. Delight appeared on the faces of the generals in the tent. With the help of the Golden Snake King, things will be much easier. That's right. With the Golden Snake King taking action, our problem is no longer a problem. Yang Miaozhen, on the other hand, was much calmer than her subordinates. How can he help us now? We want to reform the Red Coat Army and take revenge for the first master. Would he sacrifice the soldiers of the Golden Snake Camp for someone unrelated to him? Even if he is willing, what will the people under Golden Snake Camp think? What do you mean by irrelevant person? Isn't the fourth lady one of us if she marries him? Yeah, compared to the Golden Snake King, Li Quan is nothing. I've been annoyed with that brat for a long time. He even dared to take the opportunity to threaten me. She might as well marry the Golden Snake King than marry Li Quan. The yellow-robed woman was dumbfounded by the scene. What was going on? Could it be that Song Qingshu was going to replace Li Quan and marry Yang Miaozhen? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little strange. Wasn't she rushing to send him into someone else's arms? Yang Miaozhen's face alternated between green and red. Finally, she couldn't help but roar, all of you, shut up. We're telling the truth. Since we're going to form an alliance, why don't we form an alliance with the stronger Golden Snake King instead of Li Quan? The one who said this was Yang Einer's confidant, Li Siwen. Everyone privately gave him the nickname of Grand Preceptor. That's right, Miaozhen. I also think that you should consider it. The Golden Snake King is better than Li Quan in every aspect. Moreover, Li Quan's adding insult to injury has made many of our brothers unhappy. Lu Quan, the uncle of the Yang siblings, said. Both of them were highly respected people in the army, so Yang Miaozhen didn't dare to act rashly. She hastily explained, I also know that Golden Snake King is better than Li Quan in all aspects, but he is too good. His Golden Snake camp is too powerful now. What qualifications do we, a few thousand defeated soldiers, have to form an alliance with him? To put it bluntly, if I were to form an alliance with him by marriage, the Red Coat Army would become my dowry. Yang Miaozhen paused for a moment before continuing, although Li Quan is a bit despicable, he still has the Red Coat Army under him. Moreover, although his troops are stronger than ours, there is a limit to their strength. He is the one who is truly an equal alliance. In the future, I am confident that I can rely on my own abilities to become the true ruler of the Red Coat Army. If we form an alliance with Li Quan, even though the number of troops is still less than Xia Quan's, it will be enough for us to avenge our first master. War is never won by numbers alone. No one doubted Yang Miaozhen's words. Previously, the Red Coat Army had suffered a crushing defeat mainly because they had fought against the Jin Army. Then, their first master was suddenly killed, causing the entire Red Coat Army to fall into a state of disunity without a leader. That was why they were defeated by Xia Quan 1-1. Now, as long as they could unite Li Quan's forces, it wouldn't be difficult for the fourth lady to defeat Xia Quan with her abilities. Seeing that everyone was silent, Yang Miaozhen added in her heart, that man with the surname Song is a womanizer everywhere. I don't know how many women he has at home. I don't want to be jealous of his harem all day long. Fourth lady, I can roughly understand what you're thinking. You mainly don't want the Red Coat Army to be swallowed up by the Golden Snake Camp. However, have you ever thought of a problem? Even if everything goes according to your wishes and you control Li Quan's forces and take revenge on Xia Quan, the Jin kingdom is growing stronger by the day. The southern Song dynasty is unreliable and the Golden Snake Camp is rising in the east. The space for us to survive is getting smaller and smaller. Sooner or later, we'll have to rely on one side. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape destruction in the end, Li Siwen suddenly said. Yang Miaozhen was stunned. She was not stupid and naturally knew that what he said made sense. The Central Plains today was no longer in the chaotic times when the Jin kingdom had just destroyed the northern Song dynasty. The Red Coat Army's survival was getting more and more difficult. Li Siwen continued, during the Three Kingdoms period, Deng Ai Zhong's army was pressuring the border. Lu Chan of the Shu Han had the opportunity to escape to the east and even seek refuge with Dong Yuwu. However, why did he seek refuge with Chao Wei in the end? It was because they clearly saw that Wei was the strongest and Dong Yuwu would definitely be destroyed in the future. Instead of surrendering a second time, it was better to surrender once and have more bargaining power. Yang Miaozhen's expression was somewhat ugly. Although he was using the Three Kingdoms period as an example, he was also warning her that rather than being swallowed up by the Golden Snake Camp in the future, it was better to take the initiative to form an alliance now. After all, in the future, she wouldn't have such a good bargaining chip as she did now. At this moment, her nephew Yang Yu also spoke, that's right, aunt. As the saying goes, a woman cannot serve two husbands. Since she's going to marry, why not marry a stronger man? His forces had been swallowed up by Xia Quan. Fortunately, Yang Miaozhen saved his life. Shut up. Yang Miaozhen flew into a rage out of humiliation. If it wasn't for this little bastard's wild thoughts that caused the Red Coat Army to split, how could Xia Quan have taken advantage of the situation? However, he was after all her eldest brother's only son and also the blood of the Yang family. Although she was angry, she couldn't do anything to him. Yang Yu was somewhat afraid of this aunt of his. After being glared at by her, he immediately shut up. Yang Miaozhen then continued, even if you're going to surrender in the end, you should surrender to the imperial court. How can you surrender to a local force? There's no need to discuss this further. Otherwise, you'll be punished by military law. At this moment, a faint sigh suddenly came from outside the tent. If the imperial court was really willing to accept you, your eldest brother wouldn't have been killed, and the Red Coat Army wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Who is it? Yang Miaozhen was immediately alarmed. In an instant, she grabbed the long spear beside her and thrust it towards the entrance of the tent. Just now, everyone was discussing the most confidential of secrets. How could she allow an outsider to listen in? Everyone could only see a brilliant spear light exploding in front of them. The yellow-robed girl was secretly amazed. No wonder there was a rumor that the pear blossom spear was invincible. This spear technique was truly exquisite. However, in the next moment, everyone's vision darkened. The spear light that was like a sky full of pear blossoms had already disappeared. Everyone looked over and discovered that the spearhead of Yang Miaozhen's spear had been caught in the hands of a man. They couldn't help but be shocked. In their hearts, Yang Miaozhen was the representative of invincibility. Such an indomitable spear had actually been caught so easily by a man's fingers? You used your spear to stab me the moment you met me. Is this how the fourth lady treats an old friend? The newcomer smiled. It's you? After recognizing the other party's identity, Yang Miaozhen also gave up on spinning her spear to use the spiraling hidden energy. Big brother Song. The yellow-robed girl also clearly saw the appearance of the newcomer. She secretly let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally arrived. Golden Snake King. There were many veterans of the Red Coat Army present. They had all seen Song Qingshu before. They all stood up and saluted him. Even if they hadn't seen him before, they had at least heard of his reputation. As the saying goes, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The other party's status was far higher than theirs. Seeing that her subordinates were also enthusiastic and respectful, Yang Miaozhen couldn't help but feel angry. She thought to herself, I'm not dead yet, why are all of you so eager to get close to me? Of course, she also knew that her anger was unreasonable. It was probably because these people had been trying to persuade her to marry Song Qingshu. In the end, she was about to see him in person. She didn't know how much he had heard. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't help but feel angry. Greetings, everyone. Song Qingshu greeted everyone one by one. Seeing that he was trying to get close to her subordinates, Yang Miaozhen felt like she was being poached in front of her. She became even angrier. The world-famous Golden Snake King, eavesdropping as soon as you arrived. I'm afraid that's not very good. Everyone in the room was startled. They immediately felt the tense atmosphere. Song Qingshu didn't answer. He went to the main seat and picked up a cup of tea. He took a few sips and said, I've been rushing all the way here. I'm really tired. I'm going to drink some tea to catch my breath. Yang Miaozhen was about to say that she had drunk from the teacup. Who knew that before she could say anything, the other party would drink from it? She had no choice but to shut her mouth. Thinking that the other party had come to help her, she couldn't blame him. But even so, her cheeks were inexplicably hot. The group of men in the tent looked at each other and kept exchanging their thoughts. Did I see it wrong? This tigress is actually blushing? TSK, TSK, TSK. This woman has always been a neat freak. No one dares to touch her things, let alone drink from the cup she has drunk from. But now she's not angry at all. It's strange. Just now, when we suggested her to marry Song Qingshu, she even scolded us. But now, TSK, TSK, TSK. Women are animals that say one thing but mean another. Is the fourth lady also a woman? Apart from being fierce, how is she not a woman? Is your wife as beautiful as her? Are your wife's legs as long as hers? F***ck, that's hurtful. Yang Miaozhen noticed the strange looks in their eyes and couldn't help but say angrily, what are you guys looking at? No, nothing. The group of men hurriedly made up a joke. Song Qingshu poured a few cups of water and drank it before he recovered. Where were we just now? Oh, I said you guys can't go back to the southern Song dynasty. Yang Miaozhen snorted. Why? She had a relationship with the Yang mansion of Tianbua, so it was not difficult for her to go south if she had no other choice. But this meant that the efforts of 2 generations of the Yang family in the Central Plains would all be in vain. If she went back with her tail between her legs, it would be a disgrace to the Yang family's ancestors. Didn't she tell you? Song. Qingshu glanced at the yellow-robed woman and continued, this time, do you believe that the first master was killed by a random boatman? How could a boatman be capable of this? Yang Miaozhen gritted her teeth. Although there is no direct evidence, we all know that this is Xia Quan's conspiracy. Xia Quan and his people have always minded their own business. Why did they suddenly attack you this time? Isn't it because of the instruction of Lu Gu, the Huaidong commissioner? Song Qingshu said. Do you have any evidence? Yang Miaozhen didn't believe him easily. After all, she had the blood of the Yang family in her. She couldn't believe that the imperial court would do this to them. Song Qingshu told them about the fight between Jia Shidao and Han Xingzhou, and then he continued, Su Shiji was the former Huaidong control commissioner, and he had always been nice to you. What's the attitude of Lu Gu, who took over the position, towards you? I don't believe it. You can't feel it. Yang Miaozhen was silent. All of this is just your guess. Really? Song Qingshu chuckled. If it weren't for Lu Gu, why would your first master ask for help from Xia Quan? I met him on his way there, and he promised the Golden Snake Battalion to support you guys with money and food. I wish you guys the best of luck. Yang Miaozhen cupped her hands and said, Golden Snake King Gaoyi, we have received the money and rations that you sent last time, but it was snatched away by Xia Quan during the chaos of war. She glared at her nephew fiercely. It was all because of this prodigal son. Money is just a worldly possession. We can take it back if it's taken away. Song Qingshu didn't care. Now Xia Quan and Lu Gu are attacking Yangzhou together. Does the fourth lady know about it? What? Yang Miaozhen suddenly stood up. She was hiding in the mountains now, so she wasn't as well informed as before. Now that she knew about it, she immediately understood everything. She had only guessed before, but now she was sure that Lu Gu was behind Xia Quan. Song Qingshu continued, as for the fourth lady saying that she could defeat Li Quan with her own ability and take control of his subordinates, I think it's too presumptuous. I don't believe that Li Quan didn't prepare for it. If you don't believe me, why don't we go to his camp and have a look? Yang Miaozhen's expression changed. Finally, she nodded. Okay. Both of them were swift and decisive people. It wasn't easy to lead an army to launch a surprise attack in a military camp, but it wasn't difficult for a top martial artist to sneak in quietly. Especially since Li Quan wasn't a famous general on the battlefield, the defense of his subordinates was far inferior to a regular army. Yang Miaozhen was confident in her martial arts, so she decided to go with him to find out the truth. Worried that the news would leak, she asked the yellow-robed woman to stay here and watch over this group of people, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. The two of them walked out of the tent and headed in the direction of another tent several li away. It was already late at night, and with the cover of the forest and their high martial arts skills, they were able to sneak in without alerting any of the guards along the way. It wasn't so easy outside the commander's tent. There were more than a dozen guards around. Yang Miaozhen was in a bit of a dilemma. It wasn't difficult for her to deal with these guards with her pear blossom spear, but that would alert other people and she would lose the purpose of gathering information. But if they were here and some distance away from the main tent, it would be difficult for her to hear what the people inside were saying. Just as she was in a dilemma, she saw a shadow flash by her side. Song Qingshu had already rushed out. His whole body turned into a shadow and swept past the dozen guards in an instant. Let's go. There's no problem now. In the blink of an eye, Song Qingshu had already returned to her side. Approaching the side of the tent, Yang Miaozhen found that the acupoints of those guards had been sealed. They were standing still as if nothing had happened. She couldn't help but secretly click her tongue. His qigong was really unpredictable. At this time, a burst of laughter came from inside the tent. Big boss, that fourth lady has a great reputation in the army. She has always been very capable. Aren't you afraid that if you marry this tigress, she will make you a mere figurehead? Yang Miaozhen could tell that this was the voice of Li Quan's general, Lu Qingfu. Hearing him call her a tigress, a dangerous glint appeared in her eyes. No matter how powerful she is still a woman. When she becomes my woman, her subordinates will naturally accept their fate. Who would really follow a woman to conquer the world? Another slightly feminine voice sounded. Obviously, it was Li Quan's voice. A trace of anger flashed in Yang Miaozhen's eyes. But she also knew that the other party was speaking the truth. As a woman, she was born with a great disadvantage. The soldiers subconsciously felt that it was more reliable to follow a man. However, she didn't build such a reputation for nothing. She had long been prepared for this trick. At this moment, another person's voice rang out in the room, but the fourth lady isn't stupid. Unless you've really avenged her brother and killed Xiaoquan, why else would she agree to let you kiss her? The corner of Yang Miaozhen's mouth rose slightly. She was somewhat proud. She was not stupid. She didn't want to be annexed by the Golden Snake Battalion. Naturally, she also didn't want to be annexed by Li Quan. She could first establish a marriage with Li Quan. But if she didn't grasp the real benefits, how could she agree to let him get close to her? She has already become my wife. This is not up to her to decide. Li Quan laughed. Big boss, it's not that we look down on you. Although your martial arts are very powerful, it is not comparable to the invincible pear blossom spear. If she is not willing, you will be beaten badly if you want to get intimate with her. A group of people jeered. Yang Miaozhen was secretly angry. She thought that this group of men always talked about despicable topics. They really deserved a beating. Since I dared to marry her, how could I not be prepared? Do you believe that I won't cook the rice tonight? Li Quan chuckled. How? Not to mention the group of subordinates, even Yang Miaozhen was confused. She thought to herself, if you want to use force, how could you be a match for me? At this time, Li Quan's brother Li Fu laughed. We have already bribed one of her subordinates. We put something in the tea she drank today. I guarantee that even if she is a virgin, she will become a slut. Li Quan also stood up. The effect of this medicine is slower than other medicines, but it is more powerful. It should be about time. I will go to her tent now. Don't let others take advantage of her. Big Boss is indeed wise. What a clever plan. With this, the Red Coat Army will completely become Big Boss's subordinates. The thousands of defeated soldiers are nothing. The main thing is the fourth lady. Her figure and long legs are definitely powerful. TSK, Big Boss is really lucky tonight. Outside the tent, Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. Where did they put the medicine they were talking about? Tea? Don't tell me it's the pot I just drank. If King drank a few big cups, since QQ is being used less and less nowadays, you can add me if you want. In the future, we can set up a WeChat group to communicate and discuss. When you add me, please specify your nickname. Also, I have to say that there are no extras. Those who only want to add me will be disappointed. Glancing at Yang Miaozhen, Song Qingshu realized that she was also looking at him with a strange expression. Song Qingshu was a little dazed. How many cups did I drink just now? Looks like I shouldn't casually drink anything in the future. Previously, I ran over to Zhang Lin's place because I was thirsty and drank directly from the teapot. If there was poison in it, wouldn't I be taking the blame? I can't rely on the fact that I'm immune to poison and let myself loose. Speaking of which, I don't know if my poison immunity can defend against this kind of poison. Boss is really far-sighted to actually plan everything. We really worried for nothing. More flattering voices could be heard from the tent. Li Quan was obviously very satisfied. Of course, I will definitely work hard on her so that she will get pregnant and give birth every year. How will she have the energy to compete with me in the future? Boss is wise. No matter how powerful she is still a woman. She is destined to be ridden by men. Li Quan's voice was getting closer and closer. It was obvious that he was about to walk out of the tent. Shameless person, die. Yang Miaozhen had been suppressing her anger. Hearing this, she could no longer hold it in and rushed forward with her spear. Song Qingshu couldn't hold her back. No wonder everyone calls you a tigress. You really have a fiery temper. Facing the sudden attack, Li Quan and the rest were shocked. Although Li Quan's martial arts were not as good as Yang Miaozhen's, he was still a famous expert in the Red Coat Army. People called him Iron Spear Li. In the face of danger, he hastily pulled out his spear to block the attack. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his full strength in such a short time. When the two spears collided, he felt as if he was struck by lightning and quickly retreated. Yang Miaozhen wanted to follow up with another attack, but Li Quan's subordinates had already reacted. In the Lulan forest, the strong were respected. To be able to reach the position of leader, other than Li Fu's nepotism, his other martial arts were not weak. With a group of people attacking, Yang Miaozhen couldn't rush over. Li Quan got a chance to breathe, but did not join the battle. Instead, he called out, "Men, where did everyone go?" After all, this was the commander's tent. Although the surrounding guards had been restrained by Song Qingshu, it was impossible for the people outside to not notice such a big commotion. Soon, there was a steady stream of soldiers rushing over. Yang Miaozhen's heart sank. She knew that if she waited for his subordinates to arrive, she would be trapped here no matter how high her martial arts skills were. The long spear in her hand suddenly exploded into a series of spear sparks, injuring several people in the blink of an eye. Because she was angry at the filthy words of this group of people, Yang Miaozhen did not show any mercy. Only Lu Qingfu, Gua Eniang, Xing Yanda, and a few others with the highest level of martial arts were able to hold on. Seeing this, Li Quan was both shocked and angry. These people were all his subordinates. If a few of them were injured or killed here, then their strength would be greatly reduced when they fought against the outside world in the future. "Fourth lady, have you gone crazy?" Yang Miaozhen said angrily, "You know what kind of despicable and dirty person you have done." Li Quan also knew that most of their conversation had been heard, so he hurriedly said, "Isn't it because I like you too much? What's more, we're about to become husband and wife. What's wrong with a little romance between husband and wife?" Yang Miaozhen was so angry that she laughed. "Who wants to become husband and wife with you?" Li Quan snorted coldly, "Then who asked me to come to Mount Flag grinding for a marriage alliance? If you don't become husband and wife with me, how can I help you get through this difficult time? If you don't become husband and wife with me, how are you going to seek revenge from Xia Quan?" Hearing his words, the spear in Yang Miaozhen's hand unknowingly slowed down. She was clearly hesitating. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Li Quan's face. "Don't worry. As long as you marry me, I will naturally avenge my brother-in-law." Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He subconsciously turned around and saw a young man standing beside him. A hand seemed to be pressing down on him, but no matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to move at all. "If He Yang knew that you bullied his sister like this, I'm sure he wouldn't be able to rest in peace." Song Qingshu lamented. Song Qingshu? As a high-ranking member of the Red Coat Army, Li Quan had naturally seen Song Qingshu before. Song Qingshu ignored him and directly shouted to the people in the field, "All of you, stop." His shout was mixed with inner force. Lu Qingfu and the others trembled, and seeing that their leader was being restrained, they could only stop. "Surnamed Song, I and the Golden Snake Camp have always minded our own business. Why are you meddling in our business?" Li Quan was shocked and angry. He was originally confident that he had the situation under control, but the appearance of the other party changed everything. "Because I respect He Yang's character, and because I am the fourth lady's friend." Song Qingshu replied indifferently. At this moment, Li Quan saw that his subordinates had surrounded him and immediately became confident. "I was wondering why the Golden Snake King, who has so many affairs to attend to every day, would come to this poor and remote place. Turns out he's here to find a lover." Song Qingshu frowned, but before he could speak, Yang Miaozhen was already angry. "Surnamed Li, what are you saying?" Li Quan sneered, "Am I wrong? Everyone in the pugilistic world knows about the Song Qingshu's romantic affairs, but I didn't expect you to be one of them. At the beginning, you clearly agreed to arrange for me to come here for a marriage alliance, but in the end, you went back on your words when the Song Qingshu came. No, could it be that you and the Song Qingshu had arranged to set me up here?" However, Song Qingshu coldly snorted, "Are you done yet? Since you're a captive, you should have the awareness of being a captive." However, Li Quan raised his head. I have tens of thousands of troops here. If you do anything to me, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, you will still be minced into meat paste by the thousands of troops." "Tens of thousands of troops?" Song Qingshu laughed. "You have at most 10,000 subordinates. It would be good if you could bring a few thousand people to Mount Flag Grinding Mountain this time." Li Quan snorted, "A few thousand is enough to kill you." At this time, Yang Miaozhen also moved to Song Qingshu's side and whispered, "Why don't we first use him as a hostage and leave this place? She had been on the battlefield for many years and naturally knew that no matter how high one's martial arts skills were, they could not defeat thousands of troops. Now that they were surrounded by Li Quan's troops, it would not be so easy to escape. However, Song Qingshu did not care. I can take the head of a general from an army of 10,000, a few thousand bandits are nothing. Li Quan was also an ambitious person. Seeing the situation, he shouted, "Brothers, listen up, if anything happens to me, you will kill this adulterous couple and bury them with me." "Yes, sir." Thousands of people roared in unison, their voices resounding through the forest. Only then did Li Quan say proudly, "Let me go and we can all discuss this. After all, we have a common enemy. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." At the same time, he thought to himself, Yang Miaozhen is one thing, but Song Qingshu will definitely eliminate him when he is alone. At that time, Golden Snake Camp will be like a group of dragons without a leader, and I can take the opportunity to annex Golden Snake Camp's territory. I heard that Song Qingshu's women are all as beautiful as fairies. I must experience them when the time comes. Yang Miaozhen could not help but tug on Song Qingshu's sleeve. "Why don't we let him go first?" Song Qingshu looked at her unhappily. Women will be women. No matter how fierce they are still indecisive at crucial moments. "Do you think he will let us go if we let him go?" Being reprimanded like this, Yang Miaozhen could not help but feel a little angry, but she did not explode like she usually would. Instead, she explained, "If we fight with Li Quan, the one who benefits in the end is Xia Quan. Who said I want to fight with his subordinates? Will we be able to annex his troops if we kill him?" Song Qingshu said indifferently. Yang Miaozhen cursed inwardly, thinking that it was not difficult to capture the leader first to capture the thief, but to kill the leader and then inherit his power was not easy. During the Three Kingdoms period, Dongzhuo was killed, and his subordinates revolted, causing chaos in the world. Heir Zhurong of Northern Wei was killed by the emperor, and as a result, his subordinates revolted, and the emperor was beheaded. If only killing the leader could solve the problem, then everything in the world would be too simple. Li Quan was also so angry that he laughed instead. "Who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill?" Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened, and then he fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. Song Qingshu wiped his hands and said indifferently, "You can learn from anyone, but you have to learn from Wei Yan?" Yang Miaozhen was dumbfounded. She was close and could naturally sense that Li Quan had already stopped breathing. She thought that if he was killed just like that, how would they solve the mess afterwards? One had to know that they were still surrounded by Li Quan's thousands of troops. In the past, when she heard all kinds of rumors about him, she had some admiration for him. But today, she saw that he was a completely impulsive person, which was really disappointing. However, the current situation was critical, and there was no time to think too much. Yang Miaozhen grabbed his hand and quickly said, "I see that the defense in the southeast seems to be a little weak. We should immediately break through from there." Who knew that when she tried to pull him, she would not be able to move him? Instead, Song Qingshu held onto her hand and made her stay where she was. Yang Miaozhen sighed in her heart, thinking that they were dead for sure this time. She would just have to kill a few more later to break even. At this moment, Song Qingshu said in a clear voice, "Li Quan harbored evil intentions. He colluded with Xia Quan to assassinate the Red Coat Army's leader Yang, and then forced the Fourth Lady to marry him. At the same time, he also spiked the Fourth Lady's tea with an aphrodisiac, attempting to use despicable methods to take her body. Is that even possible?" Yang Miaozhen's eyes widened. She naturally knew that it was true that Li Quan harbored evil intentions. However, to say that he colluded with Xia Quan to assassinate the leader was not very likely. The other party's words were obviously to slander them in order to fight for the righteous cause. The surrounding soldiers couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They were from the same origin as the Red Coat Army, and they had also served Yang and as their master for many years. When they heard that the leader's death might be related to Li Quan, they were all shocked. "Nonsense, we obviously only spiked the tea. When did we harm the leader?" Seeing that the crowd was starting to waver, Li Quan's brother, Li Fu, roared in exasperation. "Idiot!" Lu Qingfu cursed inwardly. As long as he did not admit to such a thing, he could completely say that Song Qingshu was slandering him. But now that he had admitted to one thing that Song Qingshu had said, didn't that increase the credibility of the other thing? Seeing the crowd's strange gazes, Li Fu also felt a little guilty. He hurriedly summoned his trusted subordinates and said, "Everyone, let's attack together and avenge boss." As he spoke, he led his men and charged forward. Li Quan still had some trusted subordinates under him. Seeing this, they also charged forward. Yang Miaozhen tightened her grip on her spear. Just as she was about to stop the other party, she suddenly saw a faintly discernible sword chi appear in a 1 zhang radius around them. Just as those people charged over, their bodies exploded into a mist of blood, and then they softly fell to the ground. Song Qingshu didn't hold back. Firstly, Li Quan's trusted subordinates were destined to be difficult to subdue. Secondly, people like Li Fu, who robbed and killed passing merchants, deserved to die. Originally, many of the soldiers were eager to give it a try when they saw people charging forward. However, seeing that they were instantly killed, the scene immediately fell into a strange silence. 10,000 swords returned to origin. It wasn't known who shouted. Some of the people present had gone to watch the Golden Snake Conference and naturally saw Song Qingshu in action. The scene of tens of thousands of swords flying left an indelible impression on them. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to take a step forward. An incomparably abundant aura spread out in all directions, pressuring many people in the front row to keep retreating. Only kill the leader, let bygones be bygones. In the future, join the Golden Snake camp and follow me to eat and drink well. These were all Jianghu ruffians. They wouldn't understand any great principles, so he could only use the most straightforward words. The group of people looked at each other. In fact, many of them were tempted. The Golden Snake camp was now thriving. They were originally grass bandits, but now they were becoming more and more like a country. It would be a lie to say that they weren't envious. Who would want to be a grass bandit for the rest of their lives? However, everyone cared about their reputation. Now that the other party had single-handedly come in and killed their leader, they surrendered despite so many people surrounding him. It seemed that they couldn't bring themselves to lose face. While Yang Miaozhen admired him, she was also incomparably nervous. On one hand, she didn't expect him to stabilize the situation in such a short time. On the other hand, she knew that this was only a temporary balance. If they weren't careful, they could easily explode. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion behind them. A group of people surrounded them. In the dark, they couldn't see how many people there were. Not long after, a general in bright clothes on a furious horse came in with a cavalry. Just as everyone was about to counterattack, they suddenly heard the other party shout, "E City's Zhang Lin pays his respects to the king of Qi." Lu Fucking and the others' expressions changed. Zhang Lin had actually pledged his allegiance to Song Qingshu? How's it going? Song Qingshu had been waiting for news from him. Zhang Lin said loudly, "Fortunately, we didn't disappoint you. Now, our people have taken control of Yi City, Linxiu, and Mi province." The generals and soldiers were instantly in an uproar. Lu Fucking and the others smiled bitterly. Their only thought of resistance was gone. The headquarters had been raided by them, and the families of the generals and soldiers were in their hands. How could they still fight? He was also sensible and quickly went forward to pay his respects. Lu Fucking pays his respects to the Lord. Several other generals followed suit. The National Security Bureau pays his respects to the Lord. Xing Yanda pays his respects to the Lord. Tianxi pays his respects to the Lord. Since these big shots had surrendered, the soldiers naturally followed suit and knelt down to surrender. Greetings to the Lord. Yang Miaozhen was dumbfounded. How could this work? She still had 7,000 or 8,000 people under her command. During this period of time, she had been troubled. In the end, he came alone and solved the problem with a few words and without using a single soldier. The key was that he had completely subdued Li Quan's forces. Why, are you a little disappointed? Song Qingshu finished dealing with the matter of subduing and came to the riverside. Yang Miaozhen's slender legs were particularly eye-catching, but at this time, her figure was a little lonely. How can I be disappointed after solving a big problem? Yang Miaozhen said insincerely. Why do you have to lie to me? You have wanted to annex Li Quan's forces for a long time, but in the end, I took the fruit, Song Qingshu said. Those who are capable will take over. Moreover, if it weren't for you today, Yang Miaozhen paused, and her face suddenly became a little ruddy. I'm afraid that what happened to me would be unimaginable. Hearing this, Song Qingxu nodded. This Li Quan is really wretched. He actually used that kind of despicable drug on you. He felt that it was a little inappropriate to discuss this topic, so he changed the topic. By the way, you actually don't have to be depressed. I originally planned to give Li Quan's forces to you. To me? Yang Miaozhen was a little surprised. Song Qingxu replied in a deep voice, Xia Quan is also my enemy. Now, he is in collusion with Lu Gu to attack Yangzhou. This B** dared to provoke you? Yang Miaozhen was a little surprised, but at the same time, there was a little joy in her tone. So I need to cooperate with the fourth lady to deal with Xia Quan together. As Song Qingxu spoke, his expression suddenly changed. By the way, how do you feel now? Is there anything wrong? What's wrong? Yang Miaozhen was a little confused. Song Qingxu said hatefully, it was that bastard Li Quan who drugged you. Yang Miaozhen said with some uncertainty, I don't seem to feel much. Could it be because I only drank a mouthful and the poison wasn't too deep? As she said this, she looked at him with a strange expression. It seems that you drank the rest. Song Qingxu's expression changed. Since you were drugged, the drug's effects should be targeted at women. It shouldn't be a big problem for a man to drink it. Then why is your face so red? Yang Miaozhen subconsciously took a step back. I think I have a nosebleed. Is that so? Song Qingxu subconsciously touched his nose and saw that it was dark red. His expression suddenly became extremely strange. He had a nosebleed? Song Qingxu had many female friends around him. Thanks to his special cultivation method, he had not been sucked dry. How could he still be angry? But now he had a nosebleed in front of a woman. It was really embarrassing. Yang Miaozhen looked like she wanted to laugh but did not dare to. She asked, are you having an effect of the drug? No, I'm immune to all poisons. Song Qingxu patted his chest loudly. I'll adjust my breathing first. Protect me. He said it casually, but in his heart, he was not confident. It should be known that Duan Yu was also immune to all poisons after swallowing the Manguzhu toad. But in the end, he was still affected by the yin-yang harmony powder. Aphrodisiac was not a poison. It only magnified one's inner desires. Yang Miaozhen saw his face getting redder and redder. White steam even began to rise from the top of his head. She could not help but say, are you really okay? Do you need my help? No. Song Qingxu hurriedly waved his hand at her. Staying away from me would be the greatest help. What a joke. How could she help him with this kind of thing? Moreover, she was so seductive that it would easily aggravate the poison in him. Although Yang Miaozhen was usually a little fierce, she had long legs and a slender waist. The more he looked at her, the more beautiful she became. Song Qingxu's heart trembled. What was he thinking? It seemed that the drug was indeed extraordinary. He hurriedly used his internal energy to balance the yin and yang qi in his body. It was not that he had never encountered such a thing before. His female friends were poisoned by this drug and he used his internal energy to detoxify them. Yang Miaozhen saw that Song Qingxu was concentrating on forcing the poison out of his body. She thought that the outside world had said that he was lustful. But today, she saw with her own eyes that he was more gentlemanly than many other men. When she thought of how Li Quan, who used to be at her beck and call, had used such a dirty trick, she felt extremely unhappy. She even hated other men. Fortunately, Song Qingxu's behavior made her not disappointed in all men. After an hour, Song Qingxu opened his eyes helplessly. Now he finally understood why there was a saying in Jianghu, you can cure yourself, but don't cure yourself. Although he was proficient in yin and yang qi and was good at neutralizing this kind of poison for women, when it came to himself, using his true qi to neutralize it was like adding fuel to the fire. Is it impossible to force it out? Noticing his movements, Yang Miaozhen asked. Song Qingxu nodded, I don't know what that bastard did, but the drug's effects are much stronger than before. I tried to dissolve it with my true qi, but the drug's effects and my true qi intertwined. It's really difficult. A trace of captivating red flashed across Yang Miaozhen's face as she probed, I think you shouldn't force out the poison anymore. Your face is getting redder and redder. Why don't we go back and finding Luo first? Find her for what? Song Qingshu didn't react for a moment. This kind of drug isn't poison. With a woman, yin and yang intercourse, it will naturally be neutralized. Yang Miaozhen mingled with men all year round, so she didn't have as many misgivings as a normal woman. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, but there's nothing between me and Miss Yang. Yang Miaozhen was startled, but soon realized that she had misunderstood their relationship. She couldn't help but laugh. Everyone says that the Golden Snake King has countless female confidants and is the best at taking people's chastity from 1,000 miles away. I didn't think that you would be able to resist the temptation of my fairy-like sister. The best at taking people's chastity from 1,000 miles away. Song Qingshu's face was filled with black lines. Which bastard said that? Yang Miaozhen's smile became even wider. Everyone in the world says that. Song Qingshu was momentarily speechless. He also knew that he had done a lot of ridiculous things over the years, so he could only blame himself for this kind of reputation. Then what are you going to do now? Yang Miaozhen asked as if she wanted the world to be in chaos. I'll take a cold bath and try it. Song Qingshu said. This kind of medicine was not poison, so it wasn't that difficult to detoxify. After being stimulated by the cold water, he probably wouldn't want to take it anymore. After saying that, he took off his clothes and jumped directly into the river. Noticing that the other party was staring at him, Song Qingshu was speechless. You're a woman. Can't you be a little more reserved? I'm not wearing any clothes right now. Are you going to just look at me like that? At that moment, he even had a feeling that the two of them were in the wrong positions. Yang Miaozhen spat. I'd been in the Revolutionary Army all these years. There are men everywhere, and they often take off their clothes. Haven't I seen enough? Although she said that, a strange bright red flashed across her face when she saw the other party's strong muscles. This bastard looks gentle with his clothes on, but I didn't expect him to have such a good figure when he takes off his clothes. Song Qingshu was so choked by her that he couldn't speak. He simply sank directly to the bottom of the river, trying to let his skin come into contact with more cold water to calm the heat in his lower abdomen. Unfortunately, his internal energy was endless. When the cold water took away the heat on his skin, more heat immediately appeared in his dantian to make up for it, which made him feel more and more uncomfortable. Song Qingshu finally felt a little panicked. He wondered if he would have to use the fifth young lady's left and right interfighting technique in the end. He had been surrounded by beautiful women all these years. Since when did he need to do it himself? The point was that even if he did it himself, with his current physical strength, he might not be able to solve it even if he was bald in the end. Hey, you won't drown, will you? Yang Miaozhen's voice came faintly from the water. He could see that she kept pacing on the shore. Obviously, she was also a little flustered at the moment. I'm dying. Song Qingshu emerged from the water and smiled bitterly. If he didn't solve his current situation, would there be any sequelae? The key was that he was in the middle of nowhere. Even if he wanted to find a brothel, he wouldn't be able to find it. I'll help you. Suddenly, a slightly shy voice came into his ears. Song Qingshu was startled and looked back at Yang Miaozhen on the shore. From this angle, her tall and invincible figure appeared more and more. Thinking of the beautiful scene when she used the pear blossom spear with her straight and slender legs, he felt that he was about to explode. He thought to himself, Madam, can you stop seducing me at this time? You're simply making it more difficult for me. Noticing his strange look, Yang Miaozhen was a little angry. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a shy person before? Only then did Song Qingshu notice that her face was much redder than usual at this time. Her usual fierce eyes had now become watery. What the hell? Song Qingshu was a little dizzy. Could it be that after he was poisoned, he automatically added a beauty function to women? Seeing that he didn't reply, Yang Miaozhen suddenly became a little annoyed. Do you want my help or not? How can I help you with this kind of thing? Song Qingshu suddenly felt that his brain wasn't enough. Yang Miaozhen's face turned slightly red and she directly turned her head to the side. What am I best at? Spear skills? Song Qingshu answered with some uncertainty. He didn't understand why she suddenly said this. Yang Miaozhen glanced at his lower abdomen. Then it's fine. Song Qingshu immediately broke out in a sweat. Madam, do you have to be so fierce? How could these two spears be the same? Yang Miaozhen snorted. This time, you helped me a lot. What's wrong with me returning the favor? Anyway, this kind of thing is not uncommon in the army. I don't need to learn it. I don't believe that it's harder to learn than my pear blossom spear. Can it be compared like this? Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva. He felt a little dry in his mouth. Was there really such a thing as a free lunch in the world? Don't be so fussy. If you don't want it, then forget it. Yang Miaozhen was a little annoyed. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Yes, yes. Song Qingshu answered instinctively. However, he still felt that it was strange. Did the two of them get the wrong script? He had never seen such a fierce woman before. Yang Miaozhen's chest unconsciously rose and fell a few times. Clearly, her heart wasn't as calm as her tone. Let's go somewhere else. This place is too close to the camp. If someone sees us, I can't afford to lose that person. Song Qingshu's heart was thumping. He didn't know whether it was because of the poison or because of the other party's suggestion. The two of them ran along the river up the mountain. Their qigong was very good. Soon, they were far away from the crowd. Finally, they found a quiet cave. Yang Miaozhen stopped. Let's do it here. Do we really have to do that? Song Qingshu was a little uncertain. After all, everything that had happened was a little too magical. Are you still a man? Yang Miaozhen looked at him with disdain. Song Qingshu felt that he had been greatly insulted. He said angrily, "You asked for this. Take it off." Yang Miaozhen snorted. The look in her eyes became a little strange. Song Qingshu was feeling really strange. Why did he feel like he was being teased by a female doctor in a hospital in his previous life? After a while, a teasing voice came from the cave. Hey, your butt is quite white. Song Qingshu directly ignored her words. He had a feeling that if this continued, he would become a little wife who was being trampled on. Although Yang Miaozhen had always been bold with her words, she was still a little shy when things came to this. She directly turned her head away and didn't dare to look. She only hesitantly and shakily reached out her hand. Noticing her expression, Song Qingshu finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought that this was a normal reaction. However, very soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Not long after, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Hey, you can't really use it like the pear blossom spear. Do you know how to do it or not? At this time, Yang Miaozhen's face was red as if it was about to drip blood. Nonsense, I haven't done it before. At this time, Song Qingshu was in pain and happy. However, looking at his expression, it seemed that he was in more pain. Forget it, I will do it myself. I knew that you were unreliable. You said that I can't do it? Yang Miaozhen was angry. She directly sat in his arms. I don't believe that I can't really cure you today. Suddenly, Song Qingshu frowned. He looked at her moist eyes and said in a deep voice, Are you also poisoned? Yang Miaozhen rolled her eyes at him. Otherwise, do you think that I am usually so bold? Song Qingshu's mouth opened wide. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Yang Miaozhen snorted. I thought that it would be fine if I only drank 1 or 2 mouthfuls, but it still acted up by the river. I also tried to circulate my energy, but it couldn't be suppressed. Feeling her youthful and plump thighs, Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva. Can you get up first? I can't help it. If you can't help it, then you can't help it. Why are you so conflicted? Yang Miaozhen looked at him quietly. Ah? Song Qingshu didn't understand what she meant for a moment. Yang Miaozhen sighed. You are poisoned, and I am also poisoned. You can't find anyone to detoxify it, and I can't find anyone to detoxify it. Since that's the case, let's make do with each other. This kind of thing can be made do? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. Yang Miaozhen bit her red lips and glared at him fiercely. You keep making excuses. Are you still a man? No one was willing to admit defeat on this issue. Song Qingshu immediately became angry. Come on, who is afraid of who? Yang Miaozhen suddenly smiled sweetly. Her heroic eyebrows revealed a trace of a different kind of charm. Whether it is my subordinates or enemies, they all like to call me Tigress behind my back. But in private, they also call me Tigress. Do you know that? Song Qingshu shook his head. He thought to himself that such a beautiful tigress, please give me a dozen. They will secretly call me Rouge Horse. Everyone wants to ride this fierce Rouge Horse. But they can't beat me, so they can only suppress this idea in their hearts. Yang Miaozhen put her hands around his neck. Her eyes were full of provocation. Do you want to ride? Song Qingshu had been holding back for a long time. Hearing such words, he completely exploded. He roared and pounced on her. I want to be on top. I have only heard of people riding horses. How can there be a reason for a horse to ride a man? You have to beat me first. Damn, you are using Pear Blossom Spirit this time? If you want to be my man, how can you not have some ability? Boom. Boom. Sounds of fighting came from the cave. Soon, a Pear Blossom Spear was sent flying and directly inserted into the side of the mountain wall. It was still trembling. However, Yang Miaozhen's spear technique had reached the advanced realm. It did not necessarily need a spear to be used. For example, her pair of ridiculously long legs. After a while, the cave fell into silence. What kind of martial arts is this? Horse training. Annoying, the two of them were a young man and woman. Even if they were not poisoned, at this moment, their bodies were already intertwined. Moreover, the poison this time was so strong. The two of them did not say anything more. There was no need for words. They only needed the most primitive instinct. Everything was so natural. Yang Miaozhen was different from other women. She was very passionate and took the initiative. She was really like an unruly Rouge Horse. She did not cater to him shyly and timidly. Instead, she was always fighting for the initiative in the war, always wanting to win this smokeless battle. Song Qingshu was not prepared at the beginning. He was almost defeated by her. However, when he caught his breath, he gradually began to reverse the situation. No matter how valiant Yang Miaozhen was, she was still a woman. Moreover, she was a young girl who had not experienced the ways of the world. How could she be a match for the experienced Song Qingshu? Very soon, she was defeated. However, she had a tenacious personality. She displayed the spirit of fighting despite being defeated. It was unknown how many times she repeated these two words, again. After an unknown amount of time, they could hear people calling out to them from afar. Fourth lady? The Golden Snake King? Someone in the cave suddenly stood up. Yang Miaozhen started to put on her clothes in a panic. Oh no, we suddenly disappeared. They said people to look for us. Song Qingshu laid on the hay and looked at her smooth back. He could not help but touch it. Tisk tsk, you have been fighting on the battlefield all year round, but you don't have any scars on your body. What a miracle. Yang Miaozhen slapped his evil hand away and said proudly, I have the Pear Blossom Spear in my hand. Who can hurt me? Song Qingshu thought of what happened earlier and could not help but smile. You are indeed good at using spears. Yang Miaozhen obviously remembered the embarrassing incident earlier and said angrily, don't mention that again. Also, you are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened tonight. Not allowed to tell anyone? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. Aren't you being taken advantage of? Yang Miaozhen looked at him strangely. I slept with you, why am I the one being taken advantage of? Song Qingshu, this was not right. Why did he feel like he was being taken advantage of for free? Hurry up and get up. I don't want them to see us like this. Yang Miaozhen quickly put on her clothes. Her two perfect long legs were soon covered by her skirt. She quickly finished putting on her clothes. Just as she stood up, she suddenly staggered and turned around to glare at Song Qingshu. It's all your fault. Song Qingshu was confused at first, but when he saw that her legs were a little unnatural, he could not help but understand. Why is it my fault? You were the one who wanted to do it again and again just now. Yang Miaozhen's face turned red. She humped and turned around. She did not want to admit defeat verbally, but in her heart, she complained, if I knew this was going to happen, I would have saved it. It really hurts. Feeling the voices of the Red Coat Army getting closer, Song Qingshu had no choice but to put on his clothes and go down the mountain with Yang Miaozhen. Do you need my help? Song Qingshu extended his hand. Yang Miaozhen ignored him. I'm not that weak. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, but he somewhat liked her independent character. If every woman was like her, there would be no need to take care of or be responsible for anything. Song Qingshu couldn't help but shiver when he imagined that the world was filled with such tomboyish women. It would be better if there were more girls. After the two of them went down the mountain, they found the main group. Yang Miaozhen pointed at Song Qingshu and said, he was poisoned. I went to treat him. The other members of the Red Coat Army did not suspect anything. The two of them were highly skilled in martial arts. Even if they were slightly poisoned, they should have been cured within a night. Thus, they did not question them any further. Only Lu Fucking and a few of Li Quan's subordinates knew what was going on. Their gazes quietly shifted back and forth between the two of them. They noticed that Yang Miaozhen's face was bright red, and there seemed to be a hint of spring between her brows. Then, they noticed that she walked a little unnaturally. How could they not know what was going on? They thought to themselves that the most beautiful horse of the Red Coat Army had been ridden by a man in the end. When they thought about how Li Quan had racked his brains, only to end up benefiting another man, they could not help but sigh. However, they were aware of their status as surrendered generals. At this moment, none of them dared to say anything, afraid that they would bring trouble upon themselves. When they returned to the main tent, the yellow-robed woman came up to them and asked with concern, I heard that you were poisoned? Song Qingshu replied, fortunately, I had the help of the fourth lady. The poison has been cured. Thinking about the process of curing the poison, Yang Miaozhen's face turned red. She thought to herself, why did you have to drag me into this? She did not know why, but she always felt a little guilty when facing the yellow-robed woman. It was as if she had stolen her younger sister's man. However, she had clearly asked the yellow-robed woman yesterday, and the two of them did not have any relationship. You guys continue chatting. I'm going back to rest. Yang Miaozhen did not mind facing other people, but with the yellow-robed woman here, Yang Miaozhen always felt a little uncomfortable. After saying a few words, she hurriedly returned to her own tent. What's wrong with her? The yellow-robed woman was a little puzzled. Song Qingshu's smile was a little strange, perhaps she was too tired last night. Thinking about how an inexperienced girl like her could be so fierce last night, he thought to himself, as expected of someone with high martial arts skills. Her body's flexibility and resilience are so high. If it was a girl from an ordinary family, she would probably not be able to get out of bed today. What are you thinking about? Noticing the strange smile on his face, the yellow-robed woman could not help but ask. No, nothing. Song Qingshu felt a little guilty and directly changed the topic. Next, we'll bring the Red Coat Army and Li Quan's troops south. After we defeat Xia Quan, we can leave and rush to Mount Wudong. Xia Quan has 50,000 troops under him, and Lu De also has 30,000 elite troops on his side. I'm afraid it won't be easy to take care of Xia Quan, right? The yellow-robed woman frowned. Song Qingshu smiled slightly, don't worry, I've already discussed the plan with the fourth lady. It won't be long with Xia Quan. Speaking of linen, 2 days after Song Qingshu and the yellow-robed woman left, the emperor issued an edict to go to Mount Wudong to worship the heavens and fulfill his vows. Jia Sherdao and a few carefully selected officials of the court accompanied the emperor. The crown prince was left in the capital to supervise the country, take care of daily affairs, and intimidate people from all sides. The emperor's safety was naturally the first consideration when he went out. However, the northern expedition had just been defeated, and the army had wasted a lot of money and food, so the principle this time was to travel light. But no matter how light the carriage was, he was still the emperor, and the troops accompanying him were still a powerful force. The emperor's personal bodyguards and imperial equipment naturally had to go with him. The guards of the front hall were originally to protect the emperor, so of course they had to go with him. There were also the bodyguards and the horse infantry army who had selected a group of elites to go with them. Including the palace maids and eunuchs, the entire group had about 10,000 people. As for the people of the Imperial City Department, Zhao Guo left them in the capital to help the crown prince supervise the country. In the dragon carriage, Zhao Guo's face was a bit angry. Where is that bastard Song Qingshu? Where is he? He took my beloved concubine and didn't do anything. Do you want me to announce to the world that he has committed a crime of disrespect? Huang Chang, who was hiding in the corner, said lightly, he has to go take care of something now. Don't worry, he will arrive in time. What if he doesn't make it in time? Zhao Guo was obviously a bit dissatisfied with this answer. He knew that success or failure depended on this, so he naturally had to make sure nothing went wrong. My disciple is by his side. He will definitely make sure he returns in time, Huang Chang answered. For the people of the Yang family? Zhao Guo vaguely remembered that Huang Chang had also reported this back then. He couldn't help but snort, how can their lives be more important than my safety? Furthermore, their current situation was caused by Jia Sherdao. If this operation succeeds, their crisis will be resolved. Ying Luo and Song Qingshu's actions really don't care about the big picture. Huang Chang didn't answer. He knew the emperor's cold nature. He thought that by the time the dust settled, the bloodline of the Yang family would have already been cut off. Back then, he hadn't been able to save Yu Fei's life because he had gone out. This time, he couldn't make the same mistake. On the other side, Liao Yingzhong was also praising Jia Sherdao's horse. Prime Minister, you really played a good trick. You had Xia Quan's people attack Yangzhou, and Lu Gu's people help from the side. I think that after the Wutang Mountain trip is over, Song Qingshu won't be able to come back. Before, he had been a bit disapproving of Jia Sherdao's plan to use the mistresses of his family to stall Song Qingshu. Now that he knew what Jia Sherdao had up his sleeve, he really admired him. Jia Sherdao smiled lightly, it's fine if he can't come back. If he does, I have another big gift for him. As for the Red Coat Army, Song Qingshu didn't let Li Quan's troops completely merge with Yang Miaozhen's. Instead, he let Zhang Lin be in charge, but he had to listen to Yang Miaozhen's orders and name. The reason for this arrangement was that the Red Coat Army's main goal was to fight against the Jin Kingdom. Yang Miaozhen was from the Yang Mansion of Tianbua, so she naturally wanted to be loyal to the southern Song. Now that the Jin Kingdom was his property, he couldn't say it out loud. If Yang Miaozhen continued to cause trouble in the Jin Kingdom, he would be in a difficult position. He might as well use this opportunity to split the Red Coat Army. Yang Miaozhen's troops would be fewer, so even if she did something, the losses would be acceptable. Therefore, even though the two of them had sex, Song Qingshu wasn't blinded by lust and made this arrangement. The leaders were discussing how to deal with Xia Quan in the tent. Zhang Lin reported, Li Quan has been here for a long time. It will take a long time to completely digest his troops. I'm afraid he can't join the battle right away. How many people can you send? Song Qingshu was also clear that he had just subdued this army. If he acted too hastily, it was inevitable that he would repeat the mistakes of Yuan Jian in the past. Purely for the advantage of numbers, he let the surrendered army that had not been completely digested go to battle. At that time, if there was a mutiny in the front line, it would not be worth it. In the end, Zhang Lin and Yang Miaozhen came up with a plan. Together, they were able to gather around 10,000 seasoned veterans. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. This should be enough to deal with Xia Quan, but it might not be enough to deal with Lu Gu. Lu Gu led 30,000 elite soldiers to wander around Yangzhou city all day long, which was really an unstable factor. God knew if Jia Sherdao would order him to attack Yangzhou one day. With his personality, he really couldn't stand the sword of Damocles hanging over his head all the time. However, the Golden Snake Army seemed to be on good terms with the southern Song government. If he used the power of Yangzhou to deal with Lu Gu, it would have a huge impact. However, if the Red Coat Army defeated Lu Gu, then the southern Song government wouldn't be able to do anything about it. That was why he risked his time to come here. 10,000 soldiers. That's enough. A confident look appeared on Yang Miaozhen's face. At this moment, it was as if she had once again become the fourth lady, who was invincible in the wilderness. But I can't use the troops in Yangzhou to deal with Lu Gu. Song Qingshu voiced out his concerns. Yang Miaozhen smiled and said, it doesn't matter. I don't need your people to show up. Since she already knew that Lu Gu was the mastermind behind her brother's death, she naturally had to take revenge. You still want to deal with Lu Gu? The yellow-robed woman was somewhat dissatisfied. No matter how disgraceful Lu Gu's actions were, he was still a high-ranking official of the imperial court. Moreover, his subordinates were all soldiers of the imperial court. She really did not want to see this situation happen. Yang Miaozhen said angrily, since the time of Taizu, our Yang family has shed blood for the imperial court, and now what do we get in return? In the end, we only became the sacrificial pawns in the struggle between the upper echelons of the imperial court. All these years, we've worked hard in the Central Plains, hoping that the imperial court's army would conquer the Central Plains on a northern expedition, but what was the result? First, Lord Yu was killed, and then Minister Han was killed. Has that person in the palace really thought of subduing the Central Plains? The yellow-robed woman frowned. Sister, be careful with your words. Yang Miaozhen snorted and said, haven't you been dissatisfied with him for a long time? You should know that he didn't save your father and brother for the sake of the throne. The yellow-robed woman replied in a deep voice, that's a different matter. After all, Lu Gu's subordinates are soldiers of the imperial court. Are they really soldiers of the imperial court? Song Qingshu said at this time, I'm afraid these are already Jia Shidao's private soldiers. You must know very well why the emperor wants to go to Wutang Mountain this time. The yellow-robed woman opened her mouth, but she could not refute. It was not that Zhao Go had never encountered something similar. After Yu Fei's death, Qin Hui had the backing of the Jin kingdom, so he could be said to be extremely powerful. All the officials in the imperial court were Qin's henchmen. When Zhao Go went to the imperial court, he even prepared a dagger in his shoes, because he was afraid that Qin Hui would kill the emperor. At that time, Zhao Go was not as radical as this time, mainly because Qin Hui was old at that time, and he was still young. He could use the power of time to kill Qin Hui. In the end, as expected, Qin Hui was beyond cure, and Zhao Go took back his power. This time, Jia Shidao's situation was completely different. First, Jia Shidao was younger than Zhao Go, and second, some of Zhao Go's hidden injuries in his early years had become more and more uncontrollable in recent years. He knew that he would never be able to outlast him, so he had to take the risk. If Jia Shidao is defeated in the Battle of Wutang Mountain, what if Lu Gu's trusted subordinates rebel with the army? Wouldn't the situation be even more difficult to deal with then? Song Qingshu continued to persuade her. The yellow-robed woman was indeed persuaded, but she still had some concerns. But, those people are soldiers of the imperial court, after all. Don't worry. We want to get rid of Lu Gu, not all of his soldiers. After that, I will try to deal with those soldiers in a gentle way. If they don't want to stay, I am even willing to let them go back to Jiangnan, Song Qingshu said. Really? If that was the case, the yellow-robed woman thought it was a good ending. Why would I lie to you? Song Qingshu was thinking that he would give her a lot of good conditions when the time came. Those soldiers in the southern Song dynasty often didn't get paid, and they were often punished unfairly. As long as he made targeted improvements, they would all go higher. When the time came, they would be willing to serve him, and I wouldn't be breaking my promise. Hearing him say that, the yellow-robed woman finally relaxed. She turned to Yang Miaozhen and asked, Sister, what's your plan? Yang Miaozhen raised her chin and said excitedly, of course it's a honey trap. Huh? Even Song Qingshu was a bit dumbfounded, let alone the yellow-robed woman. Noticing their suspicious looks, Yang Miaozhen was immediately displeased. Am I not beautiful? Of course you are. Song Qingshu couldn't say anything against his heart, especially with that slender waist full of strength and those long legs that looked down on everyone else. No one would say that she wasn't a beauty. However, when it came to honey traps, people always thought of some weak or charming and gorgeous women, such as Qin Yuan. It was really difficult to associate a tough woman like Yang Miaozhen with the word honey trap. Hearing his insincerity, Yang Miaozhen said angrily, this time, I was able to accept Li Quan's troops so smoothly. Wasn't it because I lured him here with my beauty? If she didn't covet my beauty, how could you so easily incite Zhang Lin? Song Qingshu had to admit that what she said was somewhat reasonable. At this time, Zhang Lin also said, the fourth lady has always been famous in the circle for her beauty. Xia Quan should have coveted her for a long time. How do you know? Hearing his words, Yang Miaozhen was a bit proud and couldn't help but ask another question. It wasn't that she wanted to know the answer, but she wanted to hear it from someone else's mouth so that she could gain face in front of Song Qingshu. Zhang Lin immediately shrank back, this. I don't dare to say. Yang Miaozhen frowned. Why don't you dare to say it? Zhang Lin smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that you will kill me. I forgive you. Yang Miaozhen waved her hand, acting like an emperor. Zhang Lin swallowed his saliva, as if he had made a great decision, and quickly said, in our circle, as long as it's a normal man, they all want to, you. After saying that, he guiltily hid behind Song Qingshu, for fear that he would be stabbed to death by Song Qingshu's spear. The woman in yellow blushed, thinking that these people in the forest were really vulgar. A dangerous light flashed in Yang Miaozhen's eyes. She approached Zhang Lin and said, so, you also want to? Zhang Lin hurriedly waved his hand, I don't dare. Yang Miaozhen clenched her fist, you don't dare or don't want to? Zhang Lin showed a bitter expression, you said you wouldn't kill me. Yang Miaozhen kicked him out of the tent and coldly snorted, I didn't promise not to hit you. Only then did Song Qingshu stop her. Alright. Didn't his words just prove your charm? You don't really want to kill him, do you? Only then did Yang Miaozhen resentfully stop. She seemed to have thought of something and fiercely glared at him, you got lucky. Naturally, Song Qingshu knew what she was talking about and could not help but smile bitterly. The woman in yellow looked at the two of them suspiciously. She had a feeling that after just one night, there seemed to be something between them that they were hiding from her. Next, the group discussed the details of the plan. Then, Song Qingshu and Yang Miaozhen led a small group of people directly to Xiaquan's encampment. The woman in yellow and her subordinates led the rest of the army to follow from afar and wait for the signal. When they arrived near Yangzhou, the two of them also learned of the latest battle situation. Under the command of Zhou Zhirua, the Yangzhou army took the initiative to attack Xiaquan before he could stabilize his footing and caught him unprepared. If not for Lu Gu's timely arrival, which made Zhou Zhirua worry that he would take the opportunity to attack Yangzhou and have no choice but to retreat to defend, they might really have been completely annihilated. Of course, the current situation was that although Xiaquan lost, he was not seriously injured. Although Zhou Zhirua won, she did not obtain a decisive advantage. She still prioritized defense. After understanding the entire situation, Yang Miaozhen could not help but sigh, that wife of yours is really amazing. Song Qingshu was also a little surprised by the results of Zhou Zhirua's battle. He could not help but feel a little proud, are you afraid? Yang Miaozhen, on the other hand, understood the unspoken meaning in his words and could not help but spit, who said I wanted to marry into your Song family? I don't want to be jealous of a bunch of women all day long. My stage is destined to be on the battlefield. This belief of hers had originally been somewhat shaken after that night, but now that she knew how powerful Zhou Zhirua was, she had completely given up on other thoughts. Song Qingshu nodded, the female generals of the Yang family are famous throughout the world. It is indeed a bit of a waste of talent to let you enter the boudoir. Don't worry, there will be many places where you will be needed in the future. As long as you don't only want to use me at night, it's fine. Yang Miaozhen mumbled, but in her heart, she knew that Song Qingshu's influence was growing. In the future, there would definitely be many opportunities for him to fight on the battlefield. However, she seemed to be letting down the Yang family's ancestral teachings by doing this. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu could not help but think of the scene that night. He thought to himself that with her skills, it would indeed feel good to use her at night. At the same time, in the Red Coat Army, Yang Miaozhen easily found a middleman to pass a message to Xiaquan. The group was quickly welcomed into his army camp. Hua Yi, Peng Yibin, and the other generals did not leave his side. The surroundings were also filled with imperial bodyguards. There was even a team of 1,000 soldiers waiting for orders at any time. One could imagine how cautious Xiaquan was. This formation is really big. You have so many men, and you're afraid of a woman like me? Yang Miaozhen swept her gaze over them. She knew that with this kind of defense, even with her martial arts, it would be difficult to injure him. Of course, with the addition of Song Qingshu, there was still hope. However, this was not the purpose of their trip. As for Song Qingshu, he had already disguised himself as one of her bodyguards and stayed by her side. Woman? Everyone in the army camp cursed under their breath. They thought to themselves, when did you ever think of yourself as a woman? Moreover, with the might of your pear blossom spear, who wouldn't fear it? Of course, no one was willing to reveal their fear. Xiaoquan chuckled and said, "It's only because of the recent ambush from Yangzhou. Everyone has learned from their mistakes, so we always carry weapons and maintain vigilance. It's not targeted at Fourth Lady. I hope Fourth Lady will not blame us." Yang Miaozhen secretly cursed him for lying through his teeth. However, she did not expose him. She said with a smile, "I heard that the situation on your side is not good. It's just a small trick to lure Yangzhou out for a decisive battle." Xiaoquan could only feign ignorance. He did not want to say more on this topic. He hurriedly asked, "Fourth Lady, what is your purpose for coming here?" "I want to ask about the details of what happened to my brother." When Yang Miaozhen said this, even Song Qingshu broke out in a cold sweat for her. She clearly knew that it was the other side who did it. Yet, she asked such a question in front of him. As expected, the expressions of Xiaoquan and the others changed, but they quickly concealed it. "We are also extremely saddened by the death of the First Master. That day, the First Master and I discussed the matter of the alliance, and then we left this place." He repeated the lie that he had long prepared. "It really is the lackeys of those golden men," Yang Miaozhen said through gritted teeth. Seeing that she really believed him, Xiaoquan could not help but sigh in relief. If it was someone else, he would still have some doubts. However, the Yang siblings had always had a deep hatred for the Golden Men. Once they heard that the Golden Men were behind this, new and old hatred surged together and they lost their rationality. This was also the reason why he wanted to find the Golden Men to take the blame. Xiaoquan hurriedly comforted her. "Fourth Lady, please restrain your grief. We will definitely avenge First Master. General is righteous. I thank you on behalf of my brother." Yang Miaozhen cupped her hands and bowed. Xiaoquan hurriedly went to help her up. "Fourth Lady, you're too polite. First Master and I are sworn brothers. I will not hesitate to avenge him." At the same time, his eyes swept over Yang Miaozhen's body. He thought to himself, "I haven't seen her for a long time. This woman is becoming more and more feminine. That small waist, those hips, those legs. TSK, it must be nice to be pressed under her body." Yang Miaozhen got up in advance and did not let him help her up. "Oh right, I just heard the general mention the matter of the alliance that you discussed with Big Brother. I wonder if it still counts." Xiaoquan was stunned. He had just said it casually. It should be known that he had only agreed to it to numb young Aner. However, in front of so many subordinates, he could not go back on his word. He could only smile and say, "Of course it still counts." However, he secretly despised her in his heart. "What right do you have to form an alliance with those defeated soldiers of yours? Li Quan is more like it." "Eh? Oh right, where is Li Quan?" Xiaoquan asked curiously. "I killed him," Yang Miaozhen said indifferently. As soon as she said this, everyone in the tent unsheathed their long swords. A group of people surrounded her and looked at her warily. Yang Miaozhen did not mind at all and stood calmly in her original spot. "I originally wanted to form an alliance with Li Quan, but he was too daring and dared to put aphrodisiac in my milk tea. After I saw through him, I naturally killed him." Her words were 90% true and 10% false. This kind of lie was usually the hardest to see through. Xiaoquan was startled and waved his hand to signal his subordinates to put away their knives. He couldn't help but sigh. "Li Quan has been madly pursuing you all these years. I didn't expect him to do such a thing today." Yang Miaozhen said as she stared at him, "Actually, I've thought it through. Since we want to form an alliance, why didn't we form an alliance with the strongest person? Instead, we found someone like Li Quan who can't make it." Noticing the pair of watery eyes that seemed to be able to speak, Xiaoquan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He thought to himself that this tigress was quite feminine at times. What was she hinting at? Xiaoquan suppressed the joy in his heart and asked, "Fourth Lady, why did you come here?" Yang Miaozhen sighed, "Now that my big brother is dead, I can't control the Red Coat Army as a woman. I also killed Li Quan a few days ago. Li Quan's subordinates will definitely want to avenge their big brother. I'm also in a dilemma. After thinking about it, I can only come to Big Brother Xia. I hope Big Brother Xia can take me in." Xiaoquan was ecstatic to see her in such a weak state. Especially when she called him Big Brother Xia, he felt his whole body go soft. The thousands of people under Yang Miaozhen's command were fine, but the key was herself. The fourth lady was a famous beauty. She had a tall figure, slender legs, and a face that was as beautiful as a peach. Which man in the circle didn't want to press her down and ravage her mercilessly? Unfortunately, her status was high and her martial arts were extremely high. No one in the Red Coat Army could beat her, so everyone could only fantasize about it in the dead of night. Now that he heard that she wanted to rely on him, how could Xiaoquan not be happy? When she became his subordinate, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? The only thing he had to worry about was Yang Aner. However, he had done it secretly and he didn't do it himself, so there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, when he thought of the thrill of killing his brother and taking his sister, was there anything happier in this world? I wonder how Yang Aner's wife is. Song Qingshu saw Yang Aner's eyes flicker, constantly sweeping over Yang Miaozhen's body, revealing a lustful look. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder people say that heroes have a weakness for beauties. If Yang Miaozhen was a man, or if Yang Aner's son Yang Yu came to rely on him, he would definitely be able to rationally consider the potential danger. But now that he saw the woman of his dreams, how could he make a rational judgment? Fourth lady, what are you talking about? Get up quickly, Xiaoquan said as he tried to help her up. Yang Miaozhen stepped aside and cleverly avoided his hand. Thank you, brother Xia. Xiaoquan wasn't surprised. If Yang Miao was so easily taken advantage of by a man, then she wouldn't be the fourth lady that shook the world. In the future, everyone will be a family. Big brother will help you take revenge, and Li Quan's people won't dare to find trouble with you anymore. Thank you, brother Xia. Yang Miaozhen resisted the disgust in her heart and said in a sweet voice. She then immediately changed the topic. Oh right, big brother, are you attacking Yangzhou? Xiaoquan's face darkened. Yes. After all, he had lost a battle in Yangzhou. He couldn't keep his face. Noticing the other's hesitant expression, Xiaoquan asked curiously, Fourth lady, do you have something you want to say? Yang Miaozhen sighed and finally shook her head. I'm an outsider, I really shouldn't talk too much. Xiaoquan immediately said, what outsider? In the future, everyone will be a family. There's no harm in saying anything. Yang Miaozhen hesitantly said, I don't understand brother Xia's purpose in attacking Yangzhou. Xiaoquan replied, Yangzhou is famous for being a rich and populous place. If we attack Yangzhou, us brothers can steal money and women. He immediately realized something was wrong. He chuckled and changed his words. At that time, we will have a base. With Yangzhou as our territory, our brothers won't have to eat northwest wind every day. Yang Miaozhen sighed and asked, but the problem is, do you think we can attack Yangzhou? Xiaoquan immediately fell silent. In the beginning, he had absolute confidence. In the end, he was hit in the head by Zhou Jirua's sudden attack. Not to mention the losses, their morale was much lower than before. The elite level of the soldiers in Yangzhou was beyond their imagination. If it weren't for the fact that they had more people, the soldiers under their command would have long scattered. Later, they tried to attack Yangzhou a few times, but unfortunately, they couldn't break in. Lu Gu was also very stupid. He just watched from the side and didn't personally go into battle. Let's not talk about whether we can attack Yangzhou or not. Even if we do, when the Golden Snake camp respawns and the Golden Snake King personally leads his troops over, can you defend it, brother Xia? Yang Miaozhen continued to ask. Xiaoquan was silent. He knew himself. He could fight others, but he was absolutely no match for the Golden Snake King who was at the height of his power. Moreover, I heard that the 9th princess of the Golden Snake camp has already sent reinforcements to Yangzhou. If we don't pay attention, we will be surrounded instead of being besieged. Yang Miaozhen continued to add. What can we do? This attack on Yangzhou has already offended the Golden Snake camp. Even if we retreat now, the Golden Snake King will come to us in the future. At this time, Xiaoquan was also in a dilemma. If he fought, he felt that he couldn't defeat them. If he retreated, he was unwilling to do so. Hearing his tone soften, Yang Miaozhen was secretly happy. She didn't expect him to waver. It seemed that she had half succeeded. She continued to say, Brother Xia, have you heard of the story of the cunning hare being cooked after it has been killed? Xiaoquan's expression changed. Although he wasn't cultured, he had heard of this story. He could roughly guess what she wanted to say. In fact, Lu Gu's attitude during this time had been ambiguous, which made him similarly worried. Yang Miaozhen said, "The Golden Snake Camp and our Red Coat Army are both from the Revolutionary Army and have always been on the same side. If we help the Song people defeat the Golden Snake Camp, then we will definitely suffer heavy losses. The Song people will no longer have any scruples and directly send troops to annihilate us. Find the Golden Man? These years of fighting with the Jin people has become a blood feud. The Qing and the Jin are brothers, so naturally they won't participate. As for Liao, he can't even protect himself, let alone save us." Xiaoquan knew that she was speaking the truth and couldn't help but be moved. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "I heard that you and your sister are descendants of the Yang residents of Tianhua. Why do you advise me not to help the Song people?" Yang Miaozhen was already prepared. She replied indifferently, "Because I have to be responsible for my men. These years, we have all gone through mountains of corpses and seas of blood together. I can't just watch as something happens to them. Our volunteer army was originally established in response to the Song court's northern expedition. But you have seen it for so many years. Has the Song ever had the intention of a northern expedition? The only 2 times they did, they were destroyed by their own people. Not long ago, Han Xianzhou was killed in the northern expedition. It can be predicted that within 20 years, the Song court will not launch a northern expedition. Can we really withstand the attacks of the other countries for another 20 years? You should have seen the Song court's attitude towards us all these years. In name, they call us the loyal army, loyal to the court. But what do they call us in secret? They call us the Northern Army. They never allow us to enter the Song court's territory and embezzle the money and food they provide us. Every time we have a dispute with the Southern Army, the officials are biased towards the Southern Army and blame everything on us. These few Huaidong commissioner, except for Su Shiji, who is slightly better, didn't the others think of ways to divide and attack us volunteer armies? Brother Xia, if I'm not wrong, you must have been instigated by Lu Gu to attack Yangzhou this time, right?" Yang Miaozhen and Song Qingshu had discussed these words on the way here. At first, they had only wanted to persuade Xiaoquan, but later on, they were completely emotional. The grievances they had suffered over the years were stirred up, and the more they spoke, the more they could not hold back. But this was a lucky hit, and it resonated with many people present. "These years, we have indeed had enough of the Southerners. That's right, we fought for them with our lives on the line, but they secretly schemed against us. Every time, the Southern Army is satisfied with the money and food first, and then the leftovers are left for us." F***ck. Feeling the surging emotions of his subordinates, Xiaoquan's expression changed slightly. "But now, the arrow on the bow has to be fired. Are we going to retreat like this? How can we face the soldiers who sacrificed themselves?" As a superior, he also had his own considerations. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. This time, they came with great fanfare. If they returned with their tails between their legs, then as the boss, his prestige would definitely be swept to the ground. His subordinates might even rebel against him. Yang Miaozhen had also been a leader for a long time, so she naturally understood his concerns. Hearing his words, she whispered in his ear, "Brother Xia, why limit your vision to Yangzhou? Isn't there still Chuzhou?" At such a close distance, he could almost smell her breath. Xiaoquan couldn't help but feel his heart beat wildly. She usually looked like a tigress, but he didn't expect her to have the fragrance of rouge on her, but after all, he was a hero, so he quickly came to his senses and said, "Chuzhou?" Yang Miaozhen said, "Right now, Lu Gu is sitting on the mountain with his troops and watching the tigers fight. It's possible that he has the intention to catch both sides in one fell swoop. In this case, it's better to take advantage of his unpreparedness and directly wipe out his troops. In this way, not only will we be able to account to the Golden Snake Battalion, but we will also be able to seize Chuzhou. It will also let the Song people know that we are oppressed and will resist. In this way, the commanding officer will not dare to deal with us like before. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone, why not?" Xiaoquan's expression changed several times. He was really persuaded. In fact, after several defeats in Yangzhou, he already knew that it would be very difficult to take it down. Unfortunately, he was in a dilemma. Originally, he had planned to retreat when the Golden Snake Battalion's reinforcements arrived. This way, he would be able to preserve his face to the greatest extent. But it was really embarrassing to go back with his tail between his legs. Now, Yang Miaozhen's proposal made him realize that there was another way to go. Although Chuzhou was not as rich as Yangzhou, compared to his own territories, it was much richer. As for the revenge of the Song court, he was not very worried. After so many years, he knew that the Song court could defend themselves, but once they left the border, they were really a paper tiger. But he still hesitated. This time, he and Lu Gu had agreed to attack Yangzhou together. If he suddenly stabbed them in the back, it would be somewhat unkind. Seeing his hesitation, Yang Miaozhen continued, Brother Xia can send someone to invite Lu Gu to send troops to attack Yangzhou together. If he is willing to send troops, then it will be best for us to take Yangzhou together. If he still makes excuses and clearly shows that he wants to waste our strength, then he can't blame us for being unjust. Xia Quan's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll give him one last chance. He immediately sent someone to deliver the letter. Then, he began to curry favor with Yang Miaozhen. After chatting for a while, Xia Quan said pointedly, some people in Jianghu say that the first master's death has something to do with me. Fourth lady, what do you think? On the side, Song Qingshu smiled slightly. He thought that this guy wasn't stupid. At this time, he finally thought of the most important problem. Yang Miaozhen said, it's just a rumor spread by some small fry. You are my brother's sworn brother. Why would you harm him? If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have come here. Xia Quan laughed. Sister is right. Ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, he reached out to hug her. Hearing his tone become intimate, Yang Miaozhen secretly snorted. She seemed to unconsciously stand up and just happened to dodge his Lushan claws. In my opinion, this kind of rumor must have come from Li Quan's side or the Song court. This isn't the first time they've tried to drive a wedge between us. Seeing Yang Miaozhen hatefully looking towards the south, Xia Quan finally let out a sigh of relief. That's right. It's most likely the Song court's plan to drive a wedge between us. This time, he didn't lie. The whole thing was indeed instigated by Lu Gu. Sister, don't worry. In the future, I will definitely take good care of you. Xia Quan stepped forward and said. Okay. Yang Miaozhen looked at him shyly and timidly. Her gaze almost made Xia Quan die. He couldn't help but say, hee, sister, you came here alone. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy and will use force on you? Yang Miaozhen smiled faintly and placed the pear blossom spear in her hand forward. With this old man here, I'm not afraid. If a conflict really broke out, although she might not be able to escape with the pear blossom spear, it would not be a problem for her to keep her chastity. Seeing the silver light on the spear tip, Xia Quan smiled embarrassedly. I was just joking. Fourth lady, please don't mind me. Yang Miaozhen put away the spear and revealed a trace of a smile. Brother Xia, I know your feelings. When the matter here is settled, sooner or later, she will be yours. Xia Quan's bones almost went limp. He thought that when the time came, not only would he be able to marry the beauty, but he would also be able to obtain the army and territory under her command. The people nearby also looked at him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. It should be known that the fourth lady was a beautiful rose that countless men coveted. Now, she was finally going to be plucked by a man. Not long after, the person who had gone out to deliver the letter returned and relayed Lu Gu's reply. Before Xia Quan could say anything, Hui Yi and the others under him couldn't help but say, every time, it's the same excuse. It's obvious that he's trying to shirk responsibility and wants to see us waste our strength. That's right, let's *CK him up. Another general, Peng Yibin, couldn't take it anymore. Under the agitation of the crowd, Xia Quan also had an idea. He had long been dissatisfied with Lu Gu and decided to take advantage of this opportunity to catch him unprepared. As for why he didn't directly plunder Chuzhou, it was because Lu Gu had 30,000 elite soldiers. If he realized where Xia Quan was going and led his troops to attack, it would be easy for them to be attacked from both sides. Although Xia Quan had more troops than Lu Gu, they were not as well trained and might not be his match. Rather than take the risk, it was better to take advantage of Lu Gu's unguarded weakness and defeat his troops in one fell swoop. Afterwards, Chuzhou would naturally be his. At the mention of plundering, everyone's eyes lit up. They quickly assembled and, under Xia Quan's lead, charged towards Lu Gu's encampment. Yang Miaozhen moved together with him. As Song Qingshu's imperial bodyguard, he naturally followed beside Yang Miaozhen. When the group charged in, Lu Gu was still snoring away. He had brought his army here for a vacation and to coordinate with Xia Quan to distract Yang Zhou's main force. In Lu Gu's view, Yangzhou was Song Qingshu's territory. As the Prince of Qi, he definitely wouldn't dare to start a war with the imperial army. The other side wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Of course, he also didn't want to actually fight with the Yangzhou army. He had only come to coordinate with Xia Quan. Because of the previous surprise attack on Xia Quan in Yangzhou, Lu Gu had a certain degree of vigilance towards Yangzhou. He had set up a few lines of defense to prevent a surprise attack from the Yangzhou army. However, he was completely unprepared for Xia Quan behind him. In addition, some of the generals recognized Xia Quan and thought that he had come to discuss matters with their commander. By the time they saw the murderous soldiers behind him, it was already too late. Xia Quan's troops were like no man's land. In an instant, they broke through Lu Gu's already loose defensive line. Many of the soldiers were still sleeping. When they heard the sounds of fighting, everyone's first reaction was, "Run, run for your life." In ancient times, the most frightening thing was to blow up a camp at night. With that kind of communication and outdated organizational skills, once a camp was blown up, it would be impossible to stop. Lu Gu was not a famous general, and the troops under his command could not be compared to the Yu clan army or the Qi clan army, which followed orders strictly. When they were attacked in the middle of the night, they fell into chaos as expected. No one knew what had happened, but they instinctively followed everyone else and ran for their lives. Of course, there were some of Lu Gu's trusted subordinates in the army. When they saw that something was wrong, they gathered a group of soldiers to ask Lu Gu for instructions. However, they found that he had just crawled out of bed and was about to escape without even putting on his armor. In a flurry, he failed to climb onto his horse several times. He was half asleep when he suddenly heard the deafening battle cries and saw the sky was dyed red by the flames. In the chaos, he didn't know how many enemies there were. He didn't even know who the enemies were. He was scared out of his wits and ran for his life. He didn't even try to resist, because he understood that when he returned to the imperial court, although he would inevitably be removed from his position and investigated, starting from the first ancestor, he wouldn't kill any officials. He could at least keep his life. Moreover, he was Prime Minister Jia's man. If he could recuperate in peace for a few years, Prime Minister Jia would find an opportunity to promote him. Naturally, it was far better than losing his life here. Seeing their commander in this state, the soldiers that had gathered with great difficulty immediately scattered. The entire camp finally collapsed beyond repair. Xia Quan led a group of people to rob the army's warehouse. A camp of 30,000 people had a lot of money, rations, and armor. Yang Miaozhen didn't go with him. She directly searched for Lu Gu's whereabouts. She was prepared from the beginning and quickly intercepted the enemy who was fleeing to the south. The pear-blossom spear in her hand lit up the sky, and in a few moves, she killed the few guards around him. "Female hero, spare my life, female hero, spare my life." Although Lu Gu was the commanding officer, he had never personally gone into battle, nor did he know martial arts. He was a pure civil official. Seeing that his subordinate was defeated in a few moves, he was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. Song Qingshu, who was at the side, secretly frowned. He thought that Lu Gu was really a spineless coward. In the history of the Song dynasty, there were many loyal people, but there were even more spineless cowards like Lu Gu, which caused the entire dynasty to have a weak temperament. "Bastard, do you know who I am?" Yang Miaozhen lifted him up and laughed coldly. She was tall and slender, so it didn't take her any effort to lift a man. Looking at the beautiful face that was inches away from him, if it was any other day, Lu Gu would definitely think of ways to get such a beauty into his tent. However, at this critical moment, he didn't dare to have such thoughts. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and he exclaimed, "You are the fourth lady, Yang Miaozhen." Being sent by the imperial court to deal with the Red Coat army, He naturally had the information and portraits of the main leaders of the Red Coat Army. Yang Miaozhen was even more important. It's good that you know me. Today, I will avenge my brother. As Yang Miaozhen spoke, she had already pressed her spear against his throat. Lu Gu felt that his pants were about to get wet. He hurriedly said, I didn't kill your brother. He was killed by the boatman for the bounty from the Jin kingdom. Yang Miaozhen laughed coldly, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Feeling the strength of her spear, Lu Gu was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly said, no, no, no. It was actually Xia Quan. It was all Xia Quan's doing. He poisoned Yang Einer's wine. Then, the boatman was also an assassin. He took advantage of the time when Yang Einer was poisoned. In order to survive, he revealed everything in detail. Previously, it was only a guess. Now that she had confirmed that it was Xia Quan who did it, a hint of killing intent flashed in Yang Miaozhen's eyes. Xia Quan has this dog egg. Isn't it all because of you? It really wasn't me. Lu Gu hurriedly explained. If it wasn't you, then why do you know the whole thing so clearly? Yang Miaozhen snorted coldly. She thrust the spear in her hand forward, ending the man's life. Lu Gu's eyes were wide open. He didn't expect to die just like that. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have said so much. Brother, I have avenged you. The only one left is Xia Quan. Yang Miaozhen stared in the direction of Xia Quan, her entire body brimming with murderous intent. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. A little impatience will spoil great plans. Yang Miaozhen nodded. Don't worry. I won't make a move now. Song Qingshu said, then you be careful here. I will go to Chuzhou City first. Both Yang Miaozhen and the yellow-shirted woman were on the side of the imperial court. They had already hesitated before attacking Lu Gu's camp. If Xia Quan's men really did pillage Chuzhou City, they would never agree. Therefore, Song Qingshu first informed Chuzhou City to be on guard, lest Xia Quan took them by surprise. After a few steps, he stopped and turned back to Yang Miaozhen. Xia Quan won a great victory tonight. As the saying goes, when one is warm and full, one thinks of lust. Now that he's satisfied, there's no guarantee that he won't make a move on you. Yang Miaozhen's serious expression immediately turned into a smile. Don't worry. My pear blossom spear is not to be trifled with. Song Qingshu was still worried. Then don't drink the tea he prepared for you. Yang Miaozhen remembered that the reason they were together that night was because of Li Quan's medicinal tea. Her heart skipped a beat. Don't worry. From now on, I won't drink anyone else's tea except yours. Looking at her standing there, illuminated by the firelight, she looked even more beautiful. Thinking of her soft and alluring body that night in the cave, he couldn't help but feel a burning desire in his heart. If not for the fact that he had something else to do, he would have lost control long ago. As if seeing the desire in his eyes, Yang Miaozhen's heart also began to beat wildly. Pursing her lips, she raised her chin and said in a provocative tone, how about we fight another 300 rounds after this is over? Song Qingshu almost choked on his saliva. This woman is really tough. But at this moment, she had a different kind of wild beauty. Then don't be like last time, crying and begging me to stop at the end. Yang Miaozhen's face turned red. That night was really embarrassing. She couldn't help but snort. Last time, I was inexperienced. This time, I don't know who will be the winner. Song Qingshu laughed heartily. Alright, let's see who's the real deal. After saying this, he didn't delay any longer. With a heart full of anticipation, he started to hurry on his way. He wanted to finish this as soon as possible. His speed was naturally faster than an army. As for the soldiers under Lu Gu's command who had scattered in all directions, he had already sent a letter to Yangzhou City in advance, asking them to take the opportunity to capture and absorb them. As for how many of them could be kept, it would depend on Jiruo's ability. 2 days later, Xia Quan led his army to Chuzhou City. In fact, after robbing Lu Gu's barracks, he didn't want to move anymore. However, even though he had robbed enough, he still didn't have enough soldiers. Lu Gu's military camp had money, food, and weapons, but he didn't have women. Now that the first master had found the beautiful and outstanding fourth lady, Everyone's lust was burning. They thought that there must be a lot of rich young ladies in Chuzhou City, and these people were usually high and mighty. How could they be interested in a group of peasants? Now that there was an opportunity, they naturally didn't want to give it up. Unable to resist the instigation of his subordinates, and not wanting to show his lack of ambition in front of his sweetheart, Xiaoquan finally decided to lead the army to attack Chuzhou City. Unfortunately, when they arrived at Chuzhou City, they found that the opponent had already set up a defense. They had even mobilized a lot of soldiers from other places. A group of people rushed over with red eyes, wanting to rob the money and women. Unfortunately, although the Song dynasty was not good at offense, his defense was first class. How could his motley crew defeat them in such a short time? After attacking for a few days, there was still no progress. Xiaoquan had no choice but to withdraw his troops. When they came, they were valiant and high-spirited, but when they returned, they were all dejected and dispirited. "Where's Fourth Lady?" Xiaoquan suddenly found that Yang Miaozhen was nowhere to be seen. Hua Yi and the others shook their heads. "I didn't see her. Could she have gone somewhere else?" Xiaoquan was already angry at the recent losses. Hearing this, he immediately gritted his teeth. "Did that *TCH betray me after seeing that I lost the battle? I don't think so." Hua Yi was also a little uncertain. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering battle cry in the surroundings. Countless soldiers surged out from all over the mountains. Countless arrows and rolling stones poured down from the nearby mountains. In an instant, Xiaoquan suffered heavy losses, and the entire army fell into chaos. Xiaoquan cried out in alarm. For the past few days, all of his attention had been focused on Chuzhou. Now, everyone was immersed in the depressed state of mind of losing soldiers and generals. Coupled with the fact that there were no enemies nearby, they forgot to send scouts to investigate the surrounding terrain. Unknowingly, they walked into this dangerous place. Now that things had come to this, he could not care so much. He hurriedly ordered, "Retreat, retreat quickly. The entrance to the valley has been blocked by falling stones." A soldier reported from behind. Xiaoquan felt a chill in his heart. Knowing that there was an ambush ahead, he had no choice but to lead the army forward. As they charged and killed along the way, he also figured out the origin of the other party. The person at the top of the mountain, dressed in white, was incomparably beautiful. She looked down at him with an indifferent expression. It was Zhou Zhirua who had caught him off guard. This time, Yang Miaozhen, that *TCH, caused me so much trouble. She even said that she was on the same side as the Golden Snake camp. Now, the other party wants to wipe out my entire army. Xiaoquan cursed Yang Miaozhen countless times in his heart. At the same time, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Now that they were surrounded in this valley, the other party only needed to set a fire and none of them would be able to escape. However, what surprised him was that the other party did not have any intention of setting a fire. Moreover, the falling stones were not too frequent. It was as if they were deliberately driving them towards the entrance of the valley. Xiaoquan knew that something was wrong, but he could only break out of the valley. He thought to himself, "I have so many men under me. Even if you ambush someone later, I can still make you suffer the consequences." With great difficulty, he rushed to the entrance of the valley. From afar, he could see a group of people waiting there. The woman in the lead had a graceful figure. Her bright red cloak made her even more beautiful. Who else could it be but Yang Miaozhen? Xiaoquan's first reaction was to think that the other party was here to receive him. His face was just filled with joy when he suddenly noticed the murderous intent in the other party's eyes. He could not help but be furious. *TCH, you dare to betray me. Yang Miaozhen coldly snorted, "You plotted to murder the great master. Even a disloyal and unjust person dares to mention betrayal. Today, I will avenge Big Brother." Upon hearing this, Xiaoquan laughed, "You think you can stop me with just these few men?" Yang Miaozhen ignored him and said in a loud voice, "Your old nest has already been destroyed by me. Look at this." After saying this, she gestured to the person beside her to wave the commander's flag of his camp. Looking at the tattered appearance of the commander's flag, it was obvious that the camp had experienced a great battle. Previously, when she and Song Qingshu went to Xiaoquan's tent, the yellow-robed woman and the main force launched a sneak attack on his old nest. Yang Miaozhen circulated her power and her voice resounded throughout the valley. Today, only the leader of the evil will be executed. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed. Regardless of whether it was Yang Miaozhen's men or those from Yangzhou City, they all roared in unison. Xiaoquan's soldiers were already scared out of their wits. When they heard that their headquarters had been raided, they all fell into chaos. Now that they heard that they could surrender, they no longer hesitated and threw their weapons to the ground. Bastards! Xiaoquan drew his saber and chopped at the men who surrendered nearby. Whoever dares to surrender, I will kill them. At this moment, a delicate shout rang out. Yang Miaozhen had already charged over with her spear. The soldiers blocking in front of Xiaoquan saw Xiaoquan continuously chopping at his subordinates. After looking at each other in dismay, they tacitly stepped aside, allowing Yang Miaozhen to charge in. You dare! Xiaoquan finally realized that something was wrong. He picked up his saber and brandished it in front of him, trying to block the other party's shocking spear. Unfortunately, his saber only managed to cut through a few pear blossoms. By the time he reacted, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He stared at the spear in disbelief. He knew that his martial arts were inferior to his opponents, but he never imagined that he would not be able to withstand even a single blow. On the hilltop, Zhou Zhiruo raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but say, the pear blossom spear truly lives up to its name. Congratulations on adding another martial arts expert to your harem. Beside her, Song Qingshu held his breath and smiled sheepishly. Zhiruo, what are you talking about? She and I, Zhou Zhiruo snorted, your own wife is surrounded and attacked, yet you passed by your own home and did not enter. Instead, you went to save her first. Who would believe that there was no adultery between the two of you? Song Qingshu smiled sheepishly, it's all because I trusted your abilities. I knew that with you guarding Yangzhou, Xiaoquan would not be able to take it down. The result was just as I expected. You even took advantage of the moment when he and Lu Gu cooperated and sent out your troops to beat him to a pulp. You don't have to flatter me, Zhou Zhiruo said impatiently, during this period of time, I didn't even dare to sleep. I racked my brains every day, afraid that I would lose your Yangzhou. But in the end, you didn't come back to help, but instead ran off to have fun with other women. Song Qingshu's face darkened, didn't I go to the Red Coat Army to help? Is that so? The more Zhou Zhiruo spoke, the angrier she became. I don't believe that when you, the great King Song, came back, Lu Gu would still dare to be so presumptuous. Xiaoquan and his motley crew saw that you were in Yangzhou City, how would they dare to attack? She was not lying. These past few years, whether it was martial arts or victory on the battlefield, Song Qingshu's name had shaken the world. With him here, Xiaoquan might not dare to attack. Song Qingshu had no choice but to explain, but if that happened, Xiaoquan would retreat into the forest, how would we be able to catch him? We can't always be on guard against thieves. I thought that it would be better to remove the firewood from under the pot than to stop the boiling. So, I went to the Red Coat Army to solve this problem. As he spoke, he pointed to the valley, look, now that Xiaoquan is dead, Lu Gu is also finished. Their troops can also be absorbed by us, it can be said that it is killing many birds with one stone. Zhou Zhiruo knew that what he said made sense, but when she saw Yang Miaozhen's valiant and heroic appearance in the valley, she looked like a blooming rose. She was so beautiful that she attracted all the men's attention. She felt a bit jealous, can't you always stay in Yangzhou? That way, Xiaoquan will never come back and you can always be with me. Hearing the bitterness in her words, Song Qingshu remembered that they had been apart more than together these days. He knew that he was a little incompetent, so he wisely shut his mouth and stopped adding fuel to the fire. Zhou Zhiruo felt much more relaxed after venting her pent-up dissatisfaction. She didn't want to be entangled in this matter. She quickly collected her emotions and returned her attention to the battlefield in the valley. Zhou Zhiruo could not help but sigh as she watched Yang Miaozhen galloping back and forth on her steed, berating Xiaoquan's subordinates for surrendering. Her scarlet cape fluttered in the wind, making her look like a goddess of war. I have to admit, your taste in women is pretty good. Song Qingshu opened his mouth, subconsciously wanting to explain the relationship between the two of them. But the various images of that night appeared in his mind and he could not help but close his mouth. It seemed that there was nothing to explain. On the top of the mountain, while Zhou Jirua was sizing up the other party, Yang Miaozhen was also sizing her up. She saw her beautiful figure standing on the top of the mountain. The mountain wind blew her dress, and it seemed that even her delicate body was swaying. She could not help but wonder in her heart, she really is a peerless beauty, but she looks a little too thin and weak. But she remembered that the other party seemed to have won the title of the world's #1 in the martial arts world. In addition, not long ago, she was outnumbered and defeated Xia Quan. She did not dare to look down on the other party anymore. She thought to herself, she is a little fairy who walked out of a painting. She is not like you, a tomboy who mingles with men all day long. If I were a man, I would also like her style. Thinking of this, she felt a burst of vexation in her heart. She became more and more merciless. Those who were still stubbornly resisting, one after another, were killed by her. She struck the ground with her spear. Intimidated by her imposing manner, the others who originally had some thoughts of resisting also threw away their weapons. Seeing the situation in the valley, Zhou Jirua, who was on the top of the mountain, suddenly said, "She will follow me from now on. You are not allowed to hand her over to Ajiu." Ah? For a moment, Song Qingshu did not react. What did the other party mean by this? Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Zhou Jirua could not help but blush slightly. She explained in a low voice, "Ajiu has Qing Qing to help him. He has the entire Golden Snake Battalion's team. In addition, there are many high-ranking military officers from the former Ming dynasty who have pledged their allegiance to him. Even the people who came to Liao's side have been arranged by you. Unlike me here, I am all alone. Before, I had Zhao Min, that vixen, to help me, but in the end, even she was taken away by you." The more Song Qingshu listened, the wider the smile on his face became. Although what she said was somewhat reasonable and there was indeed no one to help her in Yangzhou, relying on Li Kishou's former team, the local officials of the Qing dynasty, and the people sent by Amei, they could barely cope with the situation here. The reason why she was complaining was most likely due to a sense of crisis. It should be known that Ajiu was a princess and the Golden Snake Battalion was the foundation of her power. It would not be easy for her to sit firmly in the position of the main wife. Naturally, she would think of all ways to rope in all the power she could. Seeing the smile at the corner of his mouth, Zhou Jirua suddenly became somewhat angry out of humiliation. "What are you smiling at? Ahem, it's not that you can't have her, but with her fiery hot temperament, I don't have the final say. You have to rely on your charm to rope her in." Song Qingshu did not think that there was anything wrong with her idea. If she did not fight for anything, it would be too fake. He did not like his woman to wear a mask to live. That way, she would live tiredly, and he would also feel that it was fake. If you keep her with me for a while, I will naturally be able to have a good relationship with her. A hint of confidence flashed across Zhou Jirua's pretty face. All right, she will stay with you. Song Qingshu did not doubt it. Back then, when she was very young, she was sent to the Amei sect. Very quickly, she gained the love of her master and a group of martial sisters. Of course, a petty and jealous woman like Ding Minjun was an exception. By the way, where did you take Xiao Min? Zhou Jirua suddenly asked. Song Qingshu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that these two were really born to be enemies. They would never forget each other at any time. She first went with me to Liao. Recently, she has returned to the Ruyang mansion. She is a little worried about her father. Back to Mongolia? Zhou Jirua's expression was very interesting. In the end, she said bitterly, she still got lucky. What do you mean by lucky? Song Qingshu was confused. Zhou Jirua looked at him with a faint smile. Zhao Min knows so many of your secrets. If she tells you a little, your plans over these years will fall short of success. But you let her go back to Mongolia. It can only mean that she has become one of us. Song Qingshu's face heated up. He could only play dumb. It's not what you think. However, Zhou Jirua did not believe his excuse at all. She could not help but sigh faintly. I didn't expect that what even Zhang Wuji could not do back then, would finally let you get what you wanted. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu could not help but feel a little proud. That was because he was indecisive. If he was a little more domineering, it would not be impossible. In the original work, Zhang Wuji once had a sweet dream of marrying all four beauties, but he only dared to fantasize about it. He never dared to put it into practice. I'm not as shameless as you. Zhou Jiruo rolled her eyes at him. She could not help but recall the past, and she felt a little sad. Brother Wuji is a good person. If there is a chance in the future, help me kill Ming Zun. Song Qingshu nodded. Okay. Zhou Jiruo seemed to think of something happy. Her whole body suddenly glowed. By the way, the next time you see Zhao Min, ask her to kneel and serve me tea. Ask her to respectfully call me sister. Song Qingshu's breath stopped. About this, you can tell her yourself. In fact, according to the etiquette of this world, as the first wife, Zhou Jiruo's request was not too much. However, he did not need to think to know that Zhao Min would never agree to it. Humph, she can't beat me anyway. Zhou Jiruo was a little proud. In her mind, she imagined the scene of Zhao Min serving her tea and calling her sister with a bitter face. Her mood immediately brightened. If not for the fact that she was busy, she might have immediately run to Mongolia to find Zhao Min. Song Qingshu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He thought to himself, no wonder Zhao Min insisted on teaching me martial arts. I must have been prepared for this move of hers. No, I have to go down and snatch people. Otherwise, Xiaoquan's men will all be subdued by Yang Miaozhen. Zhou Jiruo frowned. She realized a problem. She had heard of Yang Miaozhen's reputation. If she had tens of thousands of men under her command, it was hard to say who would be the one to pull. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. You haven't even digested Lu Gu's 30,000 men yet, and you're in a hurry to snatch Xiaoquan's men? However, because of the Tianbuiyang mansion, he didn't want Yang Miaozhen to command too many men, so he didn't stop her. Zhou Jiruo had come prepared. In addition, Yangzhou was a regular army. Their personnel and organization were much more complete than the Red Coat Army. As a result, the number of people who surrendered was much higher than Yang Miaozhen's. Yang Miaozhen's main goal was revenge. In addition, they had made an agreement before, so she raised her eyebrows and didn't say anything. On the other hand, the yellow-robed woman couldn't stand it anymore. Whether it was her identity as the princess of the Song dynasty or the adopted daughter of the Tianbuiyang mansion, she had to consider the imperial court first. In her opinion, the Red Coat Army was a volunteer army that could be used by the Song dynasty in the future. But now, it had become Song Qingshu's private army. She was naturally dissatisfied. Brother Song, you agreed to release Lu Gu's soldiers back to their country, but now they're all in Yangzhou. Now, you're even snatching the men from the Red Coat Army. You have so many troops under you, who are you going to fight in the future? The yellow-robed woman's gaze was solid as she stared at Song Qingshu. Before Song Qingshu could answer, Zhou Jiruo smiled and said, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the fairy who plays the flute, plays the zither, and scatters flower petals with a bunch of maidservants? In the past, she had to manage the affairs of the pugilistic world. Now, she even wants to meddle in the affairs of the country. It's inevitable that she's a bit tacky. Hearing the sarcasm in her words, the yellow-robed woman might have dismissed it with a laugh in the past. However, she wasn't in a good mood today. In addition, when she saw the yellow-robed woman snuggling up to Song Qingshu intimately, she felt strangely irritated. She couldn't help but retort, I was wondering who it was. So it's the one who lost to me in the past. Please remember the domain name of this book. Com Wonderful Bookhouse Mobile Version. Com. Hearing this, Zhou Jiruo's face turned cold. At the lion-slaying convention, she had used the martial arts of the 9E manual to defeat all the heroes and obtain the title of #1 in the world, which was very awe-inspiring. In the end, this woman suddenly appeared and used the same martial arts to defeat her in front of the heroes of the world. The higher one was praised at the beginning, the worse one would fall later. However, at that time, Zhou Jiruo's attention was quickly distracted by Song Qingshu's matter. She had been chasing him all over the world, so she had no time to pay attention to the grudge between her and the yellow-robed woman. However, she still brooded over the crushing defeat that year. Now that she saw the other party, old and new hatred surged in her heart, and she could not help but stab the other party. Unexpectedly, the other party's counterattack was also sharp. Zhou Jiruo was secretly angry, but on the surface, she was very calm. As the saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. At that time, I was only attacked by you and accidentally fell into your trap. Now that we fight again, it is not certain who will win. At the lion slaughtering convention, the yellow-robed woman did attack, but the main reason was that she understood the martial arts of the 9 manual too well. On the other hand, Zhou Zhihua had learned the accelerated method, so she was naturally restrained by the complete version. At that time, she was still inexperienced, and suddenly encountered such a situation and panicked, so she was defeated so easily. In the past 2 or 3 years, she had concentrated on practicing the 9 manual, and was no longer the same as before. With Song Qingshu's occasional guidance, even the shortcomings of her internal energy had grown a lot because of her dual cultivation with her lover. Now, she was naturally not afraid of the yellow-robed woman. Is that so? Then I will have to experience your skills. The yellow-robed woman had a disdainful smile on her lips. Obviously, she did not think that the other party's closed-door practice of the 9 manual could compare to her, the last disciple of Huang Shang. Zhou Zhihua raised her eyebrows and was about to attack, but Song Qingshu hurriedly blocked in front of her. What are you all doing? Do you want to be laughed at by so many people? They were still collecting Xia Quan's subordinates, so it would be improper for them to fight at this time. Although he didn't think that Zhou Zhihua would lose, the yellow-robed woman's martial arts were not to be underestimated. If there was an accident, it would be a devastating blow to her prestige. It should be known that Zhou Zhihua was no longer the leader of Jianghu, but she was also the leader of Yangzhou. Zhou Zhihua clearly understood the meaning of his words. She knew that it was not wise to start a fight at this time, so she could only snort and stop talking. Song Qingshu turned to the yellow-robed woman and said, Miss Yang, every time I see you, you always look aloof and detached. Why are you like this today? In the end, he did not say the word lose composure. The yellow-robed woman also realized that she was acting a bit strange today, but she wasn't willing to admit defeat and say anything. She faintly said, there are always a few days a month when a woman's temper isn't too good. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face as he wondered if she was having her period. The yellow-robed woman's hair stood on end under his stare. She was slightly annoyed. I only said a few words about your wife, is there a need to look at me like that? After that, Yang Miaozhen and Zhou Zhihua began to organize their subordinates to accept the surrender. Everyone had a lot to do, but Song Qingshu and the yellow-robed woman had nothing to do. The yellow-robed woman felt a bit awkward under his stare. She said, the situation here has been settled. When do you plan to leave? She had come to save the Yang family's bloodline. Now that the threat around Yang Miaozhen had been eliminated and the Red Coat Army had been preserved, it had far exceeded her initial expectations. Naturally, she began to think about the emperor. Wait for 2 days. Song Qingshu casually replied. The yellow-robed woman frowned and said, we've already wasted a lot of time here. I'm worried that we'll miss the trip to Wudong. Song Qingshu smiled and said, it wasn't easy for me to reunite with my wife. I can't be like you the Great, passing by 3 times without entering, can I? The yellow-robed woman calmly replied, if the Prince of Qi wishes to reunite with his wife, as an outsider, I naturally would not dare to obstruct him. However, I do not have the Prince of Qi's good attitude. I dare not delay any longer and will take my leave here. Hearing her suddenly change the way she addressed him, Song Qingshu wondered what was wrong with her today. Hey, although your martial arts are not bad, if something really happens there, it will definitely be earth-shattering. I'm afraid that even with your martial arts, you won't be able to participate. The yellow-robed woman's figure paused. She thought about how even her unfathomable master was uncertain about this trip. Before leaving, he had repeatedly urged her to bring Song Qingshu to Wudong. If she were to return alone, how could she be worthy of his years of nurturing? All right, I'll wait for you. The yellow-robed woman changed her mind. Why do these words sound so ambiguous? Could it be that this young lady has designs on a married man? At some point in time, Zhou Zhihua had returned and happened to hear these words. Immediately, she felt somewhat dissatisfied. That vixen Zhao Min was one thing, but now even a woman wanted a share of the spoils. Thinking about how she had gained more and more sisters over the years, Zhou Zhihua's complexion turned somewhat ugly. She thought that the old days were better. Although at that time, Qingshu did not have much ability, he was still wholeheartedly devoted to her. However, she quickly changed her mind. If it was the old Xianxia, she probably would not have liked him. The yellow-robed woman's face reddened and she reflexively retorted, "A married man? I don't know who Sect Master Zhou is talking about." "Oh, I almost forgot. The last time I saw Sect Master Zhou, you seemed to be exchanging flirtatious glances with the Ming Dynasty's great cult master Zhang. Why are you so intimate with the Prince of Qi now?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhirua sneered. "Back then, Your Excellency also had an unclear relationship with Zhang Wuji. Now, you are circling around my husband's side. Is this how the fairy praised by the Jianghu should behave?" Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. These two must be innately incompatible. Why did they oppose each other so fiercely the moment they met? Previously, she and Zhao Min were probably just like this. The yellow-robed woman was furious. "I have only met Zhang Jiaozhu twice. How is there an unclear relationship?" Zhou Zhirua had a strange expression on her face. "Why are you in such a hurry to explain? Could it be that you really have designs on my husband?" To the side, Song Qingshu looked down and did not say a word to avoid drawing fire to himself. He originally thought that the yellow-robed woman would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Unexpectedly, she suddenly smiled sweetly. "So what if it is?" Zhou Zhirua did not expect such a reply. Before she could get angry, the yellow-robed woman spoke again. "Sect Master Zhou, why don't we make a bet?" "What bet?" Zhou Zhirua raised her eyebrows. "Tonight, at the third watch period, we'll find a place with no one around. If you win, I'll immediately disappear. If I win, I'll lend your man to me for a few days." For some reason, the yellow-robed woman changed the way she addressed her and immediately felt much better. Zhou Zhirua frowned. "Why do you want to lend him?" "Sect Master Zhou doesn't need to worry about how I use him." "Just tell me, will you bet or not?" the yellow-robed woman asked. Zhou Zhirua fiercely glared at Song Qingshu and thought that there was something wrong with the two of them. Song Qingshu was speechless. This was really an undeserved disaster. The yellow-robed woman clearly heard that he was going to accompany his family for a few days, so she planned to start with Zhou Zhirua. If she agreed, he would not be able to use this excuse to delay. These things could have been said directly. Why did she have to say such ambiguous words? What did she mean by borrow? Bet, of course I'll bet. If it was someone else, even if it was Zhao Min or Zhou Zhirua, they would not be so irrational. However, facing the yellow-robed woman, she was still brooding over her defeat that year. Moreover, she was not afraid of losing her dignity in front of her subordinates by having a private duel in the middle of the night. "It's a deal." The yellow-robed woman's lips curled up slightly. She was obviously proud of herself. "It's a deal." Zhou Zhirua's face also burst with confidence. Song Qingshu was about to speak when the yellow-robed woman glared at him. "Don't take sides and don't give her advice." She admired Song Qingshu's martial arts. After all, he was an existence that could compete with her master. If he casually gave some advice to Zhou Zhirua, she was afraid that she would be in trouble tonight. At this time, Zhou Zhirua also said, "Qingshu, don't worry. I don't need your help. I can beat her." After saying this, she turned around and left. She did not stay by her lover's side to show fairness. Song Qingshu knew that this was a knot in her heart. Only she could solve it through a battle, so he no longer tried to persuade her. Although the yellow-robed woman spoke with contempt, she did not dare to relax at all. She also left to find a secluded place to recuperate and prepare for the battle at night. At this time, Yang Miaozhen suddenly appeared beside Song Qingshu. "What's wrong? Have you become a loner?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. It seemed that whether it was Zhou Zhirua or the yellow-robed woman, in order to accumulate power to the peak, he was afraid that they would not come to him before this. Yang Miaozhen's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of inexplicable provocation. "Then come to my place tonight." Song Qingshu was startled. "Ah?" Yang Miaozhen looked at Zhou Zhirua's figure from afar and snorted softly. "She just robbed so many of my subordinates. I will also secretly steal her husband and let her taste what it feels like. It's going to be the New Year soon. I wish everyone a Happy New Year." Song Qingshu was confused. You can take revenge like this? Yang Miaozhen looked at him with disdain. Stop talking nonsense. Are you coming or not? Just say it. After that night, he spent the rest of the time on the road and dealing with Xia Quan's matter. He didn't have time to continue their relationship. In his mind, the charming and gentle scene in the cave and those unparalleled long legs appeared. Song Qingshu felt his heart beating wildly. He swallowed with difficulty. Come. Yang Miaozhen raised her eyebrows proudly. It was obvious that she was satisfied with his reaction. She didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Her footsteps seemed to be much lighter. Song Qingshu regretted his words as soon as he said them. He felt that what he did was not right. He felt that he had let Jirua down. Hence, he went around looking for her to make up for it. Who knew that Zhou Jirua wouldn't see him at all? She said that she didn't want to give anyone a handle on her. Song Qingshu knew her temperament. She was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. This time, he wanted to use his own strength to defeat his opponent. Hence, he didn't disturb her anymore. He met with some of Yang Zhou's subordinates. He had been a hands-off shopkeeper for too long. In the end, he still had to show his face. Those people clearly still had a deep impression of him when he descended from the heavens on the battlefield. Even if they were promoted later on, his reputation still reverberated like thunder in their ears. When they saw him, each and every one of them were incomparably excited. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Even though Sang Fei Hong's Five Lakes sect was considered a low-class sect by the world, it was still very useful. His deeds had been publicized by them from all over the world, making him look more like an immortal than a human. Of course, he didn't explain much. As a leader, having the halo of a legend was definitely more beneficial than harmful. For example, Emperor Gaozu of Han wanted to kill the white snake. Other emperors often said that their mothers dreamed of the sun in their arms. What he had done was real. Naturally, the effect was better. After meeting the people from Yangzhou, he made arrangements for Zhang Lin, Lu Qingfu, Hua Yi, Peng Yibin and the other surrendered generals under Xia Quan. Finally, he called for the people from the Red Coat Army to invite them to a banquet. Zhou Jirua and the yellow-robed woman did not attend the banquet. Clearly, they were making their final preparations for tonight's battle. Most of the people at the banquet were men. Everyone liked to eat and drink. At first, they were not familiar with each other, so they were a little restrained. But after a few rounds of wine, the atmosphere suddenly became warm. Song Qingshu was the target of everyone's toast. He had just subdued this group of people, and he was worried that rejecting them would disappoint them, so he basically didn't reject anyone. However, no matter how good his alcohol tolerance was, he could not withstand the other party's continuous toasts. In the end, he felt tipsy and could only use his inner force to secretly force the alcohol out. These people of the Lulan forest did not know that there was such a miraculous Nigong in the world. Seeing that he was not drunk even after 1,000 cups, they all prostrated themselves in admiration. It was Yang Miaozhen who felt sorry for him. Later, she worried that something was wrong with his body, so she hurried to help him drink. Seeing this, the men immediately began to make a scene. "Fourth lady, I've never seen you drink wine for anyone before, but this time you're feeling sorry for the Golden Snake King. Are you in love? The Golden Snake King is handsome and unrestrained, and his martial arts are matchless. Which woman wouldn't like him? Fourth lady, I'm afraid your pear blossom spear won't work against the Golden Snake King. No matter how powerful the pear blossom spear is, it's still a woman. How can she resist the Golden Snake King's overlord spear?" Ha 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 ha, this group of men mingled in the Lulan forest and usually spoke without restraint, not to mention that they had drunk so much. As a result, their words became more and more explicit. "All of you, shut up." Yang Miaozhen fiercely glared at that person. However, she was already as beautiful as a peach, and now her cheeks were even more beautiful under the light of the bonfire. Not only did this glare not have its usual deterrent effect, but it also made many men fall head over heels for her. However, these people were self-aware and only dared to fantasize about her. None of them had the courage to actually provoke her. Yang Miaozhen suddenly turned around and bowed to Song Qingshu. "Although I lost to you in the last golden snake meet, you used some tricks. I'm not convinced, so I'd like to consult you again with the pear blossom spear. I hope you won't be stingy with it. She was dressed in red and had a tall figure. Standing in the middle of the field, she looked like a burning rose. The group of men in the field immediately became excited. Cheers and whistles filled the air. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely heated. Speaking of which, it was strange. Although Yang Miaozhen was beautiful, she never put on makeup. Even her hair was simply combed to the back of her head and tied into a braid. She also had a tough personality. Logically speaking, she should not fit the alluring and coquettish look that most men liked. However, her skin was very white, even whiter than the average woman. Although her clothes were conservative, her slender and delicate neck and the patch of white skin between her collars could not be covered. The more conservative her clothes were, the more seductive her skin was. It was as if her skin had an inexhaustible charm that attracted the gazes of men. In addition to her strength, her arrogance, all these factors combined together, causing her heroic aura to exude a unique charm. Whenever men saw her, they would have an uncontrollable urge to conquer her, press her under their bodies, and ravage her. Many of the men in the Red Coat Army were bandits. It wasn't that no one dared to make a move on her. It was just that after her invincible pear blossom spear pierced through them, no one dared to act blindly without thinking. Although they didn't dare to make a move, they couldn't stop the thoughts in their minds. Zhang Lin's words were right. There wasn't a single man in the Red Coat Army who didn't want to ride this beautiful rouge horse. It was a pity that her martial arts were too high. It was so high that no one in the entire Red Coat Army was a match for her. Now that they finally had the chance to see her lose to a man, everyone was naturally excited. Looking at Yang Miaozhen in the middle of the field, Song Qingshu was a little confused. They had just fought a few days ago, why would they fight again in front of everyone? If he were to defeat her again, wouldn't it be difficult for her to step down? However, seeing the hope in her eyes, Song Qingshu suddenly understood. The relationship between the two originated from Li Quan's pot of tea. It wasn't convenient for him to say it out loud. What happened in the cave that night was even more likely to be an illicit affair. Even though Yang Miaozhen didn't really care about such things, no woman was willing to be secretive all the time. Hence, she needed a legitimate excuse to let everyone know about the progress of their relationship. She didn't need to act sneakily like before. If word of this got out, it wouldn't look good on everyone. What else could be more justifiable than having a martial arts duel in front of a large crowd and gradually developing feelings for each other? After understanding all of this, Song Qingshu stood up and walked over. I've long heard that the pear blossom spear is invincible. Today, I finally have the honor of witnessing the fourth lady's elegance. Seeing him enter the field, the corner of Yang Miaozhen's lips curled up slightly. Hearing his words, she said softly, I won't hold back. You don't have to hold back either. She was very clear about their martial arts. Even if she used her full strength, it would be difficult for her to injure her opponent. Song Qingshu smiled slightly, don't cry when you get hit later. Yang Miaozhen lightly snorted and a cold light flashed in her hand. The pear blossom spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea. In an instant, it enveloped all of her opponent's vital acupuncture points. The originally blazing bonfire seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, instantly becoming bright and dark. There was no lack of experts in the field. When they saw this, they couldn't help but change their expressions. If it was them, they most likely wouldn't be able to dodge the spear. The people of the Red Coat Army already knew of Yang Miaozhen's abilities. Naturally, they didn't need to mention it. In the Yangzhou Army, there were actually people who didn't believe that a woman like her could shamelessly boast that her pear blossom spear was invincible. But now that they had seen it, they finally understood that the rumors were not false. One by one, everyone opened their eyes wide. They wanted to see how Song Qingshu would deal with this. They only saw his sleeve lightly shake. It was as if there was a universe in his sleeve. In an instant, the sky full of spear shadows became invisible. Yang Miaozhen felt an enormous force coming from her hand. She was slightly startled and hastily pushed off the ground. Her body was like an arrow that had left a bow. She raised her spear and rushed forward. She planned to use this force to break the shackles of her opponent's sleeve. Song Qingshu knew that his opponent was a first-class expert of the present age. If he used all of his strength, it was very likely that his sleeve would be torn to shreds. At that time, it would be very indecent to expose his arm. Therefore, he loosened his grip on her spear. However, his right hand seemed to come out of nowhere and rested on her shoulder. Yang Miaozhen was greatly alarmed. She shook the spear in her hand and pear blossoms appeared on her shoulder. Even with Song Qingshu's abilities, he didn't dare to directly touch these pear blossoms. He could only dodge to the side. When Yang Miaozhen felt that her opponent's hand had left her shoulder, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she understood that her opponent had already held back. If that hand had contained internal energy, she would have already been seriously injured. Could it be that the disparity between me and him is really that big? Although she had lost to her opponent at the Golden Snake meeting, she didn't think that her opponent's martial arts were much higher than hers. Now that she had bitterly cultivated for so long, she thought that she would have the strength to fight. However, reality had given her a heavy blow. However, this had instead stimulated the unwillingness to admit defeat in her heart. She lightly bit her red lips. Her pear blossom spear was executed flawlessly. Her entire body advanced and retreated. Her red robes and crimson skirt seemed to have transformed into a red cloud. It was very difficult for the crowd to see her figure clearly. Song Qingshu's entire body's movements were much more relaxed. It was as if he was strolling in the forest. Everyone could see his every move clearly. Many people broke out in cold sweat for him. However, they didn't know why. Under the opponent's storm-like attacks, none of the pear blossoms that filled the sky had touched his clothes. It should be about time. With a thought, Song Qingshu's left palm suddenly turned into a claw. He casually hooked it out and caught his opponent's wrist. Yang Miaozhen was startled and immediately retreated. Song Qingshu took advantage of the situation and pushed lightly. His inner strength was extremely vigorous. However, this time, he used a gentle force and didn't have any intention of harming her. Even so, Yang Miaozhen's footing was still unstable. Just as she was about to fall, Song Qingshu's right arm reached out and caught her in his embrace. The spectators cheered and whistled. Immediately, it was a noisy scene. Yang Miaozhen originally had a generous personality. However, being hugged by him like this in front of so many people, her face couldn't help but turn red. "Hurry and let go of me." Song Qingshu lowered his head to look at the beauty in his embrace. He saw that her hair was slightly sweaty and her chest was heaving up and down. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. She looked a bit more delicate and beautiful than usual. He couldn't help but laugh. "Call me good big brother, and I'll let you go." Good big brother, good big brother. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but shout good big brother and good big brother nonstop. They all looked like they wanted the world to be in chaos. If it was in private, Yang Miaozhen would have already shouted it. However, in this situation, in front of so many people, how could she say it? She anxiously kicked at his waist, hoping that he would let go of her. Song Qingshu raised his hand to block it. With a backhand hook, he caught her right leg. It sounded easy, but Yang Miaozhen could use spear techniques with both her hands and feet. If it wasn't for his martial arts reaching a level where he could use them as he pleased, how could he catch her attack? "Hey, if you break my waist, what will happen to the happiness of the rest of your life?" Song Qingshu whispered in her ear. Sensing that her waist was accumulating strength, Song Qingshu knew that her other leg was about to attack. He had fought with her before, so he knew that her other leg was about to make a move. Therefore, he grabbed her ankle and pushed it upwards. Yang Miaozhen cried out in surprise. Her two long legs had already been pressed into a split. How could she make another move? If it were any other woman, they would have been strained. Only Song Qingshu, who had personally experienced her flexibility, could suppress her and make her unable to fight back at the same time. Song Qingshu put her ankle on his shoulder under the cover of his drunkenness. He moved closer to her and said, "Aren't you going to call me good big brother?" Seeing the ambiguous posture between the two, the surrounding people all swallowed their saliva. How could they not want to suppress the fourth lady like this? Unfortunately, they also knew that they didn't have the ability to do so. They could only wave the flag and cheer for Song Qingshu. The fourth lady's flexibility is unparalleled. She can actually make such a posture. It seems that our fourth lady is really going to fall. Hee, the Golden Snake King is elegant, and his methods of picking up girls are even more admirable. Ah, I only hope that the Golden Snake King will be gentler with my goddess tonight. Tisk, is that even possible? If it were you, you would probably want to stuff your balls in there. Damn, lower your voices. Their martial arts are so high. What if they hear you? Do you want to die? These people's words faintly reached Yang Miaozhen's ears. She knew that if she kept this embarrassing posture, she didn't know what dirty thoughts these people would have in their minds. She could only quietly say, "Good big brother, let me go." Hearing her coquettish and angry words, Song Qingshu's bones almost melted. He also knew that this was somewhat inappropriate, so he loosened his hand and took a step back. "Fourth lady, thank you for letting me win." Yang Miaozhen's cheeks were flushed, but she soon cupped her hands in front of her chest and said, "I am no match for you. This time, I wholeheartedly accept my defeat." At the same time, she secretly made up her mind to privately ask him how his martial arts had improved so rapidly. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Since I lost, there should be a prize. Why don't you block the bar for me?" Yang Miaozhen knew that he was looking for a reason to increase the ambiguous relationship between them. She secretly sighed that he really understood what she was thinking. She nodded and said, "Okay." Hearing that the fourth lady was going to block the bar, whether it was the Red Coat Army or the Yangzhou Army, everyone became even more rowdy. No matter if they were drunk or not, they all came to join in the fun. On the surface, they were toasting to Song Qingshu, but in reality, they wanted to get the high and mighty fourth lady drunk. Yang Miaozhen had mingled with men for so many years, yet she was able to maintain her integrity. In addition to her high martial arts, it was also because she had never been drunk before. But no matter how much she could drink, after being toasted by so many people, her fair cheeks quickly turned red. In the end, she even felt a wave of dizziness. She rolled her eyes at the man next to her, thinking that this time I'm going to die because of you. The first day of the new year, I wish everyone a happy new year. Song Qingshu was worried that she was really drunk, so he sat next to her and held her hand under the cover of the table. A gentle inner force was transferred into her body. Yang Miaozhen was startled. Suddenly, she heard his secret voice sending, "Don't resist. Let the genuine qi flow naturally in your body." Yang Miaozhen nodded slightly and completely let go of her defense, allowing the other party's genuine qi to flow in her body. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. He thought that she would subconsciously guard against it, but he didn't expect her to trust him so much. It should be known that the masters in Jianghu would almost never let other people's inner force enter their body. Under such circumstances, if the other party had evil intentions, a slight attack would cause serious injuries. 8 to 9 out of 10 would kill her on the spot. Yang Miaozhen only felt a warm heat flowing in her body. Suddenly, her fingertips felt cold. She looked down and found that drops of crystal clear water were flowing out of her fingertips. She was stunned for a moment before she realized that the other party had helped her to force the wine out of her body. She couldn't help but be amazed. She had heard that Dali's six-pulse divine swordsman had this kind of alcohol-forcing technique, but she didn't expect him to know it too. As a top master, she also understood that as long as she followed the diagram, she would be able to cultivate the sword qi. She thought that the other party had actually unreservedly shown her the route of genuine qi circulation in her body. Did he completely treat her as one of his own? Thinking of this, she, who had always been bold and generous, couldn't help but blush. Fortunately, she was now drunk, so she wasn't afraid of being seen by others. The wine she drank could be forced out of her body, so Yang Miaozhen didn't have any scruples. Soon, the generals in the hall were all drunk. Seeing that only a few of them were sober, Yang Miaozhen suddenly used her shoulder to nudge the man next to her. "It's about time. Let's go?" "Where?" Song Qingshu asked. Yang Miaozhen turned around and looked at him with a faint smile. "I realized that you look like a gentleman on the surface, but you're a bad person behind the scenes." Song Qingshu was speechless. "I just forced you to drink, and now you're talking about me like this? You're burning bridges after crossing the river." Yang Miaozhen's almond-shaped eyes widened. "You still have the nerve to say that? There's clearly such a method to not get drunk even after 1,000 cups, yet you insist on pretending to be drunk." If I wasn't deceived by you, why would I foolishly come here to drink for you? Isn't it just for the atmosphere? Song Qingshu looked around at the people who were drunk and lying on the ground. If they knew from the beginning that I can't get drunk, what's the point of drinking? Yes, yes, yes. You wanted to win people's hearts, but I almost made a fool of myself. Yang Miaozhen thought of how she almost made a fool of herself, and suddenly felt her teeth itch. Song Qingshu smiled and held her hand. If I didn't do this, how would I know that you care about me so much? You're afraid that I'll get drunk. It's bad enough that you don't drink. Yang Miaozhen's eyes twinkled. There was less anger in them and more charm. You clearly know where I want you to go, but you want me to say it again. Song Qingshu looked at her. Due to the alcohol, her snow-white skin had turned a light pink, making her look even more charming. I just want to hear the goddess in the hearts of all the men in the Red Coat Army personally invite me. Yang Miaozhen's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Why don't you invite me to your tent? Song Qingshu held his breath. His tent was arranged together with Zhou Jirua's. If he brought other women in, wouldn't it become a charaba? Look at how scared you are. Yang Miaozhen chuckled and hooked her finger at him. Come to my room. I don't want to be in the wilderness with you anymore. It feels weird. Song Qingshu's heart was pounding. Who said she was a tigress? Who said she was a rouge? She was clearly a seductive vixen. The two of them arrived at her tent one after another. Yang Miaozhen waved her hand and gestured for the guards to move further away. These guards were all female soldiers that she had trained. It was naturally more convenient for them to take care of her than the male soldiers. When they saw that their master had brought a man back for the first time, their eyes widened. Some of them recognized Song Qingshu and could not help but look at him strangely. What are you looking at? Everyone, stand guard outside. Don't let anyone near. I have something important to discuss with the Golden Snake King, Yang Miaozhen said with a red face. Yes. The group of female soldiers all dispersed. They thought to themselves, who are you trying to fool? You brought a man back in the middle of the night. Both of them were drunk and the fire in their eyes was about to devour each other. However, although they complained, they were happy for her in their hearts. They thought that she had a good relationship with her new master and would have a good home in the future. Meanwhile, when Song Qingshu and Yang Miaozhen entered the tent, they looked at each other and did not say anything. They suddenly hugged each other, leaving only their heavy breathing in the room. After a long time, Song Qingshu bit her ear and said dryly, I want to do it like just now. The posture of the two of them fighting just now appeared in his mind. He only felt that his whole body was about to explode. Yang Miaozhen lifted her right leg and directly did a split on the spot. She put her perfectly round and straight long leg on his shoulder. Her almond-shaped eyes became watery and she smiled foolishly. Like this? Song Qingshu could not bear it anymore. He roared and pounced on her. The subordinate who had a crush on you just now told me to be gentle with you. Bah, don't listen to him. After an unknown period of time, Song Qingshu got off the bed with weak steps. He secretly rejoiced, fortunately, I have a divine skill to protect my body. Otherwise, I would not have lost in the competition but in the bed. That would be so embarrassing. As he put on his clothes, he turned around and asked, Are you really not going to watch them fight? Yang Miaozhen was lying on the bed, revealing only her messy long hair and her snow-white shoulders with many red marks. She said weakly, I don't even want to move a finger right now. You can go by yourself. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu felt proud for no reason. Last time, you can say that it was your first time. This time, there is no excuse, right? Yang Miaozhen grabbed the pillow beside her and threw it at him. Today, I drank too much. Let's find a chance to fight again next time. Song Qingshu walked out of the tent with a proud expression. He sighed and said, No matter how many times we fight, you will still lose. Sigh, I've been looking for a worthy opponent all my life, but I can't find one. It's really lonely and embarrassing. Yang Miaozhen, who was under the bed, gritted her teeth. But after a long time, she sighed. She did not expect that she could not beat him in martial arts. She could not even beat him in the battlefield. In the end, she could only struggle to hold on, but his physical strength seemed to be endless. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu came to a valley a few miles away from the camp. A girl in a yellow dress stood on a tree, and a woman in a white dress stood on another tree a few feet away. Both of them had excellent lightness skills. They stood on the branches of the tree without moving an inch, only their clothes fluttering in the cold wind. The two women had graceful figures. Now, the faint moonlight shone through their clothes, casting a holy halo on their bodies. They looked like fairies from heaven. "You're late." The two women looked back at him and said at the same time. Hearing each other's words, they both frowned. Song Qingshu shrunk back guiltily and smiled awkwardly. "I drank a bit too much with those people over there." "Where's the fourth lady?" The girl in the yellow dress looked to his side and asked in confusion. Song Qingshu said calmly, "That group of men saw that she was beautiful, so they all urged her to drink like crazy. She got drunk and went back to rest." "Drunk?" A trace of worry flashed in the girl's eyes. "Don't let others take advantage of you." "Don't worry. I've already sent her back to the camp. She'll be fine with her guards." Song Qingshu thought to himself, "I've taken advantage of her. Does that count?" Zhou Zhirua snorted, "No wonder I'm late." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He really could not explain this. Zhou Zhirua was obviously just speaking casually. Her attention quickly returned to the girl in the yellow dress. "Are we still going to fight? Are you worried that if Yang Miaozhen doesn't come, Qingshu will be unfair as the referee?" The yellow-clothed woman glanced at Song Qingshu and said with a faint smile, "That won't happen. I trust young Master Song's character." Seeing the girl's gentle eyes looking at her husband, as if there was something else, Zhou Zhirua snorted, "If that's the case, then let's begin." The girl in the yellow dress's expression became serious. "Please." As soon as she finished speaking, a green shadow flashed and a long whip came toward her. The girl in the yellow dress hurriedly jumped back to avoid it. The top of the tree she had been standing on had already been smashed by the whip. The girl in the yellow dress was secretly angry. She thought to herself, "Since you're so ruthless, don't blame me. Anyway, Song Qingshu is here. With his martial arts, even if something happens to us, he should be able to resolve it." Her thoughts flashed. In this short period of time, the opponent's long whip moved rapidly. It was the white python whip technique of the Nining manual. The girl in the yellow dress hurriedly retreated to the side. Zhou Jiruo's whip technique was incomparably strange. In 3 moves, she had already trapped her. She said coldly, "If I take your life now, you won't accept it. Bring me a weapon." The girl in the yellow dress smiled, "Why would I need a weapon to deal with you?" After saying that, her whole body suddenly became as soft as a noodle. With a twist, she escaped from the opponent's grasp. Tendon shrink bone technique. Song Qingshu also knew the Nining manual, so he naturally recognized the technique. But at this moment, the scene of the girl in the yellow dress twisting and twisting appeared in his mind. His expression was somewhat strange. "Even her chest can shrink. This woman is really scary." Zhou Zhirua also did not expect that the girl in the yellow dress would be able to escape so easily. But her long whip had already been trained to the point that it was like an extension of her arm. With a flick of her wrist, the soft whip moved like a nimble snake, heading straight for the girl's chest. Although Song Qingshu knew that the girl in the yellow dress would be able to avoid it, he still sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought that if her chest really collapsed, it would really be a waste of God's gift. The girl in the yellow dress tiptoed and like a butterfly, she dodged the long whip. Who would have thought that the soft whip would turn halfway and strike her back, but the girl in the yellow dress seemed to have expected it. She reached behind her and grabbed the opponent's long whip. She was familiar with the Nining manual, so naturally, she knew the various variations of the white python whip technique by heart. She planned to use this opportunity to pull the opponent over and attack within a few feet of her. But as soon as she grabbed the long whip, her expression changed. She hurriedly let go of the long whip. Looking at the red mark on her palm, she was shocked. "When I fought her at the lion slaying assembly last time, she learned a quick method that emphasized more on moves, so her internal energy was congenitally insufficient. I didn't expect that her internal energy had already grown to such a level." The girl in yellow did not dare to be careless anymore. She was on high alert and used her exquisite body technique to protect herself. The whip in Zhou Jiruo's hand was like a soft silk, as if it had no weight at all. Her body moved left and right, advancing and retreating, drifting around the girl in yellow. Song Qingshu nodded to himself. Zhou Jiruo's body technique and whip technique were like the wind blowing the willow catkin, like the duckweed in the water. It was truly out of this world. He felt like he was in a dream. He did not expect that after not seeing her for a while, her martial arts had improved so much. In fact, this was not surprising at all. Zhou Jiruo was originally the most outstanding disciple of the Amei sect in this generation. It was just that the martial arts of the Amei sect always progressed step by step. Although her martial arts were outstanding among the younger generation, it was difficult for her to compete in the whole of Jianghu. However, the Nining manual was equivalent to giving her a cheat code. With her intelligence, obtaining the Nining manual was like adding wings to a tiger. Of course, before the lion-slaying gathering, she went astray and only wanted to learn quickly. Therefore, her moves were strange and fancy. Against ordinary martial arts masters, it was not enough. Later, she suddenly came to her senses and started practicing the Nining manual from the basics. Now, her martial arts had a qualitative leap compared to before. The last time he saw her, she had already mastered the Nining manual. This time, he found that she seemed to have faintly merged the Nining manual with the martial arts of the Amei sect. Although she had not mastered it, she had entered a new realm. No wonder the girl in yellow was careless and suffered a small loss. However, the girl in yellow was Huang Shang's last disciple. With his personal guidance, her proficiency in the Nining manual would be higher than Zhou Jiruo. Her whole body was swift and agile. Originally, the Nining manual's martial arts were inclined to be strange, but when she used it, she was like a fairy descending to the world. Her every movement was filled with the air of a fairy. Her footsteps were light, and before she knew it, she was already getting closer and closer to Zhou Jiruo. Suddenly, with a flick of her wrist, she snatched the long whip from her opponent's hand. During the lion slaughtering assembly, she had also snatched the whip from her opponent's hand in the same way. Then, she had used her elbow to strike the vital acupuncture point on her chest, and then used the Nining white bone claw to restrain her. This time it worked again, but she was not happy, because it was too easy to snatch the long whip, so easy that it was as if the other party had deliberately let her snatch it. From the exchange of blows just now, she had already determined that Zhou Jiruo's martial arts were definitely not below hers. There was no reason for her to be able to seize it so easily. However, although she was shocked, she did not panic. At such a close distance, it was just right for her to display the full power of the Nining white bone claw. Although her opponent also knew this martial art, she did not think that his attainments in this aspect would be better than hers. Changing his palm into a claw, the Nining white bone claw instantly clawed at Zhou Jiruo's vital acupoints. However, a snow-white light suddenly exploded in front of her, and she felt a copious amount of sharp intent that was difficult to resist. The yellow-robed woman was greatly alarmed, and she hastily retreated. "Thank you for letting me win," Zhou Jiruo said indifferently as she sheathed her sword. The yellow-robed woman's hands hung by her side, and a drop of blood fell from her slender and translucent fingers. However, she did not care at all, and her gaze was fixed on the sword in her hand. Heavenly sword? Correct. After defeating her longtime opponent, Zhou Jiruo's ice-cold face could not help but reveal a hint of happiness. The yellow-robed woman was somewhat dissatisfied. Relying on a divine weapon, isn't it a bit unfair to win? If she had known from the beginning that her opponent would use Heavenly Sword, how could she have lost so easily? This time, she had focused all her attention on guarding against her opponent's white python whip technique and Nining white bone claw. How could she have expected that her opponent was only using them as a cover, and was actually hiding a killing move, Heavenly Sword? Zhou Jiruo sneered. "Just now, I gave you the chance to take out a weapon, but you insisted on fighting me empty-handed. Who can you blame for that?" The yellow-robed woman felt bitter in her heart. In truth, with her martial arts, it did not matter whether she took out a weapon or not. Although her 10 fingers could not be said to be as hard as steel, they were not far off. Against her opponent's weapon, she would not be at a disadvantage. However, these weapons did not include peerless divine weapons like Heavenly Sword and the Dragon Saber. At this time, Song Qingshu took a step forward and said, "Miss Yang, just now, Jirua already held back. I believe you also know that. The yellow-robed woman bit her lip, but did not refute. Just now, if Zhou Jirua had not held back, she could have used the sharpness of heavenly sword to cut off one of her fingers in that instant. Song Qingshu continued, on the battlefield, in a battle of life and death, strategy is also a form of strength. If Miss Yang is entangled in this trap, you may suffer greatly in the future. The yellow-robed woman was frightened. She was indeed somewhat indignant. In truth, even if Zhou Jirua's martial arts had advanced by leaps and bounds, even if she had the heavenly sword, if they fought fair and square, she was still confident that she would not lose. Now that she heard Song Qingshu's words, she suddenly understood. Thank you, Big Brother Song, for your guidance. Then, she bowed to Zhou Jirua. Sect Leader Zhou, this time I have lost. However, the next time we meet, it will not be so easy for you to defeat me. Zhou Jirua indifferently said, next time, let's talk about next time. The yellow-robed woman knew that Zhou Jirua did not like her because of what had happened at the lion slaughtering convention, so she did not mind. She turned to Song Qingshu and said, Big Brother Song, since I have lost this bet, I will leave first. I hope that Big Brother Song will remember your promise. In 2 days, you will set off for Wudong as soon as possible. With that, she floated away. Looking at her back, Song Qingshu wondered, is she going to leave just like that? Is she not going to go back and say goodbye to Yang Miaozhen? Oh no, if she sees Yang Miaozhen lying naked on the bed, no matter how pure she is, she will know what has happened. Huh? Even if she knows, so what? Why do I feel so guilty? She has already left, yet you are still looking? Zhou Jirua had appeared beside him at some point. She had a teasing look on her face. If you cannot bear to part with her, then go after her. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Jirua must be joking. I am just a little worried about her safety on this trip. Her kung fu is so high, what is there to worry about? Zhou Jirua pursed her lips. She even called me Big Brother Song. She called me that so intimately in front of me. She is purposely trying to anger me. She mimicked the tone of the yellow-robed woman and imitated it perfectly. Song Qingshu was speechless. At the same time, he felt a little strange. Just now, the yellow-robed woman had indeed changed the way she addressed him. Was it really as Jirua said? Sigh, women are so scary. They always set traps. By the way, what did you promise her? Zhou Jirua suddenly remembered what the yellow-robed woman had said before she left. She asked suspiciously. I did not promise her. I promised her master. As the two of them walked back, they told her about the trip to Wudong. No wonder I thought it was strange that Zhao Go suddenly went to Wudong Mountain to worship the heavens. So that's how it is. When the two of them returned to the tent, Zhou Jirua very naturally helped Song Qingshu undress and hung his coat to the side. By the way, will you be in danger on this trip? Why don't I go with you? No need. First of all, you are needed here in Yangzhou City. Second, Wudong Mountain will be full of great grandmasters. You won't be able to help even if you go. It'll be dangerous, Song Qingshu replied while sighing. When there were no outsiders around, Zhou Jirua's behavior was becoming more and more like a housewife. Great grandmaster. Zhou Jirua poured a cup of tea for him and sat down at the table. She had a look of longing on her face. Just how many great grandmasters are there in this world? There shouldn't be many, Song Qingshu replied. For example, Huang Shang and the wine-fighting monk. They're all old monsters from the legends. They appear and disappear all day long. No one knows where they're hiding, let alone whether they're dead or alive. It's really difficult to count their numbers. Old monster? Zhou Jirua suddenly glanced at her husband strangely. She couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. Then are you an old monster? I'm different, Song Qingshu beamed with joy. I'm the main character. Bah, you are an old pervert, Zhou Jirua spat. Looking at his wife's beautiful face under the candlelight, it was even more beautiful than usual. Song Qingshu couldn't help but hold her soft hand. Jirua, you are so beautiful. Yang Miaozhen's enthusiasm was as brilliant as a flame, but Zhou Jirua's charm was like the first melting of ice and snow. Zhou Jirua blushed. her delicate body snuggled into his arms. Xianxia, the trip to Wudong is so dangerous. I am really worried about you. Why don't you take the Yitian sword with you? Song Xianxia shook his head. With my current martial arts, there is no difference whether I have a sword or not. It is better to stay with you to ensure your safety. Zhou Zhirua thought for a moment. She suddenly said, since my martial arts can't help you this time, you should ask Sister Dongfeng to go with you. I will only be at ease if the two of you are together. Among the sisters around her, her martial arts could be considered top-notch. Ajia was almost on par with her. It was unlikely that he would be able to intervene in the Battle of Wudong. However, when she joined hands with Dongfeng Muxue to assassinate Kangxi in the Forbidden City, her martial arts had left a deep impression on her. Now that she knew her former identity, she was even more convinced of her strength. You are indeed husband and wife. You are thinking the same thing. Song Qingshu smiled. He had told the yellow-shirt woman that he would stay with his wife for a few more days. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to spend more time with his wife and ignore the important matters. It was just that he wanted to buy some time for Zhao Guo and Jia Shidao to exhaust themselves so that he could reap the benefits. Secondly, he wanted to send her away so that he could find help. After all, he couldn't let the yellow-shirt woman know the identities of Dongfeng Muxue and the others. Zhou Zhirua blinked and asked curiously, has Sister Dongfeng really reached the Great Grandmaster realm? Song Qingshu looked to the north and looked like he was reminiscing. She didn't reach it before, but with me. Ahem, I think she has reached it now. Back then, Dongfeng Muxue had been seriously injured. In the end, he had used the tantric cultivation method to heal her. Not only had she recovered her peak strength, but she had also absorbed half of his inner strength. That's good. Zhou Zhirua breathed a sigh of relief. With two great grandmasters looking out for each other, even if Wudong Mountain was a dangerous place, they wouldn't have to worry about their safety. When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow morning. Time is a bit tight. Song Qingshu obviously couldn't stay by Zhou Zhirua's side for a few days like he had told the yellow-shirt woman. Zhou Zhirua agreed. Then let's rest early. Song Qingshu's scalp tightened. He had fought many battles with Yang Miaozhen. He wasn't a god, so how could he recover so quickly? End of chapter 1990. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.